Chapter 1. The Delusional Girl Blair. Blair Chenluo was enjoying a deep slumber when he suddenly felt a gentle nudge on his shoulder, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds that intruded upon his dreams. The dismal environment gradually roused him from his drowsiness. "What time is it?" he mumbled, rising from his desk and rubbing his sore temples. A teacher for the graduating class. His responsibilities were far from light. Having just begun his career, he was initially only required to assist with minor tasks. However, an unfortunate accident had left his supervising mathematics teacher hospitalized, and with a shortage of personnel in the grade group, he was temporarily assigned to teach the mathematics class for Senior 3, Class 7, until the teacher's recovery. The burden of the graduating class weighed heavily. Students were exhausted, and the teachers even more so. He had spent the previous night grading the latest examination papers, barely managing an hour of sleep before having to rise for class. Luckily, the Senior 3 students had already mastered all the necessary knowledge, spending the entire year focused on review and mock examinations. This particular lesson was merely a quiz, and after distributing the papers, Chenluo reminded the class monitor to maintain discipline before laying his head down on an empty desk at the back of the classroom to catch up on sleep. When someone nudged him again, he instinctively thought class had ended. Upon waking, he realized something was amiss. The voice that had called him was not addressing Teacher Chun, and the language spoken was not Mandarin. As he sat up, a slightly plump boy with freckles gazed at him and softly urged, "Blair, wake up. Miss Brittney wants you to answer a question." Chenluo stared at the boy beside him, his expression bewildered. Having taken over the class for a month, he could not recall every student's name. Yet he was certain there was no foreign student in Senior 3, Class 7. Even more perplexing was the fact that he had just been napping in the back of a classroom. In this place, this was certainly not a classroom. Chenluo's pupils constricted as he glanced around, taking in the strange desks and chairs, the unfamiliar room, and the absence of the tall buildings outside. Instead, he was surrounded by low European-style structures, and the students around him had brown hair and blue eyes. The front of the room, a foreign beauty with light brown hair and brown eyes, was glaring at him with evident anger. "Blair, how dare you sleep during my class?" Her voice was as enchanting as her appearance, yet Chenluo could not appreciate it. He could discern that she was not speaking in Mandarin or English. Yet inexplicably, he understood her perfectly. Oddly enough, he had not mastered a third language apart from Mandarin and English. Even more bizarre and chilling was the realization that he should have been in a classroom at Shijingno One High School. How had he ended up in such a peculiar place after merely taking a nap? And who exactly was Blair? Chenluo suspected he was caught in a dream and pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain jolted him awake. Yet confusion continued to cloud his mind. The young beauty. Chenluo's moment of daze was interpreted as disrespect and provocation. She was evidently beyond furious, her gaze fixated on him as she shouted, "Blair, are you even listening to me?" Chenluo did not go by the name Blair, yet it was clear she was addressing him. With his mind swirling with endless questions, he reluctantly raised his head to meet her gaze. "I allow you to engage in other activities during my lesson, provided you have completed the assignment I gave you." The young beauty furrowed her brow at him and declared, "Now come up and solve this problem. If you fail to provide the correct answer, do not blame me for punishing you with a wooden paddle." With her words, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. "Hey, this is going to be entertaining. Blair actually dared to sleep in Miss Brittney's class. He deserves this. I'd bet even if he had a whole day, this fool Blair wouldn't be able to calculate the correct answer at that moment." Chenluo had no desire to answer any questions. He simply yearned for a quiet corner to collect his thoughts. Yet before he could escape this predicament, he had to first navigate the current challenge. He lifted his gaze to the blackboard, where a mathematical problem was inscribed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 98, 99, 100. The familiar Arabic numerals posed no challenge for a Senior 3 mathematics teacher. It was almost an insult to present him with such a simple question. Even elementary school students from his time, he imitated her, gesticulating wildly as he proclaimed, "Guna La, God of Darkness, Ulala, Dark." Chenluo's words abruptly halted, not because he had forgotten the incantation, but because at that moment, amidst the ramblings of the eccentric girl, a sudden bang resonated in his ears. Subsequently, a flicker of crimson flame materialized from her palm, and Chenluo keenly sensed that with the emergence of the fireball, the temperature around them had risen several degrees. The girl cast a frosty glance at Chenluo and declared, "You insolent wretch, it is not too late for you to apologize now." Observing the pulsating flame in her palm, Chenluo, ever the gentleman, bowed deeply and earnestly stated, "I apologize. My previous behavior was indeed disrespectful. Please accept my sincere apologies, esteemed lady." Chapter 2. Parallel Worlds. The girl's azure eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated such a swift change in attitude from this rude individual, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Due to her momentarily scattered thoughts, the fireball hovering above her palm flickered a few times before extinguishing completely, just as her delicate lips parted to utter something. The previously insolent fellow had vanished. What manner of person is he? She mused, frowning as she rubbed her still aching head, turning to stride into the nearby academic building, in a secluded corner behind the academic building. Chun Luo leaned against the wall, replaying the scene of the girl conjuring the fireball in his mind. Still struggling to accept it was akin to grappling with the absurdity of finding himself in this inexplicable realm after merely taking a nap. Within a span of mere minutes, his worldview had been profoundly shaken twice, leaving his mind in a state of tumult that felt as if it might fracture. Boom! At one moment, he felt as though something within his head had exploded, followed by an inundation of information flooding his consciousness. Blair, the Kingdom of Lorelin, Yabo City, St. Donna's Academy, fallen nobility, laborer, science, magic, magical failure, teacher Brittney, ample bosom, snow-white thighs. As his thoughts began spiraling uncontrollably toward a dark abyss, Chun Luo ceased his attempt to organize the information, for he had gleaned all he sought to know. This encompassed why others referred to him as Blair, and how that blue-eyed girl could conjure a fireball from her palm, though he remained oblivious to the reasons behind these occurrences. It seemed that his soul had somehow occupied the body of a 16-year-old boy named Blair, and indeed, this body bore a striking resemblance to his own youthful visage. Was this a case of possession, or a soul exchange? If it were possession, the students in the classroom would surely be terrified. If it were the latter, Chun Luo was curious whether the boy named Blair, seated in a mathematics class back on Earth, would share his bewilderment and fear. However, such contemplations were of little consequence to him now. The paramount concern was how to survive in this evidently non-Earth realm or to discover a means to return. For a world where one could summon fireballs at a moment's notice was perilously dangerous for him. While Chun Luo harbored a keen interest in magic, his recollections indicated that the original owner of this body was a complete failure in the arcane arts. Having spent over a year at the academy without mastering even the most rudimentary fireball spell, such individuals were not uncommon within the academy, for not everyone possessed a natural affinity for magic. Moreover, in both the academy and elsewhere, magic did not encompass everything at St. Donna's Academy. Magic was merely one of several ordinary subjects, akin to mathematics, history, philosophy, and science. Those who could not become mages could still aspire to be scholars. And scholars, like mages, were held in high esteem throughout the kingdom. However, for students aiming to advance to higher-tier institutions, specialization was not an option. Individuals like Blair, devoid of magical talent, would forever fail the magic examinations, rendering St. Donna's Academy their ultimate destination. Nonetheless, for most, gaining entrance to St. Donna's Academy was a tremendous honor. Had Blair not been of noble birth, he would not even have had the opportunity to study there. Yet, despite his noble status, he was on the verge of losing the last vestiges of his aristocratic glory. Following the death of his barren father on the battlefield, Blair could no longer sustain himself on the meager pension provided by the kingdom. He had to work menial jobs in the academy's library merely to stave off starvation. This was all the information Chun Luo gleaned from Blair's memories that he sighed, contemplating the reason for his arrival in this place. His situation was far from enviable. The bell from the academic building tolled once more, prompting Chun Luo to dust off his back and retrace his steps. He recalled from Blair's memories that the final class of the morning was magic class, a course that had once been a source of dread for Blair, yet now piqued Chun Luo's interest immensely. Who among us has not experienced moments of youthful exuberance? Chun Luo, too, had once dreamt of soaring through the skies upon a broomstick. Such fantastical powers had captivated the dreams of countless youths. Upon returning to the classroom, he was met with a chorus of laughter. As he settled back into his seat, a freckled boy regarded him and whispered, "Blair, Teacher Brittney wants you to see her after school." Chun Luo nodded, replying, "I understand. Thank you, Toby." Having absorbed Blair's memories, he effortlessly grasped the language and script of this realm, an experience that felt oddly innate, as though it were part of his very essence. Toby was Blair's deskmate and his sole companion. Blair was scorned by his peers, not only for his poor academic performance, but also due to his unique hair and eye color in St. Donna's Academy, and even in Yabo City, while people's hair and eye colors varied. Only Blair possessed black hair and black eyes. Toby, being somewhat stout and the son of a merchant, had also faced ridicule from others. United by their mutual disdain, the two had naturally forged a strong friendship. It is well known that there are 4 elemental magics in the world. All magic is based on these 4 elements. The magic instructor, a balding elder, stood at the lectern, expounding eloquently while the students below fought off drowsiness. Chenluo recognized that, compared to subjects like mathematics and history, magic was an advanced discipline. Even noble scions of this age had only recently begun their foray into the magical arts. And the esoteric principles and applications of magic remained elusive to these young minds. According to the theories outlined in magical tomes, the world's magic is categorized into 4 elemental types: earth, fire, wind, and water, corresponding to 4 magical elements. Mages invoke spells and gestures to harness the elemental forces through mental prowess, unleashing various magical effects. From Blair's recollections, Chenluo gathered that magic had long been woven into the fabric of daily life in this world. People regarded magic as commonplace. Equating it with science to describe it as equivalent seems inadequate, for in the minds of the inhabitants of this world, magic is the very essence of natural law. Magic is science. The education Chenluo had received faced a significant upheaval here, leading into question whether he remained in the familiar universe, as scientific principles within the same universe typically do not alter. The elemental theories of earth, fire, wind, and water had long been debunked by modern scientists, prompting him to consider that this realm was distinctly separate from the one he had known, governed by different scientific laws, thus explaining the existence of magical elements. In light of this, could the concept of parallel universes be more than mere conjecture? Chenluo spent the entirety of the class engulfed in doubt and self-reflection, his worldview dismantled and reconstructed repeatedly by the elder at the lectern. Long after the class had concluded, the tempest in Chenluo's mind showed no signs of abating. He sat in his seat, eyes vacant and expression dazed. Toby was no stranger to this look from Blair, as the absence of magical talent rendered each magic class a torment for him. If he could not master a basic spell within the year, he would be expelled from St. Donna's Academy. Losing his place at the academy would mean losing his job in the library, leaving him unable even to stave off hunger. Toby rose, sighed, and gently patted Chenluo's shoulder, saying, "Blair, even if you lack magical talent and cannot graduate, it matters not. When the time comes, you can work with me at my father's estate as long as you have half a loaf of bread from me. You will never go hungry." As he exited the classroom, he cast one last glance at Chenluo, reminding him, "Blair, remember to see teacher Brittney. If you neglect to do so, she will surely use the wooden board to spank you in the next class." Once Toby departed, Chenluo found himself alone in the classroom. Having witnessed the girl's fireball conjuration and endured a class that had upended his worldview, Chenluo's perspective had been irrevocably altered, leaving him momentarily unsettled. The ability to summon fireballs from thin air was undeniably exhilarating to contemplate. Even though Chenluo had long since outgrown his youthful fantasies and had not indulged in such absurd dreams for years, in this peculiar world, such a dream no longer seemed so distant. Regrettably, Blair possesses not a scintilla of magical talent. Chenluo sighed, glancing at the open tome of spells, mimicking the gestures and incantations inscribed within, as well as the methods to commune with the elemental fire. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Elemental fire that roams the world, heed my call and descend upon this place." Fireball spell. Bang! With a faint sound, a flicker of crimson flame manifested in the depths of Chenluo's dark pupils. Chapter 3. Ignite. Fireball. What the? Observing the flame that had materialized in his palm, Chenluo sprang to his feet, instinctively shaking his hand. Poof! The diminutive flame vanished, leaving Chenluo standing in stunned silence. And after a considerable pause, he raised his palm to inspect it, finding it still fair and untouched, as if nothing had transpired moments before. He remained in a daze for quite some time, before inhaling deeply and tentatively attempting once more. "Elemental fire that roams the world, heed my call and descend upon this place." Fireball spell. Bang! A small fireball reappeared in his palm. This time, he was mentally prepared and did not react with alarm. Once Chenluo had calmed himself, He gazed at the fireball with a mix of curiosity and delight, as if beholding a novel plaything. The fireball hovered about a foot above his palm. He felt no scorching heat, merely a comforting warmth. When he attempted to touch it with his other hand, he sensed an intense heat even before his fingers made contact. It seemed that even a wizard was not immune to the magic they conjured. Upon delving into Blair's memories, he indeed found the information he sought. A wizard could cast spells, but could not be immune to their own magic, implying that he could potentially be burned by the fireball he summoned. With a flicker of thought, Qianluo cautiously cast the fireball spell again, watching the fireball materialize anew in his palm. He tore a page from the textbook. The moment it touched the flame, the paper ignited instantly, turning to ash. In a brief span, Qianluo had encountered a plethora of paradigm-shifting experiences, such that he now faced the bizarre spectacle with composure. What perplexed him, however, was that Blair had evidently lacked any magical aptitude, suggesting that his mental capacity had not reached the threshold required to summon magical elements. Yet here he was, effortlessly casting fireball spells. Could it be attributed to the fact that this body now housed a different soul? This was merely Qianluo's speculation. No one could provide him with the answer to that question. Comparatively, he was far more intrigued by the essence of magic itself. That as someone with a higher education, Qianluo recognized that modern science was continually evolving and refining. Perhaps in his original world, there existed particles or elements yet undiscovered by humankind. Once he embraced the theoretical underpinnings of magical elements, he could naturally accept the reality of humanity wielding magic. While magical elements could be tenuously aligned with science, the concepts of incantations and gestures transcended Qianluo's comprehension, eluding explanation by any known theory. For now, he could only categorize them as some form of supernatural phenomenon. Nonetheless, as a rigorously logical individual, Qianluo was reluctant to accept anything without personal verification. Extinguishing the fireball in his palm, he concentrated, silently communing with the fire elements as he recited, Ganara, god of darkness, Ulala, fireball spell. Bang! A familiar sound resonated in his ears, and once again, he beheld the fireball. Stunned, he extinguished the fireball with a wave and repeated, Balala energy, Sharilashuro, fireball spell. This time, he refrained from making any gestures, yet the next moment, the fireball reappeared in his sight. Come forth, fireball. Little fireball, come play. Bang! Qianluo was astonished to discover that regardless of the incantation he uttered or the gestures he performed, or even if he said nothing and did nothing, merely following the book's instructions to commune with the surrounding fire elements, he could still conjure the fireball spell. In other words, his magical practice did not necessitate incantations or gestures. The conundrum lay in the fact that the textbook explicitly stated that communication with magical elements required specific gestures and incantations. A single misstep in word or action could lead to failure in casting. Perhaps due to the frequency with which he had cast the fireball spell, Qianluo began to feel lightheaded. Yet, this contradiction to magical theory continually baffled him. Such a rudimentary error in the text traditionally. I have always been the one to assess students, yet I never anticipated that there would come a day when I, too, would be subjected to examination, and that the questions would be of such a simplistic nature. Qianluo picked up his pen and, taking a blank sheet of paper, somewhat helplessly explained, for this problem, we need not add each term sequentially. It is evident that the sum of the first and last terms equals 80, as does the sum of the second and the penultimate terms, and so forth. Therefore, this addition problem can be simplified into a multiplication problem. 39 times 80, plus the remaining 40. The answer is 3160. Brittney gazed at his calculations, momentarily stunned, before a glimmer of delight sparkled in her eyes. Looking at him, she inquired, "Did you devise this method on your own?" Qianluo wished to answer honestly, yet the tale of the mathematician Gauss was common knowledge in another world, even among elementary students. However, upon perusing Blair's textbook, he discovered that the mathematics and foundational sciences in this realm were still in their nascent stages, while magic flourished abundantly, with many taking pride in becoming sorcerers. Qianluo understood this disparity. The ancestors in the other world had no choices, yet here, magic and science coexisted. With many devoting their skills to magic, the development of foundational sciences was exceedingly sluggish, which explained why 16-year-old Blair was still learning the basics of arithmetic. Fabricating a response carried the risk of being exposed, but fortunately, it was not a groundbreaking discovery. Qianluo nodded and said, "Indeed. This method is much quicker for calculations." For Brittney, who hailed from a family of mathematicians. She had encountered numerous mathematicians, yet none had conceived such a clever method at Blair's age. Moreover, after witnessing Blair's thought process, a burgeoning idea took root in her mind. Perhaps this algorithmic principle could be extended to broader domains, all sparked by Blair's inspiration. Mathematics is a discipline that demands innate talent, and possessing such mathematical thinking at a tender age could herald the emergence of a new star in the mathematical realm. Even if the odds were slim, she was reluctant to abandon hope. With this thought in mind, Brittney cleared her throat, gazed intently at Luo, and earnestly asked, "Blair, do you aspire to become a great mathematician?" "Not at all," Luo shook his head, responding without hesitation. "I wish to become a great sorcerer." Chapter 4. Ms. Brittney's invitation. Luo was a mathematics teacher, and in this world, no one understood the essence of mathematics better than he did. It is an endless and magnificent discipline. Many comprehend addition from 1 to 100, yet there is only one Gauss. Indeed, given the mathematical proficiency of this world, Luo could easily establish himself as a renowned mathematician simply by presenting some advanced mathematical theories. However, for an ordinary person, does the allure of becoming a sorcerer not far outweigh that of becoming a mathematician? Furthermore, he had yet to fathom his own circumstances, leaving him little inclination to pursue the path of a mathematician. Not receiving the response she sought, Brittney's exquisite brow furrowed as she regarded Luo and remarked, "Blair, as far as I know, you possess no magical talent. You still cannot cast even the simplest apprentice spell. You must understand that not everyone can become a sorcerer in this world. The divine has not bestowed upon them the gift of learning magic." It was evidently common knowledge that Blair was devoid of magical prowess. Luo nodded and replied, "I am aware." Brittney's countenance brightened once more as she stated, "Then you should also recognize that even if you cannot become a great sorcerer, you can still be a respected scholar. Mathematicians do not require magical talent. Your aptitude in mathematics is a gift from the goddess of wisdom, and you should not squander it." Noticing that Luo seemed somewhat swayed, Brittney continued to guide him. "You may not realize how exquisite your method truly is. It is certainly not a mere coincidence. I believe it can be applied in much broader contexts." Luo was taken aback to discover that Ms. Brittney was not merely a pretty face. She had quickly grasped this concept. Had his students all possessed such insight and ability to draw connections, he would not have felt so fatigued during this period. The desire to embody the role of a teacher began to stir within him, and he candidly prompted her. For instance, if a sequence begins from the second term, and the difference between each term and its predecessor is a constant, then their sum can indeed be described using a simple formula. Brittney paused for a moment. Then her beautiful eyes sparkled with revelation as she grasped Luo's hand, exclaiming with excitement, "Blair, I knew I was right. Your mathematical talent is unparalleled. You have provided me with a significant insight, and I must write it down immediately." Brittney's hand was soft and delicate. However, Luo only felt its warmth for a fleeting moment before she released him to seize paper and pen. As he observed Ms. Brittney swiftly inscribing with her quill, he glanced at the content on the paper, realizing that the formula for the sum of an arithmetic series was about to be derived by her. Having completed her derivation, Brittney cast the paper aside and turned back to Luo, earnestly stating, "Blair, you are a genius, a true genius. Your mathematical abilities cannot be wasted. I assure you, you will shine brilliantly in the cosmos of mathematics." Luo humbly replied, "The cosmos of mathematics is vast. Each of us is but a dim star within the galaxy. Above the firmament, none can be deemed resplendent. There remains so much I must learn." "I am pleased to hear you think this way," Brittney smiled and said, "I can guarantee that if you study mathematics under my guidance, 2 years hence, even if you do not graduate from St. Donis Academy, you may still remain within the institution that I can arrange for you to obtain a teaching assistant position, and should you face any difficulties in life, I can extend my assistance as a fellow educator." Brittney's words touched Luo. Though she was young, she possessed noble teaching ethics, and all her actions were dedicated to Blair and to mathematics. Luo could perceive her genuine love for the subject. Such a colleague was deserving of respect. He straightened, bowed to Brittney, and solemnly expressed, "Thank you, Ms. Brittney. Mathematics is a magnificent discipline, and I, too, harbor immense interest in it." Brittney beamed. "So, you have decided to study mathematics with me?" "I still wish to become a sorcerer." Luo bowed his head, apologizing. I am sorry for disappointing Ms. Brittney's expectations. Brittney looked into Chun Luo's eyes and earnestly said, Blair, you must understand that you lack magical talent. Pursuing magic is merely a waste of time and squanders your mathematical gifts. A wandering fire element of the world, heed my call and descend upon this place. Boom! As the fireball materialized in Chun Luo's palm, Brittney stood frozen, incredulous. How did you accomplish this? Although one's mental prowess can be enhanced through meditation, it is generally accepted that even an ordinary individual newly acquainted with magic possesses sufficient mental strength to cast low-tier spells such as the fireball. Those who cannot even cast a fireball are presumed to have exceedingly low mental capacity and lack magical talent, making it challenging to break through effort. This is nearly a universal consensus. Although this is not absolute, situations akin to Blair's are indeed rare. Chun Luo smiled and replied, I do not know. I merely fell asleep during Ms. Brittney's class, and upon waking, I found I could cast the fireball spell. While scholars are certainly respected, sorcerers hold a lofty place in the hearts of the populace if one must choose between the two. The majority would opt for the latter. After all, sorcerers are born warriors, easily accruing merit on the battlefield, and their formidable power allows them to effortlessly attain wealth and status. Had Blair demonstrated no magical talent, Brittney would have surely advised him to pursue mathematics. However, now that he had showcased adequate magical ability, becoming a sorcerer would evidently be more advantageous for his future development. Disappointment clouded her expression. But she still regarded Chun Luo and said, If you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, Ms. Brittney. I shall take my leave for now. As Chun Luo reached the door, he recalled something and turned back to ask, I have a question. May I consult Miss Brittney? Hope rekindled in Brittney's heart as she looked up at him and said, Ask away. This world is not lacking in sorcerers, yet it is devoid of great mathematicians. Should he possess a profound interest in mathematics, there might be a chance for him to reconsider. Chun Luo pondered for a moment before inquiring, Is it necessary to accompany spells and gestures when communicating with magical elements? If sorcerers must chant to interact with magical elements, then covering their mouths while casting would render even the mightiest sorcerers vulnerable. Furthermore, if someone were born with impairments in language or movement, would they be barred from becoming sorcerers? Brittney assumed he was inquiring about a mathematical issue and felt somewhat disheartened. Yet she explained, Of course, this is the most fundamental knowledge of magic. If you, Blair, aspire to become a great sorcerer, it would be best to memorize all the theories in the magic books. Chun Luo inquired, Are all magicians the same? Brittney nodded and replied, Even the most formidable of magicians require incantations to commune with magical elements. However, their profound understanding of magic allows them to perform these incantations in a remarkably brief span of time. But what if we interrupt their incantations? I know what you are thinking, Brittney interjected, casting him a reproachful glance. Powerful magicians possess an exceptionally concentrated mental fortitude. Their incantations can be completed in the blink of an eye in such a fleeting moment. What do you believe you could accomplish? Chun Luo, undeterred, pressed on. Are there truly no exceptions? Is there no one who can wield magic without incantations or gestures? Brittney shook her head and said, Magic is a divine gift. The gods taught our ancestors to communicate with magical elements through incantations and gestures, which is how magic has been passed down through generations. Those who can wield magic without incantations or gestures are likely gods themselves. As Chun Luo departed Brittney's abode, it was evident that she could not provide a satisfactory explanation for the troubling question that plagued him. Magic is a divine blessing, and the incantations and gestures are bestowed upon mortals by the gods. All magicians in this world must use incantations and gestures to interact with magical elements and perform various spells, except for Chun Luo. Could it be that, as an outsider, he was beyond the reach of the gods of this world? Lost in a tangle of thoughts, he inadvertently collided with an approaching figure as he exited the door. Watch where you're going. The girl, clad in a black lace-trimmed dress, pressed her hand to her forehead and glared at Chun Luo. After a moment of stunned silence, she exclaimed in anger, Why is it you again? The spot where she had been struck still throbbed with Isabella. A remarkable student, appears to be a senior in the 3rd grade, endowed with exceptional talent and a prestigious background, often regarded as the belle of St. Donis Academy and the goddess in the hearts of countless students. Chun Luo could not recall Isabella's appearance, and he noticed that Blair, this underachiever, seemed entirely preoccupied with thoughts of teacher Brittney. Having hardly glanced at the campus beauty, his memories of other females were pitifully scant. Nevertheless, Chenluo found himself in agreement with Blair's taste. What could a 16 or 17-year-old girl possibly offer? How could a boy still in the throes of adolescence appreciate the beauty of teacher Brittney? Awakening from a midday slumber, his mind still slightly foggy, Chenluo disregarded Toby's quiet murmurs and stretched lazily. As his gaze inadvertently swept past the classroom door, he was jolted into full alertness. There, at the entrance, stood a girl clad in a black gauzy dress, conversing with another girl. Although there was some distance, he faintly caught the name Blair. Chenluo's heart raced, and he muttered under his breath, "How audacious of her to seek me out." "Toby, where's Blair?" Toby was muttering something softly when a voice from the front caught his attention. He looked up to see a classmate named Linda standing before him. "Blair." Toby instinctively turned around only to find the space beside him empty. Exclaiming in surprise, "Where did Blair go? He was just here. Is he not here?" Linda glanced at the vacant seat next to Toby and said, "When he returns, please inform him that Senior Isabella came looking for him." Isabella. Toby watched as Linda approached the door and exchanged a few words with the figure that captivated him and countless others. Upon hearing Linda's message, Isabella appeared somewhat disappointed and angry, departing shortly thereafter. Toby sat there in a daze, his mouth agape for a long time. Chenluo returned to the classroom just as the bell rang, his situation far from ideal, with many mysteries yet to be unraveled. He was reluctant to offend a volatile woman who might ignite at a moment's notice. Observing her leave from a distance, he entered through the back door. Once seated, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Soon enough, he identified the source of his discomfort. He turned to Toby, who was looking at him with a mix of sadness, anger, and a tinge of excitement, and inquired, "What's wrong?" Toby, with a furrowed brow, asked, "Blair, you must tell me honestly. What have you done to Senior Isabella?" "Isabella?" Chenluo queried in confusion. "Who is Isabella?" "Stop pretending," Toby replied disdainfully. "Senior Isabella just came looking for you. Are you referring to the girl in the black dress at the door?" Chenluo suddenly realized, exclaiming, "So that was Isabella." Isabella was indeed a celebrity at St. Donis Academy, a goddess in the eyes of many students, known far and wide. Yet, Blair, this precocious lad, could only harbor thoughts of teacher Brittney, showing no interest in the illustrious Senior Isabella. This sentiment resonated with Chenluo's own aesthetic. Was teacher Brittney not beautiful or alluring? Why would one prefer a flat-chested girl lacking in grace? Toby regarded him with disbelief, saying, "You don't even know who Senior Isabella is? Is there no one else in your eyes aside from teacher Brittney?" Chenluo cast a glance toward the door and asked, "What did she want from me?" "I wasn't here earlier, and Linda didn't tell me," Toby replied. His curiosity piqued. "How do you know Senior Isabella?" The encounter wasn't one of those fairy tales where a poor boy meets a beautiful princess who immediately falls for him. Chenluo replied nonchalantly, "We had a minor conflict. She's likely come to settle the score." "Settle the score?" Toby sat up straight, suddenly serious, and said, "Blair, don't tell anyone I'm your friend from now on." "Why not?" Chenluo asked. With a forlorn expression, Toby lamented, "Do you know the kind of trouble you've stirred up?" Chenluo replied, "Isabella." Toby took a deep breath and asked, "Do you have any idea how many suitors Senior Isabella has at the academy?" "So what? If they discover that you've offended her, they certainly won't let you off easily." Chenluo looked at Toby and asked, "Toby, are we friends?" Toby replied firmly, "We were once, but not anymore." This disloyal fatso, Chenluo thought, feeling rather vulnerable, despite Toby's lackluster magical abilities. Given his size, his combat strength could not be underestimated. He had hoped for an ally. But now he suspected that Toby's infatuation with Isabella might lead him to kick Chenluo rather than support him. Realizing he couldn't afford to provoke her, Chenluo shrugged. "This is St. Donis Academy. They can't act with impunity." Toby looked at him as if he were foolish and asked, "Do you know where St. Donis Academy is located?" "Beck Street." "And where is Beck Street?" "Yabo City. Isabella's father is the Lord of Yabo City." Chenluo fell silent for a long moment, then turned to Toby and asked, "What is Senior Isabella's personality like?" Toby shot him a glance and replied, "Why do you want to know?" Sighing, Chenluo asked, "Do you think if I apologize to her now, she would forgive me?" Caught in a predicament with a volatile woman, particularly one from an influential family, Chenluo felt quite vexed and resolved to keep his distance. Fortunately, St. Donis Academy operated on a 5-day class schedule with 2 days off, and tomorrow would be a day of rest. The afternoon classes included a history lesson and the final session on magical practice. As a requisite subject in a noble school, magic courses were divided into two parts: magical theory and magical practice. The theoretical course taught the history of magic, the usage of spells and gestures, and how to communicate with various magical elements, while the practical course involved hands-on application, where teachers would assess students' mastery of magic to prevent damage to the classroom. Practical lessons were conducted outdoors. Chen-Luo and Toby slowly made their way outside. A voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Blair, you useless waste of magic who can't even cast a fireball. How dare you still linger in the academy?" The taunt was laced with derision and mockery, provoking laughter from those nearby. Chen-Luo had yet to react when Toby, with a scowl, positioned himself protectively in front of Chen-Luo, glaring at a boy named Bard, and exclaimed, "Bard, are you looking for a fight?" Bard narrowed his eyes at Toby and replied, "Toby, this isn't your business." Toby stood his ground, asserting, "Blair is my friend. His matters are my matters. If you want to fight, then come on. I'll remember this. I'll settle the score next time." As it was still class time, Bard dared not engage Toby further. After throwing him a glare and leaving a harsh remark, he hurried away. Chen-Luo felt a flicker of gratitude. Despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, Toby had proven himself loyal in a critical moment. Although Chen-Luo did not regard Bard and his companions as a serious threat, being the president of the sparring club, he might not conquer 10 adversaries single-handedly, but given Bard's size and the fact that they were not fighting for their lives, 3 or 4 of them would struggle to gain the upper hand against him. However, if it were Toby's size, confronting 2 would be a daunting challenge. With a higher likelihood of defeat, the advantage of weight could not be compensated for by any flashy moves. Chen-Luo clapped a hand on Toby's shoulder and asked, "Good friend, if Isabella comes looking for trouble with me, will you stand by my side?" "Of course," Toby replied, thumping his chest. "I'll just try to go easy on you." Any lingering fondness Chen-Luo felt for this heavy-set boy vanished in an instant. Outside the classroom, on a vast expanse of grass, Anthony, stroking his thinning hair, was explaining the use of the fireball spell to the second-year students. Among the crowd, Bard occasionally glanced in Chen-Luo's direction, gritting his teeth and muttering, "When did Blair get to know Senior Isabella? How could she possibly know someone like him?" With his keen perception, Chen-Luo sensed Bard's scrutiny, yet he could not recall when he had ever clashed with him. As a struggling student, he was generally overlooked in class and had often been the target of others' jibes. Chen-Luo chose to ignore him, directing his full attention to the magic instructor. After approximately a quarter of an hour of instruction, Anthony pointed towards a target not far away and stated, "Now, I shall assess your mastery of the fireball spell. You are required to stand beyond this line and strike that target with your fireball, just like this." Chen-Luo only observed the movement of his lips and the dazzling gestures he performed before a colossal fireball crashed into the distant target, shattering it into fragments. The target, made of iron, merely swayed under the assault of the fireball, leaving behind a charred mark at its center. This spectacle tightened Chen-Luo's heart. He had presumed that a magician's casting of spells required lengthy incantations. Yet he was astonished to discover that the incantations and gestures could be condensed to such an extent. Although it was still far from instantaneous casting, it rendered the interruption of a spellcaster's incantation and gestures nearly impossible beyond a distance of 5 meters. Except in close combat, Chen-Luo understood, their instructor, Anthony, was merely an intermediate magician. It was hard to fathom how much more adept higher-level magicians would be with magical elements, resulting in even shorter casting times and greater resistance to interruption. No wonder Madame Brittney remarked that his thoughts were naive. After demonstrating, it was the turn of the second-year students. He stood to the side, his expression impassive as he watched each student step forward in turn. "Toby, you failed to conjure a fireball. Unsatisfactory." "Bard, well done. You summoned a fireball that struck the target, but your fireball lacks refinement. 80 points. "Linda, your magical gestures are still not proficient enough. Otherwise, your fireball would not dissipate so quickly. 60 points. "Alan, you have improved since last time. 90 points. As the students began to cast their spells, Chen-Luo realized the vast disparity in their control over magic. Some took an eternity to conjure a fireball no larger than a fingernail, which extinguished in an instant. Others required numerous attempts just to summon a fireball. There were those whose fireballs vanished after traveling only a short distance. With more than half the students having been tested, Only a handful had succeeded in conjuring a fireball that struck the target. At this juncture, Qianluo recognized that Isabella, a senior, was indeed exceptional, although her incantation speed was somewhat slow. Her success rate and the stability of her fireballs were incomparable to those of her peers. Here, slow was relative. Her speed in summoning fireballs still surpassed that of all the second-year students Qianluo had observed. Of course, in terms of the speed of casting the fireball spell, neither Isabella nor Anthony could rival Qianluo, and no matter how swift a magician's speech and gestures, time was always required. Instantaneous casting was forever unattainable. From this perspective, Qianluo might be the fastest man in the entire academy, or even the whole Divine Grace continent, when it came to casting spells, watching the fireballs soar towards the target. Another question arose in Qianluo's mind. He turned to Toby and inquired, "Why can't we summon fireballs to attack near the target directly? Wouldn't that save time?" Toby looked at him in astonishment. "You're asking me?" Qianluo realized he had posed a futile question, as two of the second-year class's most inept magic students. Toby and he were on equal footing, having only managed to summon a few sparks. Unexpectedly, as his words fell, Anthony suddenly turned his head, regarding him with an expression of admiration, and said, "Well done. That is an astute question. To become a powerful magician, it is insufficient to merely memorize spells and gestures. One must also engage in critical thinking." Upon seeing the magic instructor turn towards him, Toby straightened his posture and stammered, "Instructor Anthony." Anthony regarded Qianluo, who stood with a composed demeanor, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, before explaining, "Summoning a fireball from a distance is not unfeasible. However, it requires a far stronger mental fortitude than what you apprentices possess. In relative terms, magic cast at close range is swifter and more stable as for casting magic beyond the limits of one's mental coverage. That involves the forces of space, a power only the holy magisters can touch. Legends say that powerful holy magisters can even tear apart the fabric of space and traverse to another world." Even Anthony exhibited a hint of reverence when he spoke of the holy magister. After answering this question, he turned back to continue observing the students' assessments, unaware of the peculiar state Qianluo found himself in. Holy magister, tearing apart space, another world. At that moment, Qianluo stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. His mind resounding with a cacophony of thoughts, Anthony's words pierced through the darkness, bringing a glimmer of hope to his despairing heart. Chapter 7. A remarkable revelation. There exists a hierarchy among magicians, categorized by the magical power they command, ranging from apprentice magician, intermediate magician, advanced magician, great magician, magister, great magister, to holy magister. All students at St. Donis Academy can be classified as magical apprentices at best, strictly speaking. Apprentices do not qualify as magicians, and some may never surpass the threshold of intermediate magician. The existence of holy magisters is but a legend, a distant dream for them. Toby, unaffected by Anthony's words, turned away only to notice an unusual expression on Qianluo's face. Concerned, he asked, "Blair, are you feeling unwell?" Qianluo snapped back to reality, suppressing the tumult within, his face returning to a calm demeanor as he replied, "I'm fine." Toby, thinking he was still worried about the magic assessment, patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Blair, don't fret if you're embarrassed. You can always do what you did before and skip the test." Qianluo smiled and said, "It's all right. This time I want to give it another try." Toby sighed, placing his hand on his shoulder but refraining from further comments. One student successfully unleashed a fireball that struck the target. Anthony glanced at his roster, noting only one name remained, Blair, the name of the magic inept. Known to Anthony as their instructor in the Divine Grace continent, magic is a gift bestowed upon humanity by the gods. Though magical talent varies, even commoners possess a modicum, those devoid of any magical affinity, unable to even commune with magical elements, are exceedingly rare. Among these, there are those who have managed to enhance their magical talent through diligent effort and achieve some success in magic, albeit they are nearly non-existent. Such individuals are often referred to as the forsaken by the gods. Blair was one such forsaken soul. Although Anthony acknowledged this grim reality, he could not bring himself to reopen old wounds in front of witnesses. He closed the roster and announced, "Today's assessment concludes here. Instructor Anthony, Blair has yet to be assessed." Before the words had fully left his mouth, a voice erupted from the crowd. Instantly, laughter erupted among the students. "Blair, Are you still suffering from a stomach ache this time? That excuse has already been used. Could it be your backside is sore? Did Madam Brittney spank you with a board yesterday? That would indeed make for a fine excuse for Blair. Blair was the forsaken one, incapable of casting even the simplest fireball spell, perpetually evading assessments with excuses that only resulted in embarrassment. Toby glared at the source of the taunts, his fists clenched in anger as he gestured menacingly towards Bard. Anthony frowned at the student named Bard, realizing that ignoring Blair at this moment would only exacerbate his embarrassment. He shot Bard a disapproving glance before turning to Chenluo, asking, "Blair, do you wish to participate in the test?" Although he had not closely monitored Blair, the question he had posed earlier indicated that he was not merely a rote learner of magic. He had genuinely contemplated the mysteries of the craft. Such a student was worthy of cultivation. Albeit his lack of magical talent was a significant hindrance to Anthony's surprise, Blair did not evade the test as he had previously. Instead, he smiled and nodded. "I would like to try." Bard paused, unable to suppress a laugh. "Huh. Blair, do you believe a miracle will occur this time?" After Bard's jeer, the crowd erupted into laughter once more. Silence. Anthony's expression darkened as he uttered the command, causing the crowd to fall silent. His gaze then returned to Chenluo, stating, "Blair, you may begin." Chenluo nodded, stepping beyond the white line amidst the scornful and derisive gazes of the onlookers. He continually adjusted his gestures while softly murmuring, "Element of fire. Drifting through the world. Heed my summons and descend. Fireball spell. Bang. Whoosh." Although he spoke slowly, as the final syllable left his lips, a fireball the size of a fist materialized in his palm, and in the next instant, it soared through the air in a straight trajectory, colliding with the target ahead. While Chenluo was capable of casting spells instantaneously without incantations or gestures, such an extraordinary feat could draw unwanted attention and lead to experimentation. Thus, he adhered to the established procedure. Even so, among all the students, his speed in casting spells is the fastest of them all. Not only that, but his fireball is also more than twice the size of others. Bang! The fireball struck the metal target, producing a crisp sound that resonated within the hearts of all present. The crowd erupted into chaos once more, but this time it was not laughter that filled the air, but bewilderment, astonishment, and disbelief. The mocking expression on Bard's face froze, and in utter incredulity, he exclaimed, "How is this possible? This magic waste." Toby stared blankly at Chenluo, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. A look of surprise also crossed Professor Anthony's face, and he couldn't help but remark, "A miracle, truly a miracle." He approached Chenluo and inquired, "Blair, how did you accomplish this?" Chenluo looked at him and replied, "I don't really know. I just practiced diligently every day as the book instructed. And suddenly I was able to release a fireball. It is rare for the Forsaken to regain the grace of the divine, though it is not entirely unheard of. However, the path they must tread is far more arduous than that of ordinary individuals and requires countless times more effort. Very well. For this magical examination, you have achieved a perfect score." Anthony patted him on the shoulder and added, "If you have any questions about magic in the future, feel free to ask me." Chenluo bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Professor Anthony." Anthony nodded before addressing the crowd. "That will be all for today. Class is dismissed." After class, as Chenluo and Toby left, the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. "How is this possible? Isn't Blair supposed to be forsaken by the divine? Aren't those individuals incapable of communicating with magical elements? How did he manage to cast the fireball? Indeed, his is even larger than Bard's." Amidst the astonished and confused gazes from the crowd, Bard spat vehemently and said, "What does it matter? It's just a trivial fireball spell. He is forsaken by the divine and will never become a junior magician." Meanwhile, at the classroom door, Toby looked at Chenluo with a complex expression and said, "Blair, you've abandoned me." Chenluo patted his shoulder and reassured, "Regardless, you will always be my friend." "No," Toby shook his head, declaring, "Toby will always be Blair's friend, except in front of Senior Isabella. Fatty, get lost." The next 2 days were a rare holiday, during which Chenluo did nothing but immerse himself in the library, eating and sleeping there as well. Aside from meals and some simple tasks after closing time, he devoted all his time to cramming magical knowledge. Upon confirming that the holy magus could access the mysteries of space, he eagerly aspired to become a powerful holy magus, which had become his sole belief for surviving in this world. Even though he knew the possibility was minuscule, so small it could be disregarded. He was unwilling to relinquish this one glimmer of hope. Simultaneously, he actively sought to understand many subjects of interest, such as whether the physical laws of this world were akin to those he was familiar with. He observed the rising and setting of the sun, the waxing and waning of the moon, and even verified the law of free fall using 2 stones of different sizes. Everything he observed indicated that, aside from magic, this place bore little difference from the Earth he knew. Perhaps this was merely a parallel universe of Earth, even though no one referred to it as such. Immersed in the library, Chen Luo remained oblivious to the fact that the news of the magic waste, Blair, awakening his magical talent, and achieving the only perfect score in the magic examination had not yet spread throughout St. Donis. A teacher, Brittney, seemed to have an epiphany as she handed him a small pouch embroidered with flowers, saying, "This contains 50 silver coins, a reward from the Mathematics Association that I believe it rightfully belongs to you." Chen Luo, who earned his keep as a janitor in the library, received board and lodging, but was paid merely 2 silver coins per month. Thus, 50 silver coins represented more than 2 years' worth of labor. It was no wonder Brittney remarked that scholars, like mages, commanded respect in this world, not only respect but also substantial financial rewards. With these 50 silver coins, he would be free from the worry of hunger for quite some time. Naturally, Chen Luo was not foolish enough to decline. Extending a hand toward the pouch, he politely said, "I cannot possibly accept this. At least half of it is due to your efforts." "Teacher Brittney." "Then I shall take half," Brittney replied, retracting the pouch and extracting half of the coins before returning the remainder to Chen Luo. Chen Luo felt a deep pang of regret for losing half of the 50 silver coins due to his polite remarks, wishing he could slap himself. However, seeing that Brittney was not particularly wealthy either, he chose not to dwell on it. Without her assistance, his own paper would likely have gone unnoticed by the Mathematics Association, never reaching the hands of a reviewer. Yet, despite this, he still felt a twinge of sorrow for those 25 silver coins. Suddenly, he remarked, "I have been pondering recently. If a sequence of numbers has each term from the second onward maintaining a constant ratio with its predecessor, can their sum be described by a unified formula, much like the previous case?" The summation formula for arithmetic sequences had already been established, and it was only fitting that the geometric series also be addressed. Especially given the significance of those 50 silver coins, Brittney's eyes widened as she turned to him, asking, "Are you referring to the Rouse paradox?" Isabella looked confused. "What paradox?" Chen Luo, having immersed himself in the library, had nearly completed his readings on the history of magic, mathematics, and science, and nodded in affirmation, "Yes." Over the past few days, he had astonishingly discovered that the patterns in the development of mathematics appeared to be unified. Whether it was the ancient Egyptian Amma's paradox, the 9 dikes from the ancient Chinese text Suanzi Suanjing, or this world's Rouse paradox, all revolving around geometric sequences. The Rouse paradox described, Rouse had 7 wives, each with 7 pockets, each pocket containing 7 cats, and each cat having 7 kittens. The question posed was how many wives, pockets, big cats, and small cats there were in total. This question seemed rather mundane. No one would bother to sum these disparate items. People might be more concerned about Rouse health than the arithmetic at play. Yet, when viewed purely as a mathematical problem, it certainly warranted investigation. A geometric sequence. The terms in Rouse paradox were few, and one could arrive at the answer through simple addition. However, what if there were 10, 20, or 50 terms? If a formula could encapsulate the sum of such sequences, it would represent a significant discovery in the realm of mathematics. Unlike arithmetic sequences, geometric sequences had appeared much earlier and corresponded to the renowned Rouse paradox. If one could devise a straightforward formula to solve it, surely the Mathematics Association would be remiss not to reward one with 100 silver coins, right? Brittney pressed further. "Are you suggesting you can formulate a single equation to encompass problems like Rouse paradox?" Chen Luo nodded, replying, "I have only made preliminary progress." Teacher Brittney, excited, seized his wrist, exclaiming, "Let us discuss this in my room." As she briskly dragged him toward the faculty dormitory, Isabella, who had been overlooked, stomped her foot and hurried after them. The derivation of the summation formula for geometric sequences was quite straightforward. Yet, prior to modern times, the development of mathematics and science had been painfully slow, especially in a world that prioritized magic. In Chen Luo's eyes, mathematics and natural sciences had barely begun to sprout. Teacher Brittney had a solid foundation in mathematics. With a slight nudge from Chun Luo, she grasped a quill and swiftly inscribed several lines of the derivation process onto the paper. Observing her resulting formula, Brittney substituted in several analogous sequences to Rouse paradox and arrived at a conclusion consistent with her previous addition. It's simply unbelievable. We are on the verge of unraveling Rouse paradox. The spark in Brittney's eyes shone brightly as she gazed at Chun Luo, exclaiming, "Blair, your mathematical talent is unparalleled. Would you truly refuse to collaborate with me on this?" Chun Luo did not reply, but his stomach made its presence known. The last class of the morning had been history, and it was now mealtime. "I nearly forgot. You two haven't eaten yet," Brittney said hurriedly, dashing into the kitchen to retrieve 2 slices of cake, which she offered to Chun Luo and Isabella, saying, "Have a bite. I will calculate a few more times." Chun Luo accepted the cake and finished it in 2 bites. It was the most delicious thing he had eaten in recent days. Isabella observed Teacher Brittney, who was enraptured by mathematics. Knowing that this was yet another remarkable discovery, she anticipated that soon there might be a new Brittney Blair formula introduced, originally driven by her competitive spirit to compare herself to Blair. She now felt it was futile. Biting into her piece of cake, she realized that her once favorite dessert suddenly tasted far less sweet. Chapter 9. Renowned once more as Teacher Brittney fervently calculated the verification of the geometric series summation formula. Chun Luo sat nearby, sensing Isabella's occasional glances in their direction, that it was wise to resolve conflicts rather than exacerbate them, especially considering that this particular rival's father was the city lord. Chun Luo, preoccupied with magic, wished to avoid unnecessary troubles. Moreover, there was no deep-seated animosity between them. Thus, he decided to take the initiative to mend their rift. He rose to pour a glass of water for Teacher Brittney, then took another cup, looking at Isabella, and inquired, "Isabella, would you like some water?" Isabella huffed and ignored him. This woman was indeed petty, thought Chun Luo, yet he poured her a glass of water nonetheless and sincerely said, "In the past, my thoughtless actions may have offended you, Isabella. Blair, sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me." Teacher Brittney set down her quill, looking curiously at Chun Luo and Isabella, asking, "Did something happen between you two?" A few days ago, Blair accidentally offended me," Isabella interjected, preempting Chun Luo's response. "It seems to be merely a minor misunderstanding." Brittney smiled and said, "Blair must have been careless. Isabella, you shouldn't hold it against him." Teacher Brittney's fondness for Blair was evident, and as her student, Isabella realized she couldn't hold it against him. With a sigh, she remarked, "I've long forgotten about it." Chun Luo cast a silent glance at her. A woman's words can often deceive. If she had truly forgotten, why had she sought him out 3 times a day over the past few days? He smiled and said, "Isabella possesses a heart as vast as the sky, and surely would not hold a grudge against me." Isabella, lacking both charm and generosity, felt that this statement was somewhat disingenuous, but Chun Luo was willing to sacrifice his integrity if it meant freeing himself from her entanglement. Isabella shot him a glare before turning back to Brittney, asking, "Teacher Brittney, I have a question regarding magic." Brittney, unperturbed, replied, "Ask away." Isabella shot another irritated glance at Chun Luo before asking, "If the incantation for magic is too slow, and someone is too close to me during casting, how should I respond? It is quite impolite to be too close to a mage that a vigilant mage would not easily allow others to approach," Brittney explained. "Moreover, as you become more familiar with magical elements and grow adept at incantations and gestures, your speed in casting spells will increase that a high-level mage can release a simple fireball in a heartbeat, quick enough that even close proximity would leave others unable to react." Isabella's face showed signs of distress as she said, "But what about when we are still inexperienced with magic?" Teacher Brittney smiled, glancing at Chun Luo, and said, "Blair, try to interrupt my incantation before I cast the spell." Chun Luo hesitated and shook his head, saying, "Isn't that inappropriate? Wouldn't it offend Teacher Brittney?" Brittney offered him a reassuring look, saying, "It's perfectly fine." Chun Luo was not one to dawdle. As soon as Brittney began her first magical gesture, he raised his arm. However, he felt something shift before him, his wrist suddenly caught by someone. And in an instant, he was spun around, barely able to react before crashing to the ground, only to be caught by Brittney just in time. Although Chun Luo had learned some martial arts in college, he found himself unable to retaliate against Teacher Brittney. Even lacking the time to respond, Brittney executed a graceful throw on Luo, then turned to Isabella, saying, "Often, an excellent mage is also an exceptional warrior." Luo noticed that after witnessing this, Isabella's eyes seemed to sparkle with something. A chilling sensation gripped his heart. In the ensuing 2 days, Professor Brittney was tasked with composing the paper on the Rouse enigma, and Luo, still a minor, was unable to publish an article independently. Thus, the work concerning the Rouse enigma would necessitate Professor Brittney's name as a co-author. Due to this circumstance, Luo did not see her during mathematics class, and his life experienced a subtle transformation following the publication of the previous paper. The jointly signed article by him and Professor Brittney was prominently displayed on the bulletin board at St. Donis Academy for the admiration of faculty and students alike. From the Academy's demeanor, Luo clearly perceived that scholars were held in high esteem on the Divine Grace continent, particularly within the Lauren Kingdom. The mere publication of a single article in the Mathematics Journal of Abo City by Professor Brittney warranted such grand recognition, indicating that St. Donis Academy regarded it as a matter of great pride. Naturally, had it been an ordinary article, the Academy would not have bestowed such significance upon it. The reason lay in the high praise the Abo City Mathematics Association had conferred upon Professor Brittney's paper, deeming it a significant and universal discovery, with the mathematical reasoning reflected in the formula being immensely valuable for mathematical researchers. The Abo City Mathematics Branch had already suggested to the Lauren Kingdom Mathematics Association that this formula be included in the next edition of the mathematics textbook. The appearance of the Brittney Blair arithmetic formula in the mathematics curriculum of the Lauren Kingdom was a source of immense pride for the entire St. Donis Academy. Undoubtedly, the name Blair had once again become the talk of the Academy. Only a few days after it had last sparked discussion, in the span of 2 months, from a magic inept who could not even cast a fireball spell to the fastest and strongest student in the second year. Even Professor Brittney's monumental discovery in mathematics was inspired by him. Countless individuals were curious about what had transpired in Blair's life over the past 2 months. What had prompted such a significant transformation? Professor Brittney, the magic instructor, the history teacher, and even Toby had all posed this question to Luo. Luo responded, "One day, 2 months ago, I suddenly realized that I would soon be a second-year student. And in 2 more years, I would face graduation if I could not master the fireball spell and failed in other subjects. I would be unable to graduate from the academy, would lose my job at the library, and might very well starve on the streets. From that moment on, I understood that I could no longer continue to drift aimlessly. Thus, during those 2 months, he resolved to work diligently, studying hard, meditating daily to enhance his mental fortitude. Delving into the study of magic, and through his own efforts, he ultimately achieved the progress he enjoyed today. Blair was a mere janitor at the library, and even during the summer break, the Academy's library remained open. He spent the entire summer there, which was entirely justified. A few days later, during a mathematics test, Blair produced the only perfect score in the entire second year, dispelling all doubts about his capabilities. It seemed that Blair had indeed transformed. However, even though Blair had temporarily become the fastest and strongest student in the second year, as one deemed abandoned by the divine, he found it difficult to make advancements in magic. Most believed that mastering the fireball spell was the extent of his potential. The authorship of that paper elicited envy from all the students at the academy, and even many of the teachers. They found it hard to believe that a second-year student possessed such mathematical prowess. And what they truly envied was Professor Brittney's patronage of him. Undoubtedly, Professor Brittney was an exceptional scholar, and if anyone were to earn her regard, they too could become a Blair. I have already submitted another article with you as the primary author. Results should be forthcoming soon. In her office, Professor Brittney set down the perfect score paper and turned her gaze back to Luo, persistently inquiring, "Blair, have you truly not reconsidered that matter?" This question had been posed to him by Professor Brittney numerous times. Yet an individual's energy is finite, and Luo's heart was solely fixated on one goal, to become a Saint Magus in the shortest time possible, even if he remained far from that objective. Luo sighed, expressing his helplessness. "But, Professor Brittney, my father's greatest wish during his lifetime was for me to become a great magician." Chapter 10. The unusual Isabella having cast off the labels of magic ineptitude and academic failure. Luo evidently became more popular in class, particularly after Professor Brittney's article was published and widely celebrated by the Academy. despite the fact that many within the academy believe that his name appeared on that paper merely due to his association with Professor Brittney. A plethora of envious whispers circulated. Yet, some began to approach him voluntarily. When encountering female classmates in the hall, they would smile at Chen Luo. Even lower-year students approached him for advice on studying magic and mathematics, as these subjects seemed more daunting to them than facing a raging flood. Senior Blair, your magic is so impressive. Is it true that the rumors about your lack of magical talent are false? In response to a younger student's inquiry, Chen Luo smiled gently, replying, No, my magical talent is quite poor. I merely utilize the time others spend sleeping for meditation. After encouraging the girl who had been struggling with magical theory, another classmate approached, smiling, and asked, Blair, could you explain how to solve this math problem? Just as Chen Luo finished explaining that problem, a charming girl approached and said, Blair, my math grades are terrible. Could you help me improve my math after school at my estate? I can offer a reward. Chen Luo did not adopt a haughty demeanor to reject the goodwill offered to him. He understood that he would be living there for a considerable time, and that fostering amicable relationships with those around him was far preferable to being despised. Although he recognized that their change in attitude was largely due to his potential to become a respected scholar, one cannot blame them for such sentiments. He was no longer a naive youth and had learned some rules of social interaction. Of course, while he did not refuse outright, he was cautious, especially when it was clear that the girl had ulterior motives. Consequently, he smiled at her and asked, May I inquire what reward you intend to offer? Seeing Chen Luo's openness to the idea, the girl beamed and replied, 5 silver coins for a month. 5 silver coins were a considerable sum compared to Chen Luo's monthly salary of 2 silver coins. Yet he felt that it would be more beneficial to collaborate with Professor Brittney on additional articles. With an apologetic smile, he said, Though I would be delighted to assist, I have already promised Toby to help him practice the fireball spell. One must honor their commitments, so I must regretfully decline your offer. Quirus, after dealing with the several girls who had approached him, Chen Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he noticed Toby staring at him with a dazed expression. Chen Luo glanced at him and asked, Is there something on my face? Toby shook his head, his expression suddenly serious as he stated, Blair, I have decided to follow you from now on. Toby genuinely cared for Blair. Thus Chen Luo accepted this little brother without hesitation. On the other side of the classroom, Bud observed Chen Luo, who had been surrounded by girls, and spat disdainfully. I don't know what kind of luck Blair has stumbled upon to help Professor Brittney, making her care for him so much. After he spoke, others around him chimed in agreement. Indeed, Blair is quite fortunate. He claims to be studying in the library, but he spends his days either sleeping or spying on Professor Brittney. Why haven't we encountered such good fortune? If Blair's remarkable performance in magic class had merely stirred envy, his co-authorship with Professor Brittney on that significant article elevated him to the status of a campus celebrity, garnering admiration from numerous girls, which further fueled the jealousy of others. How could the most incompetent student in class suddenly rise above them all? As for Blair's perfect score on the mathematics test, it was also attributed to Professor Brittney's assistance. Aside from Bud, many in the class and the academy shared this belief. They were unwilling to admit that they were inferior even to someone they referred to as a fool, and they awaited the day when Blair would tumble from his newfound position. Just as whispers filled the air, a sudden commotion erupted. It's Senior Isabella. What brings Senior Isabella here? Is she here to see Blair? Bud and the others directed their attention toward Isabella, ultimately focusing on a specific spot in the class. Instantly, the expressions of most boys changed, and Bud and his companions wore looks of anger and resentment. What could Isabella, the goddess in the hearts of countless students, want with Blair? In St. Donis, Isabella's mere presence caused a stir wherever she went. And as soon as she entered the classroom, Chen Luo had already taken notice. To speak candidly, aside from her physique being a slight disadvantage, her appearance is undoubtedly among the finest in the academy. Coupled with her esteemed family background and exceptional academic performance, it is hardly surprising that she has become the center of attention. However, Chen Luo remains quite wary of her, although Isabella claims to disregard their past grievances. Chen Luo has long discerned that she is exceedingly petty. Were it not for Professor Brittney, she would likely not have been so courteous towards him. Due to Professor Brittney, Chen Luo and Isabella have become somewhat familiar. And he glanced at her, inquiring, Is there something you need? Isabella did not respond but instead turned her gaze toward Toby, asking, May I sit here? No. Luo interjected, realizing that prolonged entanglement with Isabella would not bode well. I still need to teach him about the application of fireball magic. Isabella looked at Toby, questioning, is that so? Toby abruptly stood up, clutching his stomach, and said, Blair, I suddenly have a stomach ache. Let us discuss fireball magic another day. Witnessing the betrayal of the rotund boy who fled at a crucial moment, Luo began to regret his earlier decision to take him under his wing. Isabella gracefully seated herself beside Luo and asked, has Professor Brittney finished her article on that particular mystery? Not knowing her true intentions, Luo nodded and replied, it has been completed. Isabella remarked, I've heard you possess a considerable talent for magic. We should have a friendly competition sometime. Luo shook his head. I only know one fireball spell. You might want to seek someone else. If you're not interested. Then it's settled, Isabella said, looking at him, and suddenly added, I have a secret to share with you. Subconsciously, he asked, what secret? Isabella leaned closer to his ear, and after a prolonged pause, she whispered, I'll tell you next time. With that, she let out a soft giggle, vacated her seat, and strode out of the classroom. Luo sat in stunned silence for quite a while before muttering under his breath, what a lunatic. This woman came to their classroom merely to engage him in such trivial banter? Just as Luo prepared to return to his reading, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere around him. The classroom had become significantly quieter than before. Turning his head to survey the room, he discovered the girls regarding him with astonishment, while the boys cast glances at him tinged with a hint of crimson. Not far away, a girl gasped, incredulously exclaiming, Did Isabella just kiss Blair? The words traveled far in the hushed classroom, and Luo heard them clearly. Realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he seethed. This is bad. I've fallen into a trap. At the Luo had already learned in advance that the remuneration for a magician is paid monthly. During this fixed period each month, any inquiries regarding magic can be directed to one's magic consultant. In the lobby of the Magic Association, a girl of about 15 or 16 greeted Luo. Dressed in the uniform of the Magic Association, she smiled at him and inquired, Sir, are you looking to hire a magic consultant? Luo nodded. Yes. The girl maintained her smile and continued, May I ask, do you have any requirements regarding the level of the magician? Naturally, a higher level of magician would be preferable, but Luo understood that the cost of employing a higher-ranked magician would likely be exorbitant. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, An advanced magician. Very well, the girl said in a soft voice. The fee for an advanced magic consultant is 10 gold coins per month. Would you like to pay now, or after you meet the magician? Luo touched the 30 silver coins in his pocket, remaining silent for a moment before asking, What about a mid-level magician? The girl kept her polite smile and patiently replied, A mid-level magician requires 5 gold coins, while a novice magician only needs 2. I apologize for the intrusion. Luo smiled at the girl and turned away, resolutely exiting the Magic Association. Chapter 12. Change of heart. Converting 10 gold coins into silver coins amounts to a staggering 1,000. If Luo were to publish an article accepted by an academic journal, he would earn nearly 25 silver coins. Thus, to accumulate 10 gold coins, he would need to write a total of 40 articles. Moreover, considering his monthly earnings of 2 silver coins from his menial job at the library, hiring an advanced magic consultant would necessitate over 40 years of relentless effort. He suddenly lost the motivation to strive. Furthermore, this was merely the fee a student had to pay. Within a month, a magician could feasibly serve as the consultant for multiple individuals simultaneously. It was a blatant money grab. Luo finally comprehended why so many aspired to become magicians, beyond the pursuit of personal strength. Being a magician signified a lifetime free from the burdens of material concerns. This also implied that, not to mention advanced magicians, Luo could not even afford to hire a novice magic consultant. Even if he forewent hiring a magic consultant and merely wished to peruse magic books and literature at the Magic Association, he would still need to pay a monthly fee of 1 gold coin. The textbooks presented only the most fundamental principles of magic, sufficient for students to become competent magic apprentices. Luo's goal was to become a holy magus, necessitating access to more profound magical knowledge and theories, which could only be found within the Magic Association. With only 30 silver coins on hand, he could not even afford the basic monthly fee of 1 gold coin. In this other world, Luo once again recognized the significance of money. He was uncertain whether the flow of time in the two worlds was congruent, so he needed to expedite his magical cultivation. If it took him several decades to become a holy magus, by the time he acquired the ability to return to Earth, decades would have also passed in the other world, rendering all his efforts meaningless. The cost of hiring a magic consultant had far exceeded Qianluo's expectations. And aside from co-authoring papers with Professor Brittney, he currently possessed no effective means of earning money. The commission for an advanced magic consultant was exorbitant, even if Qianluo and Professor Brittney published an article daily. Their monthly earnings would still fall short of covering the consultant's fees. Qianluo exited the Magic Association, not far away, within another building, the loft of the Mathematics Association. An elderly man with graying hair opened a submission titled, "A General Solution to the Reyes Problem." The Reyes problem is a renowned conundrum in the mathematical community that countless scholars have explored. Yet no solutions have surfaced. Upon seeing the title, the elderly man's interest was piqued, and he instinctively glanced at the article's author. Blair Brittney. Seems familiar. A hint of curiosity crossed his face, and suddenly, as if recalling something, he opened a nearby academic journal, where the most prominent line read, "A general formula for summing arithmetic sequences, author, Brittney, Blair." The reality that Qianluo could not afford a magic consultant left him feeling somewhat dejected and restless. Even during Professor Brittney's mathematics class, he found it difficult to concentrate, staring blankly ahead with unfocused pupils, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to swiftly secure an advanced magic consultant to resolve the magical dilemmas he faced. After class, Toby noticed Qianluo still fixated on the podium and waved his hand in front of his eyes, saying, "Blair, stop staring. Professor Brittney has already left." Qianluo withdrew his gaze, letting out a quiet sigh. The Magic Association housed a wealth of resources that he could not access at school. Regardless, he would not abandon this shortcut to learning magic. If necessary, he would set aside his current pursuits to find a way to earn some money. Toby looked at Qianluo in confusion and asked, "I just don't get it. Isabella is so beautiful. Why do you, Blair, prefer Professor Brittney?" Qianluo shot him a glance and replied, "Isn't Professor Brittney beautiful?" Toby opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Professor Brittney was indeed attractive, not inferior to Isabella, and both he and his classmates often stole glances at her. However, she was, after all, a teacher. Only Blair seemed utterly captivated by Professor Brittney. Oblivious to this harsh reality, Toby patted his shoulder and said, "Blair, as a friend, I advise you to give up. Professor Brittney is not only a respected scholar, but also a high-level magician. Do you think you are worthy of her?" Qianluo dismissed Toby's comments. Although both he and Blair believed that Professor Brittney was more charming than Isabella, that did not imply he wished to pursue her. He found the trivialities of romance most bothersome, as they would detract from his focus on learning magic. For Qianluo, nothing was more important than mastering the arcane arts. His mind was consumed with thoughts of making money when suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he turned to Toby and asked, "What did you just say?" Toby was startled, quickly recoiling, and stammered, Nothing at all. Blair, you can like whoever you want. I'll keep it a secret for you." After finishing a mathematics class, Brittney headed straight back to her dormitory, reflecting on Blair's obsession with mathematics during class. She could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Blair was the most gifted student she had encountered. His aptitude for mathematics was unparalleled, characterized by his ingenious thinking and meticulous calculations, attributes essential for a mathematical scholar. He was still young, and with proper guidance, he would undoubtedly etch his name into the annals of mathematical history. Unfortunately, he seemed more inclined toward magic, and Brittney was aware of his modest background. For him, becoming a magician was a more advantageous choice than pursuing a scholarly path as a teacher. She could not impose her expectations onto her students' lives. Just as she entered the dormitory building, hurried footsteps echoed behind her. "Professor Brittney, you have a letter." Another female teacher handed her a letter, saying, "It's from the Mathematics Association." She glanced at Brittney and tentatively asked, "Has Professor Brittney had another article accepted by the association?" Brittney smiled and nodded. "It should be regarding the general solution to the Reyes problem." "The Reyes problem?" The female mathematics teacher exclaimed in astonishment. As a mathematics instructor, she was certainly aware of the Reyes problem. Although it had long been known to have a solution, mathematicians unanimously believed that there should be a more straightforward method to solve it. This implied that the mathematical community believed in the existence of a general formula that could directly resolve the Reyes problem. However, after so many years, no one had managed to find it. leading to skepticism regarding the existence of such a solution in recent years. If someone were to discover this formula and solve the Reyes problem, it would undoubtedly be a monumental discovery for the field of mathematics. And the solver would secure their place in the history of mathematics. She gazed at Brittney in disbelief and asked, "Have you found the solution to the Reyes problem?" "It was inspired by Blair," Brittney replied with a smile. "Daisy, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Watching Brittney walk into the dormitory, Daisy's face expressed envy. Professor Brittney was not only younger and more beautiful than her, but also achieved far greater success in mathematics. She would likely spend her life as a mere mathematics teacher at St. Donis Academy, while Brittney had the potential to become a great scholar, remembered by future generations, even if she were to accomplish nothing else in her life. Simply solving the Reyes problem would suffice to bestow upon her immense glory. Daisy shook her head, reflecting on her thoughts. Perhaps the gods favored women like Professor Brittney. Why had Blair never exhibited such mathematical talent during his first year in her class? Upon returning to her room, Brittney opened the letter from the Mathematics Association. Although the article was published with Blair as the first author, it seemed there were some disputes from the association regarding it. The letter stated that, after verification by several scholars from the association, the general formula she proposed concerning the Rouse problem was indeed correct, and the article would be featured in the next issue of the Mathematical Journal. Furthermore, the Mathematics Association extended a heartfelt invitation for her to participate in an academic salon taking place in a few days. The association hosted such salons monthly, allowing mathematicians to exchange ideas. And the attendees were renowned scholars. Previously, Brittney would not have qualified to attend such gatherings, but evidently, the publication of those two articles had earned her recognition from the Mathematics Association, affirming her standing in the field. Instead of feeling elated, Brittney found herself somewhat disheartened. She reflected on the brilliant mathematician Blair, who ultimately could not shine brightly in the mathematical realm. This was not merely her loss, but a loss for the entire mathematical community. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Brittney opened it to find a figure standing at the threshold. A smile graced Brittney's face as she said, "Blair, you arrived just in time. The Mathematics Association has accepted the article concerning the Rouse problem. As I mentioned before, since the idea was yours, I listed your name as the first author. Congratulations, Blair. You have solved a significant conundrum in the mathematical world." The distinction between first and second authors did not concern Chen Luo at all. He merely nodded to acknowledge. Brittney then inquired, "By the way, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Chen Luo looked up at Brittney, his expression earnest as he stated, "Brittney, I wish to learn mathematics from you." Chapter 13. The esteemed senior sister. Upon hearing this request, Brittney was momentarily taken aback, seeming unable to believe her ears, incredulously asking, "Blair, what did you just say?" Chen Luo, not wishing to deceive the naive Brittney, considered that the nascent world of mathematics posed no challenge for him. At most, he could fulfill Brittney's expectations while also becoming a mathematician, all the while aspiring to be a great sage mage. He looked up at Brittney with sincerity, saying, "Brittney, I wish to study mathematics under your guidance." This news brought Brittney more joy than the acknowledgement from the Mathematics Association or the invitation to the upcoming salon. However, curiosity prompted her to ask, "But did you not say that becoming a great mage was your father's greatest wish before he passed?" Chen Luo's expression turned solemn as he replied, "I shall honor my father's dying wish and diligently study magic. But I do not wish to live with regret. I have a passion for mathematics, and I even feel that in my past life, I was a mathematics teacher like you, Brittney." Brittney took Chen Luo's hand, her happiness evident as she exclaimed, "Blair, I am truly delighted that you think this way. Come in." In the familiar confines of her room, Brittney looked at him earnestly and said, "Blair, you must believe in your talent. As long as you dedicate yourself to your studies, I am certain that your name will be inscribed upon the monument of mathematics." Chen Luo nodded, expressing, "Thank you, Brittney. I will certainly strive to do my best." "Well, you should return for now. Since you wish to study mathematics with me, you must come here for individual tutoring every evening after school," Brittney said, clearly in high spirits, humming an unknown cheerful tune afterward. Chen Luo agreed and prepared to head back to class. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and asked, "Brittney, may I also inquire about magic matters aside from mathematics?" Without hesitation, Brittney replied, "Of course. Feel free to ask me any questions you have regarding magic." "Thank you, Brittney," Chen Luo said respectfully, bowing before he intended to leave. Just then, Brittney's voice called out from behind. Stop. Chen Luo turned to see Brittney with her arms crossed. A look of suspicion in her eyes as she questioned. Blair, you wouldn't be wanting to learn magic from me under the guise of studying mathematics, would you? How could that be? Chen Luo chuckled, saying, if you find it troublesome, I could ask Professor Anthony instead. However, I believe spending more time with you, Brittney, would be more convenient than consulting Professor Anthony. No need for that, Brittney insisted, shaking her head. From now on, whether it concerns mathematics or magic, you may ask me. Do not forget, I am a high-level mage, while Professor Anthony is merely a mid-level mage. Brittney was well aware that Blair's magical aptitude was commendable, and she could not bear the thought of him being lured by Professor Anthony to study magic under him, thus rendering her efforts futile. She even spoke somewhat impolitely about Professor Anthony. Although the fact that her magical rank was higher than his was simply a matter of truth, Chen Luo nodded in compliance, stating, I understand. From now on, I will consult with you first regarding any questions. Brittney looked at him, admonishing, remember that, though Brittney was older than Blair and Isabella, Chen Luo's psychological age was certainly beyond 16, perhaps even a few years older than Brittney. Hence, from the onset, he had not regarded her as a mere teacher. In reality, she was just a young woman who had recently entered the workforce. It felt somewhat disconcerting for Chen Luo to deceive a young woman in such a manner. As the last class concluded, Toby, while packing his belongings, remarked, Blair, I pilfered a bottle of wine from my father's cellar. Let us go to your room and sample it. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, saying, drink it yourself. I am going to Brittney. Toby, puzzled, questioned, school is already over. What business do you have with Brittney? Chen Luo replied, from today onward, I am studying mathematics with Brittney. Toby's mouth fell agape as he stared at Chen Luo in disbelief, exclaiming, Blair, are you actually hoping to develop feelings for Brittney? What about Isabella? Set aside those filthy thoughts. I am merely here to learn, Chen Luo said, tapping him on the head. Moreover, Isabella and I share a platonic relationship. Toby today. MS. Brittney lectured on trigonometry, a topic typically introduced in the latter half of the 3rd grade, even though she only covered the fundamental concepts. Isabella remained utterly perplexed. It is worth noting that this material is akin to what students in the 3rd year of junior high would learn. Chen Luo, possessing a deeper understanding than Ms. Brittney, was still attentive to her lecture. After approximately an hour, Ms. Brittney set down her chalk and announced, that will be all for today. I will assign you to a few exercises, which you will have a day to contemplate, and please submit them to me before class tomorrow. She picked up her quill, pondered for a moment, and inscribed several problems on 2 sheets of paper, distributing them to Chen Luo and Isabella. Suddenly recalling something, she scrutinized the 2 of them back and forth before finally directing her gaze at Chen Luo and inquiring, Blair, I have heard from the teachers that you and Isabella are seeing each other. Chapter 14. I bet Isabella's expression shifted dramatically as she prepared to clarify. But Chen Luo interjected, that's mere gossip, entirely unfounded, Ms. Brittney. Please disregard their foolish talk. Isabella's countenance stiffened. Although the words he uttered were precisely what she wished to convey, his eager attempt to distance himself from her was perplexing. Did he find it shameful to be associated with the beautiful Isabella? Despite knowing that Chen Luo was merely clarifying a misunderstanding, Isabella's anger inexplicably intensified. Ms. Brittney observed Chen Luo, then turned her attention to Isabella, smiling as she reassured them. Rest assured, I harbor no intention of thwarting your pursuit of love. It is the prerogative of every individual. Just ensure that your relationship does not interfere with your studies. Ms. Brittney has misunderstood. Blair and I share no connection, nor are we in any relationship. Realizing that her own naivety had led to such a considerable misunderstanding, Isabella's face darkened. She stood up, bowed to Ms. Brittney, and stated, I shall take my leave. Ms. Brittney watched her exit, her expression one of surprise before turning back to Chen Luo and asking, Blair, do you have any conflict with Isabella? Chen Luo felt unjustly accused. These rumors had originated from her own actions. Yet she was the one who was upset. Women, indeed, could be incomprehensible. He recounted to Ms. Brittney the circumstances that had led to his quarrel with Isabella, hoping her intervention might ease the situation. From a self-serving standpoint, he had no desire to antagonize the daughter of the city lord in both Yabo City and at St. Donis Academy. Isabella's status was quite sensitive, and entangling himself with her could lead to countless complications. The path of a holy mage was already riddled with challenges, and he wished to avoid further distractions. After hearing his account, Ms. Brittney shook her head slightly and advised, Blair, I believe you ought to sincerely apologize to Isabella and seek her forgiveness. Though she can be somewhat headstrong, her heart is fundamentally kind. Chun Luo's face registered surprise. Based on Ms. Brittney's demeanor and words, the situation seemed more serious than he had presumed. Noticing his confusion, Ms. Brittney asked, Blair, you do understand that a lady's lips symbolize her purity, and as such, they should not be touched by any man other than her husband, correct? At that moment, Chun Luo comprehended why Isabella was so adamant about the incident. In ancient Huaxia, a girl's feet were a symbol of chastity, not to be casually displayed to men, let alone touched. He had read in a book about a woman who, after a man saw her bare feet, severed them in a display of virtue, an act that was lauded as exemplary. Clearly, in this world, it was the lips that represented purity, although this notion was a remnant of feudalism and not worthy of endorsement. He understood, having learned of this custom, that Isabella's character would not allow her to simply dismiss the matter. Nodding in understanding, he said, I see. I will sincerely apologize to Isabella. For a lady, being touched on the lips by a man was an insult that could not be forgiven. Even if Chun Luo believed that Isabella was in no way a lady, as a man, he felt the obligation to acknowledge his mistakes with courage. To demonstrate his sincerity, he spent 10 silver coins on an exquisitely crafted bracelet. Intending it as a token of apology, for someone as financially constrained as he was, the expenditure stung, yet he deemed it worth it to avert greater troubles. Regrettably, Isabella clearly harbored a strong aversion towards him. Despite visit, Chun Luo had merely mentioned it in passing. He had yet to grasp the intricacies of magic and had no particular inclination to assist them in establishing a new scientific framework. In response to Isabella's provocation, he dismissively waved his hand and remarked, No bets as a student. Gambling is a most undesirable activity. Isabella retorted, I wager 1 gold coin. Chun Luo shot her a sidelong glance. Do you think I am in need of your single gold coin? Isabella smirked. 10. A small wager can spice up life, Chun Luo said. Turning to Brittney with a smile. Brittney, would you be so kind as to bear witness for us? Chapter 15. Reconciliation for Chun Luo. 10 gold coins represented a considerable temptation. This would allow him to borrow magical text from the Magic Association and delve into deeper magical theories. Especially with Brittney, his free magical advisor, at his disposal in a short time, he would no longer need to worry about learning magic at that moment. The fortune-bringer Isabella appeared significantly more enchanting in his eyes. A wager with Isabella could potentially save him 4 decades of toil. Indeed, sometimes choices outweigh effort. Brittney, aware of Chun Luo's financial circumstances, shook her head, saying, Blair, you might want to reconsider. 10 gold coins is not an insignificant sum. Chun Luo smiled and replied, I have made my decision. Isabella and Brittney's understanding of this fundamental physical phenomenon was misguided. As Chun Luo had anticipated in another world, Aristotle's erroneous theory of free fall dominated academia for nearly 2 millennia until it was overturned by Galileo at the close of the 16th century. Often, individuals are confined by common sense and authority, hesitant or entirely unwilling to challenge them, even when the verification process involves merely tossing 2 stones. Brittney cast a resigned glance at him, but did not intervene. Confidence is undoubtedly commendable. Yet excessive arrogance can lead to valuable lessons through minor setbacks in youth. The trio exited the dormitory, and Isabella picked up 2 stones of varying sizes from the garden, weighing them in her hand before looking at Chun Luo and saying, These 2 stones differ in weight by approximately a factor of 2. You still have time to back out. Chun Luo gave her a look, signaling her to proceed. The 10 gold coins were trivial for Isabella, but witnessing Blair's embarrassment was a sight she relished. Not only had he once offended her, but her jealousy also stemmed from her mathematical suppression. She regarded Chun Luo with an expression of disdain, raising 1 stone to chest level before simultaneously releasing both. According to the laws of free fall they had just learned, the heavier stone in her left hand should land first. However, mere moments after she released them, she watched in disbelief as the 2 stones, differing in weight, fell from the same height and nearly landed simultaneously. Astonishment flickered across Isabella's face. After a brief moment of shock, she suddenly turned to Chun Luo and asked, Are you playing tricks? Did you use levitation on the larger stone? Chun Luo remained silent, merely regarding her with a look of incredulity. In truth, as soon as Isabella uttered her question. She realized it was a foolish one. Levitation was a basic wind element spell that only magicians of the novice level and above could cast, and not even she had the capacity to perform it. Let alone Blair. Impossible. I did not sense any wind elements, Brittney observed, her gaze fixed on the stones below. Could it be due to insufficient height? It must be, Isabella declared confidently. The scientific laws from textbooks could not possibly be erroneous. How could the ancients be mistaken? The notion that the speed of an object's descent is unrelated to its mass was as incredulous to her as the idea that the continent of divine grace was not the center of the world. Isabella retrieved the stones once more, saying, Brittney, please watch from below. I shall try again from the rooftop. Brittney shook her head, replying, There is no need for such trouble, with a subtle movement of her lips. Brittney swiftly executed a series of gestures, causing the stones in Isabella's hands to levitate gently upward into the sky. Chenluo gazed at Brittney with envy. Levitation was a basic wind element spell, the domain of novice magicians, allowing them to defy the pull of gravity, much like Brittney was doing now. Upon reaching the level of intermediate magician, one could cast flight spells, a highly convenient and practical form of magic. Even those whose primary focus was not wind magic typically learned flight spells. Advanced magicians were regarded as formidable figures, their invisible wind blades posing a lethal threat. A hit from a wind blade could result in death or severe injury. The stealthy nature of wind magicians rendered each of them excellent assassins. Chenluo never forgot that the seemingly delicate Brittney was, in fact, an advanced magician, possessing at least one advanced spell, while he himself was limited to using a gentle breeze spell merely to stir dust and leaves in the classroom. Brittney elevated the two stones to the height of the dormitory rooftop before ceasing the levitation spell. Bang! Bang! The larger stone struck the ground before the smaller one, the sounds echoing in the ears of Chenluo and Isabella. This outcome was precisely as Chenluo had expected. The longer the stones lingered in the air, the more significant the effect of friction became. However, the influence of frictional resistance was limited, although the stones did not hit the ground simultaneously. The time difference was so minuscule that one could easily mistake them for a single sound. According to the laws of free fall posited by the ancients, the time it took for the smaller stone to land should clearly have been double that of the larger stone. Isabella stood frozen in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had witnessed a theory from her science textbook, a truth proposed by the ancients. How could it possibly be wrong? Brittney's mouth gaped in astonishment. For she had seen far more than Isabella. Though she herself had not delved deeply into science, she understood that the overturning of the law of free fall would undoubtedly spark a revolution within the scientific community. This monumental discovery was destined to be etched into history. Turning to Chenluo, she attempted to speak. Blair, how did you come to realize that the law of free fall was incorrect? Chenluo shrugged and replied, I read that law in a textbook. Tried it with two stones, and discovered that the pattern of free fall differed from what was stated in the book. Isabella and Brittney were momentarily speechless. How astonishingly simple was this process. Yet how profoundly shocking was the outcome. One could only imagine the waves that would ripple through the scientific lake when this monumental stone was cast into its depths, that a truth upheld for centuries could be overturned by simply tossing two small stones. Yet throughout those millennia, no one had ever attempted such a feat. This seemingly incomprehensible situation highlighted Blair's uniqueness. Countless ancients and scholars had overlooked this fundamental error in common knowledge. Why had he been the one to uncover it? This was likely not merely a matter of luck. Brittney's expression grew serious. The implications of the law of free fall's overthrow far exceeded the resolution of the Rouse problem. The thoughts of that ancient philosopher were still revered by numerous schools of thought. Overthrowing the law of free fall was not a trivial endeavor. She regarded Chenluo earnestly and solemnly stated, Blair, you may not yet grasp the significance of these two stones. Simply overturning the law of free fall could secure your renown within the scientific community. If you can propose a correct law of free fall, I believe that in the near future, the third-grade science textbooks will feature the Blair law of free fall. Had it not been for Isabella's insistence on wagering, Chenluo would not have wished to divert his attention to such matters, but now he found himself unable to backtrack. He nodded, saying, the new law of free fall requires considerable refinement, and it is not solely my achievement. The law of free fall has been overturned through the collaborative efforts of the three of us. No. This is your achievement, Blair. I merely helped you toss the two stones, Brittney replied, shaking her head as she glanced at the still-stunned Isabella. However, if you are willing, you may collaborate with Isabella to refine the new law of free fall. Collaborating with Isabella implied that the Blair Law would transform into the Blair-Isabella Law. Nonetheless, Chen Luo cared little for such titles, especially as he owed Isabella a favor. This was a fortuitous opportunity to repay her. I believe I would require the assistance of Senior Isabella as well, Chen Luo said. Turning to her with a smile, might I inquire if Senior Isabella would be willing? This invitation not only signified that she was to witness the birth of a new law, but also that she would partake in it, potentially leaving her mark upon the annals of scientific history. The prospect of an Isabella law was thrilling to contemplate. Isabella finally regained her composure and promptly nodded. I am willing. The task of refining and proposing a new law of free fall was the first assignment that Brittney entrusted to Chen Luo and Isabella. Although this was more akin to a scientific inquiry than a mathematical problem, such interdisciplinary endeavors were not uncommon within academic circles. Furthermore, she earnestly admonished both Chen Luo and Isabella that they must not disseminate this information without her consent. Chen Luo comprehended teacher Brittney's intentions, recognizing that her actions were a form of protection for them. After all, even Galileo faced considerable challenges when he revised the laws of free fall. Denying the wisdom of predecessors and overturning established truths would undoubtedly encounter immense resistance in today's world. Such resistance was beyond the capacity of two mere students from St. Donatus Academy, and even beyond what teacher Brittney could surmount. Isabella, however, failed to grasp this. She was solely preoccupied with the prospect of a law bearing her name. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she envisioned that day, this moment. Her discontent with Chen Luo had long been cast aside, for this affair had indeed brought her fortune through this fellow. With a sense of satisfaction, she patted Chen Luo's shoulder and remarked, "If anyone at the academy bullies you in the future, just tell your senior, and I shall stand up for you." As long as she refrained from causing him trouble, Chen Luo felt utterly content. The wager had concluded, and it was evident he had triumphed. He raised his arm, extending his fair hand to her. Isabella, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing?" Chen Luo, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Payment." Chapter 16. A warning. Isabella shot Chen Luo an exasperated glance. Retrieving a white pouch embroidered with flowers from her waist and tossing it to him, stating, "No need to count. It's exactly 10 gold coins." Although Chen Luo's face betrayed no emotion as he counted the coins within the pouch, his heart was elated. He had indeed struck it rich in a single day. With this money, he could delve into more advanced magical knowledge at the Magic Association, effectively alleviating his immediate concerns regarding Isabella's wager. Losing 10 gold coins to Chen Luo seemed of no consequence to Isabella. She gazed into the distance, murmuring, "Will there truly be a Blair-Isabella law in the future?" Chen Luo tucked the pouch away and replied, "If you are willing, you may go ahead." Isabella's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Are you willing to follow me?" Although the content of the laws of free fall was identical, the order of names held significant weight. The Blair-Isabella law would carry a vastly different connotation than the Isabella Blair law, with people more likely to remember the former. Chen Luo nodded, saying, "If you are willing to pay an additional 10 gold coins." Isabella placed her hands on her hips, frowning at Chen Luo as she queried, "Blair, what about your principles?" While she too desired to place her name before Blair's, she possessed her own dignity. Her previous remark had been made in jest, and she was taken aback by Blair's apparent indifference. Did he not realize that such glory was not something any scholar would readily share? In other circumstances, Isabella might have suspected that others coveted her beauty and sought to curry favor. Yet with Blair, his gaze toward teacher Brittney was far less attentive than it was toward her. Chen Luo was indifferent to fame or glory, not due to a lack of ambition, but because he genuinely found gold coins to be far more practical. 10 gold coins would allow him to study at the Magic Association for nearly a year. His unwavering composure eventually piqued Isabella's curiosity. If he was unconcerned about the opportunity to leave his mark on the annals of scientific history, what, then, did he truly care about? In that instant, her interest in him deepened. Isabella gazed at Chen Luo and asked, "Blair, what is your ambition?" Chen Luo pondered for a moment before casually stating, "Saint Archmage." Isabella was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Clutching her stomach, "You, a Saint Archmage? There aren't even any Saint Archmages in the Lauren Kingdom. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to become one?" Saint Archmages were mere legends in the Lauren Kingdom and the Divine Grace continent. She had only heard of the title, but had never known anyone to reach such heights. For someone deemed abandoned by the gods, Blair's aspiration was not merely a dream, but rather a fanciful delusion. Chen Luo smiled faintly before turning to leave. While this might have been a mere jest for Isabella, it represented Chen Luo's singular hope. Without debating or explaining, he walked away, leaving Isabella in contemplation of his calm demeanor and seemingly earnest words. Eventually, she shook her head and muttered, "What a peculiar fellow." To her, Chen Luo's dream was merely a joke, yet the thought of a law associated with her name soon filled her heart with delight. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Luo found Toby still present. He had forgotten to complete his math homework the previous day, and teacher Brittney had caught him, punishing him to stay after school, meaning he had yet to return home. Seeing Chen Luo was like spotting a savior to Toby, he quickly stood up and exclaimed, "Blair, you're just in time. I only have a few problems left that I can't solve. Come help me. Tomorrow, perhaps that I need to step out for a bit," Chen Luo replied, eager to visit the Magic Association now that he had gold coins in his pocket. He organized the textbooks on his desk, preparing to leave the school. "Then let's go together. I need to head home too," Toby said as he swiftly gathered his belongings. "By the way, math is our second class tomorrow, during the first history class. Can I borrow your math homework to copy?" Chen Luo nonchalantly agreed and walked out of the classroom with Toby, only to be abruptly blocked by a few figures. Toby, eyeing the foremost individual, stood beside Chen Luo and clenched his fists, declaring loudly, "Bard, what do you want? Are you looking for a fight?" The ones obstructing their path were Bard and his companions, with whom they had clashed just days prior. Chen Luo gleaned from Blair's memories that Bard was a bully from the second-year Class 5, who had tormented Blair in the past. Bard cast a disdainful glance at them and replied, "This time, it is not me seeking you out." He and his companions stepped aside, allowing someone to approach from behind. Senior Fiki. Upon seeing the individual, Toby trembled, his complexion paling as he instinctively attempted to retreat, hesitating for a moment before standing resolutely beside Chen Luo. "Are you Blair?" Chen Luo regarded the approaching figure with an impassive expression and inquired, "Do you need something?" Fiki furrowed his brow, taken aback by Blair's calm demeanor, which was unexpected given his status. Few at St. Donatus Academy spoke to him in such a tone. However, the moment his surprise subsided, Fiki's brow unfurled as he gazed at Chen Luo, coldly stating, "Keep your distance from Isabella. She is not someone you can approach." With that, he turned away without another glance at Chen Luo, departing with an air of nonchalance. Bard shot Chen Luo a warning look, although his expression betrayed reluctance. He ultimately followed Fiki out. Once they were gone, Toby leaned against the wall and exhaled a sigh of relief. Chen Luo observed him and asked, "Who is Fiki? You don't even know Senior Fiki." Toby's face displayed incredulity before he seemed to recall something, shaking his head and saying, "Forget it. Aside from teacher Brittney, your eyes see no one else." Chen Luo cast a glance in the direction of Fiki's departure and queried, "Are you afraid of him?" "Who isn't afraid of him in the academy?" Toby sighed before continuing. "He hails from the Howard family, which holds significant influence in Yabo City. The Howard Viscount is an important figure in the numerical faction, and some teachers in the academy are members of that faction. Senior Fiki is the youngest son of the Howard Viscount. If you offend him, you won't last long at St. Donatus Academy." Chen Luo felt somewhat helpless. Although he had reconciled with Isabella, the rumors clearly could not be retracted, and the benefactor Isabella had once again been branded a femme fatale. Nevertheless, he had never intended to pursue Isabella, so Fiki's threats held little weight. His warning to keep his distance from Isabella, however, came a bit too late. Toby looked at Chen Luo earnestly and said, "Blair, you should be cautious that a few months ago, a senior offended Fiki and was expelled from the academy shortly thereafter." "I understand," Chen Luo replied. While he was not one to shy away from trouble, he preferred to avoid it, especially since he was new to this world. It was wiser to maintain a low profile, and unless necessary, he had no desire to antagonize anyone. However, if some individuals were to overstep their bounds, Chen Luo was not one to be easily bullied. He turned to Toby and asked, "Do you know where I can find a tailor?" "I do." Toby nodded, then asked, "Why do you ask?" Blair's clothing, which Toby wore, was tattered and unsightly, a situation that Chen Luo, who favored cleanliness and tidiness, found intolerable, previously constrained by a lack of funds. He had just received a windfall from Isabella and now intended to visit the tailor to have several new garments custom-made, as well as to replace his bedding. Toby led Chen Luo to a tailor shop, where the tailor took Chen Luo's measurements and then calculated the total cost. After a while, he looked up and said, 5 garments and 1 bed cover will amount to 60 silver coins. A deposit of 30 silver coins will suffice." The garments and bedding made from fine silk were considered luxury items here, affordable only to nobles. Fortunately, Chen Luo's purse was somewhat fuller today, so he did not mind parting with the money as much. He retrieved Isabella's pouch from his pocket and withdrew a gold coin to hand over. Toby was aware of Chen Luo's financial circumstances and was about to inquire about the source of his newfound wealth when he suddenly caught sight of the white pouch adorned with golden threads and flowers in Chen Luo's hand. He stood frozen in place, murmuring, "Blair, where did you get that pouch?" "I've seen this pouch before. It's Isabella's." Before Chen Luo could respond, Toby abruptly lifted his head. Incredulity etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Blair, are you being supported by Senior Isabella?" Chapter 17. Andre's shocked. The notion of keeping someone was not uncommon in the Kingdom of Lorland, although the kingdom's laws mandated that all citizens strictly adhere to the principles of monogamy. Rules that even kings and nobles were expected to follow. Such arrangements were remarkably prevalent among the upper echelons of the nobility. As long as one did not brazenly bring two individuals to register, it was not considered a violation of the law. Some nobles even regarded it as a fashionable norm, besides the nobility. This trend was particularly prominent among high-ranking sorcerers and renowned scholars. "Put away your sordid thoughts." Chen Luo shot Toby a glance and stated, "I won this from Isabella." Toby observed the lady's pouch in Chen Luo's grasp and suddenly sighed, a look of concern crossing his features as he said, "Blair, while I am unaware of what transpired between you and Senior Isabella, you cannot disregard Fiki's words. He also has an affection for her, and you cannot compete with him." Though Toby might be a bit lewd, his genuine concern for Blair was evident. He had witnessed how Fiki had blocked their path, standing unwaveringly beside him. Tio reassured Toby. Chen Luo patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Do not worry. You know I have feelings for Professor Brittney." "I knew it." Toby's face lit up with a knowing expression, and then he looked at Chen Luo with eager anticipation, asking, "Since you don't fancy Senior Isabella, could you give me her pouch?" "Absolutely not." Toby's face fell in disappointment, yet he remained undeterred, asking, "Then can I at least touch it?" Chen Luo regarded him and queried, "Can you be any more lewd? If I can't touch it, can I at least smell it, just for a moment?" "Get lost." In the lobby of the Magic Association, a girl with bright, expressive eyes stood behind the counter, clad in a fitted uniform. She looked at Chen Luo with a smile and inquired, "Hello. How may I assist you today?" With a clear purpose in mind, Chen Luo addressed the girl he had encountered once before, stating, "I would like to apply for a borrowing card." "Certainly." The girl flashed a professional smile and replied, "Please present your magic credentials." Taken aback, Chen Luo suddenly remembered that the Magic Association was only accessible to sorcerers, requiring at least the rank of an apprentice magician to obtain a borrowing card. Just half a month ago, when he could not even cast a fireball spell, Blair obviously lacked the qualifications to apply. However, times had changed. Now, Chen Luo only needed to have his magical level certified by the Magic Association. He looked at the girl and said, "I have not yet obtained my magic credentials. Could you tell me where I can certify my magical level?" The girl's smile remained as she asked, "Are you looking to certify as a magic apprentice?" Chen Luo nodded. "The certification for magic apprentices is on the second floor." The girl stepped out from behind the counter and gestured for Chen Luo to follow, saying, "Please, come with me." The Magic Association was vast, with the lobby of the branch in Yabo City spanning nearly 1,000 square meters, featuring over a dozen counters. However, due to the rarity of sorcerers, the lobby was not particularly crowded. Following the girl, Chen Luo ascended the stairs to the second floor, traversing 2 long corridors until they arrived at a door. The girl knocked lightly, and an elderly voice called from within, "Come in." Inside the room were 2 elderly men clad in sorcerer's robes. The girl bowed to the elder in the crimson robe and said, "Lord Andre, Mr. Blair wishes to undergo certification as a magic apprentice." Earlier, as they ascended the stairs, the girl named Jasmine had already inquired about Chen Luo's name and the magic he intended to certify. Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the elder in the crimson robe, noting the 2 silver lines embroidered on his robe, indicating he was a mid-level sorcerer specializing in fire magic. The other elder, dressed in a sky blue robe, also bore 2 silver lines, signifying his specialization in water magic, and he too was a mid-level sorcerer. Sorcerers were distinguished by the color of their robes according to their magical affinity and by silver lines to denote their rank, 1 silver line for junior sorcerers, 2 for mid-level, and so on. Sorcerers were not limited to studying just one type of magic. However, due to the constraints of human energy, it was impossible to delve deeply into all 4 schools of magic simultaneously. After reaching the rank of junior sorcerer, Nearly everyone would meticulously focus on one school, seeking a swifter breakthrough. Blair, Andre, who had been conversing with his colleague, glanced at Luo and shook his head, stating, "To come for certification as a magic apprentice at this point means you will likely only ever be a junior sorcerer." Though his words were harsh, Luo remained unfazed. Andre's assertion was accurate. Many noble scions had completed their magic apprentice certification long ago. And by comparison, at 16 years of age, he was indeed considered a late-blooming apprentice. Jasmine looked at Andre and asked, "Lord Andre, shall we proceed to the testing room now?" "No need. We can do it right here." Andre waved his hand and turned to Luo, saying, "Since you are here, I presume you wish to certify with the fireball spell." "Yes," Luo confirmed with a nod. The certification for magic apprentices required the casting of any apprentice-level spell, fireball. Water ball, breeze, or earth shield would suffice. However, due to its greater destructive power, most individuals opted to use fireball as their initial spell. Andre rose from his chair and instructed, "Cast your strongest fireball spell at me with the utmost speed." Luo glanced around. Uncertain here. Noticing his apprehensive expression, the other mid-level sorcerer in the blue robe chuckled and said, "Do not worry. Do you think your little fireball could harm Andre if he tells you to attack? Just do it, and do not waste time." Luo nodded and focused on the mid-level sorcerer, Andre, who stood 5 meters away at present. Luo was not capable of reliably casting magic from such a distance. But his casting speed was inherently swift, allowing him to nearly achieve instantaneous casting over such a short span. Of course, to avoid being captured for research purposes, he still needed to adhere to the gestures and incantations of magic. He silently mouthed the words while executing dazzling hand gestures, and in an instant, he pointed at Andre and declared loudly, "Fireball." This was a technique he had learned from Professor Brittney. Magic incantations did not necessarily have to be vocalized, as silent recitation could yield the same effect, though it required a high level of proficiency with the incantation. All of this transpired in what seemed like an eternity, yet was merely the blink of an eye. Almost as soon as the water magic sorcerer finished speaking, Luo completed the incantation and gestures at an astonishing speed, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist that shot towards Andre. For a mid-level sorcerer, the certification of a magic apprentice was exceedingly simple. Andre's thoughts were hardly fixated on the apprentice before him. Thus, when the fireball manifested, he failed to react in time, and a wave of heat washed over him, causing his expression to change dramatically. He had no time to exert mental control over the fireball and hastily waved the wide sleeves of his magical robe to disperse it. Simultaneously, sparks fell upon his robe, igniting it immediately. After a gasp, the mid-level water sorcerer, Brady, summoned a wall of water in record time, enveloping Andre entirely, and shortly, the flames that had engulfed him were extinguished at that moment. Andre appeared quite disheveled. The earlier cool demeanor vanished. His magical robe bore large charred patches, with several holes appearing in places, and even a few strands of hair had been singed. However, he paid no mind to these mishaps. Although the fireball spell's power was not particularly great, the speed with which Luo manipulated the fire element surpassed even his own capabilities. Andre. It was evident that the boy must be a high-level sorcerer. Andre looked up, his eyes wide with fear as he fixated on Luo, exclaiming, "Which esteemed individual is playing tricks on Andre?" Chapter 18. The favored one. The girl named Jasmine stared blankly at the scene, unable to believe her own eyes that a mere magic apprentice had managed to strike a blow against Lord Andre. A mid-level sorcerer, with a fireball? Her gaze shifted to Luo, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion and astonishment. Luo himself was somewhat taken aback. Both Andre and Professor Anthony were mid-level sorcerers, and at this distance, even with his speed, he should not have been able to harm Andre. Was it possible that Andre's status as a mid-level sorcerer was somewhat inflated? He looked at Andre with a bewildered expression and asked, "What esteemed individual?" Andre regarded Luo with a skeptical gaze. He had indeed been startled moments earlier, instinctively believing that the youth before him was a high-level sorcerer. However, as he regained his composure, a tide of doubts surged within him. If the other party were truly a high-level mage, then the power of the fireball spell should not be so feeble. Moreover, the subtle surge of mental energy he sensed earlier could only be that of a magic apprentice. Of course, the most significant factor is his youth. A 16 or 17-year-old high-level mage is an inconceivable phenomenon in the Divine Grace continent. Even if he had begun practicing magic, while still in his mother's womb. After all, Andre himself, having lived a full life, has only attained the status of a mid-level mage. Reflecting once again on that fireball, Andre reached a conclusion in his heart. Had he been more earnest earlier, he certainly would not have allowed the fireball to come so close. His gaze shifted to Chen Luo, his expression turning grave as he said, "Use that fireball spell once more and attack me." Without further ado, Chen Luo summoned another fireball, propelling it straight towards Andre. Puffed. This time, when the fireball reached Andre's side, it simply exploded and vanished. At a flicker of realization crossed Chen Luo's eyes. Just moments ago, he had felt a formidable force emanating from Andre, and in the next instant, he lost control over the fire element. The hint of astonishment appeared on his face as he muttered, "Is it the disparity in mental strength?" High-level mages not only wield more potent spells, but can also strip lower-level mages of their control over magical elements, rendering their spells ineffective. This creates an almost insurmountable gap between the ranks of mages. A truth that Chen Luo experienced profoundly today. On the opposite side, Andre's expression softened slightly. Having dispelled the fireball, he clearly understood that although the boy cast spells with remarkable speed, it was ultimately the power of a magic apprentice. Yet, it was precisely this realization that filled him with greater astonishment. The mere apprentice could possess the casting speed of a high-level mage. He comprehended the implications of this all too well. In addition to his extreme familiarity with incantations and gestures, the boy's speed in communicating with magical elements was nothing short of astonishing. Andre had tested countless magic apprentices, while Blair was not the fastest in reciting spells and performing gestures. His speed in summoning magical elements was unequivocally unmatched. This indicated an unparalleled affinity between his mental strength and the magical elements, allowing him to summon them from the spatial realm at a pace that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. This ability is commonly referred to as magical talent. Some individuals may never cast a fireball in their lives. They lack any magical talent, deemed forsaken by the divine, and are referred to as divine forsaken. Conversely, there are those who succeed in their first attempt at learning magic, capable of casting spells swiftly and steadily. They are born with extraordinary magical gifts, blessed by the gods, and are called divine chosen. It was abundantly clear that the youth before him belonged to the latter category. Andre suppressed the tumult within his heart and turned to Jasmine, saying, "Jasmine, he has passed the assessment. Please take him to handle the paperwork." "Oh." Jasmine, recovering from her shock, looked at Chen Luo with newfound respect and softly said, "Mr. Blair, please follow me." After the two departed the room for quite some time, Andre finally withdrew his gaze, exclaiming, "The St. Donis Academy has produced a remarkable young talent this time." When Blair had first entered, he had already noticed the Academy's emblem on his chest. The mere magic apprentice had nearly caused a mid-level mage like him to stumble. If this were to be spoken of, few would believe it. "Indeed, but what a pity," sighed Brady, the water mage beside him, who had witnessed the earlier scene. "What a shame for his magical talent. He began learning magic too late." The two mid-level stewards of the Magic Association would not typically regard an apprentice with much concern. Yet the magical talent displayed by this youth left them astounded. Were such an individual to be born into one of those magical families, he would undoubtedly receive focused training from a young age. And by the time he reached 16, becoming a mid-level mage would not be out of reach. Although the lad named Blair possessed remarkable talent, his late start in learning magic would ultimately limit his achievements. Andre changed out of his singed magical robe and remarked, "Had he been born into one of those families, perhaps decades from now, the Lauren Kingdom would have a grand mage more." "That seems a bit exaggerated," Brady chuckled, saying, "However, with his talent, had he started learning magic 10 years earlier, he might already possess skills comparable to you and me, and becoming a mage master in the future is not out of the question, alas. Now he may only aspire to be a grand mage." A grand mage. A look of wistfulness crossed Andre's face as he sighed. "You and I, in this lifetime, will at most achieve the rank of high-level mage. These youngsters are truly enviable." Witnessing the boy's magical talent, Brady's expression also turned somber, and he nodded, saying, "Indeed, I heard that a year ago, the lady of the Stern family was already a high-level mage. She should have only been 20 at that time. Such talent is not inferior to that of the lad we just saw. Comparing the lady of the Stern family to this boy seems rather unfair." Chen Luo, unaware of the conversation between the two stewards after his departure, had the young girl named Jasmine assist him in processing his documentation following his successful assessment as a magic apprentice. In addition, he received a magical robe that belonged to him. Jasmine handed Chenluo the certificate representing his status as a magic apprentice. A gentle smile illuminating her face, revealing 2 faint dimples as she said, "Mr. Blair, it appears you are of the same age as me." Chenluo chuckled and inquired, "Can I now apply for a borrowing permit?" "Yes," Jasmine nodded eagerly, adding, "The borrowing fee is 1 gold coin per month. Please wait here for a moment. I will assist you with the application." Chenluo handed over his documentation and a gold coin to Jasmine, who swiftly took off. Before long, she returned, presenting him with a silver card, smiling as she said, "It has been completed. The regulations of the Magic Association dictate that anyone who obtains a borrowing permit must renew their fee upon expiration, regardless of whether they borrowed anything during the validity period." Chenluo did not wish to waste time and planned to visit the association's library today. "Thank you." Chenluo confirmed the library's location with Jasmine, leaving her a silver coin as a small token of gratitude for her assistance. Although the services at the Magic Association were technically free, it was not easy for her to have run around for him today. A silver coin seemed a modest expression of appreciation. After Chenluo departed, Jasmine sat at the counter, resting her chin on her hands, staring dreamily at the silver coin before her. Noble mages seldom left her tips, and while her earnings at the Magic Association were decent, allowing her to earn over 10 silver coins a month, a single silver coin was still significant to her. Yet, in that moment, her thoughts were not on the coin. She had guided many through the Magic Apprentice assessment. But today a situation was a first for her. The young man named Blair had left her profoundly astonished, and he bore none of the arrogance typical of mages. Conversing with him felt remarkably pleasant. He was the first person to give her a silver coin and the first to say thank you. What an unusual person. She mused to herself, until someone approached the counter, prompting her to gather her thoughts, stand up, and don a professional smile as she softly said, "Esteemed mage, how may I assist you?" Chapter 19. Chenluo's speculations. The incident of Andre dispelling the fireball did not weigh heavily on Chenluo's mind. High-level mages, through their formidable mental strength, could directly strip lower-level mages of their control over elements. This influence only intensified with the widening gap in mage ranks, while an apprentice might resist this effect slightly. A magic apprentice stood little chance against a mid-level mage. The same applied when a junior mage faced a high-level mage. Thus, in confrontations with high-ranking mages, few would foolishly engage in a battle of spells. Mages skilled in close combat would compensate for this disparity with martial prowess, while those lacking both melee skills and higher magical ranks would have to rely on their own wits. However, for Chenluo, any notion of rank suppression was but a fleeting concern. This was because communicating with magical elements required time. When a high-level mage stripped someone of elemental control, it was essentially also a form of communication with those elements, necessitating incantations and gestures, but Chenluo required none of that. Had he not been considerate of Andre's face at such close proximity, he could have easily struck the fireball against Andre's face the moment he made his first gesture. Invincible is the force that is swift. This principle applies equally to magic. In many instances, speed proves to be a distinct advantage. Each city's Magic Association boasts its own library, which serves as one of their significant sources of revenue. Mages frequent the Magic Association not only for rank certification but, like Chenluo, primarily to access the library for research. After all, while the borrowing fee of 1 gold coin per month is quite steep, it is still far less than hiring a magical consultant. And aside from these 2 avenues, they have no other means to acquire magical knowledge. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to enter a school for study. Chenluo discovered the entrance to the library at the northeast corner of the Magic Association. After presenting and pledging his borrowing card at the entrance, he smoothly entered the library. The reading room was not particularly spacious. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by 4 towering rows of bookshelves, each brimming with tomes. The bookshelves were dedicated to the 4 elemental schools of magic: earth, fire, wind, and water. Before each shelf stood a considerable number of individuals, and a cursory glance revealed that nearly all of them were magic apprentices. Although it was impossible to discern the rank of a magician at a glance, one could identify their status through their robes. Upon reaching the level of a novice magician, the Magic Association would embroider a silver line on the chest of their robes upon certification. In contrast, the robes of magic apprentices remained devoid of such embellishments. Furthermore, magic apprentices did not adhere to a specific elemental affiliation. Thus, their robes were colored differently according to the 4 elements: earthy yellow, fiery red, watery blue, and airy green. while magic apprentices donned black robes. Chen Luo's gaze swept across the room, devoid of any other colors, filled solely with apprentices clad in black robes. Among the 4 bookshelves, the one dedicated to fire magic attracted the most people. This was attributable to the fact that, in the early stages of magical study, the fireball spell was undoubtedly the most potent among the 4 elemental magics, making it the preferred choice for all aspiring magicians. Generally, it was only upon advancing to the novice level that apprentices would begin to explore other elemental magics according to their interests. Hence, Chen Luo could easily deduce that many of those gathered near the other shelves were likely on the cusp of attaining the status of novice magicians. After a brief pause, Chen Luo made his way toward the shelf laden with fire magic books. Although he held a keen interest in the other 3 elements, he understood the wisdom of not overextending himself. Mastering the stable control of 10 fireballs was a prerequisite for studying advanced magic. Presently, he struggled to control even 2 fireballs, and his priority was to increase the number he could command. Fortunately, the resources available at the Magic Association were remarkably comprehensive. The fireball spell alone encompassed methods for elemental communication, techniques for flame control, insights from high-level magicians, and more. Additionally, detailed materials regarding the progression from a single fireball to dual and multiple fireballs, as well as various fireball spell variations, could be found here, information that was absent from his textbooks. A glance at the bookshelf confirmed that his single gold coin was well spent. To control more fireballs and unleash higher-level magic required not only the appropriate skills and knowledge, but, most importantly, mental fortitude, an attribute far more critical than the former. The conventional method for magicians to enhance their mental strength was through meditation. The development of mental power lacked shortcuts. It was a long-term accumulation process reliant on diligence, supplemented by personal talent. Books and materials from the Magic Association could not be taken away. They could only be consulted within the library. Chen Luo first selected a volume titled Introduction to Magic and leaned against the bookshelf to read. Although Professor Anthony had discussed magical theory, the descriptions of magical principles in this Introduction to Magic were vastly more detailed than those in the textbooks, revealing concepts not previously covered in his studies. Professor Anthony had once stated that there are 4 fundamental magical elements: wind, water, earth, and fire, which serve as the foundation for all magic. The book extended this viewpoint, suggesting that these 4 elements not only underpin all magical practice but also constitute the essence of all matter, with other elements being combinations of these 4 in specific ratios. To Chen Luo, this notion seemed rather absurd. The theory of the 4 elements bore similarities to the ancient Greek concept of 4 elements, which, of course, was later disproven by science. Even though Chen Luo resided in a world imbued with magic, everything beyond magic mirrored the world he was familiar with. Nonetheless, he did not harbor disdain for the scholars of this realm. Concepts that appeared self-evident to him had taken centuries of effort to establish in another world. The theory of the 4 elements was still regarded as accurate until the late 18th century. And it was not until the late 19th century that ether was considered the medium for light propagation, a notion traceable back over 2 millennia to ancient Greece. Such misconceptions had persisted in human thought for over 2,000 years. Science inherently progresses through revision and correction. Were it not for the presence of another soul within him, his understanding of matters would not surpass that of the inhabitants of this world by much. The library of the Magic Association was far superior to that of St. Donis Academy. The vast sea of magical resources opened a new door for Chen Luo. He remained there until the library closed before returning to the academy. His experience at the Magic Association was not as effortless as Chen Luo had anticipated. Much of what was revered as truth in the text seemed erroneous in his eyes, and he could not accept everything he read without discernment. Chen Luo constantly needed to differentiate between genuine magical principles and the author's misconceptions. However, it was not entirely the case that the understanding of this world was outdated. Their comprehension of many natural laws fell short of that of the medieval period in another world. But centuries prior, the people here recognized that air was not a singular substance, but composed of various different materials. It is noteworthy that in another world, until the 17th century, air was simplistically regarded as a singular substance. Their recognition stemmed from the ability to communicate with magical elements. Although they had not fully grasped the essence of air, the fundamental operation of casting magic involved locating elemental components from the surrounding air, leading to a comprehensive understanding of air's composition. Within the short span of a few hours at the Magic Association, Chen Luo assimilated an abundance of new concepts and knowledge, leaving his mind somewhat overwhelmed. Upon returning to his cluttered quarters, he performed a brief cleansing ritual before lying down in bed. Yet, sleep eluded him. Instead, he commenced his meditation. The process of meditation was, in fact, the act of communicating with magical elements, requiring magicians to extend their mental power and wholeheartedly engage with the magical elements that permeated the world. This was a process of becoming familiar with these elements, and over time, their mental strength would align more closely with the magical elements, significantly hastening their ability to release spells. Simultaneously, their mental power would gradually enhance through the practice of meditation. Meditation, though seemingly simple, merely using mental power to perceive the surrounding magical elements, was, in reality, a complex endeavor. The space surrounding a magician contained not only magical elements but also an abundance of impurities that bore no relevance to spellcasting. These were referred to as elemental impurities. The task for magicians was to discern magical elements from these pervasive impurities. A challenge for magic apprentices, as elemental elements did not bear the label magical element. The world of mental perception was essentially chaotic. Mistaking impurities for magical elements would inevitably hinder their ability to cast spells. Of course, Professor Anthony had long taught them how to communicate with fire elements amid this impurity-laden space. Both magical elements and elemental impurities possess their own qualities, allowing for easy differentiation based on their respective characteristics. Chen Luo, having become proficient in the fireball spell, could instinctively locate fire elements amidst the space teeming with impurities. Reflecting on this, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly flew open. He realized, with a jolt, a question he had previously overlooked. The understanding of elemental impurities in this world was evidently flawed. Chen Luo recognized that what they deemed elemental impurities were, in fact, the various gases that constituted air. A bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. If elemental impurities were gases, could it be possible that the four magical elements were, in essence, a type of new element not found in another universe? The atomic number of the wind element was the lowest, with the lightest mass, followed by the fire element, then water, and the earth element being the heaviest. Was it conceivable that all forms of magic were, in fact, a series of chemical reactions based on these four elements? As for the mental power he struggled to comprehend, it could simply be regarded as a racial talent unique to humanity in this world, though he remained puzzled by the nature of magical incantations and gestures. Chen Luo found that he did not require these elements to cast spells himself. If he considered himself an object of observation, his hypothesis was not entirely unfounded. Once the seed of this hypothesis took root in Chen Luo's mind, it swiftly began to flourish, yielding additional mysteries. What were the chemical principles underpinning the fireball spell? Did the combustion process require the presence of oxygen? What distinguished the water condensed by the waterball spell from natural water? As for soil, a mixture, was the earth element not a pure substance? Regarding the wind element, Chen Luo had witnessed Professor Brittney utilizing the wind element to levitate stones. Was it possible that the wind element was a gas with a density even lower than that of hydrogen? Chapter 20. The mutated fireball spell. These were merely Chen Luo's speculations. He had no means of discerning what magical elements truly were. To assert that they existed as universally as hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, and boron in reality seemed implausible, for the periodic table offered no additional slots. His knowledge of chemistry was limited to high school level, and he lacked the acumen to rearrange the elements of the periodic table. Furthermore, there were phenomena such as mental energy and incantation gestures that he could not begin to explain. These were simply irresponsible conjectures and hypotheses, and there were still many enigmas that eluded Chen Luo. The magical elements of this world were certainly more complex than he could fathom. No one could answer Chen Luo's musings. Currently, with only a fireball spell under his belt, he had no way to validate most of his theories. However, he could conduct a simple verification regarding the fireball spell. Once the thought arose in his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Chen Luo rose from his bed and stealthily exited the library, making his way to a garden behind the teaching building. It was deep into the night, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The area was shrouded in darkness, with only the faint rustling of leaves and the gentle breeze sending chills down his spine. Had it not been necessary, Chen Luo would not have ventured to such a desolate place, but he feared that if he lost control of his magic in his room, it could lead to dire consequences. If the storage room were to catch fire, he would have no place to sleep, and given that it was the library, he could not bear the responsibility of a fire there. He seated himself on a stone bench and casually summoned a fireball. Then, retrieving a glass vial he had prepared earlier, he gently inverted it over his palm, encapsulating the fireball. This was to test his hypothesis regarding whether fire magic required oxygen to ignite. The next moment, something astonishing occurred. He did not dissipate his mental energy. However, the fireball within the glass vial gradually diminished, eventually vanishing altogether. Qianluo repeated the process several times, each time yielding the same result. It was not until he removed the glass vial and summoned a fireball anew that it remained suspended in his palm, burning steadily and consistently. A glimmer of realization dawned in Qianluo's eyes as he murmured, "Indeed, it requires oxygen." This implied that the fireball spell was, in fact, a product of some unknown element reacting with oxygen. Although he was unaware of what that element might be, having unraveled the principle behind it, the once mysterious magical elements lost some of their enigma in Qianluo's mind. If the fireball spell was likely a type of oxidation reaction, it should adhere to the properties of such reactions. With that thought, a bold idea surged within him. He resummoned a fireball, this time not covering it with the glass vial. Instead, while controlling the fireball, he dispersed a portion of his mental energy to gradually gather a certain substance present in the surrounding air, which ranked second in abundance. Other magicians regarded this substance as an elemental impurity, believing it to be useless and detrimental to their communion with magical elements. Yet Qianluo understood that it was not merely an impurity. It was oxygen. Without this elemental impurity, even the mightiest archmage would suffocate. Magicians could not only manipulate magical elements, but also control elemental impurities. However, few chose to waste their mental energy on such seemingly trivial matters. Yet Qianluo recognized the significance of this endeavor. Controlling the fireball, while simultaneously gathering oxygen, was no easy feat for Qianluo. It was nearly the limit of his control. Causing the fireball to waver slightly, he cautiously brought the gathered oxygen cluster near the fireball, and at the moment of contact, the fireball in his hand suddenly surged with violent energy. Qianluo meticulously controlled the fireball with his mental power, preventing it from disintegrating. As the two elements merged, a hint of blue light began to emerge within the originally red fireball. This blue hue spread rapidly, and in an instant, the fireball in Qianluo's palm transformed entirely to blue. Complete combustion? Qianluo stood stunned, murmuring to himself before a sudden realization gripped him, prompting him to instinctively fling the fireball away. Unlike the warm sensation of the red fireball, the moment the one in his hand turned blue, he felt an intense searing pain in his palm. Boom! The fireball he had cast struck a nearby tall tree, and it is highly likely that I just witnessed Blair presenting a gift to Senior Isabella. The murmurs surrounding Bard reached his ears, intensifying the pallor of his countenance. To him, Senior Isabella resembled a goddess upon the sacred mountain, even though he had never dared to dream of winning her affection. He firmly believed that she should never be associated with someone as inept as Blair. Merely entertaining such a thought felt like an affront to the divine. He cast a glance in Qianluo's direction, scoffed disdainfully, and turned to exit the classroom, making his way towards the third-year teaching building. Chapter 21. The treasure girl. The blue fireball had bestowed upon Qianluo a significant revelation: magic and science, in certain respects, are not mutually exclusive. Moreover, the potency of that blue fireball from the previous night was undoubtedly beyond the limits of a typical fireball spell. However, Qianluo currently lacked the strength to validate the speculations swirling in his mind. The more formidable the magic, the more it must be confined within controllable bounds. Once magic spirals out of control, it becomes a calamity for the practitioner, given Qianluo's current mental fortitude. Attempting to multitask while casting magic was inherently perilous, and he could not confidently assert that he could completely master a more advanced fireball. Furthermore, to unleash an upgraded fireball spell, he first needed to conjure a red fireball before he could begin gathering oxygen. Consequently, his magic would be incapable of instantaneous release. The absence of prolonged incantations and complex gestures was Qianluo's advantage. However, in enhancing the power of his magic, he forfeited his singular edge. For the time being, he had no intention of divulging the matter of the mutated fireball spell to anyone, as it represented his greatest trump card. The might of the blue fireball, coupled with his casting speed, would be insurmountable even for intermediate or advanced mages, provided he could shorten the casting time, which remained a challenge he needed to address. Setting aside the blue fireball for now, Qianluo's immediate focus was on increasing the number of fireballs he could conjure. Once he could effortlessly control 10 fireballs, he would be ready for the certification of a novice mage. Unfortunately, he could currently manage only a single fireball. Attempting to summon a second would significantly weaken his control over the first, resulting in its complete collapse. Chen Luo recognized that this limitation stemmed from his insufficient mental strength. Yet, he was aware that the study of magic was not devoid of shortcuts. Throughout the annals of time, countless individuals had refined the most rudimentary forms of magic, including the clever application of mental power to lower the threshold required for casting certain spells. However, such knowledge remained a closely guarded secret within every noble family, inaccessible even within the Magic Association. Today, with teacher Brittney absent, Chen Luo completed a few exercises and, in a bout of boredom, glanced at Isabella, who was deep in thought. He casually inquired, "Senior Isabella, how many fireballs can you summon simultaneously?" Without lifting her head, she replied coolly, 9. Even though Chen Luo was already aware of Isabella's exceptional talents in mathematics and magic, he was still taken aback to learn that she could control 9 fireballs at present. Did this not imply that she could become a novice mage before graduating from St. Donis Academy, even among their privileged peers, who had been exposed to magic long before enrollment? Achieving novice mage status at the age of 17 would be regarded as a mark of magical genius. In that case, she had indeed been quite lenient with him from the outset. While Chen Luo perceived numerous flaws in her magic, such as her slow incantation speed and sluggish communication with magical elements, the strength of her mental prowess was far beyond his current capabilities. After being momentarily disheartened by Isabella's prowess, Chen Luo chose to remain silent and began practicing the fireball spell. Regrettably, whenever he attempted to summon a second fireball, his control over the fire element would teeter on the brink of collapse. This indicated that to master multiple fireballs, he would need to wait until his mental strength improved. Chen Luo could feel that his rate of mental enhancement was vastly superior to that of ordinary individuals. The day when he would surpass his limits was not far off. It is widely believed that mental strength correlates with the power of one's soul. As for why Chen Luo's soul power was exceptionally strong, he had his suspicions each time he pondered this. His emotions became somewhat complex. After Isabella finished her assignments, she noticed Chen Luo practicing the fireball spell for quite some time. After observing him for a while, a mischievous smile briefly flickered across her face, and she turned her gaze to him, asking, "Would you like to control 2 fireballs simultaneously?" Chen Luo looked back at her, and Isabella continued, "Your first fireball spell is quite stable, according to the textbook methods. You would need at least 2 months to achieve simultaneous control of 2 fireballs. That I can help you accomplish that much sooner." The magic taught at the academy could not possibly compare to the profound education of the nobility. Given Isabella's illustrious background, it was only natural that she possessed knowledge of magical techniques unknown to others. However, Chen Luo was skeptical that she would willingly share such insights, as even the vast families kept such secrets under strict lock and key. In this regard, teacher Brittney likely paled in comparison to her. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Luo cast her a sidelong glance and asked, "What do you require from me?" It was clear to Isabella that magic was indeed Blair's Achilles heel. She crossed her arms and proclaimed with a sense of triumph, "First, call me sister and let me hear it." "Sister?" Isabella stared at Chen Luo, once again struck by his lack of principles and boundaries. How could someone like Blair exist in this world? Given that Isabella was slightly older than him and his senior in their studies, addressing her as sister was not particularly embarrassing for Chen Luo. In comparison, he was far more concerned with finding a shortcut to elevate his fireball spell. Isabella had initially intended to tease him before revealing her true request, but she had not anticipated his prompt compliance, leaving her somewhat flustered. After a lengthy pause, she cleared her throat and said, "I can teach you. But you must promise me that any new discoveries akin to the law of falling bodies will not be withheld from me." It seemed she had been circling for quite some time, ultimately seeking to collaborate with him on academic pursuits. Fortunately, Chen Luo was indifferent to her motivations. As long as she did not harbor any ulterior motives towards him, he did not hesitate to respond. "No problem." A smile danced upon Isabella's fair face as she raised her palm and stated, "It's a deal." Chen Luo frowned slightly and replied, "That won't be necessary." "Not an option." Isabella shook her head firmly. "A pact must be witnessed by the gods. If you renege, the gods will punish you. In this world, an agreement equated to a vow in another realm. And the punishment of the gods was akin to those who violate it shall face divine retribution. While the gods may not have the time to heed individual concerns, they would certainly impose psychological pressure on those unwilling to uphold their commitments." Given Isabella's insistence, Chen Luo acquiesced. He extended his right hand, intertwining his fingers with hers, and declared, "I, Blair, hereby forge a pact with Isabella. Should I violate it, I am willing to accept the punishment of the gods. Interlocking fingers served as the gesture of their pact. Isabella's fingers were slender and delicate, smooth to the touch, and when Chenluo grasped her hand, his heart fluttered momentarily before he regained composure. The sensation of holding Blair's hand was markedly different from that of his female friends. A fleeting blush crossed Isabella's cheeks as she silently regretted her impulsive decision from earlier. After completing the ritual of their agreement, she shot a glance at Chenluo and said, "Watch closely." She began to chant an incantation softly, her hands performing intricate gestures. As the final gesture concluded, 9 fireballs of varying sizes abruptly manifested in the space around Chenluo. With a hint of pride, Isabella glanced at him and remarked, "The key to simultaneously releasing multiple fireballs lies in the dispersion of mental power. Now, I will teach you the technique of dispersing your mental strength." As Isabella elucidated her method, Chenluo gradually comprehended that while her fireball spell was fundamentally the same as what was taught in textbooks, the process exhibited notable differences. Common magical theory emphasized sequential summoning, 1 fireball at a time, which had the drawback of being time-consuming and required substantial mental strength to maintain the initially conjured fireball. However, the advantage was clear. Any magic apprentice with sufficient mental fortitude could easily enhance the upper limits of their fireball. Isabella's approach was cunning. She eschewed traditional methods, instead opting to partition her mental power into multiple segments to summon several fireballs simultaneously. This simultaneity meant that while the conventional method could only conjure 1 fireball, she had already summoned 10. Yet, this method also bore significant drawbacks. The division of mental strength equated to multitasking, necessitating the ability to communicate with numerous magical elements at once, which tested one's magical aptitude. Chenluo's eyes gleamed with intrigue. If he could disperse his mental power to release multiple fireballs, could he also gather oxygen and hydrogen simultaneously while casting? Although this posed an even greater challenge, achieving this would mean he could potentially unleash the blue mutated fireball instantaneously at this stage. The most perplexing dilemma he faced was thus resolved. Chenluo's gaze towards Isabella instantly transformed. When he was in dire need of funds, Isabella had graciously provided him with gold coins. Whenever he encountered obstacles in his magical studies, she offered him impeccable solutions. Each time he found himself in a predicament, Isabella would appear at just the right moment. She was not merely a source of trouble, she was, in fact, his treasured girl. Chapter 22. The obstruction. Isabella keenly detected the change in Chenluo's gaze, crossing her arms and regarding him warily. "What are you plotting?" "Nothing," Chenluo replied, shaking his head, his mind resolutely fixed on the notion of embracing Isabella's long legs. He then inquired, "While this method allows for the quicker summoning of multiple fireballs, it seems rather unstable." Chenluo had observed that the fireballs summoned by Isabella varied greatly in size, clearly indicating a lack of normalcy. Isabella snorted dismissively and retorted, "Do you think anyone can accomplish that? Even with a certain level of skill, dividing one's mental energy in such a manner requires innate talent. Someone like me is already quite exceptional." This aspect was something Chenluo could comprehend. The talent required for dispersing mental energy was distinct from that of magical aptitude. Resembling the ability to multitask. It reminded him of the task of drawing a square with one hand and a circle with the other, yet it was undoubtedly more complex than that. It represented a shortcut on the path of magic, which might not hold significant value for others, but for Chenluo, it was immensely beneficial. This effectively resolved the issue of the prolonged casting time for his mutated fireball spell, granting him a modicum of self-defense in this chaotic world filled with malevolent beings. An apprentice magician capable of instantaneously unleashing advanced spells, he could ensure that anyone who underestimated him would pay a hefty price. Nonetheless, Chenluo did not allow himself to become prideful. After all, his mental strength was still quite weak. The mutated fireball spell could only catch others off guard, and in the face of a seasoned magician, he doubted he would be afforded the opportunity to strike. That a wind mage specializing in long-range attacks could easily sever him with a distant wind blade, an assault he would be utterly unable to counter. Chenluo shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. What reason did a mere apprentice magician have to provoke a high-level sorcerer? Moreover, high-level magicians were not as common in this world. To date, he had only encountered one, his teacher, Brittney. Reflecting on Brittney, he suddenly grasped a terrifying realization. Although she was their teacher, she was merely 21 years old, only slightly older than Chenluo and Isabella. Clearly, she had not recently ascended to her position, indicating that she had been a high-level magician since the age of 20 or even earlier. What did it mean to be a high-level magician at 20? The 2 elderly men with white beards in the Magic Association were merely intermediate magicians. And in comparison to her, every so-called magical genius was simply mediocre. Chen Luo could not fathom why Brittney, with her formidable abilities, would choose to remain in a small place like Yabo City as a mathematics teacher, leading a life of financial struggle. Perhaps it was merely due to her love for mathematics, but that was Brittney's choice, and he had no right to interfere. That he cast aside these distracting thoughts and began to gradually disperse his complete mental energy as Isabella had instructed. However, the next moment, a hint of confusion appeared on Chen Luo's face. He had anticipated that dispersing his mental energy would be as challenging as Isabella had described. Yet as he followed her technique to split his complete mental energy in two, then into four, he encountered no obstacles whatsoever. This experience was entirely different from his initial attempt at casting the fireball spell. Chen Luo recognized that this success was attributable to the techniques Isabella had just imparted. Isabella looked at Chen Luo, her expression brimming with pride. It took me 3 days to learn how to divide my mental energy into 2 parts. Initially, I faced failures, but if you practice my method for a month, you should be able to simultaneously summon 2 fireballs. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, 4 fireballs suddenly appeared before them. These 4 fireballs were of equal size, hovering steadily in front of her, burning brightly. Chen Luo retracted his gestures and gazed at the 4 fireballs, a smile gracing his face. It was not that he could only divide his mental energy into 4 parts, rather, any further division would yield insufficient energy to summon a single fireball. Isabella's eyes widened in astonishment, her rosy lips forming an O shape as she pointed at him, incredulously exclaiming, You, how did you achieve this? Chen Luo extinguished the fireballs and replied, I simply followed your method to divide my mental energy into 4 parts, and that allowed me to summon 4 fireballs. Listening to his casual retelling of the event, Isabella felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Years ago, it had taken her 3 days to achieve the division into 2 parts, followed by 3 arduous months to barely manage 4 parts. Yet, Blair had accomplished in mere moments what had taken her 3 months. Not only had he summoned the fireballs with remarkable stability, but their sizes were also nearly identical, indicating his precise control over mental energy, something even she could not rival. Though Isabella was often hailed as a genius, the mere thought of that term in relation to Blair made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. What nonsense about being abandoned by the gods! This fellow was clearly favored by the divine. Suppressing the pang of jealousy within her heart, Isabella patted his shoulder and said, Not bad. Keep up the good work. As Chen Luo and Isabella completed their exercises and prepared to leave, Brittney had yet to return. Exiting the dormitory building together, Chen Luo waved at her, saying, Goodbye, Senior Isabella. His demeanor towards her had improved significantly. After all, who would treat their treasured girl with indifference? Goodbye. In contrast to Chen Luo's enthusiasm, Isabella's voice sounded weak and somewhat defeated. After mathematics, Chen Luo had dealt her another heavy blow in magic, having only recently mastered the fireball spell. He was already capable of casting an intermediate version. Was it not evident that it would not be long before he caught up to, or even surpassed her? Isabella shot him a glance, silently gritting her teeth. She certainly did not wish to be outdone by a lower-year student, so it appeared she would need to work even harder. As Chen Luo watched Isabella leave and descended the stairs, his footsteps halted. From the shadows of the faculty dormitory, Fiki Howard slowly emerged, wearing a smile that held a hint of mockery as he regarded Chen Luo. Blair, I remember warning you. It seems you haven't taken my words to heart. As he stepped forward, 3 others emerged from the shadows, forming a triangle that surrounded Chen Luo. Newly arrived, Chen Luo was reluctant to invite trouble, but that did not mean he was afraid of it, especially now that Isabella had transitioned from being a source of trouble to a senior who could provide significant assistance in magic. Gazing at Fiki, Chen Luo smiled in return. Apologies. I have a habit of not taking men seriously. Fiki's expression froze, and even the trio behind him wore incredulous looks. They had never expected the timid Blair to dare speak such words to Senior Fiki. Had he lost his mind? Fiki's gaze fixed on Chen Luo, and a smile suddenly broke out on his face. Excellent. You are the first to speak to me this way. He clapped his hands and turned away with flair. But after taking a few steps, he paused and said blandly, Bard, teach him the rules of St. Donis Academy. With that, he resumed his departure, his figure quickly vanishing from sight. Chen Luo turned to Bard and asked, What rules does St. Donis Academy have? You will find out soon enough, Bard chuckled, throwing a punch aimed at Chen Luo's face. During his university days, as the 3 disregarded their pain and charged once more towards Chen Luo, they suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet vanish, and they began to ascend slowly into the air, floating weightlessly. The trio hovered above the ground, their faces etched with fear as they flailed their limbs desperately. Not far away, Teacher Brittney glared at them with a frosty expression and coldly inquired, "What are you doing?" Chapter 23. The Edwin Award, Teacher Brittney. Upon seeing her, the faces of Bud and his companions turned ashen. Who among them was unaware of Teacher Brittney's favoritism towards Blair? Even her published articles bore Blair's name. If she were to witness them assaulting Blair, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. Yet, as Bud pondered this, he sensed an incongruity. It was not they who had attacked Blair, but rather Blair who had struck them. Brittney was not alone. Behind her stood two elderly men, one clad in a wizard's robe adorned with 3 prominent silver lines across his chest, and the other dressed in a simple long gown, sporting the emblem of St. Donatus Academy on his right shoulder. Upon seeing the elder with the Academy's emblem, Bud and his companions felt a chill of trepidation. This man was a highly influential vice principal of the Academy, and St. Donatus Academy strictly prohibited students from fighting one another. Should the Academy learn of such altercations, the consequences could range from severe warnings to expulsion. As this thought crossed their minds, Bud's complexion grew even paler. Brittney cast a stern glance at Bud and his companions, gesturing for them to descend slowly to the ground. She then turned her attention to Chen Luo, inquiring, "Blair, why are you the only one here? Where is Isabella?" Chen Luo replied, "Senior Isabella has already returned." Brittney nodded and then looked at Bud and the others, asking, "What is the situation with them?" With a smile, Chen Luo explained, "Bud said he would teach me the rules of St. Donatus Academy, but just as he was about to begin, Teacher Brittney arrived, and they hadn't had the chance to instruct me yet." At that moment, Bud's face drained of color. The elder with the Academy's emblem cast a sidelong glance at Bud and his companions, stating blandly, "You 3, wait over there." Shivering with apprehension, Bud and his companions moved to a distance. Filled with regret for having heeded Fiki's advice, not only had they endured a beating, but they were also likely to face severe repercussions from the Academy. Teacher Brittney regarded the 2 elders and introduced Chen Luo, saying, "Blair, this is Vice Principal Urchil, whom you should recognize, and this is Vice President Calvin from the Mathematics Association." Chen Luo offered a slight bow. "Greetings, Vice Principal Urchil, Vice President Calvin." The 2 elders observed Chen Luo with a look of intrigue. Calvin, the Vice President of the Mathematics Association, scrutinized him closely and nodded. "To assist Miss Brittney in solving the Ross conundrum, you are indeed a promising student of mathematics." Brittney promptly corrected him. "Vice President Calvin, I believe you are mistaken. The Ross conundrum was solved independently by Blair. I merely assisted him in drafting the paper." Calvin regarded her with a slight shake of his head. "Solving the Ross conundrum will significantly aid your candidacy for the Edwin Award this year. It is also a matter of pride for the APC City branch. If you wish, the branch will wholeheartedly support your quest for the Edwin Award." Vice Principal Urchil turned to Brittney, saying, "Teacher Brittney, I believe you should reconsider this matter. It holds great significance for both you and the Academy." Brittney pondered for a moment and then asked Calvin, "Could it not be Blair?" Calvin shook his head. "He is still too young. His accomplishments in mathematics do not match yours. Even if he solved the Ross conundrum, he would still be unlikely to receive the award." Brittney looked at Chen Luo, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "I believe that in 2 years, the Edwin Award will undoubtedly belong to Blair." Calvin sighed and asked, "So, you intend to forego it?" Brittney nodded. This was meant to be Blair's honor. A look of regret crossed Urchil's face, while Calvin also regarded him with dismay, saying, "In that case, the association respects your choice." Chen Luo glanced at the 3 and could no longer contain himself, asking, "May I inquire what exactly has transpired?" As Brittney and the others discussed the Ross conundrum and the Edwin Award, which seemed to involve him, Chen Luo remained bewildered. After Urchil's explanation, Chen Luo finally grasped the situation's intricacies. The Edwin Award, established decades ago, is a prestigious accolade within the mathematics community, bestowed annually upon scholars who have made significant contributions to the field. The Ross conundrum, a dilemma that has plagued mathematicians for centuries, represents a milestone event in mathematics. This year's Edwin Award is rightly designated for the scholar who solves the Ross conundrum. The complication arises from Brittney granting Chen Luo the title of first author for the paper on the conundrum, thereby preventing her from being eligible for the award. Chen Luo, as a newcomer, lacked notable achievements aside from the Ross conundrum and was similarly unlikely to win. The Edwin Award is conferred by the kingdom, and if Brittney were to win, it would be a source of pride for both the Academy and the APOC City Mathematics Association. Thus, the 2 had exerted considerable effort to persuade Brittney to claim the title of first author for the paper. But she had firmly declined. Calvin turned to Chen Luo, stating, "I must say, your teacher is exceptionally kind to you." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo faced Calvin and asked, "If I may be so bold, what is the monetary prize for the Edwin Award?" The prize. Calvin was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. To receive the Edwin Award is a tremendous honor for a scholar. To quantify such prestige in gold coins would be an affront to the award itself. "So, there is no monetary prize," Calvin nodded. "While there is no prize, there is." Chen Luo resolutely shook his head, saying, "Regarding the Ross conundrum, I merely proposed an idea. The true derivation of the formula was accomplished by teacher Brittney. And thus I cannot accept this honor. An award without a prize holds little value. For other scholars, the Edwin Award may represent an inescapable honor, but Chen Luo did not share that sentiment. Glory cannot be spent like coins. He would prefer to devote his time to meditation. Moreover, his intentions for approaching teacher Brittney were far from noble. Under the guise of studying mathematics, he sought to learn magic from her, which already weighed heavily on his conscience. If he did not rectify this in some manner, he would be unable to quell the turmoil within himself. For a mathematical scholar, the Edwin Award signifies recognition and prestige. If Brittney could forego such temptation, relinquishing an easily attainable honor, what could Chen Luo not sacrifice? After all, they were not offering him any money. Furthermore, the elder had stated that even if Chen Luo were the first author of the paper, he would still be ineligible for the award due to inadequate contributions. Therefore, it would be better to let Brittney have it. Brittney regarded Chen Luo, her brow furrowed. "Your ideas are what truly matter. Even without me, you would eventually arrive at the same conclusions." Chen Luo shook his head. "My insights were inspired by teacher Brittney's class. Ultimately, it is her merit." Calvin's expression turned peculiar. They had witnessed many friendships and student-teacher relationships torn apart over disputes regarding authorship. Yet this young teacher-student duo was astonishingly deferring glory to one another. It was a rare sight, especially considering their youth. Both Miss Brittney and this student named Blair were at a stage in life where their minds were most agile, suggesting a boundless future for them. Their names were destined to emerge in the annals of mathematical history, and in fact, they had already begun to achieve that. After a moment of contemplation, Calvin suddenly proposed, "Perhaps there is another way." "Concurrent authorship?" Brittney exclaimed, astonished. "Are you suggesting that Blair and I share the title of first author and jointly apply for the Edwin Award? But there has never been a precedent for such a thing. Just because it has not happened before does not mean it cannot happen now," Calvin replied with a smile. "The Ross conundrum has lingered for far too long, leading many mathematicians to question its validity. Your contributions are immense and irreplaceable. The Mathematics Association could make an exception this once. What is impossible about that? Then it is settled." Before Brittney could speak, Vice Principal Urchill interjected, "Regardless of whether you win the Edwin Award, you both are a source of pride for St. Donatus Academy." Brittney frowned, about to voice her thoughts, when Chen Luo tugged at her sleeve. Teacher Brittney, despite her unparalleled intellect and magical prowess, was somewhat naïve in certain respects. The Edwin Award involves not only her and Chen Luo, but also St. Donatus Academy and even the APOC City Mathematics Association. If she were to act unilaterally, she would offend many. Brittney ultimately said nothing further, while President Calvin and Dean Archer achieved their respective goals. Calvin smiled at Brittney and Chen Luo, saying, "I shall take my leave now. Regarding the Edwin Award, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity should there be any developments." Dean Archer also took his leave, but as he departed, he cast a cold glance at Bud and his companions. Sternly commanding, "You three, come with me." Chapter 24. Bud's reminder, "Blair, you should not have done that." Once it was just the two of them, Brittney looked at Chen Luo and remarked, "The discovery of a solution to the louse riddle, while not a groundbreaking advancement, addresses a historical conundrum of extraordinary significance in the annals of mathematics. It belongs solely to you, and you should not share this honor with anyone else." Chen Luo was acutely aware that, in both spirit and ideology, he felt profoundly disconnected from the majority of individuals in this world. The so-called academic accolades held little value in his eyes compared to the method Isabella had imparted to him for channeling mental focus. Alas, neither Isabella nor teacher Brittney comprehended his perspective. He gazed at teacher Brittney, offering a faint smile, and replied, "Teacher Brittney is not just anyone. The library still has tasks to attend to. Teacher Brittney, that I shall take my leave now." Chen Luo waved at Brittney and resolutely turned towards the library. "Blair." Brittney reached out, seeking to call him back, but his figure quickly receded into the distance. She stood there, a hint of helplessness on her face, and after a long pause, shook her head and turned to enter the dormitory building. Upon returning to the library and routinely shelving the books borrowed by students according to their numbers, Chen Luo began contemplating how to resign from this position. The former Blair had taken this job out of necessity, desperately needing the 2 silver coins each month to sustain himself. Now, however, Chen Luo was not short on funds, and he could access the Magic Association's library at any time. Thus, this job felt superfluous and an utter waste of time. He was determined to resign as quickly as possible, though the only complication was that without the library's storeroom, he would have nowhere to go. Before resigning, he needed to secure a place to stay. The Mathematical Society's response to the article on the Louse riddle was swifter than Chen Luo had anticipated. The following morning, the jointly authored article by him and teacher Brittney appeared in the latest issue of the Mathematical Journal. Chen Luo could almost ascertain that the delay in publication was due to the Society's efforts to persuade teacher Brittney to participate in the Edwin Award selection as the primary author. The Edwin Award is a prestigious accolade within the mathematical community, representing not only Brittney but also bestowing honor upon St. Donis Academy and even the Apollon City Mathematics branch should she win. As Chen Luo entered the classroom, all eyes, including Toby's, were fixated upon him. This made Chen Luo feel slightly uncomfortable. With class not yet in session, he could only imagine the scrutiny he would face. Although he had grown accustomed to being observed as a teacher, the intensity of their gazes was unsettling. He walked to the end of the corridor, intending to wait until class commenced before entering. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the classroom. Have you heard? Blair published another article. It seems to be about some riddle. The Louse riddle. I've heard of it. It's a conundrum many scholars have failed to solve. How could Blair possibly achieve this? Need I say more? He surely benefited from teacher Brittney's influence. Toby was just about to inquire Chen Luo about the Rousing riddle when he suddenly caught sight of the smile on his face. And an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 25. A new abode. After gazing at Chen Luo for a considerable time, Toby could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Blair, is what they say true? Chen Luo casually replied, What's true? About that riddle, the Rousing riddle. Yes, that one. Blair, have you really solved this riddle? Sort of. Toby's expression was a mixture of shock and confusion, although he was unaware of the specifics of the Rousing riddle. He had heard others mention it. It was a conundrum that countless scholars had failed to unravel. The resolution of the Rousing riddle was considered a monumental achievement in the annals of mathematics. And inscribed upon this monumental achievement was the name of Blair. Just 2 months prior, Blair had never passed a math exam, while others claimed that Blair was merely riding on Brittney's coattails. Toby, as his desk mate, was acutely aware that Blair was no longer the same individual he once was. Another person who shared Toby's understanding was Bud. Sitting in his place, he appeared somewhat dazed, as Blair's performance in magic class and the punch he received yesterday, along with the words spoken in front of Dean Archil, had completely upended Bud's perception of him. Regardless of the reasons behind these changes, one undeniable truth remained. The current Blair was no longer the same pushover who had been bullied. One of Bud's companions, overhearing the discussions in the classroom, snorted derisively and said, What's so impressive? If it weren't for Professor Brittney, Blair would be nothing. Bud shot him a glance and retorted, Even without Professor Brittney, his magic is still the strongest in the class. Your grades in magic class don't even amount to half of Blair's. The individual stared at Bud in disbelief, almost convinced he had misheard. The boy who had always disliked Blair was now defending him. During the first break, Chen Luo seized the brief moment to practice the method of dispersing his mental energy. At 1 point, a commotion erupted in the classroom, and upon glancing around, Toby immediately stood up and left his seat. Chen Luo, even with his eyes closed, could discern the cause of the uproar, aside from Isabella. No one else could elicit such a reaction. Ever since Professor Brittney had entrusted the task of correcting the law of falling bodies to the two of them, Isabella had sought out Chen Luo more frequently than before. You've given up the Edwin Prize. In contrast to others who were oblivious to the truth, Isabella was privy to more details regarding the Rousing riddle. This incredibly valuable discovery rightfully belonged to Blair, which was why Professor Brittney had designated him as the first author of the paper. Just moments ago, she had learned from Professor Brittney that Blair insisted on relinquishing the title of first author, a decision that signified his renunciation of an honor that few would willingly forfeit. Had anyone else made such a choice, Isabella would have deemed them mad. However, through her growing familiarity with him, she had come to realize that Blair seemed indifferent to nearly everything, except for magic. Isabella arrived just as Chen Luo was pondering a question he wished to ask her. Initially, he believed that the method she had taught him for dispersing mental energy involved drawing circles with his left hand and squares with his right. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, he suspected it was not quite so simple. The technique for communicating with the fire element was similar. Thus, summoning multiple fireballs simultaneously could at best be described as drawing circles with both hands. To genuinely execute two tasks at once, he would need to release a fire spell while simultaneously casting a water spell, as water and fire were two distinct elements that required different methods of communication. Chen Luo's blue fireball was a fusion of fire and oxygen elements, which, in principle, leaned more towards the latter. Therefore, even if Chen Luo could conjure 4 fireballs at once, summoning a blue fireball was not as effortless as he had envisioned. Nonetheless, he had made significant progress compared to his earlier attempts. However, he found no mention of such occurrences in the magic books he had perused. It seemed that no one had ever attempted to simultaneously cast 2 different spells. He turned to Isabella and inquired, "Can you perform the water sphere technique?" Isabella cast a sidelong glance at him, and after a brief incantation, a water sphere materialized in her palm. Chen Luo contemplated for a moment before asking, "Can you cast both the fireball and the water sphere at the same time?" "How could that be possible?" Isabella looked at him as if he were daft and questioned, "How could a mage simultaneously cast spells from 2 different elements?" Chen Luo observed her and executed 2 simple incantations along with 2 hand gestures. He then laid his palm flat beneath the table, where a red flame and a transparent water sphere simultaneously appeared in his hand. Since his hands were concealed beneath the table, only Isabella witnessed this astonishing display. Isabella's expression was one of sheer astonishment, her visage frozen as she gazed at Chen Luo with disbelief. "Blair, are you even human?" Isabella's reaction only solidified Chen Luo's conviction that ordinary individuals in this world could seemingly only communicate with one magical element at a time. This implied that even if he were to elucidate the principles behind the blue fireball to them, they would be unable to cast it. The combustion of fire and oxygen was exceedingly vigorous, necessitating precise control over both elements. Attempting to have 2 individuals manage the fire and oxygen elements separately was more likely to result in self-immolation. This was the true essence of multitasking. And Chen Luo faintly sensed that his ability to achieve this might stem from some unknown transformation that had occurred within his soul, allowing him to cast spells without the need for incantations or gestures. In this world, there must be others capable of performing such feats of multitasking, but Chen Luo was uncertain if anyone shared his exemption from the need for incantations and gestures. Professor Brittney had matters to attend to at the Mathematics Association, so Chen Luo and Isabella were not required to report to her. Upon returning to the library, he unexpectedly encountered someone at the storeroom entrance. An elderly man clad in a loose, coarse garment and bearing sparse hair stood at the storeroom door, looking at Chen Luo and stating, "Blair, you've finally returned. Mr. Carl, is there something you need?" Chen Luo recognized the old man as the overseer of the library's logistics, who had helped him secure his position as a library assistant and had always treated him kindly. Carl's expression was somewhat grave as he looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Blair, have you offended someone?" Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he inquired, "What has happened?" "Uncle Carl." Carl sighed and replied, "Blair, starting tomorrow, you can no longer work in the library. I've heard that this is a directive from one of the vice deans." Aside from Bud, Chen Luo had not directly crossed paths with anyone else at St. Donis Academy. However, the number of individuals he had indirectly offended through his association with Isabella was incalculable. During the period when rumors of their relationship circulated, countless boys at the academy harbored intense resentment toward him. Among them was the recently encountered Fiki Howard. Bud had warned him that Fiki had an uncle who was a vice dean at St. Donis Academy, a fact that contributed to Fiki's unchecked behavior at the institution. Carl's expression was tinged with concern as he remarked, "Blair, I managed to secure 3 days for you. After 3 days, you must vacate this place. Regardless of whom you've offended, it would be best to seek their forgiveness within this time frame. If they truly wish to expel you from the academy, no one will be able to assist you." Chen Luo regarded Uncle Carl and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Carl, that I understand." Chen Luo was acutely aware of Fiki's intentions. Had it been the former Blair, Losing his position at the library would have left him homeless and without any source of income, leading to his inevitable demise on the streets. Now, however, he was not burdened by such worries. Yet he understood that this was merely the beginning of Fiki's vendetta. If he were to leave the academy, an endless stream of troubles would undoubtedly follow. Although Chenluo had long contemplated resigning from the library, he had no desire to confront Fiki's relentless harassment. Since Fiki seemed to have ample time on his hands, Chenluo did not mind giving him something to occupy himself with. Uncle Carl had secured 3 days for Chenluo. But it was too late to rent a place today. On the afternoon of the following day, after classes, Chenluo planned to address his housing situation and simultaneously deliver a gift to the Howard family. Before that, he needed to request a leave of absence from Professor Brittney, the faculty dormitory. Brittney looked at Chenluo and said, "This evening, I intend to take you and Isabella to an important academic exchange. Is there anything that cannot wait until tomorrow?" Chenluo was not particularly interested in the academic exchange. He needed to resolve his housing issue, or else he would be left with no choice but to sleep on the streets tomorrow night. He gazed at Brittney apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, Professor Brittney, but I've resigned from my position as a library assistant, and therefore, I can no longer reside at the school. That I need to find a place outside as soon as possible." "The library job indeed distracted you a bit. It's better that you've resigned." Brittney nodded, as if suddenly recollecting something, and exclaimed, "Oh, by the way, I have an empty room here that is usually unoccupied. How about you, Blair? Simply move in with me." Chenluo paused for a moment, casting his gaze toward a small room adjacent to Brittney's bedroom, murmuring, "Is that really permissible? What could possibly be wrong with that?" Brittney seemed to have just grasped the advantages of the situation, a smile illuminating her face as she continued, "This way, you can ask me any questions at any time, and we can discuss mathematical matters freely. Moreover, you mentioned wanting to learn magic from me, which would be even more convenient." Chenluo looked at the beaming Brittney, parting his lips, but ultimately refraining from uttering any words of refusal. The prospect of consulting a highly skilled sorceress regarding magical queries was akin to possessing a personal high-level magic advisor. And best of all, it was free. Who could resist such a tempting offer? Chapter 26. Academic Salon. Brittney exhibited even more enthusiasm than Chenluo regarding his relocation to reside with her. She personally tidied up the small room beside her bedroom and urged Chenluo to return and gather his belongings immediately. Chenluo's possessions were minimal, aside from the freshly tailored clothes and bedding. He merely had a few odds and ends. After making 3 trips back and forth between the library and the faculty dormitory, he had moved everything. It must be noted that the benefits afforded to the teachers at St. Donis Academy were quite generous. Although the small room next to Brittney's bedroom was somewhat smaller than hers, it was vastly more spacious than the cramped utility room he had previously inhabited. Once Chenluo completed the move and made the bed, Isabella arrived, albeit fashionably late. Today, she donned a black evening gown that accentuated her already slim. Isabella stood frozen in place, watching Chenluo as he used his fork to convey the last piece of apple to his mouth. Embarrassed and annoyed, she exclaimed, "Blair, are you a pig?" Chapter 27. Fiki's gift. Chenluo set down his fork and dabbed at the corners of his mouth, finally turning his gaze to Isabella and shaking his head, "No," with her hands on her hips. Isabella replied with displeasure, "Ms. Brittney brought us here not for you to indulge in food." This fellow was utterly tarnishing Ms. Brittney's reputation. As his senior, Isabella felt a flush of humiliation, just as Isabella was caught in a mix of embarrassment and anger. A figure approached from a distance. Fiki Howard looked at Chenluo, a smile spreading across his face as he remarked, "Isn't this Blair, my junior? What a coincidence, we meet again." Chenluo astutely noticed a fleeting expression of distaste cross Isabella's face as Fiki drew nearer. "Oh, it's Senior Fiki," Chenluo said, mirroring the smile on Fiki's face. "I must thank Senior Fiki for the library incident. I was just contemplating a reason to resign, and it appears you have already provided one for me." Fiki's smile faltered, his expression shifting between uncertainty and irritation. The library situation was orchestrated by his uncle, who served as the vice president at St. Donis Academy, although he was also a student of the academy and had been cautious not to overstep. Should Blair lose his position at the library and vacate the school, there existed countless ways for him to exact revenge. However, he had not anticipated that Blair would connect the dots so swiftly and appeared utterly unperturbed by it. Isabella, on the other hand, wore a look of confusion as she turned to Chenluo and inquired, What library incident? Luo shook his head, opting not to elaborate. This is merely the beginning, Fiki warned, lowering his voice. Remember what I once said, keep your distance from Isabella. Though Fiki's voice was hushed, he made no effort to shield it from Isabella. Upon hearing his words, she stiffened momentarily before furrowing her brows and retorting coldly, Fiki, my affairs are none of your concern. Blair, let us go. Isabella grasped Luo's wrist and stormed away. Watching the two depart hand in hand, Fiki's pupils constricted as he muttered, Blair, it seems I have truly underestimated you. Isabella dragged Luo to a secluded corner and then released his wrist, offering an apologetic, I'm sorry, Blair. It's all because of me that you have to deal with Fiki. Luo waved his hand dismissively, saying, even without Fiki, I intended to resign soon. My work at the library is quite taxing on my energy, so in a way, you've actually done me a favor. Isabella perceived this as Luo's attempt to comfort her. She patted his shoulder and reassured him, don't worry, as long as I'm here, Fiki won't be able to do anything to you. Luo had never been one to sit idly by. Had it not been for Ms. Brittney bringing him here tonight, he would have already set his plans against the Howard family in motion. He settled at a new table in the corner, spearing another piece of apple with his fork, and inquired, what brings Fiki here? Isabella glanced away, responding, it's all because of his brother, Douglas Howard, who is a prodigy of the Howard family, although still young. He has already made significant contributions to the field of mathematics and is a renowned scholar in Abop City. Luo was no longer a novice in this world. Over time, he had developed a deeper understanding of its rules and customs. Here, the status of scholars was beyond anything he could have imagined that in another world. Scholars, while respected, often remained obscure, and the public's attention gravitated more toward the scandals and gossip surrounding celebrities than the monumental achievements of scientists. However, in this realm, scholars enjoyed an elevated status, revered much like magic, if not more so. Those who significantly contributed to scientific advancement garnered respect from all, irrespective of nationality, with even royals and nobles showing them due deference. The presence of numerous scholars had birthed countless schools of thought. Scholars with shared ideologies and interests banded together, forming powerful factions that wielded substantial political and economic resources, one of which was the numerological school. The Howard family constituted a core strength within this faction, granting them considerable influence among mathematical scholars. To some extent, Isabella's father, the Lord of Abop City, also had to regard the Howard family with a measure of respect. Luo speared another piece of salad, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Douglas, the numerological school. Human thought is inherently diverse. Different individuals possess varying perceptions of the same phenomena. Some believe that all things are composed of water. Others assert that they are made of fire, while some contend that the essence of the world lies in wind and earth. Those with conflicting beliefs often clash, while like-minded individuals unite. Thus were the earliest schools of thought birthed. The origins of the numerological school can be traced back several centuries, representing an organization that intertwines politics, academia, and religion. Its adherents exhibit an innate reverence for numbers, advocating the notion that everything is quantifiable. Any entity in the natural world can be accurately expressed through numbers. This notion reminded Luo of Pythagoras from another world. The Pythagorean school of ancient Greece shares similar tenets with the numerological school, both asserting that all things are measurable. However, the Pythagorean school advocated, all is number. While the Pythagorean perspective holds merit and has significantly contributed to mathematics, it is also marred by a substantial error. Their understanding of numbers was limited to integers like 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, as well as fractions representable as ratios of integers. The Pythagorean school confidently presumed that integers and their ratios encompassed all numbers in existence. Yet, future middle school students would come to know that the set of integers and their ratios corresponds to rational numbers, overlooking the existence of irrational numbers such as pi and the square root of 2. In ancient Greece over 2 millennia ago, this was a concept beyond the grasp of mathematicians. The first to uncover this issue was Hippasus, a student of Pythagoras, who discovered that the diagonal of a square with a side length of 1 could not be expressed as either an integer or a ratio of integers, directly refuting the Pythagorean claim that all is number. This revelation severely undermined the foundation of Pythagorean belief, inducing panic among its adherents who realized their theories could not resolve this dilemma. Unable to confront the problem, They sought to eliminate the discoverer instead to commemorate Hippasus's finding. Pythagorean followers bound him to a stone and cast him into the Aegean Sea. Hippasus's discovery was monumental. It enabled subsequent mathematicians to expand the concept of numbers to encompass the entire realm of real numbers, leading to the understanding that numbers include both rational numbers and irrational numbers. The Pythagorean perspective was the prevailing thought of its time, and Hippasus's discovery precipitated a crisis of understanding, resulting in a significant upheaval in the history of Western mathematics. Known as the First Mathematical Crisis. In this world, the numerological school holds views akin to those of the Pythagorean school, having also fallen into the same error, amid the nascent stages of mathematics and science on the continent of divine grace. Not only the numerological school but the entire mathematical community remains unaware of the existence of irrational numbers. Likewise, Chen Luo could use 3 simple lines to dismantle the core tenets of the numerological school, artificially precipitating a mathematical crisis in this world. Should the core principles falter, it would be devastating for any faction, especially one with religious attributes like the numerological school. A significant error in religious belief could lead to the fracturing of the entire faction. At that time, the numerological school and the entire Howard family would be swept into an unavoidable storm. Would Fiki be able to escape? This was the gift Chen Luo intended to bestow upon Fiki. Regrettably, before he could present this meticulously prepared gift, he was brought here by Ms. Brittney to attend the academic salon. Isabella had made a circuit and, noticing Chen Luo seemingly lost in thought, curiously asked, "Blair, what are you pondering?" Chen Luo shook his head and replied, "Nothing." Isabella scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly stating, "Blair, don't forget our agreement. If you have any new ideas, you must share them with me." She was intensely curious about the peculiar and groundbreaking thoughts occupying Chen Luo's mind. Understood. Chen Luo waved his hand and inquired, "Where has Ms. Brittney gone? Why hasn't she returned yet?" Isabella glanced into the distance. Responding, "Ms. Brittney is speaking with several vice presidents. There is a significant chance she will receive the Edwin Award, and numerous scholars wish to meet her. She won't be able to extricate herself anytime soon." Speaking of this matter, Isabella cast a glance in a certain direction, a gleeful smile gracing her lips. Originally, the Edwin Prize was likely to be awarded to Douglas, and the Howard family was already preparing to celebrate. However, just a few days ago, you resolved the lost riddle and garnered the support of the Mathematical Society, which may well snatch the prize from Douglas. The Howard family must be furious, ha ha ha. Due to Fitch's relentless pursuit, she harbored little affection for the entire Howard family. Isabella let out a loud, unladylike laugh. A soft exclamation suddenly emerged from nearby. "Oh, Isabella, is this your little boyfriend?" Chapter 28. The move. Upon hearing the voice from beside her, Isabella turned her head, frowning as she replied, "Be quiet, Alice. Blair is my junior, and he is also a student of Professor Brittney." A young lady dressed in a purple evening gown approached gracefully from behind. Naturally taking a seat beside Chen Luo and Isabella, she extended her hand to Chen Luo with a gentle smile, saying, "Good evening, Junior Blair." Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. In this world, it was generally uncommon for women to offer a handshake to someone they had just met unless they were very familiar. Yet, since she had already extended her hand, he reciprocated with a light handshake and politely replied, "Good evening, Senior Alice." Isabella shot a sidelong glance at Chen Luo and let out a slight cold snort. Chen Luo noticed that Isabella seemed less than fond of Alice, which was easily understandable. Beautiful women often harbored a natural animosity towards one another. Furthermore, when Alice had shaken his hand, there had been a hint of provocation in her gaze towards Isabella. This was intentional. The dynamics between these two women were rather peculiar. Alice was undeniably beautiful. Although she fell slightly short of Isabella, her figure was remarkable, and the plunging neckline of her evening gown was something Isabella could only envy. Alice's allure lay somewhere between Isabella and Professor Brittney. Isabella attracted the attention of naive youths, while Alice seemed to captivate more mature men. Isabella completely ignored Alice, casting a glance at Chen Luo as she said, "Professor Brittney instructed that you should refrain from speaking indiscreetly when outside. If you have any new ideas, you must communicate with us first." Understood. Chen Luo nodded. He was aware of Professor Brittney's concerns. Matters between academic factions sometimes transcended mere scholarship, which was precisely why she had not allowed them to immediately rectify the law of free fall. Clearly, she had already cautioned Isabella regarding these matters. Chen Luo was not particularly loquacious, and neither did Isabella initiate conversation with Alice. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Alice soon rose to take her leave. Goodbye, Junior Blair. Goodbye, Senior Alice. When Shinluo turned back, he found Isabella looking at him with a displeased expression. Humph. Goodbye, Senior Alice. Isabella gazed at Shinluo with disdain, remarking, You seem to have lost your mind. I see you wish to follow Alice. Don't you? This foolish woman had evidently fallen into Alice's trap. Shinluo shook his head and retorted, Why would I want to follow her? Isabella huffed. You see a pretty girl and wish to follow them. Just like those insufferable fellows. Shinluo regarded her for a moment before asking, Is she more beautiful than you? Isabella was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Shinluo's intentions, and cautiously inquired, Isn't she? No, Shinluo replied. He was not adept at lying. If something was true, it was true, and if it was not, it was not. Isabella's question was not about who had a larger bust, purely in terms of appearance. Alice indeed fell short of her. Had this statement come from Fitch or someone else, Isabella would have perceived it as flattery. However, since it was Blair who said it, all evidence suggested that he possessed no gentlemanly qualities and would not seek to please her due to her status. The critical point was that Blair did not harbor feelings for her. Thus, he spoke from the heart. Indeed, those who speak the truth are often endearing. When Isabella looked back at Shinluo, she found him unusually agreeable. You have an eye for talent, Isabella remarked with satisfaction. Adding, Some even claim that Alice is the most beautiful at St. Donis Academy. What do they know? Shinluo interrupted Isabella, shaking his head. It is clearly Professor Brittney. Ignoring Isabella's momentary bewilderment, Shinluo shifted his gaze to another direction. In the next moment, he raised an eyebrow, slowly standing up and walking towards a certain direction. Isabella, sulking in annoyance, immediately stood up upon seeing him leave silently and asked, Blair, where are you going? This question is too difficult. I have tried countless methods and still cannot solve it. If this problem were so simple, it would never have circulated to Yabo City. It would have been resolved by the scholars of the capital long ago. Douglas, you should give this problem a try if you can solve it. Your chances for the Edwin Prize will be even greater. Douglas is so unfortunate. The Edwin Prize originally had no suspense. That Miss Brittney appeared so suddenly, solving the lost riddle just at this moment. At a table in a certain part of the manor, several young people were engaged in a heated discussion. Listening to their discourse, Douglas Howard maintained a calm demeanor, merely smiling faintly as he remarked, The lost riddle is of great significance. Miss Brittney's achievement is remarkable and has propelled the advancement of mathematical history. Even I cannot compare to her. The Edwin Prize should be awarded to her. His expression was composed, yet the fist clenched within his sleeve was already tight, with veins visibly bulging on the back of his hand. Others might think he still had a chance at the Edwin Prize, but Douglas was acutely aware that the Yabo City Mathematical Society had vigorously advocated for Brittney to the main committee. This year's Edwin Prize was already beyond his reach, that he had prepared for this award for an exceedingly long time. The Edwin Prize was only conferred upon mathematicians who made achievements within the year. He had been preparing for 3 years, releasing all his research within this year, which included some assistance from his family, as well as the involvement of several key figures in numerical factions, and even leveraging the influence of the Mathematical Society. After all this preparation, he had thought the Edwin Prize was assuredly his, only to be thwarted by the sudden emergence of Brittney, rendering his years of effort futile. How could he possibly accept this? Douglas took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger within. Beside him, a young woman glanced at Douglas, unabashedly revealing her admiration. She pouted and said, It's just luck. Even the president has said that Douglas's talent in mathematics has surpassed his youth. Who is Brittney? I have never even heard of her. Before this, did any of you know Brittney? Everyone shook their heads. One person, glancing casually, noticed a figure about to pass by and exclaimed, She seems to be Brittney. Vice President Calvin just referred to her that way. The young woman looked at Douglas, who cast a shadowy gaze in Brittney's direction and nodded slightly to her. Brittney had just been introduced to several vice presidents of the Mathematical Society and had been entangled in conversation with a few scholars. As she prepared to reunite with Blair and Isabella, she was intercepted midway by someone. She looked at the young woman before her and inquired, May I ask who you are? My name is Debbie, the woman replied, looking at her and asking, You are Brittney, the one who solved the lost riddle? Brittney's keen intuition detected a hint of hostility from the woman before her, yet she maintained a calm expression as she responded, I am Brittney. Miss Brittney solved the lost riddle, which even many university scholars could not decipher. You must have profound insights into mathematics, Debbie said, retrieving paper and pen from the table and handing them to Brittney. May I ask Miss Brittney a question? When she said this, she deliberately raised her voice so that it would be heard by the surrounding scholars. Brittney, the Brittney who solved the lost riddle. I heard that this year's Edwin Prize is likely to belong to her. Upon hearing Debbie's remarks, many scholars ceased their discussions and began to gather around. Brittney was a newcomer in the mathematical realm of Yabo City, and they wished to seize this opportunity to meet this rising star in mathematics and witness her prowess. As Debbie watched Brittney being surrounded by the crowd, her smile grew even brighter as she cheerfully asked, I wonder if Miss Brittney has studied the 9 bridges problem in the capital? The 9 bridges problem. Isn't this problem one that even the scholars in the capital have failed to solve? Debbie is making things difficult for her. No wonder. Brittney seized the Edwin Award from Douglas with the help of the lost riddle. Everyone knows that Debbie has a fondness for Douglas. In the distance, Calvin and several elderly men observed the scene with a hint of displeasure, murmuring that Debbie is going a bit too far. Meanwhile, the other elders displayed expressions of keen interest. One chuckled softly and remarked, This problem is no trivial matter. I wonder how this young lady will respond. At the center of the crowd, Brittney gazed at the paper and pen being offered by Debbie, her delicate brows furrowing. She had been researching the 9 bridges problem for days, yet she had made little progress. Unable to either find a solution or prove the problem unsolvable, accepting Debbie's paper and pen would only place her in an awkward position. However, with Debbie's provocation and so many eyes upon her, a refusal would also be a source of embarrassment. Everyone, including Debbie and Douglas, was watching Brittney. The once noisy venue fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Miss Brittney. Could it be? A smile appeared on Debbie's face, but she halted mid-sentence that moment. A fair hand reached out and took the paper and pen from her grasp. Chen Luo stepped through the crowd, emerging from behind Brittney, calmly accepting the paper and pen from Debbie, and said with a composed demeanor, I believe such a matter does not require troubling my teacher. Chapter 29. Did you understand? Thud. Behind the crowd, Isabella dropped a piece of apple she had just speared with her fork. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she stared ahead and exclaimed, Blair. It's him. Among the crowd, Alice also wore a look of surprise. The second-year magic prodigy, the author of the Blair theorem, the first author of the lost riddle, and now, his sudden appearance. All of this indicated that this junior had ample reasons for her attention. The unexpected turn of events left Brittney momentarily stunned, but her expression quickly shifted as she urgently called out, Blair. Just as her words escaped, she was interrupted by another. Debbie glared at the interloper and snapped, Who are you? I am a student of teacher Brittney. My name is Blair. Chen Luo replied to the woman before him with a calm demeanor. Teacher Brittney's time is precious. If it's merely this level of problem, there's no need to trouble her. I will answer your queries on her behalf. The purpose of the academic salon was to facilitate communication amongst scholars. It was common for mathematicians to gather and discuss problems, exchanging ideas, with novices seeking guidance from seasoned scholars. However, the number of esteemed scholars was limited, and their energies finite. They could not address every inquiry. In such instances, their disciples would step in to clarify doubts. Or perhaps, the disciples deemed certain questions too simplistic to warrant bothering their mentors. This young man named Blair evidently belonged to the latter category. Presently, the assembled crowd could only summarize their judgment of him with one word. Arrogant. Utterly presumptuous. What did he mean by merely this level of problem? Did he not realize that it was this very problem that had stumped several esteemed scholars from the capital's Mathematical Association and the entirety of the Nolan Kingdom's mathematical researchers? This level of problem, including themselves, all present had failed to provide an answer. Behind them, an elder observed Chen Luo, frowning slightly, and remarked, Which young lad is this, so oblivious to the world's vastness? Calvin regarded Chen Luo with a look of intrigue, whispering, Let us watch. Perhaps this young man is indeed capable of creating a miracle. Brittney looked at Chen Luo, her gaze a mixture of surprise and concern. Chen Luo smiled gently at her and said, Please wait here for a moment. I will be with you shortly. With that, he turned to Debbie and the others, saying, Could you please make some space? Debbie shot him a cold glance before vacating a spot at the table. She had no faith that the relatively unknown Brittney could solve the 9 bridges problem. let alone her remarkably young student. This problem had confounded countless mathematical scholars, including esteemed ones. How could he possibly contend with the entirety of the mathematical community on his own? Qianluo was soon surrounded by a throng of people. The 9 bridges problem had circulated in Yabo City for some time, and nearly everyone present had studied it to no avail. If an answer could be uncovered here tonight, it would represent the greatest achievement of the academic salon. Though it sounded far-fetched that a novice mathematician's disciple might unravel a conundrum that had perplexed all esteemed scholars, was that not the very allure of mathematics? The goddess of wisdom does not play favorites. All mathematical researchers must admit that talent, though seemingly ethereal, truly exists. The results of their lifetime of dedication might indeed pale in comparison to the casual efforts of others. Beneath the starry sky of mathematics, countless geniuses have emerged, illuminating the vast night with their singular brilliance. Now the focal point of the gathering, Qianluo unhurriedly took up a quill and began sketching an unusual figure on the paper. The so-called 9 bridges problem was akin to the well-known 7 bridges of Königsberg problem. Both belonging to the category of Eulerian paths, the 7 bridges of Königsberg problem, one of the renowned classical mathematical conundrums of the 18th century, is described as follows. In a park in Königsberg, there are 7 bridges connecting 2 islands with the riverbanks. One day, a passerby pondered whether it was possible to traverse each bridge exactly once and return to the starting point from any of the 4 land masses. The 9 bridges problem, while possessing 2 more bridges than the 7 bridges of Königsberg, is fundamentally an Eulerian path problem. The 7 bridges problem had once stumped many mathematicians of the 18th century. Ultimately resolved by Euler, one of history's greatest mathematicians. Remembering Euler brought to mind his teacher, Bernoulli, and Bernoulli's mentor, Leibniz. Euler also had a student named Lagrange, who later took on a disciple named Cauchy. These names had once haunted Qianluo during his university days. Even now, he could not forget the shadows cast by their influence. Euler not only solved the 7 bridges problem, but also pioneered a new branch of mathematics, graph theory and geometric topology. Concurrently, he categorized and summarized various related problems, deriving and proving several broader conclusions known as Euler's theorem. Thereafter, problems that had troubled countless great mathematicians were reduced to elementary school math competition problems. Qianluo had no interest in teaching these scholars elementary mathematics. Yet he must consider the reputation of teacher Brittney. Setting aside such thoughts, he refocused on the figure on the page. While Eulerian path problems may seem simple, they involve an essential mathematical concept, abstracting a complex real-world issue into an appropriate mathematical model. This mathematical idea began to germinate in the 18th century, and considering the current state of mathematical development in this world, it may take centuries or even millennia to cultivate such modern mathematical thought. Qianluo pointed at the figure on the paper and explained, the 9 bridges problem can be represented equivalently in this manner. We treat each landmass as a point and represent the bridges connecting them with lines. Resulting in the figure on the paper, if it is possible to start from one point and draw this figure without retracing any lines, it demonstrates that one can traverse all 9 bridges starting from a landmass and return to the origin without repetition. A scholar nearest to Qianluo, who had been perplexed by the drawing he made, suddenly experienced an epiphany upon hearing his explanation and exclaimed, "So it can be simplified this way, transforming a complex real-world problem into a geometric figure. What an exquisite idea!" The surrounding scholars, all of whom had studied the 9 bridges problem, crowded closer to the table. After observing Qianluo's drawing, they immediately recognized it as a simplification of the problem. Within a brief span, the majority of those present began to shed their initial dismissive attitudes towards this young man. Regardless of whether he could solve the 9 bridges problem, the mere brilliance of this idea earned him the respect of all. This had already propelled the 9 bridges problem forward significantly. Douglas maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no emotion, while Debbie's expression soured, glancing at Qianluo and saying, "You, please, hold your words for now." Just as she began, she was interrupted by another person beside her, who, without sparing a glance at Debbie, looked at Qianluo with a questioning gaze and urged, "Please, continue." Debbie's face flushed crimson, yet she dared not speak further. The individual was a renowned scholar from Yabo City, whose status surpassed that of her elder. Qianluo nodded slightly to the scholar and continued, "It is quite evident that, aside from the starting and ending points, when an individual crosses a bridge into a piece of land, they must inevitably depart from another bridge. Thus, apart from the starting and ending points, The number of bridges connecting any piece of land to others must invariably be even. We shall refer to points connected by an odd number of line segments as odd points, and those connected by an even number of line segments as even points. Teacher Brandy, standing behind Chen Luo, wore a look of dawning realization and murmured, "To depart from the starting point and ultimately return to it, one must necessarily visit all points and leave from all points. Therefore, it is only when all points are even points that the 9 bridges problem can be solved." As Teacher Brandy has articulated, Chen Luo turned to her, smiling, and remarked, "In the case of the 9 bridges problem in the imperial capital, it is evident that there are 4 odd points. Hence, there exists no method by which one can depart from the starting point, ultimately return to it, and traverse all 9 bridges without repetition. In conclusion, the 9 bridges problem in the imperial capital is unsolvable." After Chen Luo finished speaking, he cast his gaze towards Debbie and the others, inquiring, "Do you comprehend?" Chapter 30. A mathematical prodigy. The issue that had perplexed the entire mathematical community was so effortlessly resolved by a student of St. Donis Academy, leaving her profoundly shaken, far more so than when she discovered that the Edwin Prize, which rightfully belonged to Douglas, had been claimed by Brandy. Debbie took a few steps back, biting her lip, struggling to articulate her thoughts, yet the long-standing enigma of the 9 bridges problem had finally reached resolution. The atmosphere of the salon had already been ignited by Chen Luo, and the exhilarated scholars did not grant her the opportunity to speak. Incredible! The 9 bridges problem is indeed unsolvable. What exquisite reasoning! The complex 9 bridges problem has been rendered so simple through this line of thought that even a novice could grasp it. Truly worthy of being the one to unravel the Rouse mystery, even the 9 bridges problem cannot confound him. We have a young mathematical genius emerging from APOC City. What kind of teacher could produce such a student? Miss Brandy is still so youthful. Mathematics indeed belongs to the young. Once Chen Luo elucidated the 9 bridges problem, he astutely discerned a shift in the gazes of the surrounding scholars towards him and Teacher Brandy. Many faces bore expressions of respect. This problem, seemingly simple, had stumped numerous mathematicians of the 18th century until Euler intervened. The mathematical prowess of the divine grace continent lagged at least 18 streets behind that of the 18th century. I and the divine grace continent, strength and knowledge command respect, whether one aspires to be a formidable sorcerer or a learned scholar. Respect is afforded to both, though the path to sorcery is fraught with greater challenges. Thus, the majority opt for the latter route, leading to an academic atmosphere that far exceeded Chen Luo's expectations. No one seemed to care about Debbie, Douglas, or the others anymore. After a brief peek, the salon's atmosphere began to ebb. Some scholars returned to their places, digesting the ingenious method Chen Luo had employed to solve the problem, one they had never encountered before. If enriched and refined, it could potentially pave the way for a new branch of mathematics. Others, however, directed their attention towards Chen Luo and Brandy if unraveling the Rouse mystery merely brought them into the public eye. Their resolution of the 9 bridges problem solidified their respect among these scholars. Undoubtedly, in their eyes, this young master and disciple had become the new luminaries of the mathematical realm. "Mr. Blair, it is a pleasure to meet you." "Miss Brandy, I have a small question. May I inquire of you?" "Beautiful lady, may I ask if you are married?" "Mr. Blair, do you have a romantic partner?" In the distance, Isabella observed Chen Luo and Brandy, surrounded by a throng of scholars, and bit into her apple in vexation, muttering, "Disobedient fool." After finishing the apple, she slumped in a chair, appearing quite dejected. Over the past few days, she had gradually come to accept that Blair's mathematical talent might indeed surpass hers by a slight margin. Yet, she had never anticipated that a problem which even Teacher Brandy and numerous mathematical scholars, including those from the capital, could not solve would fall to him. Could it be that Blair, this unromantic, rude, and principled individual, was truly an extraordinary mathematical genius? As a senior, being surpassed by her junior was a rather humiliating affair. Unwilling to concede easily, she had initially planned to catch up to Blair through hard work, only to realize now that she had long since lost sight of his back. Isabella clenched her teeth in determination. Since surpassing Blair in mathematics was no longer feasible, she could only place her hopes in magic. After all, she could already cast 9 fireballs, and with the mastery of a basic spell, she could obtain certification as a novice mage, while Blair was merely a magical apprentice capable of casting 4 fireballs. She resolved to learn basic magic as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Alice, donned in a violet evening gown, gazed at the figure surrounded by the crowd, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Brandy was somewhat fatigued from the attention of many. Yet her gaze frequently darted towards Chen Luo. She had believed in Blair's exceptional mathematical talent, yet she had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Indeed, whether it was the summation of an arithmetic series, the Rouse mystery, or the 9 bridges problem of the capital, none were overly complex matters. Once the key points were understood, any scholar present could solve them with ease. Yet the reality was that, including the scholars from the capital, no one had grasped the crux of the matter. The key lay right there. What was lacking was merely the eye to perceive it. This represented a disparity in thought, a gap in talent, one that diligent effort could not bridge. His approach to problems was distinct from all others. His mind was astoundingly agile, and his methods were exquisitely refined. He seemed as though he were born for mathematics. In that moment, as his teacher, Brandy felt an immense pressure. Additionally, recalling how Chen Luo had stepped in front of her during that awkward situation, a stirring sensation arose within her heart. Even as a senior mage, she, too, required protection at times. The complication was that Blair was her student. Chen Luo found himself surrounded by over a dozen scholars, watching as they eagerly introduced themselves. Feeling quite overwhelmed, self-introductions and inquiries were one thing, but the unexpected matchmaking was another. Chen Luo had not come to this world to pursue romance. His aim was to elevate his magical prowess swiftly, striving to become a saint mage and depart from here as soon as possible. He had no interest in matters of the heart. Moreover, judging by the appearance of that scholarly couple, their daughter was not particularly striking. The arrival of Calvin, the vice president of the APOC City Mathematics Association, provided Chen Luo with a momentary reprieve. Good evening, President Calvin. Greetings, President Calvin. Once Calvin appeared, the crowd finally relinquished their attention from Chen Luo and turned towards him. As the vice president of the Mathematics Association in APC City, Calvin was also a senior scholar with significant influence in the mathematical community, earning the respect of many researchers. Calvin merely smiled gently at the crowd, exchanged a few words with Brandy, then turned his gaze to Chen Luo, saying with a smile, "Mr. Blair, would you mind discussing this further inside?" Eager to escape his current predicament, Chen Luo readily agreed. Of course. Calvin nodded and then addressed Brandy with utmost courtesy. "Miss Brandy, this way, please." The onlookers watched with envy as the two followed Vice President Calvin, for after the preceding events, these two young individuals had undoubtedly become the stars of the academic salon that night. Douglas sat in a corner, his expression somewhat sullen, prior to the resolution of the 9 bridges problem by the student from St. Donis. He had been the center of attention among scholars. Now, discussions revolved solely around the 9 bridges problem and the novel mathematical methods, leaving Douglas in the shadows. Debbie glanced at Douglas and consoled him that Blair merely had luck on his side. His knowledge cannot possibly surpass that of the university scholars, and he is far inferior to you. You should take a moment to rest. You will soon be receiving your honorary medal within the estate. Calvin walked ahead, with Brandy and Chen Luo following behind. She turned her head to quietly ask Chen Luo, "When did you come to understand the 9 bridges problem?" To claim that he had been able to solve such a problem since he was 10 years old would be rather astonishing. Chen Luo pondered for a moment and replied, "Last night." Brandy shot him a reproachful glance, saying, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" There was a hint of playful scolding in her tone, and Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle, no matter how stern she pretended to be. It could not alter the fact that she was merely a young woman in her 20s, and at times, she would reveal her youthful nature. Chen Luo, of course, dared not laugh, and with a hint of resignation, remarked, "I had initially planned to converse with Professor Brittney today, but before I could inform you, I found myself here." The instinctive tone of mild reproach that had just escaped her lips caused Brittney to blush slightly. Observing that Chen Luo seemed unfazed, her expression reverted to one of seriousness as she earnestly stated, "This issue appears to be extendable into a broader category of questions that I happen to have some thoughts on the matter. Let us delve deeper into it when we return this evening." Chapter 31. The honorary medal. Traversing through 2 lengthy corridors, Calvin led Chen Luo and Brittney to a secluded chamber. Upon entering, Chen Luo discovered that several individuals were already awaiting them. Among these individuals, aside from 2 other vice presidents, were senior stewards of the Mathematics Society, whom Brittney had previously encountered. Calvin introduced each of them to Chen Luo, who politely nodded in acknowledgement, though he failed to commit their rather convoluted names to memory. After the introductions, Brittney turned to Calvin and inquired, "President Calvin, Is there a particular reason you summoned us? Calvin smiled, gazing at Chun Luo and Brittney, and replied, I would like to invite both of you to join the mathematics sub-society of Yabo City. As Calvin spoke, Chun Luo instantly grasped his intention. This world is home to a multitude of societies, including the Magic Society, Mathematics Society, Science Society, Medical Society, Astrology Society, and Alchemy Society, among others. This phenomenon is likely a reflection of the region's rich academic atmosphere, wherein various societies gather numerous elite scholars, each possessing a wealth of academic resources. Generally speaking, scholars of some renown tend to join corresponding societies, where they can engage in mutual discourse and share resources, facilitating their long-term development. Scholars acquire resources from societies, while the latter view these scholars as a form of resource in return. For instance, the Magic Society extracts a portion of the remuneration paid to magical consultants as commission, while the Mathematics and Science Societies have their own revenue models. The relationship between scholars and societies is mutually beneficial. However, entry into any society is not as simple as one might hope. Each society maintains certain thresholds for admission, and within these societies, various factions may emerge based on differing ideologies or regional affiliations. Even the former Professor Brittney was not qualified to join the Mathematics Society, making Chun Luo's invitation as an obscure individual all the more bewildering. It was evident that the Mathematics Sub-Society of Yabo City had taken an interest in the Nine Bridges problem. Should Chun Luo's paper be published through them, it would significantly enhance their prestige. The contemplative expression crossed Brittney's face. Joining the Mathematics Society would undoubtedly benefit both her and Blair, yet it also necessitated the fulfillment of certain obligations. Prior to joining the Yabo City Sub-Society, she could submit her work to any division. However, upon joining, her submissions would be confined to the Yabo City Sub-Society, while they would gain access to greater resources and enjoy the services of the Mathematics Society. The Yabo City Sub-Society would also rely on their research contributions to elevate its own reputation. The reason Calvin extended an invitation to Blair was certainly due to the significance of the Nine Bridges problem. Consider the implications, a problem that countless divisions, including the capital's main society, could not resolve, being solved by the Yabo City Sub-Society would hold monumental significance for them. After explaining this intricate relationship to Chun Luo, Brittney asked, Blair, what do you think? Chun Luo shook his head dismissively, saying, I will defer to Professor Brittney's judgment. Deep down, Chun Luo was reluctant to join the Mathematics Society, as it would consume a considerable amount of his time. Even if membership would grant him easier access to fame, wealth, and power, these were not his concerns. After all, the Mathematics Society did not hold the same standing as the Magic Society. Its scholars were not acknowledged by the latter. In the realm of magic, few things could be acquired with money. The profound magical knowledge that Chun Luo sought could only be obtained through contributions to gain assistance in magic. He would need either to find a powerful wizard to mentor him or to join the Magic Society and contribute to it, an option that was currently beyond his reach. Thus, he had no choice but to heed Professor Brittney's counsel. Brittney observed Chun Luo, detecting in his eyes a profound and unwavering trust. Calvin continued, both of you are exceptionally talented mathematical scholars. Should you join the sub-society, in return, you will be awarded honorary medals, and the society will do its utmost to assist you in obtaining this year's Edwin Award. One of the stewards of the Mathematics Society appeared taken aback and immediately interjected, Sir Calvin, isn't this year's honorary medal meant for Douglas? Calvin smiled, his gaze still fixed on Brittney, and asked, Miss Brittney, I believe Mr. Blair is more deserving of this medal. What do you think? The awarding of the Mathematics Society's honorary medals requires the approval of the capital's main society. Even the Yabo City Sub-Society has only 2 honorary medals to bestow each year. Brittney looked at Chun Luo, understanding that the honorary medal served as a testament to one's identity and capabilities. Given Blair's youth, should he choose to pursue this path in the future, this medal would bring him immeasurable benefits. Moreover, as scholars, they would inevitably need to join the Mathematics Society at some point. This invitation from the Yabo City Sub-Society represented a rare opportunity. After careful deliberation, she looked at Calvin and stated, I agree. A smile illuminated Calvin's face as he replied, Please, both of you, take a moment to sit here. We are about to announce this year's honorary medals. The existence of academic salons primarily serves to provide scholars with a platform for exchange. Furthermore, every October, The academic salon also marks the occasion for the society to confer honorary medals. Such medals are nearly ubiquitous among societies and serve as recognition of scholars who have made significant contributions, as well as an acknowledgement of their capabilities. Recipients of honorary medals are referred to as honorary scholars, and these individuals are the core of each society, holding esteemed positions that command respect throughout the kingdom. To some extent, those who have received honorary medals are regarded as the true scholars, while most present can only be considered mathematical researchers. The Yabo City Mathematics Subsociety can bestow 2 junior honorary medals each year to reward scholars with significant research achievements. Prior to the commencement of the salon, attendees could already speculate on the likely recipients of these honors. One of the medals would undoubtedly be awarded to the solver of the Louse riddle, as this discovery is regarded as a remarkable achievement within the mathematical community, bearing milestone significance. Miss Brittney is indeed deserving of this recognition. Moreover, the Yabo City Subsociety intends to recommend her for the Edwin Award, ensuring ample preparations for the occasion. As for the other medal, it was likely to belong to Douglas. Had it not been for Brittney's sudden emergence, Douglas would have been this year's most accomplished mathematical scholar in Yabo City and the individual most likely to receive the Edwin Award. The awarding of the honorary medals represents a celebration for mathematical scholars, and all present were eager to witness this moment. However, during this evening's academic salon, Luo had successfully shifted everyone's attention toward the 9 bridges problem, causing the matter of the honorary medals to be nearly forgotten. It was not until Calvin and several vice presidents of the Mathematics Society reappeared that the audience was reminded of the occasion. Surely President Calvin is about to announce the honorary medals. I almost forgot. The honorary medals will be awarded tonight. I wonder who will receive this medal. It is, after all, an honorary distinction that I wonder if I will ever have the chance to become an honorary scholar. Who else could it be? It must be Miss Brittney and Mr. Douglas. Only their accomplishments merit such an honor. Listening to the discussions around him, Douglas's previously sullen expression lightened somewhat, a smile beginning to grace his lips. As is widely known, the Mathematics Society selects outstanding scholars each year to honor their substantial contributions to the field. Today, the Yabo City Subsociety will bestow this honor upon 2 distinguished mathematical scholars. Calvin's words, enhanced by wind magic, reached the ears of everyone present. In that moment, all attendees, whether deep in thought or engaged in hushed conversations, momentarily paused their activities, their gazes directed toward Calvin. The honorary medals held immense significance for them. It represented societal recognition and a symbol of identity. To possess an honorary medal meant they had become true scholars, shifting how others addressed them from Mr. to Your Excellency. As the surrounding chatter faded into silence, Calvin accepted a beautifully crafted box from one of the stewards and began. The Louse riddle was once one of the most perplexing enigmas in the history of mathematics. Its resolution stands as a monumental achievement in mathematical history, carrying extraordinary significance for the entire mathematical community. Following discussions within the society, the first honorary medal is awarded to the proposer of the Brittney-Blair formula and one of the solvers of the Louse riddle. She is none other than Lady Brittney. Unless an unexpected outcome occurs, as soon as Calvin's words fell, an eruption of fervent applause ensued from the audience. The significance of the Rouse mystery was well understood by the scholars present. With this singular achievement alone, she qualified for the honor of receiving a medal. Calvin, with both hands, retrieved the honor medal from the box and presented it to Brittney. After completing this act, Calvin turned to the crowd, extended his hands, and pressed downwards to quell the applause. Once the clapping subsided, he received another box from the steward and announced, "The recipient of the second honor medal is," under Debbie's adoring gaze, Douglas beamed, slowly making his way from the crowd, "the proposer of the Brittney-Blair formula, one of the resolvers of the Rouse mystery, and the solver of the 9 bridges problem of the capital. He is," Calvin's voice was steady as he continued, "Lord Blair." In the crowd, Douglas's steps gradually halted, and Isabella, barely managing to lift a piece of fruit with her fork, accidentally let both fall to the ground. Chapter 32: The Youngest Honor Scholar. Lord Blair. President Calvin has awarded the second honor medal to Mr. Blair. It's unexpected that it's not Douglas. The first honor medal was presented to Brittney for her significant contributions to the mathematical community, which was anticipated by those present. However, no one foresaw that the second honor medal would be conferred upon Blair. Blair could not be more than 17 years old, and should he receive this medal, he would become the youngest honor scholar in the Mathematical Association. It is worth noting that although this is merely a junior honor medal, it represents an accolade that countless mathematical researchers may never achieve in their lifetime. The announcement of this honor medal caused a stir in the salon, surpassing even the excitement from when he solved the 9 bridges problem of the capital. Douglas's expression froze, a forced smile emerging at the corners of his mouth as he slowly retreated back into the crowd. The moment he sat down, his fists clenched tightly, and his countenance darkened. His companions around him fell into silence. First, the Edwin Prize, crucial to Douglas, was snatched away, and now even the more significant honor medal was taken from him. It was evident that Douglas should not be trifled with now. Debbie looked at Douglas with concern, her gaze shifting towards Brittney and Chen Luo at the front, filled with intense resentment. Isabella regarded Chen Luo, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Joy for her junior and teacher receiving such an honor, and sorrow for herself, as after today, 2 of the 3 members from Brittney's mentorship would be honor scholars, leaving her alone. The usually confident Isabella felt an unusual wave of insecurity at that moment. Alice stood beside an elder of her family, watching as Calvin presented the honor medal to Chen Luo, her face finally reflecting an expression of disbelief, for the honor medal in Blair's possession was something even her family elder had never received. Whether in the Mathematical Association, the Magical Association, or any other, the number of honor medals is fixed and will never increase. Only upon the death of a scholar or the attainment of a higher honor can new slots become available. Thus, in any era, those who receive honor medals are the most distinguished scholars in the mathematical realm. Aside from Professor Brittney, none of the over 10 mathematics instructors at St. Donis Academy had ever received such an honor. In other words, Blair's standing in the mathematical community has surpassed that of all instructors in the academy. Except for Professor Brittney, it is fortunate that he is guided by Professor Brittney. Had he been in another class, one wonders how his mathematics teacher would feel. Lord Blair, please answer this question. The thought of Blair being called upon in class made Alice find it hard to fathom. At that moment, a woman beside her looked at her and said, "Alice, this Lord Blair is also a student of St. Donis Academy. Are you acquainted with him?" Alice shook her head and replied, "This is our first meeting today." The woman glanced at Chen Luo in the distance and remarked, "A young man who can provoke Calvin. That cunning old fox, to risk offending the Howard family and the Number faction for his sake, has an immeasurable future. After returning to the academy, you should interact with him more. Who knows? He may bring benefits to your family in the future." Alice nodded, curiosity glimmering in her gaze as she looked towards Chen Luo, saying, "Aunt Shiqiao, I understand." When Calvin conferred the honor medal to Brittney, the applause was fervent. However, when he announced the recipient of the second medal, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The news was simply too astonishing, too shocking. Although Brittney was young, there have been honor scholars in history, including within the current Mathematical Association, who were similarly youthful, but Blair, let alone witnessing it firsthand, they had never even heard of honor medals being awarded to minors by the Mathematical Association. Yet, upon reflection, the proposer of the Brittney-Blair formula, the resolver of the Rouse mystery, and the ingenious solver of the 9 bridges problem that had perplexed countless scholars, it seemed utterly reasonable for him to receive this honor medal. Prior to tonight, people preferred to refer to the Brittney-Blair formula simply as the Brittney formula and tacitly acknowledged that the Rouse mystery was resolved by Brittney, merely to elevate her studentess reputation. After tonight, such notions would no longer persist. Although Blair was merely a student of St. Donis Academy, he, like his teacher, was an exceptionally talented scholar. The Rouse mystery would not be the last problem they solved together in the years to come. They would likely hear the names Brittney and Blair linked together more than once. Douglas's accomplishments merely advanced upon the foundations laid by predecessors, while Blair tackled issues that even university scholars could not resolve. Disregarding his age, he was indeed more deserving of this honor medal than Douglas. Age has never been a criterion for measuring capability within the mathematical community. Clap, clap, clap. After a brief silence, sporadic applause began to emerge within the venue. Clap, clap, clap. The applause gradually grew in intensity, ultimately enveloping the entire space, and the atmosphere of the salon reached a crescendo once more. Congratulations, Lord Blair. Lord Blair will be the pride of our Yabo City mathematical branch. The 9 bridges problem will deliver a heavy blow to those who look down upon the Yabo City branch. Behind Calvin, an elderly man observed the invigorated crowd and quietly inquired, "Calvin, Is this truly worthwhile? Calvin did not turn around, merely smiling as he replied. He is still very young, absurdly so. This might be an opportunity for the Yabo City branch, which has languished at the bottom of the rankings for a long time. Do you have such faith in him? I do not know. Calvin shook his head and elaborated. I merely see something in him. Something I have yet to witness in the scholars. What is that? Calvin turned to the old man and asked. Have you ever looked into his eyes? The elder shook his head. No, I have. Calvin gazed at him and slowly stated, when he relinquished the title of first author for the Rouse mystery. And when he elucidated the 9 bridges problem just now, I beheld his eyes. He is indifferent to the Rouse mystery and does not regard the 9 bridges problem with any significance. I wonder if you noticed, he doesn't even care for the honor medal. Calvin inhaled deeply and continued. When he accepted that paper detailing the 9 bridges problem from Debbie, when he gazed upon the problem, he resembled a king surveying his subjects. Chen Luo's intent in studying mathematics under Professor Brittney was, in truth, to learn magic through her. As for the honor medal bestowed upon him by the Mathematical Association, he held it in little regard. The sole advantage of the honor medal was that fewer people approached him for conversation. Chen Luo noticed that since acquiring the honor medal, the glances directed at him by those around were tinged with respect. The status of a scholar was once again manifested, prompting Chen Luo to reflect on how this world possesses an environment remarkably conducive to the growth of scholars. Isabella's gaze towards Chen Luo, however, lacked such respect. She looked at him with a judgmental glare and remarked, You have betrayed our agreement. It was an accident. Chen Luo anticipated that Isabella, with her pettiness, would not let him off easily. They had made a pact. Isabella would teach him magical techniques not found in textbooks or the Magical Association, while Chen Luo would share his knowledge with her. The true reason was that Professor Brittney forbade Chen Luo from speaking carelessly outside and had assigned Isabella to supervise him. Although this time it was an urgent necessity, he was still at fault initially. After contemplating, Chen Luo tentatively proposed, How about I help you secure an honor medal next time? Isabella nearly laughed in anger, shooting him a glare as she retorted, Do you think honor medals grow on trees? Whether honor medals are as commonplace as cabbages is beyond Chen Luo's knowledge. But if one could obtain an honor medal simply for solving the 9 bridges problem, he could easily help Isabella acquire 100 of them. That he merely felt that it was rather pointless to bully these mathematical pioneers during the primitive era of mathematics. Once he decided to take things seriously, no matter the level of scholar, be it novice, intermediate, advanced, or even the eminent mathematicians of the association, they would all have to kneel before him and sing his praises. The development of mathematics in this world, although generally following the proper course, exhibits considerable inconsistencies. Issues like the general solution to the Rouse's conundrum and irrational numbers have gone unnoticed for far too long. However, in branches such as geometry and trigonometry, their research has already hinted at the dawn of modern mathematics. Just say whether you want it or not. Chen Luo, gathering his thoughts, looked at Isabella and said, How about I give you this piece? Isabella fixed her gaze on the honor medal, curling her lip. Who cares? Just as she finished speaking, Alice approached from a distance, smiling at Chen Luo, and inquired, Junior Blair, may I touch your medal? Chapter 33, The Inquiry of Chen Luo. Congratulations, Junior Blair, on becoming an honorary scholar. Alice walked up beside Chen Luo, expressing a hint of envy. How many dream of becoming an honorary scholar? Junior Blair, at such a young age, has achieved what many can only aspire to in a lifetime. Chen Luo shook his head, replying, I am merely fortunate. Luck is also a part of strength. Alice smiled, asking, May I see your honor medal, Junior Blair? I have never seen one before. Though Chen Luo disliked being disturbed, Alice, a fellow student, had always been polite, and her request was not unreasonable. He casually handed over the box. Ahem. Isabella, maintaining a stern expression, continuously coughed beside Chen Luo. Alice took the box containing the honor medal, smiled at Isabella, and asked, Is Isabella feeling unwell? If so, perhaps you should return home to rest. Isabella snorted coldly. Mind your own business. Chen Luo had only speculated earlier, but now it was evident that the relationship between Isabella and Alice was more than just a rivalry between two beautiful women. They were likely adversaries within the academy, which explained the palpable tension between them upon meeting. Chen Luo did not wish to be embroiled in their conflict and took a seat at the opposite side of the table, leaving the battleground to them. However, Alice clearly had no intention of simply touching the medal and departing. Thank you, Junior Blair. She returned the honor medal to Chen Luo and glanced at Isabella, curious. Many in the academy say that Junior Blair and Isabella are dating. Is that true? Due to Isabella's previous foolish antics, many at St. Donis Academy still believe this, and numerous classmates have been speculating about the relationship between Chen Luo and Isabella. Isabella shot a cold glare at Alice and retorted, "What does that have to do with you?" "It's just a rumor," Chen Luo interjected, shaking his head. "Isabella and I are innocent." Chen Luo hoped that Alice would leave soon, sparing him from the crossfire between the two women. To his surprise, Alice not only remained, but also sat beside him. Picking up the pen and paper on the table to consult Chen Luo about a math problem, Isabella's expression darkened, her fist clenched. Chen Luo sensed trouble brewing. He was acutely aware that the one he would be living with under the same roof in the future would be Isabella, not Alice, and offending his precious girl for Alice's sake was clearly unwise. Just as Chen Luo was preparing to find an opportunity to slip away, he heard the familiar voice of Feiqi nearby. "Isn't this Miss Alice? I didn't expect to see you here tonight." Feiqi Howard strolled over, extending his hand with a smile. "Good evening, Miss Alice." As he reached out, a flicker of heat passed through his gaze directed at Alice. Despite not being as popular as Isabella at St. Donis Academy, Alice still attracted considerable attention from many boys due to a certain allure that even Isabella lacked. Alice looked at Feiqi's outstretched hand, merely smiling as she replied, "And Kixia suggested I broaden my horizons, so I came along with her." Noticing that Alice did not shake his hand, a shadow of disappointment flitted across Feiqi's face as he discreetly withdrew his hand. Smiling as he asked, "May I have the honor of inviting Miss Alice to share a drink?" Alice shook her head, apologetically saying, "Sorry, I still have a few questions I would like to ask Junior Blair." Feiqi replied with a smile, "My brother Douglas is over there. If you have any questions, you may also consult him." Alice declined, stating, "The question I want to ask Junior Blair pertains to the 9 bridges problem. No one knows it better than he does." Feiqi's expression finally darkened. He could not comprehend what was so special about this Blair. Isabella liked him, and now Alice was refusing him for his sake. The jealousy within him, compounded by Chen Luo having snatched his brother Douglas's honor medal, intensified his resentment towards Chen Luo. He shot a disdainful glance at Chen Luo and scoffed, "What a ridiculous 9 bridges problem. Is it really that impressive? He's just a mixed breed with black hair and black eyes." Alice stood up, indignantly saying, "Feiqi, how can you speak about Junior Blair like that?" Isabella slammed her hand on the table, pointing at Feiqi, and angrily warned, "Say that again." With a not overly lengthy incantation, several fireballs floated directly in front of her. Feiqi's expression changed, a glimmer of apprehension flashing across his face as he took 2 steps back, glancing at Chen Luo, and coldly scoffed, "Just a coward hiding behind women." Isabella glared fiercely at Feiqi before turning her attention back to Chen Luo, saying, "Blair, ignore him." Chen Luo regarded Feiqi with a calm demeanor, revealing no emotion. There were many aspects of Blair that Chen Luo found distasteful: lewdness, cowardice, lack of ambition, yet his unique hair and eye color satisfied Chen Luo immensely. In this world, Chen Luo cared for few things, but there were a select few lines that should not be crossed. Feiqi did not know, Alice did not know, and Isabella did not know that for Chen Luo, black hair and black eyes represented something far deeper than mere physical traits. Seeing Chen Luo remain silent, Isabella, though seemingly unfazed, felt an inexplicable fear from his tranquility. She looked at Chen Luo with concern and said, "Blair, it's fine." Chen Luo slowly stood up, positioning himself in front of Isabella as he addressed Feiqi. "Dare to take a bet with me?" Feiqi cast a disdainful glance at him, asking, "What do you propose to wager?" Chen Luo produced the honor medal and declared, "If you win the bet, I will concede this medal to you. If you lose, you must keep your distance from Isabella." While Isabella felt a twinge of gratitude, she still furrowed her brow at Chen Luo, stating, "Blair, my matters are none of your concern." Alice glanced at Chen Luo, her expression one of surprise, pondering whether he truly had feelings for Isabella. Otherwise, why would he risk such a wager with Feiqi? He could not possibly be unaware of the significance of the honor medal. Yet he willingly took the risk for Isabella, perhaps hoping to win her heart. Such a stubborn young man's intentions. "Are you trying to be a hero?" Feiqi regarded Chen Luo, his eyes flickering. Keeping his distance from Isabella was not a difficult concession for him, especially since she had never treated him kindly. However, reclaiming the honor medal, originally snatched from Blair by his brother Douglas, would serve as a form of revenge against the Blair family. Feiqi smirked, saying, "What are we betting on?" "You must answer one question correctly to win," Chen Luo stated. Looking at him, During this process, you may seek assistance from anyone. Feiqi scrutinized Chen Luo. Had it not been for the latter's added clause, he would have likely declined, fully aware of his own limitations. Yet he did not expect Blair to be audacious enough to allow him to seek help from anyone, as if he intended to pit one person against the entire Howard family and even the entire mathematical community. Regardless, even if he lost, the stakes were not too high, and a smile crept onto Feiqi's face as he replied, "I accept your wager." Chen Luo promptly took up a quill and drew a square on the paper. Marking a diagonal line that he discarded the quill and looked at Feiqi, stating, "This is a square with a side length of 1. What is the length of its diagonal?" Isabella's complexion shifted, and she anxiously exclaimed, "Blair, are you insane? Don't you know that the Howard theorem was discovered by Feiqi's ancestor?" Chen Luo was indeed aware that the Howard theorem referred to the Pythagorean theorem, known in the East as the Chinese theorem. In this world, the relationship between the legs of a right triangle and the hypotenuse was first discovered by a prominent mathematician from the Howard family. Feiqi initially presumed that Chen Luo would present him with some perplexing conundrum, and upon witnessing the situation, he could not help but chuckle, remarking, "Blair, I suggest you consult with Professor Brittney regarding the content of the Howard theorem. You have lost." He gazed at Chen Luo and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "For a square with a side length of 1, the square of the diagonal's length is 2. This is common knowledge." "You still have not addressed my question," replied Chen Luo, looking at Feiqi with calm composure. "What I inquired about was the length of the diagonal, not the square of its length." Feiqi furrowed his brow, for no one had ever posed such a question to him. According to the Howard theorem, the square of the diagonal's length for a square with a side length of 1 is indeed 2. Yet he had never contemplated what that actual length might be. It was evident that no integer's square equals 2. However, in that brief moment, Feiqi could not find two integers whose ratio squared would yield exactly 2. Typically, people merely affixed a symbol before the number 2 to denote this value. He turned to Chen Luo and inquired, "Did you not just say that I could seek assistance from anyone?" "Certainly," Chen Luo affirmed with a nod. "Senior Isabella and Senior Alice can corroborate." Isabella shot an indignant glare at Chen Luo, questioning his allegiance. Was he siding with Feiqi or himself? Just wait. Feiqi cast a glance at Chen Luo before striding toward Douglas and the others. Douglas, a mathematical prodigy from the younger generation of the Howard family, was someone Feiqi believed could solve this problem. Once resolved, it would serve to cleanse the Howard family's disgrace. Isabella was nearly exasperated to death by Chen Luo's antics, her irritation palpable as she exclaimed, "Blair, what on earth are you doing?" A smile spread across Chen Luo's face as he replied, "Let's go take a look." This was, after all, the gift he had prepared for the Howard family. Chen Luo had initially thought it would be several more days before he could present it. But Feiqi's cooperation was unexpected. That he was not concerned that Feiqi would summon some formidable external aid, for within the mathematical community present, it was unanimously believed that integers and their ratios could express all numbers in existence. The question of representing the square root of 2 was one that neither Feiqi nor Chen Luo could resolve. If the square root of 2 could be expressed as the ratio of 2 integers, then in another realm, the first mathematical crisis would not have transpired. In truth, Chen Luo's intention was to anonymously submit this issue, which could lead to a mathematical crisis, to the mathematical society. However, this discovery would not only impact the number school and the Howard family, to some extent. It could hurt the sentiments of all mathematicians. He was uncertain whether the mathematical society would keep this matter under wraps. He considered utilizing Alice or Isabella to leak the information, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Others had already pushed him to his limits. He was unaccustomed to standing behind women, at least not at this moment. Chapter 34. The fearful Douglas. As Chen Luo trailed behind Feiqi towards Douglas, Isabella remained silent, clearly miffed. Alice wore a contemplative expression, and after a moment, turned to Chen Luo and asked, "Junior Blair, what is that number, precisely?" Chen Luo shook his head. "I do not know." Alice glanced at him, but refrained from pressing further. She had also pondered this question earlier, yet when they typically referred to the number whose square is 2, they merely substituted it with a simple symbol, never contemplating the actual value. After all, this was a rather cumbersome task. Their instructors had informed them that it sufficed to know that this number could be expressed as the ratio of 2 integers, the specifics of which integers were matters for scholars to consider. Although she was unsure whether Chen Luo genuinely did not know, it was apparent that the question he posed to Feiqi was not so easily answered. Douglas sat alone in a corner. His fists clenched, his expression one of profound gloom. The Edwin Award had been snatched from him, the honor medal taken away. Tonight's academic salon, which should have been his moment of glory, had instead devolved into a source of humiliation. Rising from his seat, Douglas resolved to leave. He could not endure waiting for the salon to conclude. That woman named Brittney, and that Blair who had stolen his honor medal. He would reclaim his glory from them in due time. Brother, so you were here. Just as Douglas was about to make his exit, Fiki approached with a look of delight. What is it? Given his foul mood, he could not muster a pleasant demeanor towards his younger brother. I made a wager with that fool Blair. Fiki excitedly recounted the earlier events to Douglas. Douglas's face registered surprise as he exclaimed, He wagered his honor medal with you? Fiki scoffed. That imbecile merely seeks to attract Isabella's attention. Brother, help me with this question. This time I shall turn his honor scholar status into a mark of shame. Douglas was no longer in a hurry to leave. Although the question posed by Blair might be challenging, he had several friends present at the salon. Even if they could not solve the problem, it would not cost them anything. However, should they prevail, perhaps he could reclaim a portion of the humiliation he had suffered from Blair. Douglas turned to Fiki and inquired, What is the question? Fiki promptly replied, For a square with a side length of 1, what is the length of the diagonal? Douglas paused, taken aback. He had expected Blair to present some intricate puzzle to perplex Fiki, and had even prepared to seek assistance from friends. Yet this question could hardly be deemed a challenge. He frowned at Fiki and said, You do not know the answer to this question? As a member of the Howard family, if Fiki dared to claim ignorance of the Howard theorem, he would surely incur their father's wrath. Fiki quickly clarified. Blair asked me to express the number whose square is 2 as a ratio of integers. Douglas regarded Fiki for a moment before sitting back down, taking up paper and pen, stating, Just wait. Although he had not previously examined this question, all numbers, aside from integers, could be expressed as decimals representable by integer ratios. With a bit of time, he was certain to uncover the answer. While he had lost the Edwin Award and the honor medal, he had ample time at his disposal. Although this would not strip Blair of his honor scholar title, it could potentially render him a scholar of disgrace. As Chen Luo and the others approached Fiki, he cast a disdainful glance at them, saying, Prepare to surrender your medal. Chen Luo placed the honor medal on the table, declaring, It is right here. Come and take it if you can. He appeared utterly unconcerned about the wager that had just transpired, leisurely uncorking a bottle of unopened red wine and settling into a chair to savor it. Chen Luo's nonchalance seemed to rub off on Isabella, reminding her of those 2 stones that had upended her understanding. It was with those very stones that Chen Luo had overturned the conclusions of the ancients, even swindling 10 gold coins from her. She scrutinized Chen Luo, asking, Blair, do you know something? Chen Luo did not answer directly, pouring her a glass of red wine, saying, Let us continue watching. Isabella furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, shooting him a glare as she retorted, If you lose the medal, just wait and see how I deal with you. Unbeknownst to her, she had already begun to adopt a senior's authoritative demeanor towards Chen Luo. Many at St. Donis Academy referred to her as senior, but only Blair was her true junior, a senior. Isabella felt entitled to discipline him in place of Professor Brittney when she noticed Chen Luo was not inclined to pour her wine. Alice, undeterred, fetched a clean goblet and poured herself a shallow half-glass, seating herself on either side of Chen Luo. Occasionally, her gaze would drift toward him, filled with curiosity and confusion. This junior, younger than herself, was becoming increasingly inscrutable to her. Meanwhile, Fiki had anticipated that Douglas would swiftly provide him with an answer, yet after a considerable wait, Douglas remained engrossed in calculations, unable to contain himself. Fiki glanced at the leisurely Chen Luo and leaned closer to Douglas, asking, Are you not finished yet? Douglas, frowning, replied irritably, Do not speak. He had expected the process to unfold smoothly. Expressing a number as a ratio of integers was typically a task suited for beginners in mathematics. For someone of his burgeoning reputation, it felt almost insulting. However, despite employing several methods, Douglas had yet to arrive at the answer he sought, which left him feeling increasingly vexed. Fiki, stung into silence, felt no panic. Douglas was one of the Howard family's most exceptional scholars. After all, it was merely a matter of expressing the length of a line segment. There was no significant issue. He even believed that if given a little time, he could arrive at the answer himself. Simultaneously, Douglas, lost in his calculations, began to feel restless. He was alarmed to discover that for a square with a side length of 1, he was unable to accurately express the length of its diagonal. The number school and the Howard family maintained that everything is quantifiable. Any entity existing in nature can be accurately represented by numbers. How could there exist a line segment that cannot be expressed numerically? Did this not imply that the number school's assertions were erroneous, that the ancients of the Howard family had erred, that the entire mathematical community was mistaken? The idea was utterly absurd. Douglas promptly dismissed this wicked notion. He lifted his head and glanced into the distance, saying, "Debbie, Beck, Benson, come here for a moment." Recognizing the limitations of individual effort, he resolved to harness the collective strength of the four. The three approached, and Benson, a young man, cast a sidelong glance at him, inquiring, "Douglas, what is the matter?" Douglas handed them a sheet of paper, stating, "Take a look at this problem." After a brief scan of the paper, Benson turned back to Douglas, somewhat astonished, and remarked, "No way, you've even forgotten Howard's theorem." "It's," Douglas, suppressing his rising frustration, retorted, "just focus on the problem." The trio scrutinized the paper once more, before settling beside Douglas, shaking his head. Benson said, "This is such a basic problem that even your brother could solve it. You actually want us three to assist you. Douglas, I think you need to take a good rest," though he spoke thus. He nonetheless picked up a pen and began to calculate. Debbie and Beck remained silent, quietly immersed in their own computations. Half a divine hour passed. An entire divine hour elapsed. Isabella had finished the wine in her glass, and even the whole bottle had been consumed by the three of them. With a hint of impatience, she glanced in Douglas's direction and asked, "Why are they still not finished?" Beside Douglas, Fitch was growing anxious, his legs numb from standing. Yet he dared not interrupt Douglas and the others. As he looked around, he spotted a familiar figure standing among a group of scholars. He glanced back at Douglas, gritted his teeth, and hurried over, saying, "Uncle Duke, I have a question I'd like to ask you." Although Duke was not a member of the Howard family, he had close ties with them and was an honorary scholar of the Mathematics Society. With Douglas and the others having made no progress for so long, Fitch decided to seek Duke's assistance. However, at that moment, Fitch was oblivious to the fact that his brother Douglas sat there, utterly pale, unable to grip the quill in his hand, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Chapter 35. The calamity of the Howard family. No one could fathom the terror that gripped Douglas at this moment. All things can be measured. Any entity in nature can be accurately expressed in numbers. This was a principle posited by the ancestors of the Howard family, the core tenet of the numerical faction. The reason for the Howard family's current glory and status lay in the fact that his father, the Earl of Howard, was one of the leaders of the numerical faction. As long as the numerical faction stood strong, the Howard family could sustain their honor. Yet today, he had discovered a length that could not be precisely expressed in numbers. What did this imply? It indicated that the claims of the numerical faction were erroneous, revealing that beyond integers and those fractions expressible as integer ratios, there existed other numbers. The numerical faction was not merely a mathematical school. It was a confluence of mathematics, philosophy, and politics, with mathematics as its cornerstone and faith. Now, their foundation had crumbled, their belief shattered. This was a fatal blow to the numerical faction, and the Howard family. One could only imagine the consequences if their rival faction were to learn of this. They would surely seize the opportunity to vehemently attack the numerical faction. The numerical faction and the Howard family were perhaps facing an unprecedented crisis. Douglas was engulfed by an extreme fear. Merely contemplating the repercussions of this information becoming public sent tremors through his body. No, this must not get out. At a certain moment, Douglas abruptly lifted high. This alarming revelation plunged the hearts of all the mathematicians present into a profound state of panic. The elder beside Calvin trembled as he set down his quill, murmuring, "This is a calamity for the Howard family, a disaster for the school of numerics." The school of numerics, rooted in the belief that all things can be measured and that any entity existing in nature can be accurately expressed through numbers, would see this dreadful discovery plunge ordinary scholars into dismay, while shattering the very foundation of numerics and causing their faith to collapse. Calvin shook his head, his complexion ashen, and stated, "No, this is a catastrophe for the entire mathematical community." After a brief moment, he inhaled deeply and inquired, "What of Lord Blair?" A servant behind him, pallid and trembling, replied, "The attendant said that Lord Blair has fled." Chapter 36. A sleepless night in the spacious and brightly lit hall. Alice found herself surrounded by a multitude. Among them were the 3 vice presidents of the APC City Mathematical Society, several senior attendants, and the rest were renowned scholars with significant reputations in APC City, including her most esteemed Aunt Kashia, who could only stand in a corner. Alice had never experienced such a scene before, and her palms were slick with sweat from nervousness. Calvin's expression was grave as he regarded her and asked, "Miss Alice, you were by Lord Blair's side just now. Do you know what transpired?" Alice nodded and replied softly, "Yes, it was Fiki Howard who first provoked Lord Blair, and he insulted him with vile words. Subsequently, Lord Blair made a wager with Fiki, stating that if Fiki could answer his question, he would forfeit his honor medal to him." Upon hearing Alice's account, Calvin exchanged a glance with another elder, a bitter smile crossing his face. The Howard family had indeed brought great trouble upon themselves. First, Douglas and others had harassed Miss Brittney, and now Fiki had foolishly insulted Blair. Did they truly believe that a scholar capable of solving the Rouse problem and answering the 9 Bridges dilemma could be so easily trifled with? From the moment Blair stood up for his mentor, Calvin knew he was not one to suffer in silence. But he had not anticipated that when he did take action, it would deliver a fatal blow to the Howard family and the School of Numerics. The discovery of this mysterious number had utterly dismantled the foundations of numerics, and this blow was devastating for the school. Long before half a divine hour had passed, Douglas and the others had departed. The Howard family was likely already in disarray. What infuriated and left Calvin and the others helpless was that the young lad named Blair had dragged both the Howard family and the entire mathematical community into a quagmire of panic, then stealthily fled, leaving the greatest trouble for the Mathematical Society. Was this the action of a rational person? Until this matter was resolved, chaos would reign in the mathematical community for yet another day. Calvin took a deep breath, looked at the other 2 vice presidents, and said, "Tomorrow morning, we shall pay a visit to St. Donna's Academy." This academic salon concluded later than any prior assembly, when all the scholars, weary and exhausted, returned to their lodgings and lay in bed. Sleep eluded them. Meanwhile, the Howard family was in utter turmoil. Just moments ago, Douglas, who had returned early from the salon, brought back news that left the Howard family shocked and terrified. During tonight's mathematical salon, someone had discovered a devilish number that was neither an integer nor expressible as a ratio of integers. This contradicted the school's tenets, as it was thought impossible for lengths to exist that could not be represented numerically. The only explanation was that the Howard family and the School of Numerics had erred. Beyond integers and decimals expressible as ratios, there were indeed other numbers. If this were true, numerics would face the greatest crisis since its inception. Should they fail to resolve this issue, they might very well bear the consequences of a collapse and dissolution of the school. It was deep into the night, yet not a soul in the Howard family slept. All were fervently scribbling in their rooms, hoping to identify this number under the guidance of numerics theory. To help the Howard family weather this crisis, in Douglas's room, he sat hunched over his desk, tugging at his hair, gritting his teeth. "Father, just give me a little more time. I will surely find this number. No need to search anymore." The Viscount Howard shook his head and said, "The devilish number cannot be expressed as a ratio of integers. You are incapable of finding it." Douglas looked up at him, astonished. "Father, you—" "I have known about this for quite some time," the Viscount Howard replied, meeting his gaze. "The first to discover this was your brother, Abel." "Brother Abel?" Douglas's expression changed drastically, shock evident in his voice. "He has been missing." The name Abel Howard was known throughout the mathematical community, a name synonymous with genius. He had won the Edwin Prize at 20 and become an honorary scholar of the Mathematical Society at 21, celebrated as the youngest prodigy in the field. At that time, he was the pride of the Howard family. However, 3 years ago, Abel Howard mysteriously vanished during an outing and had not been heard from since. The Howard family and the Mathematical Society had sent out search parties, yet his whereabouts remained unknown. 3 years had passed, and the family had come to terms with the likelihood of his misfortune. The brilliance of the genius had dimmed, and Douglas began to rise in prominence, emerging as the new leader of the Howard family. Regardless of the accolades bestowed upon him, Douglas was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between him and true genius. The Viscount Howard sidestepped a direct answer to his question, shaking his head and stating, "Abel's discovery will bring calamity upon the Howard family and the School of Numerics. I once believed that by keeping this news contained, we could avert disaster. Yet, merely 3 years later, the specter of irrational numbers has reared its terrifying head once more." Douglas swallowed hard, struggling to ask, Where is brother Abel now? Deep within the Howard estate, there was a place forbidden to all family members, without the Viscount Howard's permission. None were allowed to approach. Several low buildings lay hidden in the depths of the shadows cast by trees, and in the innermost room, a light glowed. Inside, a young man sat at a desk, slowly perusing a mathematical journal. Creak. The door was pushed open from the outside, yet the young man did not look up. He asked languidly, "What intriguing discoveries have emerged in the mathematical world these days?" The article on the Rouse problem from yesterday was quite remarkable. Who would have thought APOC City had such a scholar? I would love to meet him. By the way, has anyone solved the 9 bridges problem? I have a feeling that this question is fundamentally unsolvable. Douglas stood behind the Viscount Howard, gazing at that figure, incredulous. Brother Abel. Abel Howard lifted his head, looking toward the door, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Douglas. Dear brother, it has been quite some time." The Viscount Howard regarded him and said softly, "Tonight, it has been proven that the 9 bridges problem is indeed unsolvable." Abel's expression shifted to one of interest, and he immediately replied, "Who proved it? I wish to see their method of proof." The solver of the Rouse problem, the Viscount Howard informed him. Abel smiled, saying, "I would love to meet this young scholar." The Viscount Howard's face took on a hint of guilt as he said, "From this moment on, you are free." Abel's body jolted, and he slowly turned his gaze toward the Viscount Howard. The Viscount lowered his head, unable to meet his son's eyes, murmuring, "I once imprisoned the devil I had released. Tonight, another has set it free." Abel remained silent for a long moment, then gradually rose to his feet, fixing his gaze on the Viscount Howard, stating, "Father, I have long told you that truth cannot be confined. Even if you lock it away, it will shine through the cracks of the window." St. Donna's Academy, Faculty Dormitory. Isabella had already been escorted back to the Lord's Manor by Chen Luo and Brittney. Upon returning to her dormitory, Brittney sat at her desk and began calculating with her quill. After half a divine hour, she rubbed her sore brow and turned to Chen Luo beside her, asking, "Blair, what exactly is happening?" Chen Luo stretched his legs, which had nearly gone numb, and replied innocently, "Teacher Brittney, have you ever considered that perhaps integers and ratios of integers cannot represent all numbers?" Brittney inquired, "Such as the square root of 2. Chen Luo nodded, saying, "This was an unintentional discovery of mine." Brittney furrowed her brow, contemplating, and remarked, "Regardless, you should not wager your honor medal. It is crucial for your future." Chen Luo lowered his head, stating, "I shall not do so again." Brittney nodded, stifling a yawn with her hand, and said, "All right, it's getting late. Blair, you should head to bed first. I'll calculate a bit more. Teacher Brittney, make sure to rest early. Don't stay up too late." Chen Luo reminded her before retreating to his own room. Practicing magic was a mentally taxing endeavor, and he needed to ensure he had adequate sleep to maintain his energy for the following day. Just as he was about to head back, Brittney suddenly turned to him and remarked, "In the future, don't be so impulsive. If today's incident hadn't taken place in the salon, and if there hadn't been numerous scholars present with differing perspectives on the number theory, you could have been in grave danger. Although Isabella is of a similar age, she is your senior. You mustn't disregard her advice." It turned out that Isabella was indeed Brittney's little informant, but her intent was to protect him. Chen Luo obediently replied to Brittney's admonition, "I understand." After a brief silence, Brittney gently added, "Also, thank you for tonight." Chen Luo knew she was referring to the matter of the 9 bridges. He merely smiled and waved, saying, "Good night, Teacher Brittney." "Good night." As Chen Luo lay in bed, the musty smell that had lingered in the storage room was replaced by a faint, pleasant fragrance reminiscent of Teacher Brittney. He quickly drifted off into slumber. This was the first restful sleep he had experienced since arriving in this world. Yet, for many mathematical scholars in Yabo City, including Brittney, this night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 37. Heartfelt breakfast. As the first rays of light filtered through the window, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes. Since arriving in this world, he had been beset by troubles, and the constant onslaught of new experiences had kept his mind in a state of tension. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such a comfortable sleep. After casting a simple water sphere spell for his morning wash, Chen Luo stepped out of his room. In this world, the utility of magic extended far beyond combat. It offered myriad conveniences for daily life. Fire magic for lighting fires, water magic for cleaning, wind magic for tidying up, and earth magic for construction. These had become commonplace for the magicians of the Divine Grace continent. A thick stack of manuscript papers lay on Brittney's desk, and as Chun Luo casually flipped through them, he immediately realized that she must have toiled late into the night. The emergence of irrational numbers would greatly challenge the beliefs of mathematical researchers in this world, a concept that would be taken for granted by middle school students in the future. Yet here it could overturn the entirety of their understanding. However, the square root of 2 cannot be expressed as a ratio of 2 integers. Despite her numerous attempts, Brittney's efforts had ultimately been in vain. The door to Brittney's bedroom was closed, indicating she had yet to rise. Chun Luo exited the dormitory and made his way out of the faculty accommodations. Since university, he had maintained a habit of morning exercise, rarely skipping it unless weather conditions deemed it impossible. Having spent some time here, Chun Luo had nearly acclimatized to this environment, and it was time to restore this routine. The body is the foundation of revolution, and he did not wish for it to fail him before he could become a saintly mage. Moreover, he aimed to adapt his body to the rhythm of exercise, continuing to practice his combat skills. Generally, magicians possess frail physiques, and Chun Luo was determined not to have a shortcoming in close combat. The ability to cast spells instantaneously, coupled with solid melee skills, would ensure he was not outmatched even against high-level magicians. In fact, if Chun Luo were to encounter a grand mage, facing high-level magicians as a magic apprentice, the outcome could very well be uncertain. Even against a grand mage, if he resolved himself to take the risk of sustaining injuries, the grand mage would not emerge unscathed. The fusion of science and magic, along with the amalgamation of material and magical elements, could amplify the power of apprentice spells by hundreds or even thousands of times. With no training facilities at the academy, Chun Luo could only run laps around the school. Located in the heart of Yabo City, the area surrounding St. Donis Academy was bustling. After finishing his morning exercise, Chun Luo suddenly remembered something and headed toward a street situated to the east of the school. According to Blair's memories, there seemed to be a marketplace there. Markets are indispensable locations within a city, where various transactions take place daily, and one can procure all manner of necessities. After a stroll around the marketplace, Chun Luo found himself with a large bag filled to the brim, having a substantial amount of gold coins left over from Isabella's loss. And having decided to improve his quality of life, he was not inclined to skimp on expenses. Money could be earned again, but he truly could not continue to subsist on bread to enhance his meals. He purchased a clay pot for cooking rice, several kitchen utensils, some seasonings, and ingredients. Additionally, he ordered an iron pan from the blacksmith. Although the people of this world had begun to use vegetable oil, they had yet to adopt the habit of frying with iron pans. The inhabitants of the Divine Grace continent primarily relied on boiling and roasting for cooking, with bread as their staple food. Occasionally preparing porridge, they ate 2 meals a day, 365 days a year, year after year. This applied to both the impoverished and the aristocrats alike. The only difference being that the nobility enjoyed more exquisite dishes and had meat more frequently. For the people of this world, the role of food was still confined to merely satiating hunger. Chun Luo was uncertain how long he would remain in this world, but he knew that if he continued to live on bread alone, he would truly reach a breaking point. Taking matters into his own hands, he returned to the dormitory and washed the kitchenware before commencing to prepare breakfast. Having purchased a considerable amount of items today, he had spent quite some time, so he acquired too many ingredients. He fried 2 eggs, 2 slices of ham, and sliced some fruit for a balanced meal, intending to have this for breakfast. He had initially considered making porridge, but given his current mental strength, casting a fireball to fry an egg or cook ham was manageable, whereas preparing porridge would be a stretch. Nevertheless, magic proved incredibly convenient. During cooking, fire elements could easily substitute for gas, and for routine stir-frying, the mental strength of an apprentice magician sufficed. Of course, this required precise control over magic, something that an average magic apprentice would find challenging, necessitating at least the skills of a novice magician. While Chun Luo's mental strength did not quite reach that of a novice magician, his control over the fireball spell was on par with such, allowing him to cook daily with magic, which satisfied his appetite while simultaneously honing his magical abilities. Truly a win-win situation. What a delightful aroma. Just as Chun Luo hesitated whether to call teacher Brittney, the door to the adjacent room suddenly swung open. Dressed in her pajamas, Brittney rubbed her sleepy eyes as she emerged from her chamber. The pink nightgown did little to conceal the curves beneath. With the hem barely reaching her thighs, and her long, slender legs swayed in front of Chun Luo, he had not expected such a sight first thing in the morning. "I made breakfast, teacher Brittney. Please remember to eat it while it's hot." I have to go to class now. Luo nearly fled the scene, and only after exiting the faculty dormitory did he sadly realize that he hadn't even had a chance to taste the breakfast he had as for the exquisite bread. Meticulously refined through numerous processes and baked with ingredients such as honey and cream, even the wealthiest nobles would find themselves bankrupt if they indulged in it daily. Moreover, this type of bread is not something that can easily be purchased, even with money. Although Luo yearned to taste it, such high-end delicacies were not available at the market. Blair, wait for me. Luo, with an empty stomach, had not yet reached the classroom when a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. Isabella, holding up her skirt, hurried over and inquired, Blair, what happened last night? What was the matter with those scholars? Chapter 38. The Academy's dual beauties with class about to commence. Luo turned to Isabella and replied, There's no time now. I'll explain later. Isabella nodded and said, I'll come find you after class. Just as Luo finished dealing with Isabella, a striking figure emerged from a distance. Alice, today not clad in the purple evening gown from last night, wore a slightly fitted outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. At just 17, it was hard to fathom how she would blossom in the coming years. Alice smiled at Luo and greeted, Good morning, Junior Blair. As always, Alice was courteous, and Luo returned the greeting politely. Good morning, Senior Alice. Gurgle. Just as Luo spoke, a peculiar sound emanated from his stomach, rendering his expression somewhat awkward. Having expended considerable energy while preparing breakfast without consuming anything, his belly betrayed him with an uncontrollable growl. Isabella shot him a glance and remarked, Blair, are you a pig? You ate so much last night, and yet you're hungry again so soon. Alice could not help but chuckle. After a moment of thought, she rummaged through her satchel and produced a delicate lunchbox. Opening it to offer Luo, Junior Blair, why don't you have some of my lunch? I happen to have brought 2 pieces of bread. We can share. The mere mention of bread made Luo feel nauseous. Initially inclined to decline, but the enticing aroma wafting through the air, a blend of honey and cream, captivated him. Upon glancing into the lunchbox Alice extended, he beheld 2 exquisite cream rolls, each adorned with a sprinkling of raisins. His throat instinctively tightened as he hesitated. Isn't this inappropriate? Alice smiled and replied, I can't possibly eat all of this by myself, so consider it a favor for me, Junior Blair. In the Nolan Kingdom, refusing a lady was deemed quite ungentlemanly. Besides, who could resist the allure of honey cream rolls? Accepting the lunchbox from Alice, Luo expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Alice, not far away. Toby observed Luo standing closely beside Isabella, intimately holding Alice's hand, and was momentarily dumbfounded. He looked ahead, unable to restrain himself, and slapped his own face, muttering, I must be dreaming. Alice's honey cream rolls were small, although they did not satiate him entirely. They alleviated his hunger. This act of kindness from someone he had only met twice greatly enhanced his admiration for her. Alice embodied the essence of a noble lady, gracious, kind, and polite, unlike certain individuals who were prone to temperamental outbursts and capriciousness. Lacking the decorum expected of a senior, Isabella and Alice were collectively known as the dual beauties of the Academy. Through his brief interaction with Alice, Luo began to understand why her popularity at St. Donis rivaled that of Isabella. Isabella, while slightly more beautiful than Alice, did not possess any glaring advantages over her. Alice was also a beauty, and although her popularity at St. Donis Academy did not match Isabella's, it stemmed from her more mature appearance, lacking the youthful charm that characterized Isabella. However, Alice's gentle intelligence and understanding nature were qualities Isabella lacked, not to mention the striking allure of her figure. The distinction between Isabella and Alice lay in how they responded to Luo's hunger. Isabella would mock him for being a pig, while Alice would share her honey cream rolls with him. Goodbye, Junior Blair. Goodbye, Senior Alice. Blair, I'll come find you after class. Don't wander off. With class about to begin, Luo parted ways with Isabella and Alice at the classroom entrance. Stepping inside alone, Isabella cast a sidelong glance at Alice, snorted disdainfully, and ascended to the third-year seats. Alice paid her no mind, instead watching Luo enter the classroom, her expression contemplative. Her curiosity about this Junior Blair initially stemmed from rumors of his association with Isabella, her greatest rival at St. Donis Academy. In terms of family background and academic prowess, they were nearly equal, with Isabella having a slight edge in looks while Alice surpassed her in figure. Overall, they were quite evenly matched. Alice was intrigued by the type of individual Isabella would be drawn to. It was only after having the chance to interact with Blair last night that she realized the connection between him and Isabella was not as many had speculated. Although the rumors about their relationship were unfounded, Alice perceived something far more astonishing about him. The solver of the Rouse mystery, the youngest honorary scholar of the Mathematics Society, he had confounded the entire mathematical community, effortlessly resolving the 9 bridges problem that had perplexed countless esteemed scholars. He had merely posed a question to Fiki, plunging all present scholars into a frenzy. The expression of solemnity tinged with fear on the faces of several vice presidents of the Mathematics Society from last night was still vivid in her memory. Just that morning, several scholars from her family returned from the Mathematics Society, and her most respected Aunt Xiao advised her to cultivate a good relationship with Blair, preferably becoming friends. Aunt Xiao's appraisal of Blair left Alice's heart in turmoil. He is the youngest honorary scholar in the mathematics field, with a glimmer of potential to become a university scholar. Alice understood well the weight of the term university scholar. It stood at the pinnacle of academic achievement, with each university scholar being a treasure for humanity. Revered in any city or country, could Blair become such a figure? Alice gazed towards the second-year class 5, her eyes filled with confusion and deep curiosity. Upon entering the classroom, Chen Luo found it already populated with students. As he settled into his seat, Toby burst through the back door, eagerly looking at Chen Luo after dropping his backpack. Blair, who were you with outside just now? The first class was mathematics. Chen Luo opened his textbook and replied, Senior Isabella. Toby exclaimed, I know Isabella, but what about the other girl? Chen Luo answered, Senior Alice. Toby confirmed his earlier observation, staring wide-eyed at Chen Luo and asking, When did you meet Senior Alice? Last night. Seeing Toby's mouth drop open, his face taking on a lewd expression, Chen Luo knew where his thoughts were wandering and quickly added, I met Senior Alice at an academic salon that teacher Brittney took me to last night. Toby pressed on, What were you two doing? I saw you holding Senior Alice's hand. Chen Luo explained, I hadn't eaten breakfast. Senior Alice shared her cake with me. Toby regarded him with a strange look. Both Senior Alice and Senior Isabella were regarded as the 2 goddesses of St. Donis Academy. It was hard to believe that one would share her breakfast with a male acquaintance after just one meeting. Chen Luo's relationship with Senior Alice must be more complicated than it appeared. Toby licked his lips and inquired, Was Senior Alice's cake delicious? Chen Luo nodded. It was honey and cream flavored, quite pleasant. Was it large? It was fairly sizable. Suddenly, Chen Luo turned to Toby and asked, What are you talking about? Toby stared back at Chen Luo. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the cake. I'm talking about the cake too. Got it. Toby flashed a mysterious smile at Chen Luo, suddenly looking towards the classroom door. Teacher Brittney is here. Chapter 39. The Devil. The first lesson of the day was mathematics. However, Teacher Brittney did not conduct a lecture, but instead called Chen Luo to the front to copy several math problems onto the slate. Teacher Brittney's teaching method was not rigid. She frequently encouraged her students to develop collaborative problem-solving skills. After assigning a problem, she allowed students to discuss freely. Naturally, the problems she assigned in such scenarios were more challenging, and often, a group would struggle to reach a conclusion throughout the entire class. Once Chen Luo finished copying the problems and was about to return to his seat, Teacher Brittney discreetly slipped him a piece of bread. She gave him a knowing glance and sat down at her desk, grasping her quill pen and lost in thought. Clearly, she had not abandoned the question from yesterday. Chen Luo understood well that once a mathematician or scientist became entrenched in a particular quandary, unless they had a moment of enlightenment, it was challenging for anyone else to assist them. However, the dilemma posed by irrational numbers, although it may incite a degree of consternation among mathematical scholars, will ultimately see mathematics continue along its rightful path once they come to terms with this reality. Chen Luo shook his head, dismissing thoughts of Teacher Brittney, and redirected his focus to the in-class discussion. This discussion was organized into groups of 6, and with Chen Luo, Toby, and the 2 tables in the front, they formed a small discussion unit. Aside from Chen Luo and Toby, their group also included 2 girls named Linda and Triss, while the last 2 members were Bud, with whom Chen Luo had previously clashed, and Bud's deskmate. Toby held a rather unfavorable view of Bud, having suffered his bullying alongside Blair in the past. However, he found it peculiar that the usually sardonic Bud was unusually subdued today, sitting quietly if Bud abstained from causing trouble. Toby had no intention of provoking him. He glanced at Chinluo, paused momentarily, and suddenly inquired, "Blair, where did you get that bread? I distinctly remember you not having any earlier." Chinluo tucked the bread away and replied, "It's leftover from yesterday." Toby gave it no further thought. Glancing at the problem on the blackboard and shaking his head, "The questions that teacher Brittney assigned today are truly challenging. I have no inkling of how to approach them." Linda shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "As if you ever had a clue before." Toby, feeling indignant, retorted, "I don't, but do you?" Another girl named Tris looked at Chinluo and asked, "Blair, do you have any ideas?" Chinluo, being a teacher for the senior graduating class, found these elementary mathematical problems to be child's play. He was contemplating a more intricate issue when he nodded nonchalantly and said, "I have a few thoughts." Tris' face lit up with admiration as she exclaimed, "Blair, you're amazing. Could you explain it to me?" The gazes of Toby, Linda, and the others turned toward Chinluo. Previously, during such discussions, they often found themselves incapable of solving the problems and merely passed the time with idle chatter. However, ever since Blair had suddenly become astute, he had consistently elucidated these difficult queries for them. Chinluo's train of thought was interrupted by Tris, compelling him to first clarify several problems on the slate. This girl, Tris, had been attempting to catch his attention for quite some time. If he didn't explain now, she would undoubtedly invite him to her family's estate later that evening, emphasizing on multiple occasions how grand and beautiful her manor was not long ago. Chinluo had navigated through numerous challenges to secure the position of mathematics teacher for the focused graduating class. In terms of teaching ability, teacher Brittney could not compare to him. This experience allowed Chinluo to handle last night's significant event with ease. Such a minor scenario was naturally well within his capabilities. The intricate mathematical problems, under Chinluo's clear and engaging explanation, were swiftly comprehended by the five. "So that's how it is. It's actually that simple. Blair is truly remarkable." Toby regarded Chinluo with an expression of astonishment. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Blair, how is your mind structured? I feel as though you explain things even better than teacher Brittney. I can hardly comprehend her lectures." Chinluo smiled without responding. Teacher Brittney was an exemplary scholar, exceptionally skilled in research, yet she might not necessarily be a great teacher, which is quite commonplace. Linda scoffed derisively, mocking Toby. "You think Blair is like you, filled with nonsense, while others might be oblivious to what occupied Blair's mind." Toby, as his closest friend, was well aware that Blair's thoughts were primarily occupied with visions of teacher Brittney, with mathematics occupying but a minuscule portion. However, this was Blair's secret, one he could not divulge to anyone. Toby, under Linda's scornful gaze, grinned and said, "Who says? My mind is filled with thoughts of you. You mustn't like me." Linda's face flushed, but she suddenly recalled something and retorted angrily, "You insufferable Toby, you're calling me rubbish." Toby countered, "Aren't you?" Linda's face reddened further, fuming, "You're infuriating. If you have the audacity, wait until school is over. I shall roast you like a pig." For instance, those two esteemed scholars who were struck by the irrational numbers hastily withdrew from the Mathematical Society overnight, vowing to wash their hands of mathematics forever. It is perplexing why they chose to validate the erroneous theories of the number faction rather than pursue more fruitful proofs, resulting in decades of research rendered utterly futile. One cannot fathom the immense psychological toll this has inflicted, and merely contemplating it evokes a sense of profound tragedy. Isabella gleaned the answers she sought from Chinluo's expression, her astonishment deepening. Upon learning of the events that transpired at the Mathematical Society the previous night, she was genuinely frightened. She had never anticipated that a question as seemingly simple as Blair's could strike such a devastating blow to the number faction, prompting esteemed scholars to resign from the society and pledge never to engage in mathematical study again, leading the society to label the incident as a calamity within the mathematical realm. The instigator of this upheaval, Blair himself, has been dubbed the demon of the mathematical world by the scholars. "I had no inkling it would unfold this way," Chinluo replied with a shrug, distancing himself from the responsibility. Throughout the annals of mathematical history, he ought to be seen as a catalyst for progress. He expanded the concept of numbers to encompass the entire realm of real numbers, solidifying the foundation of mathematics, a monumental contribution that cannot be overlooked. By any measure, he should be regarded as a protagonist, yet the gaze Isabella cast upon him was far from one reserved for a hero. after receiving a definitive answer from Chen Luo. Isabella departed in silence, her mind brimming with questions she could not find the words to express. Chen Luo remained relatively composed. Although he had inadvertently orchestrated a mathematical crisis, the truth would inevitably come to light. Even if it were not he, it would be someone else, perhaps Zhang, Luo, Wang, or Li. The discovery of irrational numbers bears significant positive implications for the advancement of mathematics, and in the long run, it is beneficial for the entire mathematical community. In this tempest, the greatest casualties are undoubtedly the number faction and the Howard family. Even if the number faction does not face annihilation as a result of this incident, it will undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage. After all, they are not merely a mathematical school. Their philosophy is intertwined with elements of philosophy and religion, so simply acknowledging their errors will not erase the repercussions. What Chen Luo should be wary of is the potential retaliation from the Howard family and the number faction. Those who undermine the foundations of a school are often either cast into the depths of the sea or bound to a stake and burned. However, the current Chen Luo is not the same as the former Blair, should they act unwisely. It is uncertain who will emerge scorched. Linda's loose lips spread the rumors like wildfire. Within a brief span after class, the events that transpired at the mathematics salon the previous night had transformed into gossip. What? There are actually numbers that cannot be expressed as a ratio of integers. No way, the textbooks don't say that. Could the textbooks be wrong? There was a time I doubted whether the square root of 2 could be expressed as a ratio of integers. Damn it, and now someone beat me to it. Oh please, last time you claimed you solved the Rouse conjecture too. If you're so brilliant, why don't you compete for the Edwin Prize? The chatter in the classroom gradually faded as the bell rang for the next class. History. Chen Luo felt an inkling that he had forgotten something, which was confirmed when the history teacher checked the assignments, revealing that he had neglected to complete the history homework assigned in the previous lesson. Unlike the aimless Blair of old, Chen Luo remained acutely aware of his objectives and could distinguish between priorities that in the academy. He listened intently to the magic lessons and paid close attention in Professor Brittney's mathematics class. Aside from that, he often found himself meditating during literature and history classes, as his interest in the literature and history of another world paled in comparison to his fascination with magic. The history teacher for Class 5 of the second year was named Hank. A portly middle-aged man who rapped his knuckles on the desk and said, "Blair, I believe you owe me an explanation." Chen Luo lowered his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, Professor Hank, I forgot to complete yesterday's assignment." Hank glared at the young man before him, a surge of frustration welling up within him. If Blair had still been the useless student he once was, it would have been one thing, but now he had achieved perfect scores in mathematics, theoretical magic, and practical magic, yet consistently failed to pass his history quizzes, which left Hank feeling quite discontented as a history teacher. Hank scrutinized Chen Luo and asked, "Blair, do you have any grievances against me?" The history teacher was clearly in a foul mood today. Just as Chen Luo pondered how to deal with him, a student approached the classroom door, knocked, and said, "Teacher, I'm looking for student Blair." Hank, already simmering with anger, snapped, "What are you looking for? Can't you see we're in class?" The student hesitated for a moment before responding, "But Urchil, being in class means being in class. Even if Vice Dean Urchil were here, it wouldn't matter." Just as Hank finished speaking, Urchil appeared at the classroom door accompanied by several figures. His face darkened as he looked at Hank and said in a low voice, "Professor Hank, please allow student Blair to step outside for a moment." Vice Dean Urchil, Vice Dean Allen, Vice Dean Hill, Vice Dean Phillip. Upon seeing the 4 figures at the classroom door, Hank's legs nearly buckled, and he had to brace himself against the desk to avoid collapsing. At the door stood not only the ever-elusive dean, but also the 4 vice deans of St. Donis Academy. The piercing gazes of the 4 senior wizards fell upon Hank, causing the mere junior wizard to turn pale, his heart racing. Among the 4 vice deans of St. Donis Academy, Chen Luo recognized only Urchil after exiting the classroom. He merely greeted him. The other 3 vice deans, 2 men and 1 woman, were all elderly with graying hair, and both the man and woman regarded Chen Luo with a mixture of incredulity and astonishment. None of them had anticipated that the 3 vice presidents of the Mathematical Association, along with over a dozen executives, would visit St. Donis Academy so early in the day solely to seek out a second-year student. They had heard of the events that unfolded last night, and the entire situation felt utterly absurd to them. How could such a young boy have precipitated a crisis affecting the entire mathematical community? As for the last individual, his gaze towards Chun Luo was rife with conflicting emotions: bewilderment, shock, resentment, disbelief, and a deeply hidden fear. Urchil regarded Chun Luo with a complex expression and said, "Student Blair, Vice President Calvin and the others are here to discuss something with you. Please come with us." Within the spacious conference hall of St. Donis Academy, all extraneous individuals had been excluded, leaving only the 4 vice deans and 3 vice presidents of the Mathematical Association present. The assembly was nothing short of splendid in Yabo City, regardless of their respective statuses. Each possessed formidable power. Without exception, all 4 vice deans were senior wizards, while among the 3 vice presidents of the Mathematical Association, 1 was also a senior wizard and 2 were intermediate wizards, leaving only Chun Luo as a mere apprentice wizard. Once seated, Chun Luo maintained a tranquil demeanor, observing the room with eyes closed, remaining silent. After a moment of silence, Calvin could no longer contain himself and sighed. "Your Grace." "Blair." Chun Luo looked at him, puzzled, and asked, "Vice President Calvin, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" "What a performance!" Calvin and the other 2 vice presidents nearly erupted in outrage at this question. Did he not know why they had sought him out so early in the morning? Last night, at the academic salon, his question had plunged all scholars into panic, dragging the Number faction and the Howard family into an abyss, resulting in the loss of 2 esteemed scholars from the Yabo City Mathematical Association and ushering calamity into the entire mathematical community. And here he stood, unfazed, asking them what they wanted from him. Calvin stifled the urge to curse, calming his emotions before turning to Chun Luo with a complex tone. "Lord Blair, you have unleashed the devil." Given that Calvin had laid bare the matter, Chun Luo found no further reason to feign ignorance. He smiled at Calvin and inquired, "Is it customary in your mathematical circles to refer to truth as a devil?" Observing Chun Luo's expression, Calvin realized he must have already reached a conclusion. Even he could not suppress a hint of anxiety that crossed his face as he asked, "That number, is it truly impossible to express as a ratio of integers?" "Not just that number," Chun Luo nodded, responding, "The square root of 2, the square root of 3, the square root of 5. All cannot be precisely represented as a ratio of integers. Such numbers are infinite in quantity, and if you require, I can provide you with proof." Calvin's face turned pale as he questioned, "Are you implying that we have been mistaken for centuries?" The fact that they had erred for centuries was not particularly remarkable. There were those in the scientific community who had been wrong for millennia. Chun Luo, embodying the spirit of unwavering dedication, looked at Calvin and said, "Evidently so, but this is not a grave error. Do we merely need to redefine this category of numbers and expand the scope of numerical understanding? Mathematics is, after all, a continuous process of discovery and correction." Calvin pondered for a moment, his complexion gradually regaining color. Although this posed a crisis for the entire mathematical community, it was not insurmountable, in truth. As Blair had suggested, as long as they redefined the previously undiscovered numbers, mathematics would become even more robust. It was both a disaster and an opportunity for the mathematical realm. However, following this incident, he no longer dared to be certain about certain matters. He looked at Chun Luo with a hint of trepidation and asked, "Integers, the ratio of 2 integers, combined with these types of numbers, should encompass all numbers in the world, correct?" The Rousing conundrum, the 9 bridges problem, the devil's number. Since last night, no one could afford to underestimate this young scholar. His contributions to mathematics undoubtedly merited the Edwin Prize. Indeed, Calvin now felt that the Edwin Prize was scarcely sufficient to honor him. The discovery of the devil's number and the reconstruction of the foundations of mathematics would etch his name eternally into the annals of mathematical history. A source of reverence for future scholars. Chun Luo smiled and replied, "Who can say? Perhaps in a few centuries, someone will overturn our conclusions, but at least for now, it remains valid." The emergence of irrational numbers had already left scholars reeling. If Chun Luo were to introduce them to the concept of imaginary numbers now, even more individuals might withdraw from the mathematical society, forsaking their pursuits entirely. Calvin remained silent for a long while, suddenly standing up to bow respectfully to Chun Luo, stating, "Lord Blair, the mathematical community will forever remember your contributions." The other 2 vice presidents of the Mathematical Society also rose to bow to Chun Luo. This bow transcended age, status, and magical rank. It was a heartfelt gratitude from scholars to a pioneer who advanced the progress of mathematics. Though Blair was young, merely an apprentice mage, and a student of the St. Donis Academy, he was deserving of their homage. Vice President Urchill looked at Chen Luo, his eyes alight with admiration. The rousing conundrum, the 9 bridges problem, the youngest honorary scholar, the perfecter of the foundations of mathematics. Such a person existed within their St. Donis Academy. If the institution promoted this, it would greatly enhance the school's reputation and improve the quality of its student body. As if struck by a sudden thought, he turned to a nearby individual and said, "Vice President Philip, I hope you do not harbor any resentment towards student Blair. I believe the dean would also disapprove of such sentiments." As his words fell, the gaze of the 3 members of the Mathematical Society, including Calvin, converged upon Philip. Philip Howard sighed. His eyes no longer filled with animosity as he looked at Chen Luo, but he shook his head, saying, "This is the victory of truth. The pursuit of truth is the essence of our discipline. Our failures are unrelated to student Blair." It was then that Chen Luo realized this Vice President Philip was likely the uncle of Feiqi, which explained the distinctly different gaze he had cast upon him earlier. Philip regarded Chen Luo and said, "Rest assured, student Blair, I will keep Feiqi in check, and you may return to the library." Chen Luo shook his head, replying, "There's no need. I have already secured new accommodations." Philip nodded, his expression somewhat somber, and said nothing further. The emergence of the Devil's Number had dealt a significant blow to the numerical faction. As of this morning, nearly 100 scholars had withdrawn from it, and this was merely the beginning. The Howard family, which had thrived on the numerical faction, now faced imminent decline as it waned. Although this situation was instigated by Blair, they had not been defeated by him. They had simply succumbed to the truth. The discovery of this category of numbers held tremendous significance for the mathematical community. Calvin looked at Chen Luo, about to speak, when a sudden commotion erupted outside. Most present were high-ranking mages, keenly aware of the chaotic disruption of magical elements in the air. The 4 vice presidents rose simultaneously and approached the conference room door, where they beheld a dozen or so disciples of the Mathematical Society floating in midair, thrashing about wildly. Brittney stood at the entrance, her expression frigid, demanding, "What have you done to Blair?" Chapter 42. Doubt Brittney. "Do not be impulsive. Student Blair is unharmed," Urchill said, observing the floating junior and intermediate mages and feeling a headache coming on. As a high-ranking mage specializing in wind magic, he found it perplexing how Brittney, so young, had attained such a rank, often lamenting how he himself had only just reached it at 50. Chen Luo stepped outside, witnessing the spectacle of people suspended in the air and the menacing demeanor of Brittney. He couldn't help but chuckle and quickly assured, "Brittney, I'm fine." Upon seeing Chen Luo, Brittney finally relaxed, waving her hand to lower those floating individuals. She approached Chen Luo and asked, "What did they want with you?" Calvin hastily stepped out, his expression awkward, saying, "Miss Brittney, we merely sought to consult Lord Blair on a question. Your student is in no danger." Afterward, he turned back to Chen Luo, saying, "Lord Blair, the discovery of this number is of paramount importance to the mathematical community. Would you be willing to write it up as an article? I would submit it to the main association." Writing a paper was a time-consuming endeavor, and Chen Luo was well aware that in this world, publishing was not as straightforward as he had initially presumed. He had thought that the higher the quality of the paper, the greater the remuneration from the Mathematical Society. However, for his article on the rousing conundrum, he had only received 50 silver coins. 50 silver coins represented the highest remuneration offered by the Mathematical Society, indicating their acknowledgement of the paper's quality. Most individuals wishing to publish in the mathematical journal would actually have to pay out of pocket. Moreover, this paper could only be authored by him. On the entire continent of divine grace, there was almost zero tolerance for academic plagiarism. Once an author was discovered to have copied or falsely claimed a scholarly achievement, they would face imprisonment. Strictly speaking, the discovery of irrational numbers was not Chen Luo's accomplishment, but this was an alternate world, a realm where the wisdom of ancient philosophers belonged solely to him, unchallenged by others. Looking at Calvin, Chen Luo reluctantly replied, "I will do my best to expedite it." Although he was not currently in need of money, it was unwise to live off his savings indefinitely. After all, he could not rely on Isabella forever. Furthermore, he wished to enhance his quality of life, and without finding ways to earn money, he would soon find himself back to subsisting on plain bread after exhausting the gold coins he had won from Isabella. Calvin contemplated for a moment before adding, And regarding the 9 bridges problem, adhering to the principle of maximizing his earnings, Chenluo nodded, stating, I will also write that up as soon as possible. At that moment, he began to envy those mages. It was no wonder that more people chose to become mages rather than scholars, as the speed at which mages earned money was entirely incomparable to that of scholars. After Calvin departed, Vice President Urchil regarded Chenluo with admiration, nodding, Student Blair, St. Donis takes pride in you. Urchil did not elaborate further. He had only learned that morning about the events that transpired at the mathematical salon the previous night. For the time being, it was not suitable to broadcast the crisis within the mathematical community widely, but the emergence of 2 honorary scholars at St. Donis Academy was a source of pride for the entire institution, necessitating vigorous promotion. After offering Chenluo some words of encouragement, he and the other 3 vice presidents departed. As Philip Howard left, he cast a complex gaze at Chenluo. His eyes reflected no resentment, but rather a mixture of admiration and sorrow. The mathematical community frequently witnessed the rise of young geniuses like him, shining brightly against the dark sky, while once brilliant stars gradually faded into obscurity. Beneath his radiance, the brilliance belonging to the numerical faction has vanished forever. With her arms crossed, Brittney gazed at Chenluo and inquired, Blair, do you not wish to explain something to me? Chenluo looked at her, feigning innocence, and replied, Fitch often harasses Senior Isabella, so I made a wager with him. If he cannot answer that question, he must keep his distance from Isabella thereafter. I pondered that question for a long time without arriving at an answer. Fitch should be unable to respond. And I never anticipated that matters would culminate in this way. Isabella served as a pretext for Chenluo to elucidate the situation, and it was evident that Brittney was easily diverted by his redirection. She regarded Chenluo with curiosity and asked, Blair, do you truly harbor feelings for Isabella? Chenluo shook his head and said, I merely wish to prevent Fitch from bothering Senior Isabella. You need not deny it, at your age. Such feelings are entirely normal. Brittney chuckled. If you genuinely like Isabella, then pursue her boldly. However, given Isabella's excellent family background, if you, Blair, could become a renowned scholar, your chances of winning her affections would undoubtedly increase. Chenluo was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that Brittney had made up her mind about the matter and did not believe his denial. Brittney waved her hand at Chenluo and said, All right. You should return to class now. Blair, you have yet to write an article. Feel free to consult me if you encounter any issues. Understood. Chenluo nodded, just as he was about to head back to the classroom when Brittney suddenly called out, Wait a moment. Brittney turned to Chenluo, a contemplative expression crossing her face, and said, No, it cannot be. You dared to wager on Isabella and Fitch and allowed him to seek help from anyone, which implies that you know this question cannot be answered not only by Fitch, but also by anyone from the Douglas or Howard families. Indeed, no one within APC City or the entire mathematical community can provide an answer. You have long been aware that the square root of 2 cannot be expressed as a ratio of integers, which is precisely why you took that bet with Fitch, knowing he would inevitably lose, and the Howard family along with the numerical faction would certainly face defeat. Chenluo stared blankly at Brittney, bewildered, and asked, Brittney, what are you talking about? Brittney looked into Chenluo's innocent eyes, her own heart wavering that in Brittney's perception, Blair's mathematical talent was more of a cognitive gift. He consistently unveiled what others could not discern and perceived aspects unseen by others. Whether it was the Rouse problem, the 9-bridge conundrum, or the discovery of a new class of numbers, he always excelled. The wager he made with Fitch might indeed have stemmed from youthful bravado. Lacking the complexity she had imagined at AS, she regarded the perplexed and innocent Chenluo. A profound sense of guilt welled up within her. How could she so doubt her student, who trusted her so unreservedly? Brittney dared not meet Chenluo's gaze any longer and, flustered, said, It's nothing. You should hurry off to class. Chenluo smiled and waved. Goodbye, Brittney. Upon returning to the classroom, Chenluo finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. A 21-year-old honorary scholar and a 21-year-old senior mage, Brittney was not only astonishingly powerful, but also possessed a meticulous mind, in stark contrast to the naive sweetness of Isabella. Fortunately, Chenluo's psychological resilience was robust, and his acting skills were commendable, allowing him to maintain his composure before her. Once seated, the history teacher refrained from mentioning his incomplete assignment, and Chenluo immersed himself in contemplating the 2 papers. He could sense the gazes of his peers, including those from the podium, scanning him repeatedly. This was all due to Calvin and others being excessively ostentatious. The 4 vice-deans of St. Donna's Academy were at the classroom door seeking him, leading onlookers to believe he had committed some egregious offense. The Rouse problem, the Edwin Prize, the 9-bridge issue, the Edwin Prize, the Devil's Number. The students in Class 5 of Year 2, including history teacher Hank, did not consider Chen Luo guilty of any grave crime, but were acutely aware that he had accomplished something monumental. Alone, he had plunged the entire mathematical community into turmoil, nearly obliterating a faction and driving the Howard family to the brink. Fitch's arrogance within the academy stemmed from the immense stature of the numerical faction and the Howard family, regarded by other students as insurmountable mountains. Blair had merely posed a single question, and those mountains crumbled. Just a month prior, he had been recognized as a complete academic underachiever in class. Undoubtedly, following this incident, even if he achieved little in magic, his prospects in mathematics now gleamed with unparalleled brilliance. The continent of divine grace has never lacked formidable mages. Centuries from now, people may forget the names of those great archmages but will eternally remember the illustrious scholars who made significant contributions to human knowledge. In a brief span, the profound deviation exhibited by Blair rendered the teacher disinterested in lecturing, and all students inattentive. Toby, sitting beside Chen Luo, cast him a complex glance. He could sense that the Blair who had walked alongside him just a month ago was now drifting ever further away. Chapter 43. Composite Magic. Having once been a teacher, Chen Luo found the scrutiny of dozens of eyes to be a trivial matter. He reveled in the attention while pondering magical theories. Regarding dual system magic, Chen Luo had contemplated certain possibilities yesterday. The greatest utility of dual system magic was not merely to cast a fireball with one hand and a water ball with the other for show. It should possess far more intricate applications. For instance, if one were to heat the water ball with fire magic prior to casting it, bringing it to a boiling state, it would release a scalding water ball, thereby exponentially enhancing the potency of the water ball spell. Traditionally, the water ball spell, as a water apprentice magic, was deemed rather superfluous, while it could indeed be quite convenient for washing one's face or cleaning. Its utility was primarily limited to such mundane tasks, rendering it ineffective for combat. Even being struck in the face by a water ball would not inflict substantial damage, unless, of course, cast by a high-level mage, where the effects of lower-tier magic wielded by a high-level mage would differ dramatically. However, if a mage were to unleash a boiling water ball, its might would likely rival that of a fireball. Furthermore, combining wind and earth magic could conjure a sandstorm, which, while seemingly insignificant, could serve as a formidable support in group battles, severely impairing the enemy's visibility. Additionally, the fusion of fire and earth magic could transform fire rain and meteor spells into fiery meteors, nearly doubling their destructive capacity. Moreover, the conjunction of water and earth magic could create swamps, while the amalgamation of earth and wind magic could achieve both the sturdiest defense and the most powerful offense. Chen Luo's blue fireball was, strictly speaking, a form of composite magic, not through the combination of magical elements, but rather through the fusion of fire elements with elemental impurities. Thinking from another perspective, since fire elements require oxygen to ignite, extracting oxygen or gathering non-combustible gases such as nitrogen and carbon dioxide could significantly constrain fire mages. Furthermore, given the populace's insufficient understanding of air, directly siphoning oxygen from the atmosphere could potentially suffocate the opponent to death. In Chen Luo's view, magic should not be a rigid construct. He had already realized composite magic, yet regrettably, mages in the continent of divine grace had yet to grasp this notion. Perhaps others had previously entertained similar thoughts. But the number of individuals capable of controlling dual-system magical elements was exceedingly scarce, as it demanded extraordinary mental fortitude, a game for the prodigious. Even if the principles were disclosed, widespread dissemination would remain improbable. Currently, Chen Luo was still in the exploratory phase regarding the control of elemental impurities. He could only manipulate gaseous substances and, aside from water elements, was unable to manage liquids or solids. He had scoured the annals of magical history without encountering any descriptions of mages controlling objects, leading him to conclude that his inability to manage other substances was not due to a deficiency in mental strength. What he was undertaking had never been accomplished in the annals of magical history. He had no precedents to reference and could only navigate through uncharted waters. gradually experimenting to ascertain which elements he could control and which he could not. "Hank, I am looking for Blair." A voice suddenly echoed from the classroom door as Chun Luo contemplated new forms of magic. Chun Luo turned to see Fitch standing at the entrance, glancing towards teacher Hank. He asked, "Teacher, may I step out?" Hank, unusually, wore a smile and replied, "Of course." Chun Luo cast a glance at Fitch, rose from his seat, and made his way towards the door, upon seeing Fitch at the entrance. Toby's expression shifted. The Howard family had suffered immense losses due to Blair's actions. Could Fitch be seeking revenge? Hesitation flickered across his face, but in the next moment, he stood up and followed Chun Luo out of the classroom. In the corridor outside Class 5 of Year 2, Fitch stood with his head bowed behind a figure, his complexion ashen. The previous night, he had endured the darkest moment of his life that a considerable number of the mathematical faction's members have collectively withdrawn from the school. And 2 esteemed scholars of the Howard family have exited the Mathematical Association, vowing never to engage in mathematical studies again. Confronted by that despairing, devilish number, he heard his father's sigh and witnessed the panic and helplessness of his ancestors. The mathematical faction is at an end, and the Howard family faces a similar fate, all because he made that fateful wager with Blair. In that moment, Blair appeared to him as a demon. As Chun Luo exited the classroom, he noticed Fiki, who had his head bowed and a pale complexion, alongside a young man. The young man was of average height, unremarkable in appearance, with a sickly pallor. Yet his eyes were strikingly bright and clear. He gazed at Chun Luo with a smile and said, "I am Abel Howard. It is a pleasure to meet you, remarkable young man." Following the events of the previous night, members of the Howard family had brought Fiki to see him. Chun Luo was unaware of their true intentions. After exchanging greetings with Chun Luo, Abel turned his gaze towards Fiki and said, "Fiki." Fiki trembled, looked at Chun Luo, and lowered his head, saying, "Blair, I am sorry, I was wrong." Chun Luo, oblivious to their thoughts, glanced at him and replied, "Given the circumstances, I cannot save the mathematical faction nor the Howard family." Not only could Chun Luo not save them, but even if he could, he would refrain from doing so. This was a price Fiki must pay. The young man regarded him, shook his head with a smile, and said, "The young man who discovers the truth. You misunderstand. Only we can save the mathematical faction and the Howard family. I merely wish to meet you and allow Fiki to apologize." Chun Luo looked at Fiki and said, "Do not pursue Isabella any longer, otherwise. I have a few questions that might remain unanswered." Fiki shuddered and quickly replied, "Blair, I acknowledge my past mistakes, and I will keep my distance from Isabella from now on." He was genuinely afraid. A single question nearly led to the downfall of the mathematical faction. And if he were to ask a few more, the Howard family would be doomed. Chun Luo cast a dispassionate glance at him before turning back towards the classroom. Abel watched his retreating figure, a smile gracing his face as he softly said, "Thank you, young scholar." Upon reaching the classroom entrance, Chun Luo found Toby standing there, his gaze fixed intently on the direction in which Fiki and Abel had departed. His face was a mask of disbelief as he inquired, "Was that Abel Howard?" Chun Luo turned to look back and asked, "Do you know him?" "Of course." Toby nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Before you, he was heralded as the most likely to become the next great scholar. Unfortunately, he later went missing, and people presumed he had perished. By the way, what did he want with you?" "Who knows?" Chun Luo shook his head. He sensed no malice from Abel, yet only Abel knew his true intentions for bringing Fiki. He patted Toby on the shoulder and said, "From now on, you should arrive half a class early every day." Toby questioned, "Why?" "To practice magic together," Chun Luo replied, casting him a sidelong glance. "Surely you don't wish to graduate next year without being able to conjure a fireball?" Toby was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with excitement as he asked, "Blair, are you planning to teach me your secrets of magic?" In that earlier moment, Toby had resolutely followed Chun Luo out, and from then on, Chun Luo had truly acknowledged him as a friend, not merely as Blair's acquaintance, but as Chun Luo's own friend. Blair was Blair, and Chun Luo was Chun Luo. Blair was the magic underachiever of St. Donis Academy, while Chun Luo was a lost soul in a foreign land. Though his friend might be exceedingly unsavory, he was undeniably trustworthy. In critical moments. Toby's greatest dream was to become a formidable wizard. And in his heart, he believed that Blair's rapid transformation from the bottom of the class to the strongest contender in just a short time must be attributed to some secret method of magical study. If he were to learn from Blair, he might well become the second fastest and second strongest in the class, a thought that sent shivers of excitement through him. With an eager expression, Toby declared, "Then I want to go home for lunch. I'll bring an extra couple of loaves of bread in the morning, rest in your room at noon, and then we can begin practicing." Chenluo shook his head, saying, "That may not work." Toby paused, asking, "Why not?" Chenluo responded, "Because I am currently living with Professor Brittney." Toby's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chenluo. "Have you and Professor Brittney taken that step in your relationship?" "Do not misunderstand," Chenluo replied nonchalantly. "It is merely cohabitation for the sake of study." Toby regarded him earnestly, asking, "Blair, with your hand on your heart, are you truly doing this for the sake of study?" Chenluo shot him a look and inquired, "What else would it be?" Chapter 44, The Terrifying Talent After School in the Morning. Under Toby's envious gaze, Chenluo exited the classroom and made his way towards the faculty dormitory. The library storage room was cramped and odorous, failing to provide a sense of home, yet the new residence was a different story. Though it was not spacious, it was sufficiently cozy, and Chenluo hoped that such occurrences as this morning's would happen less frequently. Upon returning, he found Professor Brittney in the kitchen, staring blankly at the pile of kitchenware he had bought. The benefits for teachers at St. Donis Academy were commendable. Each instructor had a dormitory equivalent to a two-bedroom apartment, along with a separate kitchen and bathroom, which further heightened Chenluo's satisfaction with his new abode. While the scientific understanding here was lacking, with many academic disciplines lagging behind, even medieval Europe, some aspects of daily life were adequately developed. Every city possessed sewage facilities, and the streets were remarkably clean, devoid of any foul odors, something utterly inconceivable in medieval Europe, where humans and animals cohabited and excrement was discarded directly onto the streets. Much of this was undoubtedly attributable to the application of magic. And Chenluo felt fortunate to have arrived in such a world, where the environment was tolerable for a modern individual with mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Standing at the kitchen door, Brittney looked at Chenluo with curiosity and asked, "Blair, do you plan to cook at home from now on?" Chenluo nodded and replied, "This way, I can cook while practicing magic." Brittney then set aside her doubts. All students at the academy either aspired to become powerful wizards or great scholars, with no one wishing to become a cook. If Blair merely sought to practice fire magic through cooking, it was not particularly surprising. However, Brittney had to admit that Blair's culinary skills were indeed impressive. Today's breakfast far surpassed the bread she typically consumed. Chenluo observed Brittney and said, "Professor Brittney, if you find my cooking to your liking, I will prepare an extra portion in the future." In Brittney's view, the purpose of eating was merely to satiate hunger. However, after tasting Blair's breakfast, she began to sense that eating could also be an enjoyable experience beyond mere sustenance. If she could have Blair's cooking every day, she could forego bread entirely, though she was internally quite willing. Her modesty prevented her from immediately agreeing. Instead, she hesitated and asked, "Would that not trouble you?" "Not at all." Chenluo shook his head with a smile. "In fact, cooking for two is often easier than cooking for one. If you do not enjoy what I make, it would be more troublesome for me. Then, I shall join you for meals from now on." Brittney nodded and added, "I can pay you in silver coins." "If you say that." "Professor Brittney, it would be awkward for me to stay here," Chenluo replied. "You have graciously allowed me to reside here without charging rent. How could I accept your silver coins?" Brittney contemplated this and did not insist further, saying, "Then if you need any ingredients, do let me know, and I will procure them." Professor Brittney's financial situation remained quite tight. Although teachers at St. Donis Academy received decent salaries, the general low agricultural yield in the Divine Grace continent meant that many seemingly ordinary ingredients were exorbitantly priced. Her salary might not even suffice for their meals. Chenluo was well aware of this, and he recalled something, looking at Brittney and asking, "Is your major in wind magic?" Brittney did not respond directly to his question, but rather asked, "Why do you inquire about that?" In this world, there were no refrigerators, and unused ingredients, while not immediately spoiling, could still affect taste over time. Chenluo planned to create something akin to a refrigerator to preserve ingredients, but ice spells could only be cast by high-level water mages. Although Chenluo could produce ice without magic, it was cumbersome and did not last long. Magical ice creation was the quickest and most convenient method. Upon hearing Chenluo's description, Brittney asked, "Are you looking for a box made of ice?" Chenluo nodded, saying, "I need it to preserve ingredients." Brittney murmured softly, performing several gestures that Chenluo had never witnessed before. In the next moment, he observed the rapid condensation of water elements in the air, which promptly crystallized into ice, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Chenluo stared at this spectacle, his lips moving slightly, at a loss for words if one were to liken a magic apprentice to a high school student. Then a junior magician would correspond to a university student in another world. High school students dabble in various subjects: language, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, and geography, merely scratching the surface of each. Upon reaching university, students specialize according to their interests and strengths, dedicating themselves to a single discipline henceforth. In the graduate and doctoral stages, they delve deeper into their chosen fields. The same applies to magicians. The higher the level of magic, the longer the casting time, and the more challenging it is to learn and master. Given the limitations of human energy, this compels magicians, after attaining the status of junior magicians, to abandon the study of other magical disciplines and focus on a singular path, thus enabling them to progress further along the magical journey. Chenluo had once believed that teacher Brittney was a senior wind magician, having seen the azure robe she wore, adorned with 3 silver lines resembling rippling water across her left chest. However, ice magic could only be mastered by advanced water magicians. This indicated that Brittney was at least a dual-element magician, a feat as formidable as earning 2 doctoral degrees in entirely unrelated fields. Even more astonishing was that she was only 21 years old. In another world, a prodigy obtaining dual doctorates at such a young age would lead others to question whether they were merely born to be an anomaly. Chenluo felt similarly. Brittney waved her hand in front of Chenluo, inquiring, "Is it like this?" Chenluo, gazing at the hollow, lidless icebox that had materialized before him, nodded slowly and replied, "Exactly like that." Brittney clapped her hands and said, "Once the water elements solidify into ice, they can only last for a day. After that, they will dissipate. However, as long as we condense them again each night, it will suffice." At that moment, Chenluo was hardly concerned with such details. He looked at Brittney, puzzled, and asked, "Teacher Brittney, with your remarkable magical talent, why do you choose to remain at St. Donis?" While the position of mathematics teacher at St. Donis Academy was commendable, with her abilities and talents, joining the Magic Association would undoubtedly place her in a position of prominence. Chenluo simply could not fathom why she would choose to stay here. "Because I like it here," Brittney replied with a smile, deftly shifting the topic. "I'm already hungry. Let us get started. How can I assist you?" "Then could you please help me wash the vegetables? I didn't tea by firewood this morning, and later I'll need your help to boil the water in the pot." Teacher Brittney was reluctant to delve deeper into that topic, and Chenluo did not press further. The choice of profession was Brittney's prerogative. He had purchased a considerable amount of kitchenware that morning, but not many ingredients. Glancing at what remained, he realized he could only make vegetable porridge. The ingredients on the Divine Grace continent were quite diverse, some familiar to Chenluo, others entirely new. In theory, nobles could certainly indulge in superior cuisine, yet the primitive and rudimentary cooking methods often resulted in a wasteful display of resources. After rinsing the rice, Chenluo intended to wait for the water to boil when he inadvertently turned his head and witnessed a remarkable scene. A vibrant red flame danced atop the stove, the water within the pot already bubbling, while the vegetables he had prepared floated, enveloped in a sphere of water. Meanwhile, teacher Brittney skillfully employed wind magic to disperse the faint traces of smoke that lingered in the kitchen. Brittney hummed a cheerful tune from her homeland, embodying a light-hearted and relaxed demeanor. Isabella had provided her with an important insight the previous day. It turned out that different types of magic could be wielded simultaneously by communicating between various magical elements, allowing a magician to unleash 4 types of magic at once. Chenluo stood there, utterly astonished. That moment, he profoundly felt that studying mathematics under teacher Brittney was the most astute decision he had made since arriving in this world. Chapter 45. The Celestial Junior. The nutritional value of vegetable porridge was significant. After starting work and living alone in the teacher's dormitory, Chenluo often prepared this dish. Of course, his interest lay not merely in its nutritional benefits, but in the simplicity of its preparation. One only needed to saute the rice to a certain point, add preferred vegetables, and simmer gently. With Chenluo's mental strength, he could only produce a brief burst of intense heat, adequate for stir-frying. Yet he was far from achieving the sustained and stable magical performance of teacher Brittney. This required no special technique, merely immense mental fortitude, true to her status as a senior magician. Brittney maintained her fire magic effortlessly, without hindering her other tasks. After half an hour, as the aroma of the porridge wafted through the air, Brittney curiously inquired, "Blair, when did you learn to cook?" Even without tasting it, she could ascertain from the enticing scent that the porridge would undoubtedly be delightful. She took a spoon and sampled it, the lingering flavors on her tongue confirming her initial suspicion. Chen Luo served himself a bowl as well, stating, "I used to experiment with cooking when I had free time." Just as he lifted his spoon, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Shortly after, Isabella entered, her expression momentarily stunned upon witnessing the scene before her. Brittney and Blair were seated at the dining table, seemingly ready to eat, and the enticing aroma made her involuntarily swallow. Brittney glanced at Isabella and cheerfully asked, "Isabella, have you eaten yet? Would you like to sample Blair's culinary skills?" Isabella had just consumed a piece of bread and initially intended to decline. But the aroma that wafted in upon entering compelled her to nod, saying, "Sure." Chen Luo reluctantly stood up to serve Isabella a bowl of porridge. This was the last serving left, as he had not eaten much that morning. And this was meant for himself. However, he had not anticipated Isabella's unexpected arrival for a meal. During the meal, Isabella posed several questions to teacher Brittney regarding magic. While Chen Luo remained silent, the meal concluded swiftly. And noticing that Isabella had no intention of washing the dishes, Chen Luo found himself unable to ask Brittney to do it, so he took it upon himself, fortunately, having mastered the water sphere technique. Tasks such as washing dishes became quite simple. Over the past few days, Chen Luo had come to understand that while water elements resembled water in form and properties, they were not water, summoned from the void. The water elements would dissipate after a short time. As Brittney and Isabella cleared the table, she turned to Isabella and asked, "So, what do you think of Blair's cooking?" "Not bad, I suppose," Isabella replied, lightly touching her slightly rounded abdomen. Suppressing the urge to praise Chen Luo, having already garnered ample acclaim the previous evening at the salon, she feared that further compliments might inflate his ego. Brittney pondered for a moment and said, "Since Isabella won't be going home for lunch, why don't you join us for meals in the future?" While washing the dishes, Chen Luo internally groaned. Cooking for one more person was manageable, as those who frequently prepared meals knew that cooking for two was easier than for one. And three was easier than for two. However, the issue lay in the fact that with an additional mouth to feed, managing Brittney's sustenance was already a challenge. Adding Isabella to the mix meant he would soon be back to subsisting on bread. Chen Luo glanced helplessly at teacher Brittney, only to find her winking at him. He was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, he grasped her well-meaning intentions. Both he and Brittney were impoverished, whereas Isabella was a little heiress, spending gold coins without a second thought. Rather than Chen Luo supporting both Brittney and her, it would be more advantageous for Isabella to support them. This was not to say that Isabella would solely provide financial support. Chen Luo would contribute labor. A fair exchange. Chen Luo exchanged an understanding glance with Brittney, and smiles blossomed on their faces. Recognizing that Blair had caught on to her intentions, Brittney felt though Isabella often found something peculiar in Chen Luo's words. She genuinely wished to grow taller. Her aspirations were modest. She did not fantasize about reaching the stature of Master Brittney, but being somewhat akin to that insufferable Alice would suffice. After feigning a moment of coy hesitation, she finally nodded and said, "Well, all right then." Under Chen Luo's enthusiastic invitation, Isabella officially joined the fold. However, this was not Chen Luo's true intention. After dining on Chen Luo's hospitality, Isabella took over his bed, lounging on the neatly arranged sheets while the afternoon sun bathed her in its warm glow. In that moment, Isabella resembled a languid cat, leaning against the doorframe. Chen Luo spoke, "Senior Isabella." Having eaten her fill, Isabella reclined on the soft bed, resting her head on Chen Luo's pillow. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, making her reluctant to open her eyes. Lazily, she inquired, "What is it?" What Chen Luo intended to discuss with Isabella was the matter of authorship on a paper. Articles published in mathematical journals typically feature two authors. In the past, Chen Luo was unable to publish independently and had to include his mentor's name. However, now that he had attained the status of an honorary scholar, that restriction no longer applied. Generally, unless an article like the one concerning the Rouse conjecture explicitly emphasizes the co-authorship, the academic community recognizes only the first author. while the second author's presence often serves as a form of mentorship. Most scholars would include the names of their disciples or juniors in this capacity, much like Master Brittney did for Chen Luo. While this may not confer substantial honor upon them, it paves the way for their future endeavors. Often, encountering a good mentor or junior who can help one publish articles is more valuable than reading a myriad of books. Chen Luo had just discussed this issue with Master Brittney. He initially intended to list his mentor as the second author, but she declined to be named. Master Brittney was a true mathematical scholar, having even rejected the Edwin Prize, so her decision was entirely anticipated by Chen Luo. With the notion of not letting the fruits of his labor benefit outsiders, Chen Luo deemed it only right to offer this opportunity to Isabella. Naturally, he first needed to sweeten the deal for her to facilitate his subsequent plans. Observing the languorous Isabella on the bed, Chen Luo remarked, "Vice President Calvin of the Mathematics Association has invited me to write an article on the 9 bridges problem, and since Master Brittney refused to be named, I put your name on it." As soon as Chen Luo's words left his lips, Isabella, lounging on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. The 9 bridges problem was a century-old conundrum that even esteemed scholars struggled to solve. It had been addressed by Blair, and according to academic convention, it would henceforth be known as the Blair 9 bridges problem. If Blair included her name in the article concerning this problem, it would transform into the Blair Isabella 9 bridges problem. Overwhelmed by an immense wave of happiness, Isabella found her drowsiness dissipating to that moment. Chen Luo continued, "Moreover, regarding the newly discovered class of numbers, I will also compose an article, and if Senior Isabella has no objections, I shall list your name as the second author." The mathematical community had been thrown into turmoil by the new numbers discovered by Blair. Earlier that morning, Isabella had pondered whether this new class of numbers would be dubbed Blair numbers, which had stirred a twinge of jealousy within her. Blair's theorem, Blair's problem, Blair numbers. Would future students' mathematics textbooks be filled with Blair's name? Now, she contemplated the possibility that they might instead be replete with the names of both Blair and Isabella. After all, Blair was her only senior, and Master Brittney had no desire to be named. With 2 delectable cakes falling into her lap, and potentially more to come, Isabella momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Instinctively responding, I have no objections. There's one more thing." Chen Luo leaned against the door and continued, "What does Senior Isabella enjoy eating? Tomorrow morning, I will visit the market to procure some of your favorites." Isabella's eyes glazed over. At that moment, she was overwhelmed by the sheer bliss to have her name associated with influential articles, making her mark in the mathematical realm, while Chen Luo cared for her well-being, preparing delicious lunches for her daily, and all she needed to do was recline here. What kind of extraordinary junior was this? Chapter 46. The disciple. In that instant, Chen Luo's slightly gaunt figure shone brightly in Isabella's eyes. She realized that she had once thought him rude, lacking grace and boundaries, with only gold coins in his gaze. Reflecting on this, a deep sense of shame washed over her, seeing the expression on Isabella's face. Chen Luo understood that he had successfully ensnared her. Suddenly, a troubled look crossed his face as he murmured, "However, the ingredients at the market are not inexpensive. It seems I must strive to publish more articles, or else we might have to subsist on bread." In that moment, Chen Luo felt akin to a cunning fox, revealing his tail to the unsuspecting girl on the bed. Isabella suddenly lifted her head and asked, "Are those foods quite costly?" Chen Luo nodded. "If it's merely white bread, it is quite cheap, but the foods reserved for nobility aren't so affordable." He spoke the truth, if one merely sought to fill their stomach. A few silver coins could last a month. However, to indulge in culinary delights and prepare varied meals daily was indeed a costly endeavor, one that could easily bankrupt an average minor noble. Without hesitation, Isabella retrieved her coin pouch, spilling forth a handful of gold coins, and handed them to Chen Luo, asking, "Is this sufficient? If not, I can give you more tomorrow." Chen Luo's face displayed hesitation as he replied, "But this is Senior Isabella's money." Isabella waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Regardless, this money isn't for you. It's for purchasing ingredients for myself and Master Brittney." "Very well, thank you, Senior Isabella." Chen Luo accepted the gold coins from Isabella's small hand, estimating that there were at least a dozen. This would suffice for their meals for quite some time. However, even though he had obtained the coins through legitimate means, why did he still feel as if he were being supported? No, this was certainly not a matter of support. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. This was merely Isabella's prepayment for her own ingredients, as she was still in her developmental stage. Subsisting solely on bread was lacking in nutrition. Luo naturally bore the responsibility of caring for her health, and as her only junior, he had no choice but to fulfill this duty. Ultimately, Luo managed to convince himself, casting aside the tangled thoughts that had arisen. They were merely fellow disciples. What reason did he have to think ill of Isabella? She had wealth and thought of him as well. They complemented each other, fulfilling their respective needs. The notion of support was utterly pedestrian. With this mindset, he felt a sense of peace. Blair, Isabella, please come out. Just as Luo had tucked away the gold coins, Master Brittney's voice called from outside. Isabella rose from the bed and joined Luo as they exited his room, in the living room. Brittney glanced at Isabella and asked, "In due time, Isabella will be advancing to the rank of junior mage. Have you decided which specialization you wish to pursue?" Without a moment's hesitation, Isabella replied, "I wish to major in wind magic, just like Master Brittney." Luo cast her a sidelong glance, knowing that Isabella was perhaps unaware that Master Brittney had already reached an advanced level in water magic. This meant she was at least a dual system advanced mage, and possibly even a tri-system. While wind magic possesses significant power in the later stages, it does not notably enhance your combat capabilities until you reach the rank of advanced mage, Brittney continued, observing Isabella. Moreover, as a girl, it is crucial to protect oneself. You might consider earth magic, as it boasts the strongest defense among the four systems. Isabella remained resolute. The robes of earth magic are simply too unappealing. I believe I can become an excellent wind mage, just like Master Brittney. Brittney nodded, refraining from interfering with Isabella's choice, stating, "Your mental fortitude is already sufficiently strong. I will begin teaching you the levitation spell in a couple of days." The levitation spell, a basic wind magic incantation, allows mages to levitate objects of specified weight to a designated height as determined by the Magic Association. Successfully doing so would enable one to pass the assessment and become a certified junior wind mage. Luo felt a twinge of admiration. Isabella was on track to become a junior mage before graduation. Given her age, she could be considered a magical prodigy. After all, many individuals struggled for decades at the level of mere magical apprentices. After Brittney finished speaking, she turned to Luo and asked, "Blair, what system do you plan to specialize in?" Luo had pondered this question before. Among the four systems, the most common specialization was fire magic. This was primarily due to the fact that while fire magic's power was not the most formidable, it was stable and balanced. From the outset, fire magic possessed a certain degree of damage. And as one's magical rank increased, its power would steadily grow. The wind and water elements, although they exhibit remarkable prowess in later stages, especially the wind element, where high-level wind mages become a source of considerable anxiety for their peers of equal rank, possess profound comprehension of the wind element and execute their actions with remarkable swiftness. Their wind blades are nearly impossible to evade. However, in the initial phases, these two elements primarily serve a supportive role. As for the earth element, its situation does not markedly surpass that of the wind and water elements. Not everyone can achieve the status of a high-level mage by the age of 20. As exemplified by teacher Brittney, the majority of mages, throughout their lives, may never attain her current level. Consequently, mages who specialize in wind and water elements are rather scarce. In fact, the combined number of mages from the other three elements pales in comparison to that of fire element mages. For Luo, his ability to effortlessly communicate with and manipulate magical elements renders the choice of specialization somewhat inconsequential. His most significant obstacle in mastering magic lies in his mental fortitude, given sufficient time. He wishes to explore all four schools of magic, yet he cannot divulge this to teacher Brittney. After some contemplation, he replied, "It should be the fire element." This represents a rather moderate choice, one that aligns with the preferences of most mages. Luo's selection was anticipated by Brittney, who nodded and remarked, "Most mages tend to specialize in the fire element. The magical techniques of fire apprentices are not particularly intricate. Blair, you have already grasped them. Your sole focus now should be on enhancing your mental strength and, like Isabella, swiftly completing the certification for junior mages." Luo nodded, affirming, "I understand, teacher Brittney." After a brief silence, Brittney's gaze returned to him as she stated, "Although you became my student primarily to study mathematics, it seems you also aspire to be an exceptional mage. The pursuits of a scholar and a mage are not mutually exclusive. Besides mathematics, I can impart additional magical knowledge to you. Henceforth, you shall learn magic alongside Isabella." Brittney regarded Chen Luo, fully aware that although she wishes for her student to achieve greater heights in mathematics, she also recognizes that becoming a powerful mage is his dream as a teacher. How could she bear to extinguish her student's aspirations? Blair is a student in whom she has great hope. She desires for him to engage in his passions alongside his mathematical studies. No one understands better than she the exquisite joy of pursuing one's interests. Chen Luo had long awaited this affirmation, especially after witnessing her prowess and talent, which solidified his conviction to become a dual-element or even multi-element high-level mage by the age of 21. Teacher Brittney's talent has already transcended the limits of ordinary mages. She is truly favored by the gods. Learning magic under her guidance would undoubtedly offer him far more than he could acquire in a classroom. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Brittney." Isabella, a student of Teacher Brittney not only in mathematics but also in magic, would now share the same status as Chen Luo as her fellow disciple. As both are students of Brittney, their relationship transformed into that of equals. With this newfound camaraderie, mutual assistance became a natural expectation, eliminating any notions of patronage. Chapter 47. Martial Arts within the confines of the living room. Chen Luo and Isabella sat on the sofa, listening intently as Teacher Brittney elucidated the intricacies of magic. Brittney regarded them and proclaimed, "Magic is a divine gift. Anyone endowed with magical talent must not squander it. However, as competent mages, you must not place excessive trust in magic." Without pausing, she continued to elaborate to Chen Luo and Isabella. "I have previously mentioned that although the gods have bestowed upon us the ability to wield magic, the lengthy incantations and intricate gestures often render mages unable to cast spells in a timely manner. After demonstrating a fireball spell with deliberate incantation and gesturing, she continued, a mage who cannot cast spells swiftly is no different from an ordinary person. To compensate for this limitation, many mages also practice martial arts to confront close-quarters situations. An excellent warrior may not necessarily be an outstanding mage, but an exceptional mage must certainly be a formidable warrior." This was the second time Chen Luo had heard Teacher Brittney express this sentiment, and he grasped its significance thoroughly. Given that casting spells requires time, magic is predominantly employed as a long-range offensive measure. Once a mage is approached by a martial arts expert, they become akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. This shortcoming gradually diminishes with the enhancement of magical proficiency and casting speed. Yet for novice mages, the first to employ magic in a confrontation is often the one who suffers the most. Despite Toby's abysmal magical performance in class, when it comes to physical confrontations, he is, in fact, the strongest man in the class aside from Chen Luo. The time it takes Bard to unleash a fireball is sufficient for Toby to subdue him 8 times. In reality, it is likely that before he can even finish his incantation, Toby would have already pinned him to the ground. As Chen Luo absorbed Teacher Brittney's explanation, he felt Isabella's gaze sweeping over him. Clearly, she had yet to forgive him for the incident when he had covered her mouth while she was casting a spell. Chen Luo feigned attentiveness, pretending not to notice Isabella's scrutiny. Brittney, observing their interaction, spoke earnestly. In many situations, the ability to engage in combat is often more crucial than magic itself. That I hope you both come to recognize this sooner rather than later. Therefore, before I teach you magic, I intend to first instruct you in martial arts." Chen Luo had already witnessed Teacher Brittney's martial prowess. Having practiced martial arts for several years, he could handle opponents of similar stature in open spaces, even managing to take on multiple adversaries simultaneously. However, against Teacher Brittney, he found himself utterly incapable of defending himself. Tio put it succinctly, engaging in combat with Teacher Brittney would result in his instantaneous defeat. This exemplifies the formidable nature of wind element mages. The rapidity of wind magic, coupled with exceptional martial skills, renders them virtually invincible among their peers. Brittney rose, casting a levitation spell that moved all the furniture to the corners of the room, clearing a substantial space. With a gentle breeze spell, she swept away the dust from the floor and then stood before Chen Luo, stating, "Blair, attempt to strike me." Chen Luo promptly shook his head. He possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that despite Teacher Brittney's innocent and charming demeanor, She could easily incapacitate him without employing magic. Brittney gazed at him, exasperated. You need not fear. I merely aim to impart the fundamental principles of combat to you, that I will not genuinely harm you. Teacher Brittney, perhaps I should go first, that I have just learned a bit of martial arts. You can evaluate what I am doing wrong. Isabella eagerly stepped forward, her expression brimming with enthusiasm as she looked at Chen Luo. Brittney intentionally created an opportunity for Chen Luo to interact with Isabella. Since Isabella had proactively offered, she did not decline. Nodding in agreement, she cautioned, Very well. But Isabella, do be careful not to injure Blair. Rest assured, I will show restraint, Isabella replied, nodding vigorously before turning to Chen Luo with a teasing smile. Blair, you aren't afraid of me, are you? A wise person understands the importance of timing, accurately assesses their own capabilities, and knows when to be cautious and when to advance. Charging forward regardless of the circumstances is the mark of a fool, while retreating in every situation is the trait of a coward. Clearly, if the opponent were Isabella, Chen Luo felt he could take her on. Thus, he slowly approached her. Looking at Isabella, he remarked, I ask that senior sister Isabella goes easy on me. Eager and ready, Isabella seemed to envision the moment when Chen Luo would plead for mercy under her hand. As soon as he stepped forward, she launched her attack. This time, she was determined to make him pay for covering her mouth. Chen Luo stepped back, causing Isabella's initial strike to miss, and deftly seized her wrist. Simultaneously, he raised his other hand, pausing momentarily in the air before ultimately pressing it against Isabella's delicate neck. With a slight exertion of force, Isabella's body began to tilt backward. This was not a technique from martial arts, but rather something akin to a grappling maneuver. Although Chen Luo had not formally studied grappling techniques, he had learned a few useful moves, with her wrist captured and her neck restrained. A gentle application of pressure would cause Isabella to lose her balance. Just before she fell, Chen Luo switched to a supportive hold, quickly cradling her neck to prevent her from truly hitting the ground. However, this resulted in a rather intimate posture, reminiscent of a melodramatic romantic scene at that moment. If a camera were to revolve around them in a 360-degree sweep accompanied by a poignant soundtrack, it would surely capture a quintessential moment from a romantic drama. From Brittney's perspective, the scene unfolded with Chen Luo half-squatting on the ground, Isabella reclining in his embrace, their gazes locked in a tender exchange. Chen Luo looked down at Isabella, who wore a bewildered expression, and awkwardly apologized. Senior sister Isabella, I beg your pardon. Brittney hurried forward to assist Isabella, ensuring she was upright before turning to Chen Luo with astonishment. Blair, have you previously studied martial arts? I picked up a few things on my own, he replied. Chen Luo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked. I merely learned a bit from the book. Isabella stood there, lost in a daze. Her expression blank, as she experienced an unprecedented blow to her self-esteem. In mathematics, she was outclassed by Blair. In magical talent, he surpassed her, even in the combat skills she had secretly practiced. Intending to regain the dignity she lost during their last encounter, she was swiftly defeated by him. She faced a catastrophic onslaught from every angle, leading Isabella to feel as though she would forever be overshadowed by Blair. Reflecting on the fighting techniques Chen Luo had displayed, moves she had never witnessed before, Brittney gazed at him with intrigue and said, Blair, this time I want to use magic. Let us see if you can attack me again. Chen Luo could at best be considered a casual enthusiast of combat sports. And with Brittney's mastery in wind magic combined with her combat skills, she could easily dispatch him just as she had with Isabella. However, if he refrained from utilizing wind magic and relied solely on his combat techniques, he might not be entirely defenseless. After all, Brittney's most fearsome attribute was her incredible speed. If given the opportunity to react, he might stand a chance. He nodded, looking earnestly at Brittney, and said, Brittney, please be careful. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already assumed a fighting stance. Then, there was nothing more to follow. Chen Luo had assumed that with his skills, if Brittney refrained from using wind magic, even if he was not her equal, she would find it challenging to defeat him easily. The reality proved otherwise. This time, he could only endure 10 seconds under her onslaught before he found himself cradled in Brittney's arms, much like how he had just treated Isabella. Chapter 48. The symbol of evil. After the second encounter with Brittney, which ended in a predictable and crushing defeat, Chen Luo's illusions were shattered, and he finally grasped the harsh reality, setting aside Brittney's astounding magical prowess. Her combat skills were undoubtedly at a professional level, Many might not comprehend what professional level entails, but Chen Luo understood it all too well. One should never challenge someone's livelihood with mere hobbies. Enthusiasts like Chen Luo, who had practiced combat sports for a few years, would find themselves begging for mercy within 10 seconds against a true professional. That it was an overwhelming disparity between amateur and expert. Chen Luo was certain that Brittney had undergone very formal combat training, and for no short duration. Otherwise, even with her natural talent, it would be impossible for her to subdue him so swiftly without at least a decade of rigorous training. Generally, ordinary families lack the means to provide magical education from a young age, let alone combat training. A 21-year-old dual-element advanced mage and a 21-year-old combat expert. What that signifies is self-evident. As Chen Luo gazed up at Brittney, he felt her air of mystery deepen. However, curiosity aside, he would not pry into matters she chose not to disclose. Brittney was both his teacher and roommate. Regardless of her identity or origin, that would remain unchanged. Brittney helped Chen Luo to his feet, her face displaying surprise as she remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, Blair's combat style seems to represent a complete system of fighting. Could it be that you created this new system yourself?" Chen Luo was taken aback. Not only was Brittney powerful, but her insight was remarkably sharp. Within just a few exchanges, she discerned that his techniques were not isolated moves, but rather a distinct combat style that diverged from the magical and combat systems of this world. He certainly could not claim it was self-created, for she would not believe him. If he were capable of generating such a fighting style, it would have been Brittney, not him, who had just been pinned down. At a loss for words, Chen Luo was about to respond when Isabella stepped forward, her gaze complex as she looked at Chen Luo, then resolutely focused on Brittney, stating, "Please teach me your combat techniques." Chen Luo sensed a deeper meaning in Isabella's gaze, a fervent determination intertwined with resolve. His intuition suggested that her eagerness to learn combat was not merely to become an excellent mage and warrior. She likely desired, one day, to overpower him as he had just done to her, seeking retribution for the humiliation she had suffered. Based on his understanding of Isabella, this suspicion was not unfounded. In the land of divine grace, although magic was the prevailing force, as people became increasingly aware of its flaws, combat techniques began to evolve to compensate for the slow casting speed. Unlike magic, which primarily serves in ranged engagements, combat techniques developed numerous schools over the span of centuries, just as martial arts on Earth encompass various styles such as Sanda, Taekwondo, Tai Chi, and Wing Chun. The combat techniques of this world share a similar diversity, each school emphasizing different aspects while maintaining core similarities. The primary distinction between the combat techniques here and the martial arts of another world lies in their integration with magic. Wind mages exhibit remarkable agility. Ice mages can conjure sharp ice swords at will. Fire mages can imbue their weapons with flames, and earth mages can coalesce soil into armor, granting them extraordinary defensive capabilities. This fusion of magic and combat not only mitigates the weaknesses of magic, but also enhances combat skills, endowing warriors with ranged offensive capabilities and mages with melee combat proficiency, gradually giving rise to a combat system that is starkly different from that of Earth. While Sanda is indeed a form of combat technique, Chen Luo preferred not to delve deeper into this matter. He glanced at Brittney and, feeling a bit sheepish, said, "It's not exactly my creation. I just tinkered with some concepts I gleaned from various texts." "It's of little significance." Brittney shook her head, asserting, "No, your combat system appears to possess greater practicality. Had that been a battlefield encounter, Isabella would have been slain." Isabella lowered her head, feeling as though she had been struck by an arrow to the heart. Sanda is inherently a highly confrontational combat skill with significant real-world applicability. Had Chen Luo possessed the prowess of a professional fighter, he might not have fallen short against Brittney. He chuckled softly, saying, "I've merely devised a few techniques." Brittney paid little mind to his modesty, stating, "It's getting late. You should head to class. From now on, I'll be teaching you both combat and magic at this time every day." As they walked toward the academic building, just before parting ways, Chen Luo suggested, "Isabella, if you're free after school this afternoon, let us go grocery shopping together." Isabella waved her hand in acknowledgement, indicating her agreement. However, her mind was far from the matter at hand. The successive blows she had received from Chen Luo had dulled her earlier delight about the article they co-authored. Were it not for the fact that he was her junior, that he always included her name alongside his publications, and that he showed concern for her well-being, she would have preferred to distance herself from him. Having such a junior who surpassed her in every regard was indeed a source of embarrassment. Who truly held the title of Senior Chenluo felt it imperative to introduce Isabella to the cost of living in Yabo City. Although Isabella trusted him, some matters were best laid bare in the light of day, to avoid any misconceptions that he might be using grocery shopping as a pretext to exploit her financially. Before class commenced, the atmosphere in the classroom remained lively. Seated at his desk, Chenluo overheard most of his classmates discussing the events of the previous night, with Sui's grandfather affiliated with the Mathematics Society. Chenluo learned about the aftermath of the salon incident through her. The emergence of irrational numbers posed little issue for other mathematicians, yet it shook the very foundations of the number school, delivering a significant blow to both the school and the Howard family. The immediate consequence of this incident was that, overnight, a multitude of scholars withdrew from the number school, causing its overall strength to dwindle rapidly from a prestigious university faction to a moderate one. Moreover, as this situation spread, the decline seemed poised to continue. Even if the number school did not disband, it would lose its former glory, relegating itself to a minor faction with few adherents. This exemplifies the most fatal flaw of factions that rely on philosophical or religious tenets for cohesion. Once their doctrines are overturned and the foundations of belief crumble, the entire faction risks vanishing. Conversely, factions focused solely on the study of mathematics, provided they continuously update their knowledge, would not suffer significant repercussions, at most enduring a brief period of confusion and panic to everyone's surprise. The Howard family faced the irreconcilable number of the square root of 2 with candid honesty. Acknowledging it as their error and promptly rectifying their erroneous claims, they declared to the mathematical community that, beyond integers, and those expressible as ratios of integers, there exists a third category of numbers. The previous assertions of the number school were flawed, and they were willing to accept and amend their mistakes. The Howard family statement, while not entirely salvaging the number school, significantly mitigated the impact of the incident, preserving some of its influence. Additionally, another matter related to the Howard family stirred considerable commotion within scholarly circles. On this very day, the once disappeared prodigy of the Howard family, Abel Howard, has returned to reclaim his family's legacy and authority. The name Abel Howard had once been synonymous with legend in the realm of mathematics, a beacon for the younger generation in the field. His reemergence has, to some extent, mitigated the impact of irrational numbers on the rationalists. The academic atmosphere of this world is evidently far superior to that of another. At least the rationalists candidly acknowledge their errors rather than resorting to binding Chenluo and casting him into the sea. The truth cannot be concealed. The discovery of irrational numbers represents both a cataclysm and a rebirth for the Howard family and the rationalists. Naturally, the fate of the rationalists and the future of the Howard family have little to do with Chenluo. What vexes him, however, is that despite being the discoverer of truth, a witness to history, and a pivotal figure in advancing contemporary mathematics, he learned from Crest that a faction of rationalist scholars, whose faith had been shattered by Chenluo, covertly referred to him as a messenger of the devil, a symbol of malevolence. Chapter 49. Home to be labeled a messenger of the devil and a symbol of evil by ordinary people would surely dampen one's spirits. Chenluo, too, felt a pang of discontent, but upon reflection, he realized that normal individuals would not engage in acts that undermine the foundational beliefs of a scholarly community. Not being bound and cast into the sea to serve as fish bait could be considered a fortunate outcome. Thus he quickly found solace. Chenluo devoted an entire afternoon to composing articles on the 9 bridges problem and irrational numbers, intending to present them to Calvin at the earliest opportunity. The reason for postponing until tomorrow was that after school today, he had arranged to accompany Isabella and Professor Brittney on a shopping expedition for ingredients. Given that it was a joint endeavor involving 3 people, Chenluo could not solely focus on his own desires. Women possess an innate interest in shopping, though this does not extend to procuring vegetables. Therefore, Professor Brittney and Isabella had ventured off to shop, leaving all decision-making in Chenluo's capable hands. This tendency is rooted in their habits. Not only Isabella and Professor Brittney, but for all individuals in this realm, food is merely a means of sustaining life. In the context of a culinary culture that is inherently primitive and barbaric, few pursue gastronomic pleasures that in terms of dining. Chenluo's greatest divergence from them lies in the intrinsic obsession that the Chinese people possess for food. He could reside in a storage room and don Blair's hand-me-downs, yet he could not subsist solely on bread for all 3 meals, even if it were Alice's delightful and sweet cream bread. If eating were merely about filling one's stomach, then what meaning would life hold? After completing the grocery shopping, Luo visited the blacksmith, who had just finished crafting the iron pot he needed. Additionally, he stopped by the carpenters to have a few pairs of chopsticks made, as he found the traditional tools of his ancestors far more convenient than Western knives and forks for Luo. While striving to hone his magical abilities and reach the esteemed realm of a Saint Magus, he also wished to lead a life of refinement, even in this unfamiliar world, for he could not neglect the pleasures of the palate. This is the intrinsic romanticism of the Chinese spirit. Once he had accomplished all these tasks, he spent some time searching for Isabella and Professor Brittney in a shop that specialized in women's accessories. Isabella purchased a lovely white hat adorned with lace trim and a feather of indeterminate origin, rendering her quite enchanting. For reasons unknown, the women of this place seemed to have a penchant for hats. During a previous academic salon, Luo had observed numerous women donning extravagant headwear, a likely trend among the nobility. Professor Brittney acquired a purple scarf that perfectly complemented her attire, and as the trio strolled together, they unknowingly attracted the envious gazes of countless men. Initially, Isabella intended to head straight home, but upon witnessing the abundance of ingredients Luo had procured, she changed her mind and decided to dine at the school before departing. This alteration of plans also influenced Luo, who had initially intended to prepare a simple bowl of noodles for an evening of meditation. After all, Isabella was his benefactor. If she found dissatisfaction with his culinary skills, he would have to rely on selling papers to sustain both himself and Professor Brittney. Given that Professor Brittney's financial circumstances were also precarious, she had not charged Luo rent. He felt uncomfortable requesting money from her. When a woman's heart, one must first conquer her appetite. Thus, Luo knew that to gain Isabella's favor, he must first captivate her heart. Consequently, for this afternoon's meal, Luo poured his utmost effort into preparing dishes he excelled at. For the trio, Professor Brittney, Isabella, and himself, he cooked 4 courses. In addition to a soup, 2 meat dishes consisted of braised fish and lotus leaf chicken, as he had not found any chili peppers at the market. And given the locals' preference for mild flavors, he hesitated to prepare anything too spicy for Isabella. After all, should he inadvertently displease her and cause her to withdraw her support, he would find it challenging to secure another benefactor. The 2 vegetable dishes included a stir-fried common vegetable and hand-torn cabbage, while the soup was a mushroom broth that he simmered for over an hour by the time he completed the dishes. The soup was also nearly ready. Outside, Brittney was teaching Isabella combat techniques, and as Luo approached the window, he called out, "Professor Brittney, senior sister Isabella, dinner is served." Isabella reached the door, poised to enter, when she suddenly inhaled deeply and inquired, "What is that delightful aroma?" It was a scent she had never encountered before, neither floral nor reminiscent of the pleasant fragrance of Professor Brittney, but rather one that induced an involuntary swallow. Not only Isabella, but Brittney too felt her throat involuntarily respond to the enticing fragrance. They both turned their gazes toward the table laden with food that was a sight unlike any they had encountered, food that was distinctly different from bread. What transpired next could only be described as a whirlwind. Luo's culinary skills might be deemed average, yet he had anticipated this outcome. It was not a matter of self-confidence, but rather a testament to the excellence of traditional Chinese cuisine. Since ancient times, the Chinese have pursued culinary perfection to an almost unparalleled degree, in an era where dining is often merely about satiation. Luo possessed the invaluable wisdom accumulated over hundreds of years by countless gastronomes. Once the meal concluded, Isabella reclined comfortably on the sofa, unconsciously caressing her slightly protruding abdomen. Devoid of any semblance of ladylike decorum, Luo couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Isabella often referred to herself as a lady. Yet both Alice and Professor Brittney exhibited far more refinement. After all, a true lady would never touch her stomach in the presence of a gentleman. Sensing Luo's gaze, Isabella's cheeks flushed, and she huffed. "What are you staring at? It's all your fault." It seemed somewhat excessive for her to blame the chef for preparing exceptionally delectable dishes, and her sentence trailed off abruptly. Luo quickly averted his gaze. Fixating on a young woman's abdomen was behavior befitting a rogue. The 4 dishes on the table were devoured entirely, and the mushroom soup was left with not a drop remaining. Isabella stroked her belly, convinced that the 10 gold coins she had spent were well worth it. Until today, she had never fathomed that food could be so delicious. The chefs at her home excelled only at baking bread and cakes, or curing and smoking fish. They certainly would never concoct a soup from mushrooms, which they typically reserved for roasting. She had once believed that honey cream cake was the pinnacle of culinary delight, never considering that the same ingredients could yield such vastly different flavors. Brittney, too, was experiencing this entirely new sensation for the first time, yet she exhibited far more restraint than Isabella. After reaching a moderate fullness, she set down her chopsticks, the implements she had just begun to master. For the past 20 years, she had grown accustomed to using knives and forks, finding them exceedingly convenient for cutting both bread and meat. Chinese cuisine, of course, necessitated the use of chopsticks. Brittney observed Chen Luo wielding the wooden sticks with ease, and she soon began to imitate him. Initially, she struggled to control them, but as time passed, her proficiency grew. Although she was still not as adept as Chen Luo, she managed to use them with relative ease. Isabella, too, caught on quickly. After some initial difficulty, the table soon became a flurry of 3 pairs of chopsticks in motion. Although both Brittney and Isabella's chopstick techniques remained somewhat clumsy, Chen Luo felt a profound sense of nostalgia. In a world predominantly populated by individuals with brown hair and blue eyes, where those with black hair and black eyes were seen as outliers, it was a rare and cherished experience to share a simple meal with 2 companions who also used chopsticks. For the first time in this foreign land, Chen Luo felt a sense of home. After the meal, Brittney took the initiative to clean up, with Isabella assisting her at one moment. Isabella glanced back at Chen Luo, who was lost in thought on the sofa, and asked, "What is wrong with Blair?" As Brittney finished washing the dishes and neatly arranged them, she too was momentarily taken aback by Chen Luo's demeanor. In Brittney's mind, her brilliant student had always been the epitome of rationality, possessing a maturity and steadiness uncommon for his age. She had never witnessed such an emotion reflected in his eyes. This emotion was familiar to her. At certain moments, she too had experienced such feelings. Brittney gazed outside and softly remarked, "He must be missing home." Isabella was increasingly perplexed, murmuring, "But isn't this his home?" Alone in a foreign realm. Although Chen Luo forcefully buried certain emotions deep within his heart, he occasionally found it hard to suppress his longing for home. Fortunately, after a brief slumber, that melancholic sentiment dissipated entirely. Toby arrived today earlier than usual. Appearing quite invigorated, once seated, he excitedly exclaimed, "Blair, I just saw Senior Alice again." Chen Luo opened his mathematics textbook and casually inquired, "Aren't you fond of Senior Isabella?" Toby's face displayed a moment of hesitation as he replied, "Though Senior Isabella is more beautiful. Senior Alice is really quite ample. I seem to have heard my name." Alice entered through the back door of the classroom, smiling at Chen Luo as she asked, "Junior Blair, what were you saying about me just now?" Chapter 50. The Senior Slayer. Toby slowly turned to face Alice, who stood just behind them, his expression becoming blank. Chen Luo turned back, smiling, and said, "We were discussing how Senior Alice is quite substantial. Thank you for the bread you brought yesterday." Alice smiled gently and replied, "It's no trouble at all. Junior Blair. If you like, I can bring you some every day." While the honey butter bread was delightful, eating it daily would soon lead to monotony. Moreover, Chen Luo was no longer alone. He had to provide breakfast for 3. Ever since Isabella savored Chen Luo's culinary prowess last night, she had decided to dine at school for all her meals. Chen Luo had no objections, as she had paid for her meals. Having accepted her gold coins, he felt obliged to cater to her needs, which was the least he could do. Looking at Alice, Chen Luo politely said, "Thank you, Senior Alice, but it's unnecessary. I simply forgot to bring my bread yesterday." Alice chuckled lightly and did not press the matter further. Instead, she waved her small notebook and asked, "Junior Blair, may I ask you a few math questions?" Chen Luo nodded and replied, "Of course." It would be quite ungentlemanly and impolite to refuse such a reasonable request after having enjoyed her bread just yesterday. Furthermore, it was not uncommon for girls to seize the opportunity to approach him under the guise of seeking help with their studies. Alice was just one among many. Alice stepped closer and turned to Toby, asking, "Could you? I'm leaving. I'll be right out." Toby stood up without hesitation, swiftly disappearing from Chen Luo's view. Alice seemed genuinely there to seek assistance. She posed several math problems to Chen Luo that were indeed challenging for a 3rd grader. Out of professional habit, Chen Luo relished the process of explaining problems, especially mathematical ones. After listening to his explanations, Alice remained silent for a long moment before exclaiming, Junior Blair is truly a math genius. Even our math teacher couldn't explain it as clearly. Chen Luo humbly responded, "It is merely that Senior Alice possesses a quick wit and comprehends readily." As the class period approached, Alice expressed her gratitude to Chen Luo and departed the classroom. No sooner had she left than Toby slipped back in. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, Blair, what did Senior Alice want with you?" Chen Luo replied, "She asked me math questions, didn't you hear?" Toby looked incredulous as he said, "Senior Alice's family is a lineage of mathematicians, with several scholars among them. Why would she come to you for help? And she even wants to bring you breakfast every day. What exactly is your relationship with Senior Alice? Does Senior Isabella know? Does Teacher Brittney know? Among those three, who do you like the most?" Ignoring Toby's rapid-fire questions, Chen Luo pondered the unusual nature of Alice's behavior. Despite her family's scholarly background, it was odd for her to seek him out. Their acquaintance was minimal, yet she seemed intent on bringing him valuable honey butter bread daily, as if they were longtime friends. Had Chen Luo not been aware of his own rising prominence in the mathematical circles of Yabo City, he might have suspected that Alice was sent by her family to befriend him, perhaps even to compete with Isabella for his affection. Since Isabella's recent folly, and following the incident at the salon where Chen Luo wagered with Fiki, rumors of his relationship with Isabella had intensified in Santo Tomas. After all, they were often seen together, leading many to believe they were indeed a couple deeply in love. In Santo Tomas, Alice was Isabella's rival and nemesis. She had taken Isabella's beloved boyfriend, only to cruelly abandon him, thereby striking a blow to Isabella's heart. Such melodramatic scenarios were not entirely implausible. Alice's presence not only transformed Toby into a whirlwind of inquiries, but it also drew the attention of other second-grade students, who glanced back and forth between Chen Luo and him. First, it was Isabella who favored him, and now it appeared even Alice had succumbed to his charm. The two goddesses of Santo Tomas had seemingly fallen for Blair, leaving many feeling disheartened. They lamented not having recognized his worth before he attained such excellence. Now, it felt too late to compete with Isabella and Alice. Chen Luo paid little mind to the gossip swirling around him, for he had many tasks to attend to. Calvin had been urging him about 2 papers that were now complete, and with the weekend approaching, he planned to deliver them. Additionally, he intended to visit the Magic Association over the weekend, as he did not wish to squander the monthly gold coin fee for borrowing materials. Regarding Toby's situation, Chen Luo felt compelled to devote some attention to it, having promised to assist him. Toby's magical talent was rather mediocre, and since Chen Luo had shed the label of a magical failure, that title had now fallen upon Toby. To date, while every other student in the class could conjure fireballs of varying sizes, Toby could only manage a few sparks. Certainly, his lethargy played a role, but his innate magical aptitude was evidently quite ordinary. "Have you tried magic from other schools?" Chen Luo could not alter Toby's innate abilities, so he approached the matter from another angle. The 4 elemental magics of the world differ in affinity among individuals. Some are more attuned to fire, while others resonate with water. Generally, this variance is subtle, but it is not unheard of for certain individuals to possess an extraordinary affinity for one element, far exceeding their connection to others. This could result in a significantly more efficient learning process for that particular magic. Though such occurrences are exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in tens of thousands, typically, instructors at the academy teach students the fireball spell for ease of management and assessment, as magical apprentices are not divided by element. They can learn other magics once they become junior magicians. No. Toby shook his head, admitting he had never even managed to release a basic fireball spell, let alone attempt the other 3 elemental magics. With nothing else to do, and having self-studied the apprentice spells of the other 3 elements, Chen Luo knew that most individuals could cast these spells on their first attempt, provided their mental fortitude was sufficient, albeit with minimal power. Chen Luo himself exhibited no disparity in affinity for the 4 elemental magics. Capable of instantaneously conjuring fireballs, water spheres, gentle breezes, or earthen shields, if there were a rating for elemental affinity, he would surely be at the maximum level. Looking at Toby, he suggested, "You should try the apprentice spells from the other 3 elements." The spells for the other 3 elements were not included in the textbook. Chen Luo had learned them only after consulting teacher Brittney. He shared with Toby the incantations, gestures, and methods to communicate with the other elemental forces. After hundreds of attempts, Chen Luo concluded that Toby's magical talent was indeed lacking he exhibited minimal affinity for all four elements. With his connection to water and wind being even weaker than that to fire, he could barely conjure a layer of earth to envelop his fist, providing an attack that was at least superior to summoning mere sparks. Chun Luo patted Toby on the shoulder and encouraged him. Work on enhancing your mental strength. Perhaps one day you can specialize in earth magic. Toby appeared disheartened by the reality of his magical ineptitude. He understood that, even with greater effort, achieving the accomplishments of those with superior innate talent would be a daunting task that in truth, those with better abilities often worked harder than he did. So what was the point of his efforts? Toby's magical aptitude was below average, suggesting that, barring extraordinary effort, he would struggle to ascend to the ranks of high-level magicians. While history does present a few legendary magicians who achieved great heights despite modest talents, their numbers are exceedingly rare, and the effort they expended is beyond what most can fathom. As the school bell rang, Toby, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, bid farewell to Chun Luo and left the classroom. His head hung lowed in his despondence. He inadvertently collided with someone, sending them tumbling to the ground. The youth's posterior collided painfully against the stone, tears nearly springing forth from the agony. He pointed an accusatory finger at Toby and shouted in indignation, "Damn you! Toby, are your eyes blind?" Toby, in a foul mood, did not deign to look at him and continued walking forward. The boy, incensed, glanced at the companions who had helped him up, pointed at Toby, and bellowed, "Get him!" Although St. Donis Academy forbids students from fighting amongst themselves, it was evident that Toby had instigated this altercation. Almost as soon as the boy's words fell, his companions rushed towards Toby. Toby, already troubled and irritated, was further provoked. In a fit of anger, he hurled down his backpack and charged at the group. Just as Chun Luo exited the classroom, he witnessed this unfolding scene. Toby, standing at about 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing approximately 200 pounds, was in a different league compared to the four youths. Though Toby's movements were slightly sluggish, their punches barely affected him. With just a gentle shove, he could send an opponent flying. Moreover, this fellow had the audacity to coat his fists with a layer of earthen armor before engaging. As a result, despite having taken a few punches due to the delay, he retaliated with a single blow that brought one opponent down to the ground, rendered incapacitated by the time the four of them lay sprawled on the ground. Toby looked down at them with a menacing glare and asked, "Still want to fight?" The four youths shook their heads vigorously, scrambling away in a panic. Toby picked up his backpack, dusted off his rear, turned to Chun Luo, and waved, saying, "Blair, see you tomorrow." Chun Luo regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before inquiring, "Have you ever considered becoming a warrior?" Chapter 51. The Superfluous Magic in the Realm of Divine Grace. Being a mage is merely a profession. However, akin to scholars, it is highly esteemed and respected. Though the status of a warrior does not quite reach that of the former two, they nonetheless belong to the upper echelons of society. After all, warriors can more easily accumulate military exploits, ascend to knighthood, or even be ennobled, thereby drastically altering their merchant status. Given Toby's magical aptitude, it is unlikely that he could ever become a top-tier mage or scholar. However, if his aspiration is to be a warrior, this modest magical talent would suffice. After all, mages typically avoid close combat unless absolutely necessary, and warriors do not engage enemies from a distance with fireballs. As long as he passes his magical studies, he can graduate from St. Donis and enter a more prestigious institution. Fully embarking on the path of a warrior, it was evident that Toby was still quite perplexed by this question. Offering no immediate response to Chun Luo advised him to ponder this matter thoroughly at home, as it pertained to his future development. He hoped that Toby would not act impulsively and make a decision he would regret for life. However, based on Chun Luo's understanding of Toby, it seemed that his desire to become a mage was not born from a genuine passion for magic, but rather from a desperate need to prove himself after enduring too many scornful glances at school. For him, becoming a powerful warrior would be significantly easier than attaining the rank of a high-level mage. The following day was a day of rest. Chun Luo rose early, prepared breakfast for teacher Brianna, and then departed from the school. He first visited the Mathematics Society to submit 2 papers to Calvin, then declined Calvin's invitation to accompany him to the royal capital for several important meetings. Departing the Mathematics Society without hesitation. This reluctance to join the Mathematics Society stemmed from the understanding that becoming a mathematical scholar would not provide him with substantial aid. Instead, it would burden him with numerous trivial matters. While an elevation in status might offer some conveniences in studying magic, it would also consume more time within the mathematics society, proving counterproductive. Should he join any society, it ought to be the magic society. The issue of irrational numbers had already spread through the scholars of Apollon City, inciting widespread panic among them. To promptly mitigate the impact of irrational numbers, Calvin needed to reach the headquarters of the Royal Mathematics Society as swiftly as possible to submit Chen Luo's paper. After leaving the Mathematics Society, Chen Luo proceeded directly to the Magic Society. At the front desk of the Magic Society, he did not encounter the girl named Jasmine. However, he had no pressing matters to attend to this time. After bypassing the front desk, he entered the library of the Magic Society. Although he now had a high-level magical advisor in teacher Brianna, Chen Luo's understanding of magic had transcended the conventional notions held by mages in divine grace. Since discovering that magical elements could merge with material elements, allowing for the combination of different magical systems, his research into magic had taken a peculiar direction, straying ever further from the norm. Nevertheless, with teacher Brianna's guidance and the magical techniques he had cunningly acquired from Isabella, Chen Luo had become quite adept at casting basic magic. His sole remaining task was to enhance his mental strength to reach the level of a novice mage as soon as possible. However, the improvement of mental strength cannot be achieved overnight. Aside from meditation, it requires constant practice of magic. In his fervent pursuit of advancing his magical level, Chen Luo had become almost maniacal. Even resorting to using magic for cooking, he had nearly reached the pinnacle of enhancing his mental strength, and a monthly fee of 1 gold coin merely granted him access to the first floor of the library, where he could peruse a plethora of texts. Here, one could discover the spell gestures for apprentice magic across various systems, methods for communicating with the 4 elements, and various techniques for casting basic spells. For magical apprentices, the knowledge gleaned from this repository was sufficient for them to successfully advance to the status of novice mage. However, with teacher Brianna already by his side, the books here held little significance for Chen Luo. What truly piqued his interest was the upper floor of the library, an area not accessible to the majority. Like the Mathematics Society, scholars wishing to benefit from the resources of the society must join and contribute to it. And the Magic Society was even more stringent in this regard. To acquire greater resources from the Magic Society, one must first become a member, which is straightforward. When an apprentice mage ascends to the rank of novice mage, they gain eligibility to join the Magic Society. Subsequently, they may choose to become magical advisors or fulfill tasks assigned by the Magic Society, acquiring the corresponding privileges after demonstrating a certain level of contribution. An alternative method exists, one that places no restrictions on the level or strength of the mage. The 4 magical systems have developed into a relatively complete framework, with each system and tier of mage corresponding to specific spells. For instance, the Fire Apprentice spell Fireball, the Novice Water spell Water Screen, and the Advanced Wind spell Windblade are all well known among mages. However, the exploration of magic is boundless. These spells, already common knowledge, were the result of extensive research by the predecessors of mages, who laid the groundwork for subsequent mages to build upon and improve. Today, various forms of magic have approached perfection through the efforts of countless individuals. Perfecting and enhancing existing spells, even advancing them by a minuscule degree, constitutes a significant achievement for mages, reducing the casting time of established spells, enhancing their stability, increasing their potency, or proposing entirely new spells. Success in any of these endeavors grants one eligibility to join the Magic Society. After careful consideration, Chen Luo resolved to pursue the second path. Although his composite magic may not qualify as an entirely new spell, the potency of his boiling water ball clearly surpassed that of the ordinary water ball spell, thereby representing an enhancement of an existing spell's power. Naturally, he harbored no intentions of revealing a word about the upgraded blue fireball. This was his current trump card, and he would not relinquish it to the Magic Society. Even the enhanced water ball spell, which had seen a slight increase in power post-boiling, was not something just anyone could master. The ability to execute composite magic requires a dual focus capability akin to that of Chen Luo and teacher Brianna, allowing for the simultaneous casting of dual system magic. Such individuals are likely rarer than magical prodigies. Who else could achieve instantaneous spellcasting besides Chen Luo? The time required for mages to cast dual system magic far exceeds that needed for single system spells. Moreover, the fireball spell's potency was already sufficient. There seemed little reason to squander time and mental energy upgrading the waterball spell in the time it would take to enhance the waterball spell. He could have cast several fireballs. From Chun Luo's perspective, the upgraded waterball spell was fraught with drawbacks. Thus, for the vast majority of mages, it was indeed a type of magic that would forever elude them, serving as the perfect stepping stone for Chun Luo to join the magic society. Chun Luo understood the pros and cons of composite magic very well, although combining dual system magic could amplify spell power. The preparation time was excessively lengthy, rendering it unsuitable for practical combat. After all, the issue of casting time is inherently a fatal flaw for mages, and composite magic merely exacerbates this weakness exponentially. Nevertheless, his method did indeed enhance the potency of the waterball spell. The inability of others to cast it was merely a matter of their own talent, and the lengthy preparation time was not his fault. His creation was indeed valuable. It was merely that others could not utilize it. With his mind set, Chun Luo was not foolish enough to undertake this endeavor directly under the guise of Blair. He is but a humble apprentice in the realm of magic, striving to maintain a low profile. Were it not for Fiki's incessant probing of Chun Luo's boundaries, he would have had no reason to offend the Howard family and the various factions. His proposal to innovate upon existing spells was merely a means to secure membership in the Magic Association, thereby gaining access to the resources he so desperately needed. Should his true identity be revealed, he would likely find himself beset by countless troubles in reality. Furthermore, the adage that a common man bears the burden of his treasures holds true in any context. Chun Luo's current abilities are still quite modest. If he were to attract unwanted attention, he could hardly afford to remain in constant proximity to Master Brittney. Having lived 2 lives, he values his existence more than anyone else. Of course, another reason for his caution lies in the fact that the spell he possesses is rather ineffectual. Chun Luo cannot guarantee that a wizard who invests a significant sum to acquire it would not later discover that they are incapable of mastering it, or that upon mastering it, they find its upgraded version of the waterball spell to be less formidable than the fireball spell. Would they not be inclined to seek vengeance upon him? Chapter 52. Brady's Fury after lingering for a spell in the library. Chun Luo exited the Magic Association and sought refuge in a secluded corner. He donned the robe of a wizard from his backpack, pulling the hood over his head, and affixed the carefully prepared mask to his face. In the Kingdom of Lauren, masks have become a fashionable accessory among the nobility, worn not only at balls but also in daily life. The oversized hood, capable of concealing his entire visage, coupled with the mask, should ensure that none would recognize him. This peculiar appearance garnered a few extra glances from the attendants at the entrance of the Magic Association, yet none approached him for inquiries. Wizards are known for their myriad eccentricities. Many who frequent the association prefer to remain anonymous. As long as they do not pose a threat to the institution, their choice to remain concealed is their prerogative. Approaching a counter, a plump young woman, no older than 18, with freckles adorning her face, glanced up at him. Upon noticing the black robe that signified an apprentice, her initial enthusiasm waned, and she inquired in a somewhat indifferent tone, "What brings you here?" Chun Luo observed the change in her demeanor, which reminded him of a girl named Molly. Although Molly's smile was somewhat more professional, her demeanor was far warmer than the one before him, but he chose not to dwell on it, as his purpose for visiting the association was not to witness the smiles of young women. Just as he was about to state his intent, the freckled girl suddenly brightened, darting out from behind the counter to approach a nearby wizard, eagerly asking, "Respected wizard, how may I assist you?" Chun Luo followed her gaze and noted a silver insignia on the wizard's chest, indicating that he was a junior wizard. "Bella, this gentleman is under my purview." The girl who had been attending to the junior wizard had just begun to speak when Bella, with her ample frame, pushed her aside. Bella, gazing at the junior wizard, ingratiated herself, saying, "Esteemed wizard, my name is Bella. I have worked at the Magic Association for 3 years and am quite familiar with its workings that I can fulfill any of your needs." The other girl watched helplessly as the junior wizard and Bella departed, letting out a soft sigh. Bella's uncle was a formal employee of the Magic Association, and even though she had usurped her responsibility, there was little they could do, unless she wished to forsake her hard-won position. Unfortunately, catering to a high-level wizard would yield far more points than serving an apprentice, and with Bella continually stealing such opportunities, when would she ever become a formal employee of the Magic Association? Turning her gaze, she noticed a magic apprentice standing at Bella's counter. Suppressing her frustration, she jogged over, donning a professional smile once more, and asked, "Good sir, how may I assist you?" Chen Luo, concealed beneath his robe and mask, allowed a faint smile to grace his features, although his visit to the Magic Association was not to admire the smiles of young girls. He found the sight of a pretty girl's smile far more appealing than the freckled girl's round face. He addressed the girl, whose name he now recalled as Molly, saying, "I wish to certify a modified spell." The tone of his voice differed significantly from his usual timbre. Since discovering that he could manipulate gases such as oxygen and nitrogen with his mental power to alter his voice, it had become a simple task for him. Modified spell. Molly was momentarily taken aback. Having held her position at the front desk for several months, she had encountered countless wizards, apprentices, junior and senior alike. Wizards typically visited the association to peruse materials, certify their magical ranks, or accept tasks. To meet someone seeking to certify a modified spell was a first for her. It is worth noting that the denizens of the Divine Grace continent had mastered the art of magic long ago. Over hundreds, or even thousands of years, both basic and advanced spells had undergone countless refinements. Achieving a state of near perfection with little room for further improvement, TO suggests that a mere apprentice could enhance a spell was unprecedented, and those possessing such capabilities were typically powerful archmages. Chen Luo, observing her hesitation, smiled and inquired, "Is there a problem?" Molly's expression wavered. According to the association's regulations, as a front desk attendant, she was not permitted to interfere with a wizard's decisions. However, many had abused the guise of seeking certification for modified spells to defraud the association, ultimately leading to their expulsion and their names being blacklisted. Molly regarded the figure obscured by the robe, hesitatingly stating, "Sir, are you certain you wish to pursue certification for a modified spell? If the certification fails, it could have irrevocable consequences for you, including being blacklisted from the association and losing access to its resources." Perceiving her concerns, Chen Luo chuckled softly, responding, "Just tell me where to go for the certification." Sensing his confidence, Molly felt reassured and replied, "Allow me to accompany you. May I ask which type of magic you are seeking to modify?" Chen Luo replied, "Water magic." "In that case, you should seek out Lord Brady. He is a junior water mage, and it seems the other attendants are unavailable today." Molly explained with a smile before adding, "My name is Molly. May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" Chen Luo. Chun Luo. Molly mentally repeated the somewhat unusual name, yet maintained her smile as she extended her hand, saying, "Mr. Chen Luo, please follow me." As Chen Luo and Molly ascended the stairs to the second floor, Bella descended, muttering curses under her breath. Damn it. Turns out he was just asking for directions. As she brushed past Chen Luo and Molly, Bella glanced back, curling her lip in disdain, remarking, "What good is beauty? What does a good figure matter? You'll just be a receptionist for life." In a room on the second floor of the Magic Association, Brady, a junior water mage and middle-level attendant, regarded Molly with a furrowed brow. "You say someone wishes to certify a modified spell?" Chen Luo's gaze shifted to the elder seated behind the desk. Recognizing him as the water mage present during his previous certification as an apprentice, Molly, feeling somewhat guilty, nodded and turned to Chen Luo, stating, "Yes, Lord Brady. Mr. Chen Luo claims he has significantly enhanced the water ball spell." "The water ball spell, huh?" A cold smile spread across Brady's face. Over the years, he had encountered numerous individuals who attempted to defraud the Magic Association under the pretense of modified spells. Some were junior mages. Others were senior mages. Never had he seen an apprentice exhibit such audacity. It is essential to understand that apprentice spells are the foundation of magical practice, and their fundamental nature is a result of countless generations of refinement, rendering them nearly perfect. The challenge of modifying them far exceeds that of higher-level spells. If someone were to come to the association claiming they could enhance the water ball spell, the likelihood of their deceit would be over 90%. Brady's restraint in not directly expelling him was commendable in itself. Consequently, Chen Luo had no intention of explaining the principles of combination magic to him. After all, hearing is often deceptive, while seeing is believing. Convincing an adult with fixed perspectives is an arduous task. No amount of eloquence could rival the impact of a well-aimed, upgraded water sphere striking him in the face. He silently recited an incantation, accompanying it with the gestures of the water sphere spell, and soon a transparent water sphere hovered mid-air. Although Luo possessed the ability to simultaneously cast both the water sphere and fireball spells, he chose to exercise a modicum of restraint to appear more human. After all, the communication with magical elements is a continuous process. Casting dual-type magic simultaneously is not significantly more difficult than doing so sequentially. Brady observed him, his expression softening slightly. Setting aside other considerations, this audacious apprentice possessed genuine talent. His speed in casting spells was noteworthy, even among novice mages, indicating a remarkable aptitude for communicating with magical elements. Yet, it was merely an ordinary water sphere. After witnessing Luo's water sphere, Brady's thoughts shifted. He had initially contemplated exposing the apprentice and placing him on the Magic Association's blacklist, thereby barring him from accessing books or undergoing magic rank certification. However, his anger dissipated. This young man exhibited promising magical talent and a remarkable affinity for water elements that surpassed that of the average person. Sever his magical prospects would be a loss for the entire magical community. As for the water sphere, he regarded it with disdain. It lacked the potency of the fireball spell, and he was not like the reckless Andre, who might foolishly fall victim to an apprentice's magic. Reflecting on the youth named Blair, Brady couldn't help but sigh internally. That individual was truly favored by the gods, though regrettably, he had commenced his magical studies too late. After a moment's distraction, Brady's gaze returned to find, to his astonishment, a red fireball had appeared beside the water sphere. The apprentice named Luo was attempting to merge the two, water sphere in his left hand, fireball in his right. After a brief moment of shock, Brady's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" He had never witnessed anyone capable of simultaneously casting dual-type magic, even if it was merely student-level spells. This revelation utterly shattered his understanding of magic and mages. Upon conjuring the fireball, Luo seamlessly merged it with the water sphere. In an instant, the fireball vanished, while the original water sphere exhibited signs of turbulence. "Go!" Luo commanded, and the rapidly heating water sphere struck Brady's stunned visage, eliciting an anguished cry from the second floor of the Magic Association. A scream of pain, tinged with disbelief, echoed from a nearby room. What transpired? It's Lord Brady's room. Has Lord Brady come under attack? Amidst the confusion and astonishment, a fiery red figure dashed into Brady's chamber. Andre, witnessing Brady's flushed face, exclaimed, "Old man, what happened to you?" Standing still, Luo observed the disheveled Brady. Had he not moderated the fireball's intensity, causing the water sphere's temperature to remain below boiling, Brady would have faced severe disfigurement rather than merely a painful encounter. Once assured of Brady's safety, Andre's curiosity resurfaced. "Why is your face so red?" Brady, however, paid him no mind, focusing intently on Luo, astonished as he inquired, "How did you accomplish that?" Luo replied, "It's quite simple. By releasing a fireball and a water sphere and merging them, one can significantly elevate the temperature of the water sphere, thereby greatly enhancing the potency of the water sphere spell." Brady, having witnessed the event firsthand, understood the principle behind the enhanced water sphere. However, his question had not pertained to that. He waved his hand dismissively, asking directly, "How did you manage to cast dual-type magic?" Luo recited another incantation, performing the appropriate gestures to conjure a water sphere, followed by a different incantation and gestures to summon another fireball. As he merged the two, the once ordinary water sphere began to churn violently, far more intensely than before. "Just like this," he stated, turning to face Brady. Inside the room, Brady, Andre, and even Jasmine were left speechless. The scene of one hand conjuring a fireball while the other wielded a water sphere, seemingly mundane, fundamentally upended their understanding of magic. How could a mage possibly release dual-type magic simultaneously? This was inconceivable to them. In the realm of the Divine Grace continent, no one had ever achieved such a feat. In their subconscious, it was simply impossible. Brady gazed at the violently churning fireball, a palpable look of fear crossing his face. It was evident that the individual before him had shown restraint. Had that water sphere struck his face, his appearance would have been irrevocably marred. Quickly regaining his composure, he attempted to replicate Luo's actions, hastily forming a water sphere before preparing to summon a fireball. Despite specializing in water magic, he was well versed in the apprentice-level spells of all elements. However, when he attempted to call forth the fireball, the initially summoned water sphere collapsed. He tried summoning the fireball first, Yet, as the water sphere took shape, the previously conjured fireball extinguished. It was as if water and fire were inherently incompatible. They could never be simultaneously cast. How is this possible? Brady could not suppress a low growl, incredulous that a feat easily accomplished by an apprentice eluded two intermediate mages. Gritting his teeth, he continued his experimentation. Not only Brady, but also Andre, the fire magic intermediate mage, engaged in relentless trials. Yet, what seemed simple for the apprentice named Chun Luo proved exceedingly challenging for them. After numerous attempts, they quickly realized that the root of the problem lay not within the magical elements, but rather in their mental focus. The methods for communicating with water and fire elements differed. Yet mental focus belonged to the individual. Casting two fireballs with both hands was not difficult, akin to writing Brady's name with one hand, while simultaneously writing Andre's with the other. Most could achieve this. However, simultaneously conjuring a water sphere with one hand and a fireball with the other required them to write Brady's name with one hand, while inscribing Andre's with the other, an impossibility for most. At least in Brady's and Andre's eyes, multitasking was an unattainable feat. It represented a different kind of talent, one unrelated to magical aptitude or mage rank. It was evident that the apprentice named Chun Luo possessed this gift, while they did not. This was magic that transcended the capabilities of ordinary individuals. It was the domain of genius. Observing the two mages, who had fallen silent after numerous failures and appeared to be questioning their very existence, Chun Luo could not help but inquire, "May I proceed with my certification?" Chapter 54. The significance of the improved water sphere spell. In response to Chun Luo's inquiry, hesitation clouded Brady's face. Momentarily at a loss for words, before witnessing the power of that water sphere spell firsthand, if someone had told him that it could be enhanced, even marginally, he would have promptly expelled them. Yet, just moments ago, he had witnessed and even experienced the potency of this upgraded water sphere. It was unmistakable that this new iteration of the water sphere was far more powerful than its predecessor. Its strength had increased by more than tenfold. Should it be cast by a novice or intermediate mage, it could instantly incapacitate an enemy, addressing the inherent weakness of lower-tier water mages in combat, even though this enhanced water sphere still relied on fire magic, and in terms of raw power did not surpass that of a fireball. In certain special circumstances, such as when facing a fire mage, the improved water sphere held significant advantages over the fireball. However, the implications of refining the water sphere spell extended beyond mere combat efficacy. Though the magic demonstrated by Chun Luo remained within the apprentice level, his innovative thought process was unprecedented and revolutionary. What he proposed was not merely a new spell. It hinted at the emergence of a new branch of magic, one based on the four elemental magics and characterized as a type of combination magic. The pressing question was that not everyone could learn this magic. It was evident that to simultaneously cast dual-type magic, one must possess the innate talent akin to that of this apprentice. Such a multitasking ability was likely absent even within the entire ABO City Magic Association. This magic was tailored specifically for this kind of genius. At this juncture, Brady realized he could no longer make a decision alone. He turned to Chun Luo and said, "Please wait here for a moment." Afterward, he addressed Jasmine, instructing, "Take good care of this esteemed guest." Brady inhaled deeply, stepping out of the room alongside Andre. In his eyes, Chun Luo was no longer merely a humble apprentice in the arcane arts. He had truly proven capable of enhancing magic, particularly low-tier spells. Such an individual would be a distinguished guest not only within the confines of the Apollon City Magic Association, but anywhere else as well. "Mr. Chun Luo, please enjoy some tea," he offered. Chun Luo settled into the seating area of Brady's room, and after Jasmine poured him a cup of steaming tea, she respectfully took her place beside him. Awaiting his instructions, with her head slightly bowed, she occasionally cast curious glances at Chun Luo. In the Magic Association, incidents of intermediate magicians being harmed by apprentices were exceedingly rare. She had only witnessed such occurrences twice before, the most recent of which had transpired merely 7 days ago. This Mr. Chun Luo had performed a miracle akin to that of Mr. Blair from their last encounter. The tea from the Magic Association was unexpectedly delightful. Brewed from some plant stems and leaves, presenting a flavor Chun Luo had never encountered before. Fortunately, this mask only obscured the upper half of his face, perhaps a consideration made by the nobility when they invented such adornments. Mindful of the challenges of dining and drinking, taking a sip of tea, he glanced at Jasmine and said, "Miss Jasmine, please have a seat as well." Chenluo was unaccustomed to being attended to, and with someone standing beside him, he felt rather uneasy. No, that's quite unnecessary." Jasmine shook her head repeatedly, insisting, "Mr. Chenluo, please feel free to command me." Chenluo held a certain fondness for this polite young lady. He shifted slightly to offer her half of his seat, saying, "Do sit down. It's rather uncomfortable for me to see you standing there." Jasmine hesitated momentarily before finally nodding, replying, "Thank you, Mr. Chenluo." She settled into the corner of the sofa, bringing her long legs together, hands resting on her knees, appearing somewhat constrained. "Are you also a magician, Miss Jasmine?" The two sat in silence, a touch of awkwardness lingering, prompting Chenluo to initiate a conversation. While he was not naturally loquacious, Jasmine's gentle and polite demeanor made him feel inexplicably uplifted simply by listening to her speak. Chenluo's kindness diminished Jasmine's shyness somewhat, and she shyly confessed, "My magical aptitude is not high. I can only perform the water sphere and fireball spells at this point." Pausing for a moment, she looked at Chenluo with a hint of reverence and said, "Mr. Chenluo, your magical talent is extraordinary. I have never seen anyone capable of casting dual-element magic." Chenluo smiled gently, replying, "In truth, it has little to do with innate magical talent." With a moment to spare, he retrieved 2 quill pens from a holder on the table and pulled over a sheet of paper. Holding one pen in each hand to write a few words that on the left side of the paper, he inscribed Jasmine's name, and on the right, his own. "Just like this," he explained as he set down the quills. "If a person can perform different tasks simultaneously with both hands, then casting dual-element magic should not be particularly difficult." Jasmine observed the 2 names on the paper, and after a brief moment, she picked up the quills Chenluo had set down and began to write something slowly yet neatly on the paper. After a while, the paper bore an additional Jasmine and Chenluo. She smiled at him, revealing her playful canines, and asked, "Is this correct, Mr. Chenluo?" At the Magic Association, Elton rose from his chair, gazing at Brady with incredulity. "Someone has enhanced the water sphere spell, amplifying its power manifold. Brady, are you jesting with me?" As one of the 4 vice presidents of the Apollon City Magic Association and a senior water magician himself, Elton could hardly fathom the idea of elevating the water sphere's power even slightly. Throughout history, countless archmages and even saintly mages had perfected basic spells to an extraordinary degree, and it was now impossible for even the most exalted among them to make further improvements. Let alone an apprentice. Brady anticipated Elton's reaction. His initial response had also been disbelief. However, he had been struck by the enhanced water sphere, leaving his face still tingling. Shaking his head, Brady clarified, "He did not merely enhance the water sphere, he combined it with the fireball spell." Brady recounted the astonishing process he had witnessed, knowing that if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. After hearing his account, Elton's expression shifted to one of greater astonishment. His gaze fixed on Brady as he queried, "Are you suggesting that someone can simultaneously cast dual-element magic?" The notion of a magician performing dual-element spells was virtually unheard of, and Elton was more inclined to believe that the water sphere could indeed be improved. "Yes," Brady confirmed, visibly shaken. "He first summoned a water sphere and then conjured a fireball. I witnessed it myself, and Andre can corroborate." Andre, standing nearby, turned to Elton and asserted, "Lord Elton, what Brady says is entirely true." Elton waved his hand dismissively. He would determine for himself whether a magician could indeed cast dual-element magic. He summoned a water sphere and then attempted to multitask by conjuring a fireball. However, once the fireball was successfully summoned, the initially conjured water sphere collapsed due to a loss of mental control. Attempting the reverse yielded the same result. Either the first spell would fail while he focused on the second, or he could not divert enough mental energy to cast the second spell while maintaining the first. The notion of dividing one's focus was simply impossible. After multiple attempts, Elton abandoned his efforts and instructed Brady and Andre, "Take me to meet this individual you speak of." Chapter 55. Urgent Gathering. Chenluo waited for quite some time, nearly finishing an entire pot of tea before Brady and Andre returned. In addition to the 2 intermediate attendants from the Magic Association, another figure walked ahead of them. This individual was also an elderly man, dressed in a blue magical robe adorned with 3 silver lines on the chest. Brady introduced him to Chenluo, saying, "Mr. Chenluo, This is Lord Elton, the Vice President of the Apollon City Magic Association. Everyone has their aspirations. Not all individuals on the continent of divine grace desire to become great magicians. Some dream of becoming mathematicians, scientists, astrologers, or doctors. Even those with considerable magical talent may choose not to join the Magic Association. Take, for instance, Teacher Brittney, the 4 vice deans of the St. Donna's Academy, or Calvin from the Mathematics Association. All are high-level magicians, yet have opted not to affiliate with the Magic Association, making such ranks exceedingly rare. Qianluo had initially assumed this man to be a senior attendant of the Magic Association, only to discover he was, in fact, a vice president, emanating a presence that felt even more formidable than that of the Academy's vice deans or Vice President Calvin. Before Qianluo could speak, Elton directly stated, "Show me the enhanced water sphere spell." Without further ado, Qianluo demonstrated the upgraded water sphere once more. "Good heavens," Elton murmured, watching in disbelief as what he perceived to be an impossible feat materialized before his eyes, his expression mirroring that of Brady and Andre moments earlier. After a brief pause, he regarded Qianluo again, standing 5 meters away, and requested, "Please use your enhanced water sphere to attack me. I will personally authenticate your improved spell." Qianluo nodded and unleashed an enhanced water sphere aimed at Elton. He noted that as he began to cast the spell, Elton's lips moved slightly, and his sleeves stirred, indicating he too was communicating with the magical elements. However, as the water sphere traveled a certain distance, Qianluo suddenly lost control over the water element. Concurrently, the water sphere in midair began to cool, ultimately freezing into a solid block of ice that fell to the ground. Qianluo's gaze shifted. Solidifying water into ice was a demonstration of a high-level magician's PR. Its greatest drawback lies in the fact that the enhanced water ball technique cannot be executed by all, even he, as a high-ranking mage, is unable to perform it. Apart from that fellow who reveals himself through clever wordplay, how many mages can achieve such a feat? Frankly speaking, this magic is somewhat superfluous. Elton attempted to convince himself with this rationale, but had to concede that, for an ordinary mage, this spell is indeed redundant. However, for those capable of multitasking, it opens a new avenue in the realm of magic. After a considerable pause, he turned to Qianluo and said, "Sir, I sincerely apologize, but the enhanced magic requires, in addition to the enhancer, at least 2 other individuals to successfully cast it. Regrettably, none among us is able to unleash your modified spell." Qianluo understood this rule of the Magic Association. After all, a spell that no one can master brings no benefit to the association. This conundrum also stumped Qianluo. Although Teacher Brittney could cast dual-element magic, summoning her would expose his identity, which contradicts Qianluo's plan. Apart from Teacher Brittney, there was another suitable candidate before Qianluo, but he gazed at Jasmine and smiled as he inquired, "Miss Jasmine, might I ask if you would be willing to assist me with a task?" Jasmine timidly glanced at the others in the room and nodded slightly, saying, I will give it a try. O wandering fire element in the world, heed my call. O wandering water element in the world, heed my call." After a long recitation, Jasmine's outstretched hands gradually coalesced into a fireball and a water ball. The water ball she conjured was diminutive, and the fireball appeared unstable, as if it might collapse at any moment. Such a level of apprentice magic could easily be surpassed by any novice mage. Yet the truth remained that Jasmine's ability to summon a water ball in one hand and a fireball in the other was something even the high-ranking mage Elton could not achieve. Elton, Brady, and Andre stood rooted in place, witnessing the Magic Association's receptionist executing dual-element magic, their hearts struck by an unprecedented blow. Elton even cast a skeptical glance at Qianluo, asking, "My Lord Qianluo, you are not concealing any techniques regarding this modified magic, are you?" "Not at all," Jasmine hastily clarified. "I didn't employ any techniques. I simply summoned a fireball first, then summoned a water ball, summoning a fireball first, then a water ball." Elton found himself at a loss for words as he regarded the young girl before him. Her words seemed effortless, yet if it were truly so simple, the magical community would have long since undergone a revolution in combined magic. If such a feat required no complex techniques, undoubtedly only a select few exceptionally gifted mages could communicate with dual-element magic simultaneously. Otherwise, countless mages throughout history would have discovered dual-element or even multi-element magic without the need for a mere apprentice. Elton turned his gaze to Qianluo and said, "Please wait a moment. I will gather all the mages of the Magic Association to verify this. The proposal of such combined magic holds epic-making significance for mages, its importance far surpassing the mere enhancement of an existing spell, warranting Elton's attention. Chen Luo had already waited for a considerable time and was not in a hurry. The hospitality of the Magic Association was commendable as lunch approached. Elton arranged for staff to prepare food for Chen Luo. The tray boasted roasted meat, cake, fruit, and red wine, its opulence rivaling that of the previous evening's mathematical salon. Chen Luo gestured invitingly to Jasmine, saying, "Miss Jasmine, please join me for a meal." Though Jasmine was somewhat hungry, she shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, No, I cannot. Please sit." Chen Luo smiled and said, "You have rendered me a great service. Let this be my way of thanking you." Just as Jasmine was about to refuse again, Brady, remaining in the room, seemed to sense something and gently cleared his throat, stating, "Since Lord Chen Luo has extended an invitation, you should sit and dine with him." Jasmine glanced at Brady and slowly took a seat opposite Chen Luo. She picked up her knife and fork but dared to eat only the food before her. She was uncertain why this enigmatic mage was treating her so kindly, feeling a measure of wariness, before leaving home to work at the Magic Association. Her mother had warned her that a girl alone in the world must learn to protect herself. Yet, she inexplicably sensed that this mage held no ill intent towards her, reminding her of someone with whom conversations felt the most relaxed and enjoyable. However, she soon diverted her attention to the delightful food before her. Throughout her life, she had never tasted anything so exquisite. While Chen Luo and Jasmine enjoyed their meal, they remained oblivious to the turmoil engulfing the entire Magic Association. Vice President Elton had just issued an order. All mages, from high-ranking stewards to ordinary employees, were to cease their current tasks and assemble in the first-floor hall. Even the receptionists were temporarily gathered together. Among the crowd, Bella gazed at Elton's serious expression and those high-ranking stewards she seldom saw, her freckled face paling as she murmured, "What on earth is happening? Why isn't Jasmine here?" Chapter 56. Honorary member, this is impossible. I cannot do it either. I apologize, Lord Elton, but this is beyond my capabilities. Simultaneously casting dual-element magic. How could that be possible? In the first-floor hall of the Magic Association, the surrounding void was unprecedentedly filled with fire and water elements. Under Vice President Elton's command, all stewards and employees of the Magic Association, including the receptionists familiar with apprentice magic, were engaged in a singular task. They attempted to summon a fireball while simultaneously conjuring a water ball. Both fireball and water ball spells were considered apprentice magic, which seemed like a straightforward endeavor. However, none of the dozens present, be they apprentice mages, junior mages, intermediate mages, or even several high-ranking mages, could accomplish this feat. A high-ranking steward looked at Elton and shook his head, stating, "The communication methods of different elemental magics are distinct. How could a mage communicate with one elemental magic while simultaneously engaging with another?" Elton had initially thought the same, yet he had just witnessed someone achieve this. Even if one was an apprentice mage and the other a receptionist at the Magic Association, following verification by dozens of mages, Elton had to concede that the two possessed an exceedingly rare talent that enabled them to multitask. It was no wonder that despite the long history of magical development, no one had proposed the concept of such magic, as it bore no relation to magical talent. Even a holy mage might not surpass the capabilities of a little girl unfamiliar with magic, according to the regulations of the Magic Association. Aside from the individual who enhanced the magic, any modified magic recognized by the Magic Association must be successfully cast by at least two individuals. The receptionist barely counted as one, yet Elton could not identify the second person. No one within the entire ABO City branch of the Magic Association possessed the extraordinary talent that the two exhibited. This attempt at certification should be deemed a failure. However, the introduction of such modified magic undoubtedly breathed new life into the long-stagnant magical community. And Elton felt that missing this opportunity would result in the Magic Association losing even more in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed everyone and returned to the previous room. The voluminous magic robe and the mask beneath the magical hat obscured his view of this Chen Luo, the apprentice mage. Elton approached him and said, "I have searched the entire Magic Association and found no second person capable of successfully casting the enhanced water ball technique. However, I believe that your modified magic has opened a new branch of magic. carrying significant implications. Therefore, the Magic Association is willing to make an exception and certify your modified magic. The certification by the Magic Association signifies the acknowledgement of a mage's modified magic, while it may not affect the spell's potency. It can offer Chen Luo certain advantages he desires. Chen Luo nodded and replied, "Thank you, President Elton." "You're welcome." Elton continued. "Additionally, based on your contributions, the Magic Association formally invites you, Lord Chen Luo, to become an honorary member. Would you be willing to accept this invitation?" This was precisely Chen Luo's aim in seeking magical certification. After feigning contemplation for a moment, he nodded and said, "It would be my honor." The Mathematical Association has honorary scholars, and the Magic Association has honorary members. The honorary medal of the Mathematical Association is awarded to scholars who achieve significant accomplishments in mathematics, while the Magic Association invites mages who contribute to the association or the entire magical system. Whether he becomes an honorary scholar mattered little to Chen Luo, but becoming an honorary member of the Magic Association was his ultimate goal. Only by becoming an honorary member could he access the magical resources of the Magic Association. The greater the contributions made to the Magic Association, the higher the rank of the honorary member, thereby granting them greater access to resources. The accumulated wisdom of the Magic Association over centuries is sufficient to provide a wizard with the necessary experience and knowledge to progress from a magical apprentice to a grand sorcerer, something even teacher Brittney cannot offer Chen Luo. Elton nodded, turning his gaze towards Jasmine, and suddenly inquired, "What is your name?" Faced with the imposing vice president, Jasmine appeared somewhat flustered and replied in a hushed tone, "My name is Jasmine." Elton smiled gently and continued, "Miss Jasmine, would you be willing to become an assistant steward of the Magic Association?" Ah, Jasmine was momentarily taken aback by the proposition. Being merely a receptionist at the Magic Association, the thought of becoming a regular employee within 3 years had already been a cherished dream. She had never imagined that she might one day ascend to the role of assistant steward. Although the title included the word assistant, it nonetheless positioned her within the management of the Magic Association. After regaining her composure, she gazed at Elton in disbelief and asked, "Can I, really?" Elton nodded affirmatively and replied, "You are the only one in the branch capable of wielding dual-element magic. Should Mr. Chen Luo develop any new modified spells in the future, only you would be able to validate them. No one else could replace you." As the vice president of the Magic Association, Elton would not typically concern himself with a mere receptionist, yet this young lady possessed a remarkable talent that none of them could match. How could the Magic Association allow such a talent to remain confined to a receptionist's role? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jasmine finally emerged from the overwhelming shock and nodded, saying, I am willing. Brady, please assist Jasmine in completing her onboarding procedures." Elton instructed Brady before turning his attention to Chen Luo and stating, "Lord Chen Luo, please follow me. There are important matters regarding the modification of the water sphere spell that we need to discuss." Chen Luo followed Elton into a more lavishly decorated room. The certification of modified magic required more than simply demonstrating the magical effects to the members of the Magic Association. It also entailed the agreement that the modifier permitted the Magic Association to disseminate the modified spell, albeit not without compensation. Although the technology on the Divine Grace continent lagged behind, the awareness of intellectual property was remarkably advanced. Including the Mathematical Association, any instance of academic plagiarism would result in severe repercussions for the involved scholars, stripping them of their scholarly status and leading to discrimination across all industries that ask for the modified spells. The Magic Association would only receive agency rights. Any wizard wishing to learn a modified spell would need to pay a specified sum of gold coins and swear by the name of the gods that they would not disclose the spell without the consent of either the Magic Association or the modifier. The people of the Divine Grace continent believed that magic was a divine gift, and few would dare to violate an oath sworn in the name of the gods, which proved more effective than any written guarantee. Basic elemental spells had been distilled from the knowledge of countless predecessor wizards, accessible to all. However, modified spells were the crystallization of individual intellect. Their indiscriminate dissemination could result in losses for both the modifier and the Magic Association, leading to accountability. Those with minor infractions could find themselves blacklisted by the Magic Association, while more serious offenders might face imprisonment. This system significantly mitigated losses for both the magic association and the modifiers, at the very least. The wealthier nobility were less likely to brazenly engage in such unlawful activities that, of course, completely eliminating the clandestine spread of modified magic was an impossible task, even in societies with more robust copyright laws. Piracy remained rampant. When free resources were readily available, moral constraints alone could not suffice. Under the influence of profit and money, morality often proved to be the most fragile of constructs. Still, countless unscrupulous wizards engaged in the clandestine sale or transmission of the Magic Association's paid resources, once discovered. Their fates were often dire. The precise cost in gold coins for learning modified spells was determined through discussions between the Magic Association and the modifier. The resulting profits were then distributed according to a predetermined ratio. Additionally, the Magic Association would provide a one-time payment to the modifier upon the first certification of the modified spell as a reward for their contributions. For Chun Luo's proposed modification of the Water Sphere spell, the Magic Association granted him a reward of 100 gold coins. This reaffirmed Chun Luo's belief that becoming an honorary member of the Magic Association was a remarkably astute decision. Not only did it pertain to his pursuit of magical knowledge, but it also held significant financial implications. His efforts to publish a paper in the Mathematical Association would yield a maximum of 50 silver coins, while the Magic Association offered him 200 times that amount. This sum was an unimaginable fortune for Chun Luo at present. He could neither refuse nor find justification for doing so. For he could not rely solely on Isabella forever. He was still young and had several more years to strive for his own success. Chapter 57. Jasmine's discovery. The reward bestowed upon Chun Luo by the Magic Association was a one-time offer. Thereafter, he would only receive a share of the profits. Nevertheless, this 100 gold coins would suffice for quite some time. Since Isabella covered the grocery expenses, his other daily expenditures were minimal. After discussions with Elton, they agreed to set the price for the modified spell at 100 gold coins. This meant that anyone wishing to learn the modified spell would need to pay the Magic Association 100 gold coins, of which 50 would go to Chun Luo. A price of 100 gold coins was considered expensive among all the modified or variant spells within the Magic Association. However, given the significance of this combined magic, both Chun Luo and Elton deemed it a fair price. Although it was merely an apprentice-level spell, it evidently applied to all water-based magic. What Chun Luo proposed was a method rather than a specific spell. Teaching someone to fish was preferable to merely giving them fish. It could be applied to the apprentice-level spell Water Sphere, transforming an ordinary water sphere into a boiling water sphere, drastically enhancing its lethality. It could also be utilized with mid-level water spells. While the Rainstorm spell was originally a mid-level water magic used to create obstacles for enemies within a certain range or to suppress fire magic. With adequate preparation, it could unleash torrents of water from the sky, amplifying its power exponentially. Using merely a basic fire spell as a prerequisite, its greatest flaw lay in the requirement for a particular innate talent to learn it. Elton regarded Chun Luo and remarked, "Such combined magic requires exceptionally high innate talent. I fear few would be willing to purchase it." Elton's words carried substantial weight. The flaws of combined magic were glaring, if described too explicitly. Who would be inclined to waste money on it? The sale of modified magic served as a revenue stream for the Magic Association. If no one bought it, the association would not profit. And consequently, neither would Chun Luo. After pondering for a moment, Chun Luo turned to Elton and said, "I have an unrefined idea regarding this issue, considering that overly detailed descriptions of such magic could compromise its core secrets." Elton accepted Chun Luo's suggestion and refrained from providing intricate details on this type of combined magic. Instead, after stating a type of modified magic that significantly enhances the power of water spells, he added a note. This type of modified magic has special requirements regarding the wizard's innate talent. Please purchase with caution. Once sold, no refunds will be issued, and all final interpretations belong to the Magic Association and Mr. Chun Luo. Elton regarded Chun Luo with appreciation, exclaiming, "Your considerations are indeed thorough, Lord Chun Luo." The cunning gaze of Elton, akin to that of a seasoned fox, gave Chun Luo an odd sensation, as if they were conspiring together to deceive the Magic Association for profit. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. He was pioneering a new branch of magic, forging a new path for the art of sorcery, and acting as a catalyst for magical advancement. the significance of which could not be measured in mere gold coins. After finalizing these details, Elton looked at Chen Luo and said, "The certification of modified magic requires several more procedures. I kindly ask you to wait here for a moment." Chen Luo, eager to explore the second floor of the Magic Association's library, inquired, "May I access the materials on the second floor of the library now?" Elton nodded, "Of course." As an honorary member of the Magic Association, Chen Luo was granted access to the resources on the second floor of the library. However, access to the third floor and above required a higher membership level. The elevation of honorary membership status could not be achieved merely through monetary contribution, but had to be earned through contributions. Nevertheless, for Chen Luo at this moment, a first-level membership was more than sufficient. The certification of a wizard's level required validation of their identity, but the certification of modified magic did not. Many wizards preferred to keep their true identities concealed, and the Magic Association did not pry deeply. Thus, Chen Luo currently held two identities within the Magic Association: Blair, the magical apprentice, and Chen Luo, the honorary member. He received the 100 gold coins from Jasmine and obtained his membership badge from the Magic Association. Jasmine, now an assistant steward of the Magic Association, stood beside Chen Luo and smiled, saying, "Lord Chen Luo, allow me to guide you to the second floor." Under Jasmine's guidance, Chen Luo ascended to the second floor of the library. On the second floor, the reading room housed 4 bookshelves, albeit noticeably smaller in stature. The volumes atop these shelves were markedly fewer in number, and only a scant few individuals occupied the area surrounding the shelves. The first floor was designated solely for the use of magic apprentices, while entry to the second floor was a privilege reserved for esteemed members, where one could discover the resources requisite for novice sorcerers. Chen Luo bypassed the introductory spellbooks of each magical discipline, as his current capabilities rendered him unable to cast even the simplest spells. Perusing them would be a futile endeavor. A method for compressing fireballs, a technique for transforming water orbs, 2 fire-based variant spells for rapidly enhancing mental acuity. Chen Luo's gaze ultimately settled upon the uppermost tier of a particular row of bookshelves. This tier was not like the others, where every tome was openly accessible. Instead, a transparent glass enclosure shielded it, sealing off the entire shelf from view. Standing beside him, Jasmine elucidated, "These are the modified spells and theories proposed by various other sorcerers. The refined spells crafted by you, Lord Chen Luo, shall eventually find their place here." While a significant portion of the Magical Association's resources were provided at no cost, any refined spells or theories certified by Chen Luo or other sorcerers were not within the association's purview to offer freely. Respecting intellectual property was paramount, and fortunately, Chen Luo's purse was currently more robust than ever, allowing him to disregard the cost of a few gold coins. He casually pointed out several modified and variant spells that piqued his interest, stating, "I shall take this one, this one, this one, and that one." Jasmine counted them one by one, replying, "That will be a total of 400 gold coins. I shall forego these." Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, then pointed to the last entry. "How much for this one? The method for rapidly enhancing mental acuity." Jasmine replied with a smile, "This one is 50 gold coins." At that moment, Chen Luo comprehended why the Magical Association was so affluent. There were numerous individuals, like himself, who were rather avaricious. The mere conjecture commanded a price of 50 gold coins, and with his 100 coins, he could scarcely afford 2 or 3 variant spells. Clearly, it was only through expenditure that one could attain strength. In the present age of magic, improving spells had become exceedingly challenging, with the association's so-called new spells primarily being variants. For instance, transforming a fireball into an animal shape or a water orb into a humanoid form. These flamboyant spells fundamentally remained fireballs and water orbs, their potency unaltered. However, each variant spell demanded unique applications of mental acuity and elemental control. Without understanding these distinctive methodologies, a sorcerer would forever summon mere water orbs and fireballs. With a sigh, Chen Luo declared, "I will take this one, as well as that." Ultimately, he selected only 2, one concerning the methods for enhancing mental acuity and the other regarding the compression of fireballs, for which he paid 90 gold coins. His previously swollen purse now swiftly deflated. It was evident that the essence of the Magical Association's resources lay beneath these glass enclosures. To acquire them, Chen Luo would need to continually elevate his membership level while amassing substantial gold coins. The exorbitant prices within the magical association prompted him to question life itself. Items frequently cost dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. Relying on writing papers for the mathematical association was no longer a feasible path. Chen Luo needed to devise ways to acquire wealth rapidly. His greatest hope was that his composite spells would garner the admiration of fellow sorcerers. If he could secure 50 gold coins for each, that would amount to 5,000 coins with 100 admirers, thus enabling him to realize his dream of overnight riches. In such a scenario, he would no longer require Isabella's patronage. Supporting her alongside Professor Brittney would be more than sufficient. Neither the method for compressing fireballs nor the materials regarding the expedited enhancement of mental acuity could be removed from the magical association. Only after Chen Luo swore an oath before the deities of magic and tendered his 90 gold coins was he granted permission to examine the pertinent materials. Subsequently, Chen Luo lingered within the magical association for the better part of the day, committing the information to memory before finally taking his leave. These materials could not be taken outside. Should he forget any details, he could always refer back to them through his records. Jasmine escorted him to the entrance, smiling. "Goodbye, Mr. Chen Luo." "Goodbye, Miss Jasmine." Chen Luo waved, expressing, "Thank you so much for today." At the entrance of the magical association, Jasmine gazed at Chen Luo's departing figure, her expression momentarily blank, gradually giving way to incredulity. As a front desk attendant at the magical association, it was her duty to serve these sorcerers, a fact she took for granted, as did the sorcerers themselves. Never before had anyone expressed gratitude. The esteemed sorcerers would never deign to thank a mere front desk attendant, except for a youth named Blair. And now, Mr. Chen Luo. In that instant, the two figures, previously unrelated, began to merge within Jasmine's mind. Chapter 58. Shortcuts. Jasmine stood perplexed at the entrance of the magical association, an astonishing hypothesis surfacing in her mind regarding Mr. Blair and Lord Chen Luo. Even though their voices bore no resemblance, they were both magic apprentices of similar height, shared the same courtesy of "thank you," and she had consistently sensed an uncanny familiarity. This led her to surmise what countenance lay beneath his magical robes and mask. She lingered at the entrance for quite some time before finally turning to re-enter the hall. Regardless of whether Lord Chen Luo was indeed Mr. Blair, he had rendered her an ineffable kindness. After becoming an assistant steward, she would receive 2 gold coins each month, making life at home significantly more bearable. Being an assistant steward was a dream she had never before dared to entertain. Steward Jasmine. Greetings, Steward Jasmine. Congratulations, Steward Jasmine. As she entered the grand hall of the Magical Association, numerous individuals greeted her warmly. These included friends from her front desk days and formal employees who had previously never acknowledged her. Jasmine smiled and returned the greetings, and when confronted with the timid gazes of 2 fellow front desk attendants, she chuckled. "Eve, Connie, what's the matter? Do you not recognize me?" Upon seeing that familiar smile and hearing that recognizable voice, the 2 young ladies mustered the courage to approach her, chattering excitedly. "Sister Jasmine, have you truly become an assistant steward?" "Sister Jasmine, what happened? An assistant steward? That is even more impressive than Bella's uncle." Hee, with Sister Jasmine around, who would dare bully us anymore? Not far away, Bella concealed herself behind the counter, casting her gaze toward Jasmine and her companions, her face a mask of regret. She lamented having bullied Jasmine and the others. Relying on her uncle's status as a formal employee, she regretted her haughty demeanor toward that magical apprentice. It was evident that Jasmine's sudden elevation from front desk attendant to a position even loftier than her uncle's as an assistant steward stemmed from that very magical apprentice. Had she been the one to attend to that apprentice, she would have been the one to ascend to assistant steward. The depth of Bella's regret was beyond words. All she could do was hastily resign from her position and leave. In the Magical Association, the repercussions of an assistant steward's vengeance were beyond her, and even her uncle would find them unbearable. Emerging from the Magical Association, Chen Luo sought out a secluded alley. Changing back into his original attire, confirming that no one was tailing him, he exited through another alleyway, making his way toward the academy. This visit to the Magical Association had proven exceptionally fruitful, as he had essentially achieved his objectives. The only unexpected revelation was that even as an honorary member, one must continuously invest gold to acquire additional resources. Of course, for ordinary sorcerers, the resources freely provided by the magical association were more than adequate. Each tier of sorcerer only needed to master 1 or 2 foundational spells corresponding to their level. Overindulgence would only lead to wasted time. The issue, however, was that Qianluo was not an ordinary sorcerer. In recent days, he had begun to recognize a crucial distinction between himself and the sorcerers of the Divine Grace continent. The manner in which they cast spells differed beyond mere reliance on incantations and gestures. In truth, his lack of need for incantations and gestures was merely a superficial aspect. The sorcerers of the Divine Grace continent, through incantations and gestures, enacted a ritualistic prayer to the deities, beseeching the ability to commune with magical elements to cast spells. Qianluo, however, operated on a command basis. He required no prayers to the deities. He could directly summon magical elements, which was the fundamental reason behind his independence from incantations and gestures. This conundrum had long perplexed Qianluo. Was it truly because his soul was foreign? And thus the outsider had a clearer understanding. For other sorcerers, while magical elements were controllable, the process was far more arduous. This implied that for each new spell learned, they would expend considerable time and effort. Mastering the foundational spells of each tier was already a time-consuming endeavor, and investing further time in those variant and modified spells with negligible power increases would be akin to forsaking the essential for the trivial. Conversely, for Qianluo, magical elements were readily accessible, as long as he understood how to employ his mental acuity. Learning new spells required little time. Thus, without hindering his progression, he certainly aimed to acquire multiple spells. After all, in the vast world, possessing diverse skills would prove beneficial, as one could never predict when seemingly trivial variant spells might yield significant advantages. Moreover, the methods that Qianluo has recently acquired for rapidly enhancing mental fortitude are closely intertwined with these variant magics. The acceleration of a mage's mental prowess, aside from being influenced by innate talent, hinges solely on diligent meditation. However, throughout the evolution of magical practice, some mages have serendipitously discovered that the rate of mental growth while acquiring new spells far surpasses that achieved through meditation. This revelation implies that the study of new magics can assist mages in transcending the limitations of their mental capacity. Fundamentally, the same can be said for a mage's advancement. When an apprentice mage's mental strength reaches a certain threshold, to ascend to the rank of a junior mage, they must learn at least one foundational spell, during which their mental acuity will experience a qualitative leap. The same principle applies when a junior mage transitions to an intermediate mage, and likewise for the progression from intermediate to advanced. This expeditious method of enhancing mental strength is predicated on the principles of mage advancement. While learning variants of the same tier does not yield as rapid an increase in mental prowess as advancement spells, it is still significantly faster than mere meditation. Naturally, this approach possesses considerable limitations, as mastering a foundational spell may require several years of study, leaving little time to explore other magics. Furthermore, acquiring numerous variant spells of similar potency is of little benefit. It is far more advantageous to master a single foundational spell and elevate it to its utmost potential. Ultimately, the evaluation of a mage's advancement rests on the potency of their spells rather than their quantity. Mastering 10 variant spells pales in comparison to enhancing a singular fireball spell to its maximum level. Thus, more often than not, mages regard this as a supplementary method, resorting to the study of variant spells only when they encounter a bottleneck in their mental capacity, seeking a swift breakthrough. Once they surpass this mental barrier, they will not squander time on variant spells, for truly mastering a new spell is no simple feat. However, for Qianluo, this indeed presents a shortcut to augmenting his mental fortitude, while other mages must engage in prayer rituals to communicate with magical elements. He commands them as if they were his own progeny, directing them effortlessly at will.in principle. As long as he comprehends the nuances of mental fluctuation, there exists no spell he cannot master in a short time. The few pages of information not only elucidated the principles behind the rapid enhancement of mental strength, but also included 2 variant spells, the Firebird spell and the Chain Fireball, both accessible to Qianluo at the apprentice stage. His visit to the Magic Association today proved immensely fruitful. Departing from school in the morning and returning as dusk approached, he felt an inexplicable sense of having forgotten something since leaving the association. As he drew closer to the school, this sensation intensified. It was not until he neared the faculty dormitory that he recalled what he had neglected. He had forgotten to prepare a meal for teacher Brittney. In the morning, believing he would return promptly, he had informed her that he would be back to cook for lunch, yet it was now evening. She must have purchased some bread for herself, Chen Luo conjectured reasonably. Upon glancing up, he spotted two figures on the second-floor balcony, peering longingly towards the entrance of the school. Teacher Brittney and Isabella languidly rested on the balcony, creating in Chen Luo a palpable sense of urgency. Chapter 59. Compressed Fireball. Blair, where have you been? Why have you returned so late? Teacher Brittney and I haven't eaten all day. As Chen Luo descended the stairs, Isabella's voice, tinged with surprise, reproach, and a hint of grievance, reached his ears. He hurriedly ascended the stairs and, upon seeing Brittney and Isabella, apologized. Teacher Brittney, Senior Isabella, I am truly sorry. I will prepare dinner immediately. Today's oversight was indeed his fault. Engrossed in the authentication of magic, he had forgotten to return at lunchtime and had not anticipated Isabella's presence. For the foreseeable future, he would be responsible for the meals of both Isabella and teacher Brittney, a commitment for which Isabella had already compensated him. He felt obliged to honor Isabella's trust, for it was the minimum standard of integrity. As Chen Luo busied himself in the kitchen, Brittney entered and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Isabella swiftly followed suit, exclaiming, "I will help too." Brittney had initially assumed Chen Luo was merely delayed, but she was taken aback by how late it had become. She had only consumed breakfast since morning. In truth, since yesterday, mealtime had transformed for her from a mere necessity to an occasion of anticipation. After a prolonged diet of plain white bread, she found it increasingly difficult to swallow. Brittney was certain that Isabella felt similarly, for otherwise she would not have chosen to spend her weekend at school. Those ordinary meals, in Blair's hands, always morphed into unforgettable culinary delights. With the assistance of teacher Brittney and Isabella, Chen Luo's cooking progressed rapidly. Today, he prepared noodles. Isabella, still unaccustomed to chopsticks, resorted to using a fork to twirl her portion. During the meal, Brittney glanced at Chen Luo and inquired, "Blair, where did you go today?" Setting down his chopsticks, Chen Luo replied, "I apologize. Teacher Brittney, I went to the Magic Association to study and completely forgot about dinner." Isabella, engaged in a struggle with her noodles, looked up at Chen Luo, her expression complex. She had to acknowledge that not only was her magical talent inferior to his, but her dedication also paled in comparison. When teacher Brittney tutored them individually, he would complete his exercises and immediately practice magic. Every time Isabella sought him out during breaks, he was engrossed in magical tomes. Even spending his weekends at the association, practicing magic was an exceedingly tedious endeavor, and Isabella had never encountered anyone so diligently immersed in learning. Could it be that his dream of becoming a grand magus was not merely a passing fancy? "It's all right," Brittney said, shaking her head in response to Chen Luo's explanation. "In the future, I can manage with some bread for lunch." Chen Luo expressed his regret, stating, "I will ensure to inform you in advance of any matters." Teacher Brittney, in fact, given your current level of magic, the most important task is to enhance your mental capacity. While the Magic Association has numerous texts, they hold little value for you at this stage, Brittney observed. Looking at Chen Luo, if you wish to accelerate the growth of your mental strength, consider setting aside the fireball spell and exploring apprentice spells from other schools of magic. You may stumble upon unexpected insights. Had Chen Luo consulted teacher Brittney earlier, he could have saved 50 gold coins today. The notion of expediting mental growth through the study of new spells was likely not a secret among high-ranking mages. In essence, his 50 gold coins had merely purchased two variant spells. One was the Chain Fireball, which, aside from serving as a mere spectacle, had yet to reveal a more practical application. The other was the Firebird spell, which, as its name implies, transformed a fireball into the likeness of a bird, seemingly lacking utility. He lamented the loss of those coins for a moment before turning to Brittney and stating, "I have already mastered spells from other schools." Apprentice spells posed no significant challenge. Those with adequate magical talent could cast them on their first attempt. And Brittney was not surprised. After a moment's thought, she said, "Later, I will teach you a few modified spells." Chen Luo looked at her, astonished, and asked, "Isn't that against the regulations of the Magic Association?" Learning another's modified spells required an oath in the name of the gods of magic. a matter taken very seriously by the inhabitants of the Divine Grace continent. Brittney smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, these modified spells are not affiliated with the Magic Association. Luo understood that not all modified spells were submitted to the association. Some mages, disinterested in the association's rewards, opted to sell their modifications at exorbitant prices. However, he doubted that Brittney could afford such astronomical sums. Nonetheless, he trusted her. Her magical prowess was formidable, even in Luo's estimation. And proposing a few modified or variant spells was not an extraordinary feat after dinner. Brittney willingly assisted Luo in washing the dishes, a task that, as a high-level mage of the wind and water schools, required little more than a few gestures and incantations. Once the dishes were cleaned, Brittney placed several silver coins on the table, stating, "Blair, keep this money. You cannot always rely on Isabella's funds." Luo was aware that Brittney's finances were not abundant, although she had the ability to amass considerable wealth through the Magic Association. She evidently preferred not to do so. He did not decline her offer, for he knew her well enough to understand that she would not accept the Edwin Award and would certainly not feel comfortable enjoying such benefits. After all, were the roles reversed, he too would be reluctant to accept Isabella's patronage. Once the meal concluded, night had fully descended. Isabella decided not to return home that evening and opted to stay with teacher Brittney. Half a year ago, she had already become a student of teacher Brittney. After dining, she changed into a loose-fitting nightgown from teacher Brittney's bedroom, clearly indicating that this was not her first time staying here. Luo walked straight back to his own room, preparing to practice several variant spells he had acquired from the Magic Association that day. He set aside the Firebird spell and the Chain Fireball for the moment, conjuring a fireball from thin air, intending to compress it using his mental power. The compressing fireball spell was another variant he had obtained today to involve compressing the original fireball spell, a process that honed one's mental acuity and allowed for a more concentrated mental force. Although compressing a fireball sounded simple, it was far from easy. The compression of the fireball could not be achieved directly through mental power. Instead, it required the mental force to vibrate at a specific frequency or range of frequencies. In fact, communicating with magical elements, including various variant spells, operated on the same principle. Under differing vibrational frequencies of mental power, magical elements would manifest in different forms, either compressing and condensing or expanding and diffusing. Somewhat akin to resonance, yet not as simple. Luo did not fully comprehend the essence of mental power, nor did he need to. He merely had to follow the experiences of those before him and practice methodically. Compared to composite spells, the time required for compressing spells was considerably longer. While the compressed fireball might exhibit greater power, the lengthy preparation time rendered it impractical for combat, making it more of a tool for refining mental strength. As time passed, the fireball suspended before Luo began to show signs of shrinking under his mental control. Simultaneously, he gradually sensed that as the fireball was compressed, the spell he could previously manipulate with ease began to encounter some resistance. The fireball hovering in the air started to wobble unsteadily, and when he attempted to compress it further, his mental power seemed to meet an obstacle, making the process exceptionally arduous. It was evident that Luo's mental power had reached its limits during the compression of the fireball. This sensation was akin to what he experienced when he opened his mind and endeavored to meditate and communicate with magical elements, indicating that the process of learning new spells could indeed serve as a substitute for meditation. The discomfort of pushing mental power to its limits was not pleasant, yet it was a rite of passage for magicians. Luo endured the discomfort of a throbbing head as he continued to compress the fireball. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly emerged from outside his door. "Blair, are you asleep?" Hearing Isabella's voice, Luo abandoned the compression, extinguished the fireball, and replied, "Not yet. Isabella, please come in." Luo's room was not locked, and Isabella pushed the door open, surprised by the unusual warmth within. "You're still practicing magic at this late hour?" she exclaimed. Luo refrained from answering her question and instead asked, "Is there something you need?" "Isabella, at such a late hour?" Dressed in her nightgown, Isabella sat at the edge of the bed, maintaining a considerable distance from Luo, and replied, "Not really. I just couldn't sleep and wanted to chat with you." Luo felt a twinge of surprise, although the initial animosity between him and Isabella had long dissipated. Their relationship had not yet reached a level where she could casually sit on his bed in her nightgown at such an hour. Isabella sat by the bed, lost in thought for a while. until she suddenly turned to Chenluo and asked, Blair, what are your plans for the future? Chenluo looked at her, puzzled. What do you mean? In 2 years, you will graduate from the academy. Isabella leaned back against the headboard and inquired, what are your plans after graduation? This was indeed a matter Chenluo had considered. Students at St. Donis Academy faced various outcomes after 3 years of study. Some would graduate and proceed to esteemed institutions, such as the 5 great schools of the royal capital, to continue their education. These individuals undoubtedly possessed the most illustrious futures. Others, though able to graduate from St. Donis, might not meet the admission criteria of the 5 great schools. A portion of them would remain at the academy, starting as assistants, potentially becoming teachers at St. Donis, while the majority would leave the school and enter society, where their experiences at St. Donis would help them secure respectable jobs. As for those like Toby and Blair, who might not even obtain a diploma from St. Donis, they would find themselves at the bottom tier of society, taking on less respectable jobs. Of course, Toby could inherit his father's estate after graduation, while the fallen noble Blair, if unable to find work, would face the prospect of becoming a vagabond. It was apparent that if Chenluo were accepted into the 5 great schools of the royal capital, it would be viewed as the best outcome by others. Yet he himself did not share that sentiment. Although school life was not entirely unpleasant, it required attending many classes that held little significance for him, which felt like a waste of time. The magical knowledge he could acquire at the academy was accessible through the Magic Association, and the knowledge he could not acquire at the academy could also be found there. Thus, the 5 great schools of the royal capital held no allure for Chenluo. Staying by teacher Brittney's side was, in fact, the most suitable choice for him. Chenluo considered himself to be somewhat of a magical prodigy. But compared to teacher Brittney, merely contemplating this comparison was disheartening. Though she was currently just a senior mage, by the time Chenluo advanced to junior or intermediate mage, she might already ascend to the rank of archmage. By the time Chenluo became a senior mage, she could be a mage lord, and when Chenluo achieved the status of mage lord, his path in magic would appear almost unimpeded, requiring him only to closely follow in teacher Brittney's footsteps. Chenluo had a clear vision of his future. He glanced at Isabella and said, I plan to stay at St. Donis as a teaching assistant. Isabella was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a response from Chenluo. She had thought for certain that Blair would choose the royal capital's magic academy. Although the admission requirements for the royal capital's magic academy were stringent, requiring candidates to be at least junior mages, it was hardly a challenge for someone of Blair's talent to reach that level within 2 years. However, she was taken aback to learn that Blair only wished to be a humble teaching assistant at St. Donis. Of course, Blair's future aspirations had little direct bearing on her. The crux of the matter was that a year from now, when she graduated from St. Donis, she would no longer be able to enjoy his delectable meals. This morning, she had asked her family's chef to attempt to replicate Blair's cooking method, but they could never quite achieve the same flavor if Blair shared her ambition of attending the royal capital's magic academy. Then a year later, they could continue to live together, thus resolving the issue of meals. At worst, she would have to revert to eating bread for that year. But now, her plans had been completely disrupted. What? Isabella asked, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Isn't your dream to become a holy mage lord? Chenluo countered. How does that relate to me being a teaching assistant? It certainly does, Isabella said earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. At the royal capital's magic academy, you would receive a superior and more comprehensive magical education. That by the time you graduate from there, you might already be a junior mage. Isabella's words only solidified Chenluo's resolve to remain by teacher Brittney's side. 5 years later, if he were still merely a junior mage, then he need not entertain dreams of returning home. He might as well marry a beautiful wife and settle down here. With such talent, it was unlikely he could ever become a holy mage lord. Teacher Brittney made for an excellent prospective spouse. She was gentle and beautiful, with an impressive figure and formidable strength, and they could engage in discussions about mathematics and delve into magical studies together. When he considered it this way, what reason did he have not to stay by teacher Brittney's side? Chenluo looked at Isabella and said, I believe teacher Brittney can teach me much more. Isabella was momentarily speechless, finding herself at a loss for words. Teacher Brittney was already a senior mage at such a young age, a talent rare even in the royal capital. With teacher Brittney teaching him, it seemed Blair had little need to attend the magic academy. Moreover, even if Blair went to the royal capital, their time together would be limited to just 2 years. After that, She would graduate from the Magic Academy and surely could not continue living with Blair. Even if they could, she could not spend her entire life residing with him to indulge in those delightful meals daily. She would either have to make Blair her chef or marry him. Neither of those options appealed to Isabella. She chose a third path. Relying on others was less appealing than relying on oneself. With a year left until graduation, she could assist Blair while he cooked, secretly learning his culinary methods, thereby solving her meal dilemma in the future. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Isabella preferred not to do those things herself. Even if it meant paying someone else. A seductive smile graced her face as she said, "It's not just about learning magic. There are many beautiful noble girls in the royal capital that I could introduce you to them. Perhaps among them lies your type." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo shook his head and said, "That's not my type." Isabella cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "How can you be certain they are not your type if you have never met them? Perhaps, Blair, you already have someone you fancy?" Isabella's intentions were clear as day to Chen Luo. She merely wished for him to continue being her cook, all the while attempting to ensnare him with those young ladies akin to herself. She underestimated Chen Luo far too much to extinguish Isabella's hopes early on. Chen Luo nodded and stated, "Indeed, I have someone I admire." Although Isabella was unaware of the individual's identity, she immediately ruled herself out and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Who is it? Is it Linda from your class, or perhaps Tris?" Chen Luo shook his head. Linda was too boisterous, while Tris was excessively cunning. Preferring someone like Isabella, with her innocent charm, would be far more appealing than either of them. Neither. The images of Linda and Tris flashed through Isabella's mind. They were indeed attractive within Blair's class. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. Despite their decent appearances, Linda, Tris, and even Isabella herself shared a common flaw. She turned to Chen Luo and asked, "Could it be that you fancy Alice?" "No, you need not guess any further." Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You could never guess, and I shan't reveal it." Isabella fell into deep contemplation. If it was neither herself, nor Linda, Tris, or Alice, what other females could possibly be in Blair's vicinity? At that moment, a thought crossed her mind, and she suddenly looked up at Chen Luo, her eyes wide with shock. It felt as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. Chapter 61. Confession. Isabella's little scheme had backfired, leaving her heavy-hearted as she returned to bed. Chen Luo, meanwhile, refrained from practicing compression magic, aware that while it might hasten his growth, moderation was crucial. The aftermath of excessive mental strain could result in a wizard descending into madness, a fate not uncommon. After a brief wash-up, he climbed into bed. Sleep served as a splendid means of restoring energy. After nightly meditation, Chen Luo often experienced slight mental fatigue, allowing him to drift off quickly in the small bedroom. He was soon in a deep slumber, while in the adjacent room, Isabella remained wide awake. She had forsaken a promising future by choosing not to attend the Royal Capital Magic Academy, opting instead to remain in St. Donis as a mere teaching assistant, a choice that seemed irrational to any sane individual. Unless, of course, he had ulterior motives. Blair displayed no interest in the noble ladies of the capital, and he had just admitted to having someone he liked. Could it be that this was the reason for his decision to stay in St. Donis? If that were the case, the person he admired must also reside in St. Donis. The girls who had interacted with Blair, including Isabella and Alice, had all been dismissed by him, and he had asserted that she could not guess. Isabella's mind raced, piecing together various clues until she arrived at a startling conclusion. Could it be that the object of Blair's affections was none other than Teacher Brittney? The mere thought ignited a cascade of realizations within her. Everything she and Alice possessed, Teacher Brittney possessed too, and everything they lacked, she possessed as well. Isabella could confidently assert that she was slightly more attractive than Alice, but when it came to Teacher Brittney, her confidence vanished entirely. Moreover, during that academic salon night, she had heard Blair declare that Teacher Brittney was the most beautiful woman at St. Donis Academy, and that was not all. The coveted Edwin Award, which Douglas yearned for, was insisted upon by Blair to be given to Teacher Brittney. When she was put in a difficult situation, he had stepped forward to assist her. He even prepared delectable meals for her daily. Once could be coincidence, twice could be coincidence, but it was implausible for every instance to be mere chance. The cumulative coincidences thoroughly validated Isabella's suspicions. Blair's enrollment as Teacher Brittney's student was undoubtedly not solely for the purpose of studying mathematics and magic. Brittney had already changed into her nightgown and shot a surprised glance at Isabella, who was sitting cross-legged on her bed. "Sasha, are you not going to sleep yet?" "Oh, I will be sleeping shortly." Isabella slowly nestled under the covers, stealing a glance at teacher Brittney up close. She marveled at her exquisite features and perfect figure, leading her to a rather absurd thought that if she were Blair, upon encountering a woman like teacher Brittney, she too would likely find it difficult to fancy girls like herself and Alice. Since beginning her job, Chinluo had grown accustomed to rising early. This morning, he awoke at dawn, exercised briefly, and returned to prepare breakfast for the three of them. Just as he hesitated about whether to wake teacher Brittney and Isabella, the door to their bedroom swung open. Teacher Brittney had not donned her nightgown, but instead had dressed, walking out to see the sumptuous breakfast laid out on the table. A hint of embarrassment colored her cheeks as she said, "Blair, you woke up so early we had planned to help you." "I am accustomed to rising early," Chinluo replied with a smile. "Teacher Brittney." "Senior sister Isabella, please sit down and enjoy your meal." The breakfast was consumed in silence, primarily due to Isabella, who not only refrained from speaking, but also occasionally stole glances at Chinluo and Brittney. At one point, Brittney could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, "Isabella, do you have something to say to us?" "No." Isabella firmly shook her head and lowered it, focusing intently on her meal. After they finished eating, Isabella took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Brittney called Chinluo over to the desk. "Regarding the 9 bridges problem we discussed last time, I have some thoughts that I intended to discuss them with you that evening. But I was sidetracked by an incident." Brittney gazed at Chinluo and continued, "In your approach to the 9 bridges problem, you proposed a novel mathematical method that considers only the positional relationships between objects, disregarding their shapes and sizes. This transforms real-world problems into simpler geometric figures for resolution, an idea seemingly unprecedented in the history of mathematics. In the realm of mathematics on the Divine Grace continent, there was certainly no concept of topology in another world. The notion of topology only began to take root in the 19th century, permeating modern mathematics and eventually becoming one of its 3 pillars." Brittney handed several drafts to Chinluo, stating, "This idea is quite ingenious. The 2 mathematical conundrums that the Mathematical Society has put forth as a challenge can be easily solved using this method. I believe it has the potential to form a new branch of mathematics." Chinluo glanced at the sheets filled with calculations, marveling at how Brittney always claimed he was favored by the goddess of wisdom. If he were indeed graced by her, then she must be the very daughter of the goddess. What Brittney lacked was merely advanced insight. When it came to genuine mathematical ability, Chinluo was far beneath her. Prior to today, he had always thought that with her extraordinary magical talent, pursuing mathematics was a waste. Now, however, it seemed her achievements in mathematics might rival her magical prowess. Brittney studied Chinluo earnestly and declared, "I can sense that this idea holds immense potential in mathematics. Should it truly evolve into a new branch, Blair, you would be its founding figure, destined to become a scholar of renown. Your ideas will influence all future mathematical researchers." Chinluo, somewhat helpless, responded, "I merely resolved the 9 bridges problem. It is teacher Brittney who has applied this concept to a broader field. The founder of this branch should rightfully be teacher Brittney." This time, he spoke from the heart. Though he possessed knowledge that no one else in this world had, he lacked the capability to refine and establish a topology branch. After all, he was not a mathematics major. As his words faded, Brittney fell silent for a moment, her gaze shifting to him as she asked, "Blair, why do you always seek to bestow these honors upon me?" "Because of love." Isabella had finished washing the dishes and sat on the sofa, silently reflecting. With the thought of that possibility, all her previous doubts suddenly became clear. This included Blair's relinquishment of the Edwin Award and many accolades related to mathematics, all of which he had passed on to teacher Brittney. Everything stemmed from his affection for her. Chinluo pondered before replying, "Because it simply does not belong to me. It is teacher Brittney's." "No," Brittney shook her head, interrupting Chinluo's words. "It is because you do not care for mathematics, nor do you value the Edwin Award or any honors. Your dream is not to become a scholar." She looked steadily at Chinluo and continued, "To become a grand mage, or even a saint mage. That is your true aspiration, is it not?" Brittney gazed into Chinluo's eyes and continued, "Thus, your presence by my side is not for the purpose of studying mathematics, but rather to learn magic. Blair, am I correct?" Luo met Brittney's gaze before letting out a sigh, admitting, "I am sorry, Teacher Brittney, I have deceived you." Brittney regarded him and said softly, "From this moment forth, you are no longer my student." Sitting on the sofa, Isabella's body tensed, and a look of anxiety crossed her face. She yearned to utter something, yet she found herself stifled. Clearly, this was not the opportune moment for her to interject. After a brief silence, Luo nodded and said, "Ms. Brittney, I apologize. I will be moving out by the end of the day. In terms of mathematics, I have nothing more to teach you." Brittney rose, her gaze softening as she looked at him. "Blair, would you like to become my student and learn magic under my tutelage?" Isabella leaped from the sofa, grasping Luo's wrist, her excitement palpable. Hurry, say you agree." Chapter 62. The true power of combined magic. Brittney's intricate gestures left Luo momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Isabella's firm grip on his wrist jolted him back to reality, prompting him to nod. "I agree." Brittney smiled at him, saying, "I will not compel you to pursue anything you do not wish to. If you are passionate about magic, then follow me to learn." Luo had initially anticipated that Ms. Brittney would be angered. He never foresaw this turn of events. The true purpose of his proximity to her had been unveiled. Yet she harbored no resentment and was willing to guide him in magic that in that moment. Luo profoundly understood. Ms. Brittney possessed not only a generous heart, but also an expansive spirit. Brittney regarded him and inquired, "Blair, what are your plans after graduating from St. Donis?" After a brief silence, Luo replied, "I intend to remain at the school as a teaching assistant. With your academic performance, you could easily attend the Royal Magic Academy." Brittney shook her head. "As long as you can become a junior magician within 2 years, it should not be difficult for you." Luo responded, "Knowledge need not be confined to the walls of a school. I believe St. Donis is more suited to me." Brittney studied him intently and stated earnestly, "If you seek a more systematic approach to learning magic, the Royal Magic Academy is an excellent choice. There, you could receive instruction from grand magicians or even magic tutors. Even if you go to the capital, we can still correspond through letters." This time, Luo did not acquiesce to Ms. Brittney's suggestion, shaking his head. "I still wish to stay at St. Donis." Isabella pursed her lips. She saw through Blair's half-truth. If St. Donis were replaced with by Ms. Brittney's side, it would reveal his true intention. Everything Blair did was to draw closer to Ms. Brittney, and the astute Isabella had discerned it all. "I respect your thoughts." Brittney ultimately refrained from further persuading Luo and instead asked, "Blair, to what extent have you practiced the fireball technique?" Luo moved his lips, performed several gestures, and 5 fireballs of equal size materialized in the void before him. Isabella's eyes widened. Just days prior, he could only conjure 4. How had he managed to summon a 5th fireball in such a short span? So soon. Even Brittney's face displayed surprise. The 5 fireballs, similar in size, floated steadily in the air, burning brightly, indicating his concentrated mental strength. More importantly, his speed in casting magic had now approached that of a junior magician. While she was aware of Blair's magical talent, she had not anticipated it would be to such an extent that a month ago, he could not even conjure a single fireball. "Your magical aptitude surpasses my expectations," Brittney remarked, a hint of pride in her voice. "Before long, you will be able to conjure 10 fireballs simultaneously and qualify as a junior magician." Luo hesitated briefly before meeting Brittney's gaze. "I have some thoughts about magic that I would like to discuss with you." Ms. Brittney. Ultimately, he resolved to share his ideas about combined magic with Ms. Brittney. This form of magic might seem trivial to other magicians, but for Luo and Ms. Brittney, it represented a novel branch of magic. Feeling a twinge of guilt for Ms. Brittney's unwavering kindness, he decided to be forthright with her. Of course, he chose to keep the matter of the blue fireball to himself for the time being. Brittney nodded. "Speak freely." Luo extended both hands, simultaneously summoning a fireball and a water sphere. "Ms. Brittney, you can also release multiple types of magic at once, can't you?" Brittney glanced at Isabella, who bore an expression of dismay, as if understanding something, and nodded. "You always think of what most people overlook. That I had never considered this before, but it seems that magicians should indeed be able to release multiple types of magic simultaneously. Though it appears not everyone possesses this ability." Isabella's expression of dismay deepened. Luo observed the fireball and water sphere in his hands, gradually merging them. As the fireball's flames extinguished, the remaining water sphere began to swirl. I have discovered that merging the water sphere technique with the fireball technique significantly enhances the water sphere's power. If the other elemental magics can be combined in a similar fashion, we should observe analogous effects. For instance, wind magic could increase the casting speed of the other three types, if one could simultaneously release wind and earth magic. A magician would possess both formidable offense and robust defense. Similarly, the combination of earth and water ice magic could greatly bolster defense, while the fusion of fire and earth could unleash a more powerful meteor fire. Isabella listened in confusion. Chen Luo's discourse was not easily comprehensible for a novice magician. However, as Brittney absorbed his explanation, an expression of utter astonishment gradually emerged on her face. No sooner had Chen Luo finished speaking than she looked at him and exclaimed, "I had never contemplated these ideas. Blair, you are truly a genius." She hurriedly rose, declaring, "Follow me." Chen Luo trailed behind her as they exited the dormitory. Though his mind was brimming with thoughts, he could only wield the power of an apprentice magician. Apart from an improved version of the water sphere technique, he could not cast any other advanced spells. But Ms. Brittney was different. She was at least a dual-element advanced magician. Most of Chen Luo's hypotheses about combined magic could be validated under her guidance. Brittney led Chen Luo and Isabella to the top floor of the dormitory, where a spacious platform awaited. With excitement gleaming in her eyes, she said, "Blair, your ideas are groundbreaking, but if successful, we may witness the emergence of a new magical branch based on the 4 elemental magics. Distinct from them, you could be making history in magic." Chen Luo shook his head. "This is merely my conjecture." Brittney smiled. "I will now assist you in verifying them." She stepped forward, and after a series of dazzling maneuvers that left Chen Luo and Isabella bewildered, an ice wall appeared before them. This was one of the advanced water magic techniques. The ice wall technique, an advanced water magician can, through immense mental strength, transform the shape of water elements to unleash even more potent ice magic. The ice wall technique requires a substantial amount of mental power and is considered the ultimate magic among advanced water magics. This display indicated that Ms. Brittney was on the brink of becoming a grand magician. Before Chen Luo could fully grasp the significance, he saw a faint arc that the results of the combined magic were already evident. Just as Chen Luo believed that teacher Brittney would cease her actions, an immensely robust fire dragon suddenly coalesced from the void and collided violently with the elemental wall. This was a high-level fire magic, the fire dragon technique. Under the onslaught of the dragon, large areas of the elemental wall became charred, yet it remained steadfast and unyielding. Chen Luo and Isabella stood at a distance, observing the scene, which had been ravaged by the 4 elemental high-level magics, exchanging glances and simultaneously swallowing hard. Chapter 63. Disturbance in the early morning. The teachers residing in the dormitory were roused from their slumber, while those already awake huddled in the corners of their rooms, trembling with fear. Just moments ago, the 4 elemental magics surrounding the dormitory had turned exceedingly violent, resembling a climactic battle between 4 high-level magicians atop the building. Such a confrontation among 4 high-level magicians could easily reduce the dormitory to rubble. As everyone hesitated, contemplating whether to flee early to avoid becoming collateral damage, the commotion on the rooftop abruptly ceased, returning everything to tranquility. Shortly thereafter, 4 figures emerged from different directions, almost simultaneously appearing on the rooftop of the dormitory. What transpired here? What a potent surge of elemental energy! Could it be that high-level magicians were engaged in battle here? The 4 vice presidents of St. Donis Academy gazed at the disarray atop the dormitory with grave expressions. Vice President Akil closed his eyes and murmured, "I sense residual fire elements. Someone has invoked high-level fire magic here. From the elemental trajectories, it must be the fire dragon technique," added Philip Howard, who also specialized in fire magic. Vice President Hill, who specialized in water magic, closed her eyes to sense for a moment and stated, "At least one water high-level magician has unleashed ice magic here twice." The last vice president, named Ivan, released his mental energy and spoke, "There are also anomalies in the earth and wind magic elements, based on the elemental trajectories. It should be earth wall technique and wind blade technique." Achilles' face displayed incredulity as he remarked, "So, are you suggesting that 4 high-level magicians were battling here just now?" The other 3 wore expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Even if high-level magicians were indeed fighting, why would they choose this location as their battlefield, and where had they gone? uncertain of whether the others were foes or allies. The presence of 4 high-level magicians, particularly a high-level wind magician, immediately heightened their anxiety. The strength of high-level magicians posed a significant threat to the faculty and students within the academy. Not long ago, a deranged high-level fire magician had set fire to an innocent tree in the academy. And now, with the appearance of 4 high-level magicians, a grave risk loomed over the teachers and students of St. Donis. Akil remained silent for a long while before saying, "The academy has been rather unstable recently. It seems we must promptly inform the principal." In the living room, beside the desk, Brittney was employing combinatorial methods to deduce all potential combinations of the 4 elemental magics and their realizable possibilities. Chen Luo and Isabella sat on his bed, lost in deep contemplation, silent. "Blair, I couldn't have been mistaken just now, could I?" The first to shatter the silence was Isabella, her tone rife with disbelief. Chen Luo nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed." He had initially believed that teacher Brittney was a dual-element magician, specializing in water and wind. Even so, that was already an impressive feat at her age. Even if she were merely a high-level magician of one element, she would be considered a prodigy, not to mention the rarity of such talent within the entire Lauren kingdom. A 21-year-old dual-element high-level magician could certainly etch her name into history as for a tri-element magician. Such individuals were exceedingly scarce throughout the annals of magical history. To simultaneously master 4 elemental magics and attain high-level proficiency in each by the age of 21 indicated an extraordinarily rapid learning curve and a remarkable affinity for all elemental magics. She might be among the most gifted individuals in the history of all magicians on the Divine Grace continent, akin to Euler and Gauss in mathematics, or Newton and Einstein in physics. A favored child of the gods, Chen Luo struggled to find words that could effectively describe her. This level of talent was nothing short of miraculous. She was, in essence, the very embodiment of the goddess of magic. What kind of teacher had he found? Most astonishing of all was the fact that such a magically gifted prodigy aspired to be a mathematician. This was undoubtedly a loss for the entire magical community, one that both Chen Luo and Isabella found incomprehensible. Yet simultaneously, a certain thought within Chen Luo's mind grew more resolute than ever. From this moment onward, he would be devoted to teacher Brittney. No matter what transpired, he would absolutely, unequivocally, and resolutely remain by her side, even if it meant clinging stubbornly to her. The Divine Grace continent had not seen a holy magister in a long time. If anyone were to become the next holy magister, it would surely be teacher Brittney. If Chen Luo could not reach that pinnacle himself, she would be his only hope. Chen Luo lowered his head, a look of hesitation crossing his face as if he were grappling with a difficult decision. Initially, he had drawn near to teacher Brittney under the guise of studying mathematics, merely to learn magic, believing that the guidance of a high-level magician would spare him from many detours in his magical journey. Although Chen Luo's motives were less than pure, teacher Brittney had genuinely regarded him as her disciple, offering him not only a place to stay, but also considering his well-being at every turn. After he confessed his true intentions for approaching her, she chose not only to forgive him, but also to continue teaching him magic. Whether one deemed her naive or simple-minded, Chen Luo harbored a sense of guilt toward her. Now, she was not merely a teacher imparting magical knowledge, but also the embodiment of his hope. For the sake of both teacher Brittney and himself, he wished for her to progress further and faster in her magical pursuits. With this thought in mind, Chen Luo rose and walked out of the room. Seeing Chen Luo emerge as she pondered, Brittney stood up and said, "Blair, you have proposed a brilliant idea. It turns out that these magical combinations indeed possess extraordinary power, enough to serve as an independent school of magic." She gazed earnestly at Chen Luo and continued, "Your current magical level is still too low. Once you become a high-level magician, you will understand the significance of your ideas for the advancement of magic. I initially thought your talent lay in mathematics, but it seems your magical aptitude is equally astonishing." Chen Luo smiled bashfully and replied, "Teacher Brittney, I actually have another idea regarding magic." Brittney looked at him in surprise. The suggestion of combinatory magic had already brought her immense joy, and she wondered what significant discovery he might have now. From his expression, it seemed this idea held even greater importance than that of combinatory magic. Chen Luo looked at Brittney and asked, "Have you ever considered, Teacher Brittney, that since the 4 elemental magics can fuse, might not magical elements and elemental impurities also combine to enhance the power of magic?" Brittney regarded him and inquired, Blair, have you made another important discovery? Chen Luo glanced around and said, the void surrounding us is filled with magical elements and elemental impurities. Magicians interact with magical elements daily, yet they often overlook elemental impurities. Is there a possibility that the fusion of magical elements and elemental impurities could yield new forms of magic? Brittney paused for a moment, then broke into a smile, saying, so this is what you meant, Blair. Brittney's reaction took Chen Luo somewhat by surprise. She seemed to have been aware of such matters long before and was entirely unfazed. Brittney looked at Chen Luo and explained, in the history of magic, elemental impurities were recognized quite early on. You know why no magician has ever attempted to combine them with magical elements? Chen Luo shook his head. He had only skimmed through the history of magic on the Divine Grace continent, and such nuanced knowledge had eluded him. Brittney smiled and elaborated. One reason is that most magicians cannot multitask as we do. They cannot even manage the four-element combinatory magic. So naturally, they cannot simultaneously engage with both magical elements and elemental impurities. And there's an even more crucial reason. Brittney continued without pause. Magical elements are recognized as such because magicians can easily communicate with and utilize them. However, while it is not impossible to engage with elemental impurities, it is 100-fold, even 1,000-fold more challenging than communicating with magical elements. Whether they be magical apprentices or holy magisters, it is exceedingly difficult for anyone to establish communication with elemental impurities. The gods have not bestowed such a gift upon humanity. Chen Luo stood there, dumbfounded. This time, it was his turn to be astonished. He had not perceived the difficulty of communicating with elemental impurities compared to magical elements. He found it much easier to condense oxygen and hydrogen from the air than to engage with magical elements. If humans lacked such a gift, then what did that make him? Chapter 64. Isabella's decision. Brittney regarded the dazed Chen Luo with a smile, stating, the fact that you can contemplate elemental impurities is quite remarkable. However, elemental impurities cannot be employed in magic. This is a conclusion drawn from the extensive practices of countless wizarding predecessors. Henceforth, you should focus your energies on magical elements. Snapping out of his reverie, Chen Luo nodded and replied, I understand, Teacher Brittney. Upon realizing that, unlike him, ordinary wizards on the Divine Grace continent, including Teacher Brittney, could not manipulate elemental impurities at will, Chen Luo swallowed the words he had almost spoken. It was no wonder that no wizard had ever paid attention to the matter of the mutated fireball.in principle, even if they lacked a scientific understanding of the composition and properties of air. Over the years, they should have had some inkling about elemental impurities, at least probabilistically. Unless, of course, they were entirely incapable of controlling such things. The ability to cast magic without incantations or gestures, coupled with the ability to manipulate elemental impurities that others could not. Chen Luo increasingly felt that he was not quite human anymore. This sensation intensified after he received the same conclusion from Isabella as he had from Teacher Brittney. Perhaps his conjecture was correct. He, whose soul hailed from another universe, was not subject to the rules of this parallel universe. The more Chen Luo learned about this world, the more convinced he became that it indeed resembled a parallel universe of another world. The planet on which the Divine Grace continent resides shares the same calendar, moon, sun, and numerous celestial bodies with Earth. They were merely referred to by different names. This was a world governed by different spatio-temporal rules than that of Earth, where Chen Luo, coming from another universe, possessed the abilities of a deity. After failing to control the elemental impurities, Isabella looked at Chen Luo in bewilderment. Could it be that you, Blair, can effortlessly manipulate elemental impurities? How could that be? Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. Such a feat is beyond any individual, surely. Chen Luo decisively interrupted Isabella's doubts. If she were to discover something so unfathomable, how would she view him? How would Teacher Brittney perceive him? Chen Luo had no desire to be considered a guinea pig for their experiments. Stung by Brittney's extraordinary talent, Isabella made a surprising decision. She intended to move in with Teacher Brittney, returning home only on weekends. This way, she could receive guidance from Brittney at all times, just as Chen Luo did. If not for Brittney's presence as a benchmark, Isabella's magical talent was quite commendable and ranked among the best at St. Donis Academy. If all went as expected, she would be the first among all students to successfully advance to the rank of junior mage. Sitting cross-legged on his bed in meditation, Isabella sneaked in from outside, and perched at the foot of the bed, saying, "Blair, shall we discuss a matter?" Luo opened his eyes to look at her and inquired, "What is it?" Isabella replied, "I am moving in here soon. May I sleep in your room?" Luo shook his head, firmly rejecting her. "There are distinctions between genders that I am not so indiscriminate, Isabella. You should abandon this notion at once. Who said I wanted to sleep with you?" Isabella shot him an indignant glare and retorted, "I meant that I want to sleep in your room alone. I am accustomed to sleeping alone." Luo glanced at her as if she were a fool and questioned, "If you sleep in my room, where would I sleep?" "With teacher Brittney." Isabella paused for a moment, placing her hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "Fine, Blair, you really what?" Isabella took a deep breath, attempting to calm herself, and said, "What I mean is, you could sleep on the couch. The couch outside is quite large and comfortable." Luo regarded her and retorted, "If the couch is so large and comfortable, why don't you sleep on it? Blair, do you possess any gentlemanly decorum?" "None." This exchange concluded with Isabella's defeat. After all, Luo was not Fiki, nor did he harbor any intentions of courting her. There was no need to indulge her spoiled temperament or discuss gentlemanly manners. Sleeping on the couch was no match for the comfort of a bed. Many would wish to share a bed with teacher Brittney, yet Isabella was not content that if possible, Luo would gladly swap places with her. As Isabella left to gather her belongings, Luo used a gentle breeze spell to close his door, contemplating the necessity of installing a lock soon, as sharing a dwelling with a member of the opposite sex entailed many considerations. Should Isabella or teacher Brittney accidentally walk in while he was changing, Luo would be at a loss as to whether he ought to be responsible for them or vice versa. Shutting the door, he closed his eyes and returned to meditation. During this period, aside from attending classes and resting, Luo devoted nearly all his time to meditation, his diligence rivaling that of his preparations for the college entrance examination. The path to becoming a holy mage was inherently long and arduous. Unlike teacher Brittney, who could effortlessly become a high-level mage across 4 elements, Luo's fate and hopes would require efforts far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. Studying magic posed no difficulty for him. Enhancing his mental acuity had become a genuine and feasible shortcut. By continuously learning new spells and challenging the limits of his mental capacity, his rate of advancement would far surpass that of others. The only obstacle at present was a lack of sufficient funds. The improvements and variant spells offered by the Magic Association were neither free nor inexpensive, often costing dozens to hundreds of gold coins. The developers of these spells were as mercenary as. However, as one of these developers, Luo suddenly felt their hearts were not as black as he had thought. 1 spell, the Firebird spell. 1. The Chain Fireball. 1. The Compressed Fireball. These had cost him a staggering 90 gold coins. With Luo's pace of learning magic, he would soon adapt to these 3 spells. At that point, he would still need to stimulate the growth of his mental capacity through learning new spells. This endeavor was far more costly than mere meals, hence he needed to acquire some money quickly. Isabella entered, handing 2 manuscripts written by teacher Brittney to Luo. "Blair, Brittney and I are going back to move things. Could you please deliver these 2 articles to the Mathematics Association?" Luo nodded, saying, "Understood, I will go shortly." Isabella's decision to stay at school would likely require explanations to Brittney and her family. Luo had initially planned to visit the market in the afternoon, which conveniently aligned with delivering Brittney's papers. Inspired by the 9 bridges problem, Brittney had conceived the nascent ideas of topology in her mind, employing topological methods to solve 2 of the Mathematics Association's reward problems. While this may not constitute a groundbreaking achievement, the problems of the Reyes puzzle and the 9 bridges were not encountered daily. Most scholars' advancements were built upon the gradual accumulation of such smaller accomplishments. Not long after Brittney and Isabella left, Luo locked his door and departed from the academy. Compared to the Magic Association, the Mathematics Association appeared rather shabby, lacking a spacious first-floor hall. The entrance was even inferior to the side door of the Magic Association. Upon entering, he was greeted by a solitary counter, devoid of any charming receptionists. Within the relatively cramped hall, only a few figures could be seen. A young man slumped lazily over the counter. Upon noticing someone approach, he didn't lift his head but languidly remarked, "Submission or reward? Place your submission on the counter. For rewards, go upstairs and take a left to find Steward Galen." Luo placed the 2 articles on the counter, stating, "Submission." Just as he prepared to turn and leave the Mathematics Association, The young man behind the counter suddenly raised his head, incredulity etched on his face. You are His Excellency Blair. At that moment, he had completely shed his previous lethargy, gazing at Chen Luo with eyes filled with utmost admiration, exclaiming, You truly are His Excellency Blair. Chapter 65. The Bounty Blair. The one who solved the Reyes puzzle. Blair. The solver of the 9 bridges problem, Blair. The discoverer of that number, the devil Blair. The young man's voice was not soft. Almost instantaneously, his words stirred a commotion within the not-so-spacious hall. The few individuals previously scattered throughout the area began to converge towards the counter. His Excellency Blair is so young. Your Excellency. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Your Excellency, do you have any significant discoveries to share with us? Surrounding Chen Luo were individuals in their 20s, as well as middle-aged men and even elderly gentlemen with graying hair. They all seemed to forget the age disparity, addressing Chen Luo with the honorific, Your Excellency, their words exceedingly courteous. In the Mathematics Association, age has never been the measure of status or standing. Academic achievements hold that distinction. Not to mention his honorary scholar status. Merely his role as a pioneer of the concept of number earned him the respect of all mathematicians, including esteemed scholars, while many referred to him as a devil. From the moment that new numbers were discovered, all who studied mathematics would remember this name. Chen Luo found himself surrounded by a throng of people, momentarily feeling overwhelmed. My Lord Blair, Vice President Audrey is upstairs. Allow me to escort you. A young man alleviated Chen Luo's predicament. Picking up the 2 papers he had left on the table, parting the crowd and guiding Chen Luo towards the staircase. Although many mathematical enthusiasts wished to engage further with the young honorary scholar, they understood the urgency of his matters and gradually stepped aside. I shall not accompany you. Chen Luo waved his hand and added, Just help me deliver these 2 papers upstairs. Due to the discovery of irrational numbers, Calvin had gone to the royal capital, and Chen Luo was not well acquainted with Vice President Audrey. He only knew that he held the position of Vice President of the Apollo City Mathematical Society and was a mid-level mage. Initially intending to merely drop off the papers and leave, he had scarcely finished speaking when a voice filled with surprise echoed from the staircase. My Lord Blair, have you made another discovery? Chen Luo turned to see an elderly gentleman descending the stairs and smiled. Good afternoon. Vice President Audrey. I am merely assisting my mentor by submitting 2 papers. Audrey chuckled and remarked, Lady Brittney is also an honorary scholar. Her articles may be submitted directly to me. He took the 2 papers from the young man's hands, glanced through them, and exclaimed in astonishment, These appear to be related to the 2 problems that the Society has put forth as rewards that I never expected Lady Brittney to have resolved them. The methods she employed seem reminiscent of how you approached the 9 bridges problem. Could this signify a new branch of geometry? Chen Luo nodded, saying, My mentor is currently refining this theory. I hope you both arrive at results swiftly. Audrey's smile broadened as he continued. Mathematics indeed relies on the vigor of young minds such as yours. After exchanging pleasantries with Audrey, Chen Luo spoke up. Vice President Audrey, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Since Mr. Blair has pressing affairs, do return at your convenience. Audrey nodded, turning to the young man and instructing, Gale. The next time Mr. Blair visits the Mathematical Society, do not forget to bring him to collect his reward. Reward? Chen Luo, who had already begun to step away, turned back and inquired, What reward? Audrey paused for a moment before explaining. The 2 problems solved by Miss Brittney were submitted for a reward by scholars through the Mathematical Society. According to the rules, Miss Brittney is entitled to 2 rewards. Remember to collect them when you have the time. Chen Luo pondered for a moment and said, I suddenly recall that matter is not as urgent as I thought. By the way, where can I collect the reward? Moments later, holding 30 gold coins in his hand, Chen Luo finally realized that it was not the scholarly profession that was unprofitable, but rather that he had not pursued the right path. A published article could yield a maximum of 50 silver coins. However, solving a problem for which a reward had been posted by the Mathematical Society could earn at least 10 gold coins. The minimum reward for a problem posted by the Society was, indeed, 10 gold coins. The 2 problems solved by Lady Brittney had one with a reward of 10 gold coins, and the other with a reward of 20. Some mathematical scholars or enthusiasts, unable to solve their pressing questions, would resort to posting rewards through the Mathematical Society. Such rewards could never be less than 10 gold coins, which would be entirely awarded to the solver. Should a problem remain unresolved for a long time, it was possible for scholars to increase the reward beyond the original amount. The Mathematical Society had designated an entire wall exclusively for such unsolved problems. Chen Luo turned to Audrey and asked, "Is there a reward for the Laos mystery?" Audrey shook his head and replied, "There are too many scholars researching the Laos mystery. Over the years, it has been deemed unsolvable, leading no scholar to offer gold for its solution." Unwilling to give up, Chen Luo inquired, "And what of the 9 bridges problem?" Audrey lamented, "Although the 9 bridges problem offers a generous reward, it hinges on a scholar discovering a unique method to traverse the 9 bridges. Since you, my Lord Blair, have proven the problem to be unsolvable, no one can claim that reward." Although Chen Luo felt a tinge of disappointment, he did not let it show overtly. After bidding farewell to Audrey, he turned to leave, but his direction was not toward the exit of the Mathematical Society. He headed straight for a wall. The Magical Society resembled an insatiable abyss, demanding astronomical sums of gold to fill it. Just moments ago, Chen Luo had been fretting over his finances. Yet, gazing at the mathematical conundrums plastered on the wall, he realized he had stumbled upon a new avenue for wealth. He looked at the young man behind him and asked, "Your name is Gale?" "Correct." Gale, standing a short distance behind Chen Luo, was puzzled when he suddenly heard the familiar voice and promptly raised his head, responding respectfully, "Yes, how may I assist you, my Lord Blair?" Chen Luo gestured towards the wall before him and inquired, "Are there any extra copies of these reward problems? I would like to take them home for further study." "Indeed," Gale replied promptly, recognizing the modesty of the request from an honorary scholar. "I shall retrieve them for you immediately." After leaving the Mathematical Society, Chen Luo made a trip to the marketplace to purchase some food supplies and also bought a lock for his room. Upon returning home, he found that neither Lady Brittney nor Isabella had yet arrived. As it was still early, Chen Luo decided to steam some buns and prepare rice for porridge. Although bread and steamed buns share flour as their main ingredient, many find bread more palatable, nonetheless. Chen Luo preferred steamed buns that as for Lady Brittney and Isabella. If they were not fond of steamed buns, there was bread available in the refrigerator. In addition to the buns and porridge, Chen Luo prepared 2 simple side dishes, as it was best not to overeat at dinner. After all, should he inadvertently cause Lady Brittney or Isabella to gain weight, they might hold him accountable. Women are particularly sensitive about their figures, and often, their reasoning can be quite unreasonable. If Lady Brittney were to develop a belly, Chen Luo was uncertain whether she would still regard their mentor-student relationship fondly. As for Isabella, the likelihood of her being unreasonable was even greater. As mealtime approached, Lady Brittney and Isabella timely appeared at the door. Isabella possessed but a few belongings, having only packed 2 bundles, which she carelessly tossed onto the sofa before eagerly seating herself at the dining table. To Chen Luo's astonishment, both teacher Brittney and Isabella exhibited a far greater acceptance of steamed buns than he had anticipated. Despite their previous unfamiliarity with such fare, it did not hinder their eagerness to learn. Chen Luo demonstrated how to tear the bun apart and stuff it with vegetables. Observing Isabella and teacher Brittney skillfully using chopsticks to pick up their food, Chen Luo found himself pondering whether, a year hence, they would still resort to knives and forks. Recalling something, Chen Luo retrieved the reward money he had earned from the Mathematics Society and said, "Teacher Brittney, this is the prize for those 2 challenging problems. Please keep it." Brittney shook her head, replying, "You should take it, Blair. It was originally meant for you to purchase ingredients." Isabella raised her head and remarked, "Wasn't it agreed that I would buy the ingredients?" Chen Luo refrained from echoing Isabella's insistence to teacher Brittney. Having spent considerable time together, he had long since discerned her temperament. She was resolute and somewhat obstinate, unlikely to easily alter her decisions. Thus, he chose not to press the matter further. "Good night, teacher Brittney. Good night, Senior Isabella." After their meal, Brittney and Isabella began to clear the dishes, and Chen Luo bid them farewell before retreating to his room. Once inside, he first affixed the lock he had purchased that day to his door, ensuring that neither teacher Brittney nor Isabella could unexpectedly intrude. Chen Luo had no intention of revealing to either of them the matters relating to the Mathematics Society's bounty problems, nor did he plan to tackle them under Blair's identity. Whether it was the 9 bridges problem, the Rouse puzzle, or the irrational numbers, these could all be attributed to his clever reasoning. Any scholar could potentially solve them. However, should he resolve all the challenging problems offered by the Mathematics Society, He would find it impossible to explain how a mathematical novice, having merely studied for 2 months, could possess superior mathematical abilities compared to all scholars. Furthermore, such a sweeping accomplishment would be overly conspicuous. Chenluo desired to earn money discreetly, wishing to avoid drawing attention as he had in the past. Additionally, he harbored numerous secrets that must remain undiscovered, rendering a private space free from interruption exceedingly important to him. After securing his door, Chenluo retrieved several sheets of paper from his drawer, upon which were inscribed the unresolved challenges from the Mathematics Society. Earlier that day, he had already perused these problems, selecting those that sparked his interest while setting aside the ones he had no current insights on. He then picked up a quill and began to write fervently. In the kitchen, Isabella placed the clean dishes on the table and glanced back at the tightly shut door of Chenluo's room, wondering, why is Blair sleeping so early today? In her eyes, although Blair exhibited a penchant for wealth and lacked some gentlemanly qualities, it could not overshadow his most remarkable trait, his extraordinary diligence and effort. Isabella had never encountered anyone as industrious as Blair. He scarcely let any opportunity to study magic slip by, even sacrificing his weekends to visit the Magic Society, often forgetting to prepare meals for the teacher he admired. Brittney, how could such a person retreat to his room right after dinner? This defied logic. Curiosity piqued, Isabella inched closer to Chenluo's door. She approached the threshold and gently pushed it, but to her surprise, the door did not yield a crack as she had anticipated. It remained steadfast. The look of confusion deepened on Isabella's face. Blair's room had never been locked before. The evening had only just begun to darken, and he had secluded himself within, securing the door. Could he be engaged in some nefarious activity? Isabella knocked lightly on the door, and after a brief moment, Chenluo opened it, regarding the figure of Isabella standing at the entrance. Inquiring, "Isabella, is there something you need?" Peering into the room, Isabella asked, "Blair, what are you doing all alone in there?" Chenluo replied, "I discovered a few mathematical problems at the Mathematics Society today that I found quite intriguing. I wanted to see if I could solve them." "What problems?" "Let me have a look." Isabella sauntered into Chenluo's room, as it was still early for her to retire for the night, feeling a bit bored and seeking someone to converse with. With only 3 of them present, the teacher-student dynamic with Brittney made Isabella feel somewhat constrained. Although Blair could be rather dull, if given the choice, she would prefer to chat with him. The only drawback was that spending too much time with Blair often resulted in her depleting her allowance far too quickly. She casually picked up a geometry problem that Chenluo had transcribed and sat on the edge of the bed to examine it. Chenluo remained silent, positioning himself at his desk to continue working through the equations. Isabella was indeed quite intelligent. In the talent-rich environment of St. Donis Academy, she was regarded as an exemplary student, frequently earning perfect scores in mathematics under teacher Brittney's guidance. However, her ambition to solve that particular geometry problem was somewhat misguided. Though it appeared deceptively simple, the proof required multiple auxiliary lines, and it necessitated the application of a geometric theorem that had yet to be uncovered by scholars in this world. To prove the problem, one must first establish the validity of that theorem. The Mathematics Society's proof problem was not inherently challenging, merely tedious due to its lengthy process. The concealed theorem was the true crux of the difficulty. After 20 minutes, Chenluo completed the detailed proof, setting down his quill only to realize that a significant silence had enveloped the room. He turned to find that Isabella had carelessly tossed the paper aside and had kicked off her shoes. Cocooned in his blanket, fast asleep, Chenluo chose not to disturb her, organizing the solution he had just crafted and placing it in the drawer before transcribing the problem anew, engaging in thoughtful contemplation. While these problems could be classified as classical challenges from early mathematics, the researchers of this era had already delved quite deeply into geometrical studies. Even in later times, such problems could serve as capstone questions for senior examinations, effectively assessing a student's true mathematical foundation, with only a handful of exceptional students capable of solving them. Compared to the 9 bridges problem, these challenges posed a greater test for Chenluo. However, he was fortunate to possess a wealth of knowledge and insights far ahead of the mathematical community, making the resolution of these problems merely a matter of investing additional time. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by, and soon Brittney knocked on the door, stepping inside to glance at the bed, exclaiming in surprise, "Why is Isabella sleeping here?" Chenluo sighed. "She was just sitting at the edge of the bed a moment ago." Brittney shook her head. lifting Isabella from the bed in a gentle embrace, saying, "Blair, you should head to bed early as well. We have classes tomorrow." Even without teacher Brittney's reminder, Chenluo was already inclined to sleep. The exertion of casting magic was highly draining, and he needed to ensure he had ample rest. Moreover, Isabella had already warmed his bed, and the lingering warmth of her presence was an invitation he could not ignore. To forfeit such a comfort would be to disregard her thoughtful gesture. Chapter 67. Doubts. Chenluo had not slept well the previous night. After Isabella had occupied his bed, it was infused with her fragrance, keeping him awake far longer than he had wished. Yet the following morning, he had to rise early to prepare breakfast, and after eating, attend class, a lifestyle reminiscent of a high school student, one he had not experienced in quite some time. For him now, it felt like a significant waste of time. Should he dedicate the hours spent on these miscellaneous classes to meditation or practicing combat skills, he was certain his abilities would improve rapidly. After breakfast, Chenluo and Isabella departed together, parting ways at the classroom entrance. Upon entering, he found the room already bustling with students. Taking his seat, he resumed tackling the problems at hand. Even for him, resolving the Mathematics Society's bounty problems would require some time, but he managed to solve two relatively simpler problems before Toby strolled lazily into the classroom, dropping his bag and settling into his seat. Turning to Chenluo, he remarked, "Blair, I've made up my mind. I no longer wish to be a warrior. Once I leave the academy, I intend to return to inherit my father's estate." Chenluo nodded in acknowledgement. Refraining from further comment, should Toby choose to pursue a path as a warrior, Chenluo would support him as a friend by helping him enhance his magical abilities and teaching him combat. However, if Toby preferred to inherit his father's estate and live as an ordinary person, that was his own choice, and Chenluo would not interfere. Just before class commenced, Linda and Triss finally arrived. Somewhat tardily, Linda was extroverted and lively, and after whispering about some topic with Triss, she suddenly turned to Chenluo and asked, "Blair, what are your plans after graduating from St. Donis?" Both Isabella and teacher Brittney had previously posed this question, and as Chenluo calculated his problems, he responded without raising his head, "I suppose I will remain at the academy." "Oh," Linda appeared surprised, saying, "I thought you would attend the Royal Magic Academy. With your grades, you could easily gain admission there." Chenluo shook his head and casually replied, "I prefer it here." Linda cast a glance at Trix, then turned her gaze towards Chenluo, saying, "The Royal Capital's Magic Academy is home to numerous young and beautiful noble ladies, who are both elegant and polite. Blair, have you not considered this at all?" "Not at all," Chenluo replied. He understood that Trix was likely hinting at her future aspirations to attend the Royal Capital's Magic Academy through Linda's indirect inquiry. However, he found no allure in noble ladies. Whether Isabella lacked youth and beauty, or if Professor Brittney was not elegant and gentle, there seemed little reason to seek distant prospects when he had what he desired close at hand. Upon hearing Chenluo's response, Trix appeared somewhat disheartened. Noticing Chenluo's evident disinterest in continuing the conversation, Linda also turned away, opting to refrain from further awkwardness. Beautiful noble ladies, elegant, polite. Toby mused aloud, his gaze fixed ahead, before suddenly turning to Chenluo, exclaiming, "Blair, I have suddenly developed a desire to become a warrior again." Ultimately, Toby changed his mind, aspiring to become a formidable warrior. Although, given Toby's magical aptitude, his chances of gaining admission to the Royal Capital's Magic Academy were slim. There remained a significant possibility for him to enter the Royal Capital's Knight Academy if he could become a powerful warrior. Nevertheless, in Chenluo's heart, neither the Magic Academy nor the Knight Academy could compare to St. Donis. The place where Professor Brittney resided was his true sanctuary for learning magic. In the ensuing days, apart from studying combat techniques and engaging in daily meditation alongside Professor Brittney, Chenluo devoted the majority of his energy to problem solving. In just 5 days, he mastered the Firebird spell, the Chain Fireball, and the Compressed Fireball, 3 variant spells, while simultaneously experiencing a substantial increase in his mental fortitude. By last night, he had already managed to stabilize the release of 6 fireballs simultaneously. At this pace, perhaps he could advance to the ranks of a junior magician alongside Isabella. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to acquire sufficient variant spells, having tasted the sweetness of rapid growth in mental power. Chenluo found it intolerable to revert to the slow meditation method. The gold coins required to procure variant spells had become an urgent necessity for him, but as such, he stayed up late last night, resolving all 23 of the Mathematics Association's bounty problems before finally succumbing to sleep. Although the mathematics here was still quite primitive, the problems offered by the Mathematics Association, which had remained unsolved for so long, were by no means simple. That it took him nearly a week to solve over 20 problems, some of which were particularly challenging, causing him to toil into the late hours on several occasions to find solutions. Fortunately, he taught a senior high graduation class, which allowed him to brush up on geometry for a period, remembering numerous obscure axioms and theorems. Otherwise, he would not have been able to claim the Mathematics Association's reward. The following day marked a rest day. Chen Luo rose early, prepared breakfast for Professor Brittney and Isabella, and left the school with only 2 steamed buns in hand and tea. The Mathematics Association. Gal yawned as he descended the stairs, opening the large door to the Mathematics Association and allowing the few eager math researchers waiting outside to enter. These individuals had come in pursuit of the bounties. The rewards for the association's problems were substantial, and those who could solve them would not only receive a handsome compensation, but also gain a degree of notoriety. Compared to the slow accumulation of results through dedicated research, this was clearly a faster path to fame, attracting many mathematicians eager to take this shortcut. Each day, individuals could be seen waiting outside before the association opened, hoping to discover newly announced bounty problems that they might fortuitously solve. However, in Gal's view, these individuals were utterly foolish. The proprietors of the bounty problems were seasoned researchers with a profound interest in mathematics. The questions they offered for bounty had never been simple. Moreover, prior to being publicized, these difficult problems were first attempted by several scholars, including a few presidents of the Mathematics Association, and only those problems they could not solve would be made public. The individuals capable of solving these problems were predominantly renowned scholars, even honorary scholars, and certainly not those merely seeking an easy score. Gal paid no mind to the crowd. After opening the association's door, he walked to the counter, yawning as he wiped away the dust. He had only cleaned half when a figure approached the counter. The person wore the robe of a magic apprentice, pulling a wide-brimmed hat over their head and concealing their face with a mask, obscuring their true identity. Even though Gal had encountered countless individuals, he rarely saw such eccentric attire among scholars, prompting him to glance at the individual a couple of times. Are you here to submit work or inquire about bounties? If it's a submission, please leave your manuscript on the counter. If it's an inquiry about bounties, please wait a moment. Steward Galen has yet to rise. Chen Luo's time was limited, and he had no idea how long it would take to submit through the normal channels. He produced the Mathematics Association's honorary medal and waved it before the young man. The honorary medals were identical across the continent of divine grace, lacking any names inscribed upon them, and as the number of honorary scholars within the Mathematics Association was not insignificant, he was not concerned about revealing his identity. The effect of the honorary medal was immediately apparent. Upon seeing it, the young man's expression shifted to one of respect. Gal straightened up, bowing slightly to Chen Luo. May I inquire how to address you? Esteemed scholar. Chen Luo, came the reply. Gal promptly responded. Esteemed Chen Luo, how may I assist you today? Chen Luo placed a thick stack of manuscript pages on the counter and pointed to the wall on the left, saying, Here are the answers to those 23 bounty questions. Please have them verified promptly and settle my reward. Gal stood frozen for a moment, staring at the thick stack of manuscript pages. The Mathematics Association's bounty problems had first been posted on that wall several years ago. Even the most recent question had been posed 2 months prior by an honorary scholar. These challenges had withstood the test of time, remaining on that wall, and typically, even if a scholar managed to solve one, it was rare for anyone to resolve 2 in one go, as Brittney had done, occupying an entire issue of the journal. Yet here was someone claiming to have solved every single bounty problem presented by the association. Gal looked at the figure beneath the magic robe, skepticism etched on his face. He began to doubt whether this person was attempting to defraud the association and started questioning the authenticity of the honorary medal. He performed a courteous bow to Chen Luo, saying, Esteemed Chen Luo, may I take a closer look at your honorary medal? Chapter 68. The god of mathematics Chen Luo handed the honorary medal back to the young man before him. The Mathematics Association was a vast institution, with mathematics associations present in each of the 4 great empires and numerous kingdoms across the continent of divine grace. although these associations were not subordinate to one another. The honorary medal was universally recognized by all mathematics associations, distributed annually by kingdom. The Yabo City branch was merely a small offshoot of the Mathematics Association of the Lauren Kingdom, where honorary scholars were a rarity. However, when expanding the scope to the entire Lauren Kingdom, other kingdoms, or even the 4 great empires, honorary scholars were hardly noteworthy in a small branch like Yabo City. It was improbable for even the front desk staff, let alone their president, to recognize every honorary scholar in the continent of divine grace. This was why Chen Luo had the confidence to present his honorary medal without fear of exposure. Gal examined the honorary medal, his expression growing even more perplexed. When an honorary scholar passed away, the Mathematics Association would create a new medal to preserve their honorary status, ensuring the number of honorary medals remained unchanged. This medal showed no signs of being counterfeit, meaning that if this mysterious individual had not stolen it, he was indeed an honorary scholar. Determining whether the individual was a thief or a fraud was beyond the purview of a mere front desk attendant. Gal glanced at the thick stack of manuscript pages, casting a complex look at Chen Luo, and said, "Please, esteemed Chen Luo, wait here for a moment while I fetch Vice President Audley." Chen Luo did not have to wait long before he saw Vice President Audley hastily descending the stairs. He approached Chen Luo directly, cutting to the chase with his question, "Esteemed scholar, have you solved all the bounty problems of the Mathematics Association?" Chen Luo remained silent, instead passing the stack of manuscript pages to Audley. Upon receiving them, Audley's gaze immediately fixated on the pages. Although what Gal had conveyed was rather unbelievable, he would know whether this honorary scholar was a fraud once he verified the contents. Mathematics could not abide deception. The answers he sought were contained within that thick stack of paper. The first problem he encountered was a shortest path issue, one that the association scholars had been studying for quite some time. Many had proposed answers, yet none could prove that their identified paths were indeed the shortest. This individual, he had approached the problem unconventionally, applying the method of symmetric points and leveraging the axiom that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, thereby effortlessly identifying the optimal path. In other words, this bounty problem valued at 20 gold coins had been so easily solved by him. Audley glanced at Chen Luo before turning to the next page. The second page presented a more complex geometric proof, a conjecture proposed by a senior honorary scholar from the capital a year prior. Numerous mathematicians had attempted to prove this conjecture over the past year, all to no avail. Numerous scholars have already reached the conclusion that the conjecture posited by that esteemed scholar is erroneous and cannot be proven at this moment. Audley finally grasps why no one has managed to substantiate this conjecture prior to proving it. They must first understand a theorem. The sum of the distances from the circumcenter of a triangle to its sides equals the sum of the radii of the circumcircle and the incircle. This is a theorem that Audley has never encountered before. A novel revelation. The proof of this theorem is meticulously detailed at the bottom of this manuscript, with each step clearly laid out and flawless. Armed with this theorem, the conjecture becomes straightforward to prove. This problem is valued at 50 gold coins. Standing at the counter, Audley eagerly turned to a new page, a moment that felt like 2 divine gifts. Of course, Chen Luo would not stand idly by. He had spent an entire week solving these 20-plus problems. Even following his line of thought, merely reviewing the solutions and proofs would require a significant amount of time. Any doubts that Gal harbored about Chen Luo had long since vanished. Upon seeing Chen Luo head towards the sofa in the lounge area, he proactively offered him tea and pastries, then stood behind him, awaiting any instructions. His gaze occasionally drifted towards Audley, who was slowly perusing the manuscript, occasionally deep in thought, at times striking the table with sudden realization. Clearly, if this gentleman Chen Luo were a fraud, Audley would have shown him no mercy long ago. The only plausible explanation is that he has indeed solved those challenging problems. This revelation stirred a tempest within Gal's heart. After all, such unfathomable feats are beyond even the greatest scholars. While it is true that not all great scholars possess omniscience, most reward problems are solved by a broad array of mathematical scholars. Yet never has there been a case of someone comprehensively resolving the accumulated challenges of the association over the years. This is a feat that only a deity of mathematics could accomplish. Is it not? As Gal wrestled with these thoughts, on the other side, Audley had finally turned to the last page of the manuscript. He swallowed hard, moistening his parched lips, still unable to recover from the overwhelming shock. How could this be possible? How could this be? These problems had been attempted by several great scholars, yet even they had not provided answers. To solve even one of these problems is already a rare achievement. To solve 2 indicates extraordinary mathematical talent, and to solve 3 or more denotes absolute genius. To solve 23. This surpasses Audley's comprehension. Since the inception of the Mathematics Association, such a prodigy has never emerged, not even among the great scholars themselves. This is something that scholars from the Lauren Kingdom, the Ost Empire, and the Divine Grace continent have been unable to achieve. Such individuals may be regarded as divine. The gods of mathematics. Mathematics is unlike the hierarchy of wizards, where greater levels signify greater power. Mathematics hinges on both innate talent and inspiration. Problems unsolvable by great scholars may still be tackled by emerging mathematical prodigies, a common occurrence within the mathematical community. Moreover, great scholars are not omnipotent. Each has their own field of study where they wield immense authority, but their capabilities in other domains are ultimately limited. The problems rewarded by the Mathematics Association span various fields. Solving 1 problem may be mere chance. Solving 2 can be attributed to coincidence. Solving 3 may just be a stroke of luck. But solving 23 is an unequivocal demonstration of prowess. Besides the term deity, Audley can find no other word to describe it. Furthermore, not only has he solved these 23 problems, but he has also proposed and proven 11 new theorems. After Audley's verification, astonishingly, all were found to be correct. Audley cast a gaze filled with profound dread towards the lounge area, struggling to take a step forward, only to suddenly collapse to the ground. He had been standing for too long, and his legs had gone numb. Completely immersed in the world of mathematics, he had not realized it. Gal rushed over to assist Audley, asking, "My Lord Audley, are you all right?" "I am fine." Due to the numbness in his legs, Audley's expression bore a hint of pain, rendering him unable to stand unaided. With Gal's support, he slowly moved toward Chen Luo. When Audley reached Chen Luo's side, he had just finished the last piece of cake. Chen Luo rose and regarded Audley, inquiring, "How did the verification go, Vice President?" Audley gazed at him with utmost reverence, stating, "Esteemed Lord Chen Luo, your exquisite solution process has left Audley in awe." In that moment, Audley held no doubt regarding Chen Luo's identity. Such an individual, far surpassing even the great scholars, could not possibly masquerade as a mere junior honorary scholar at this moment in Audley's heart. Chen Luo had become indistinguishable from a deity. Meanwhile, Gal stood by, utterly bewildered. Vice President Audley was a senior honorary scholar, and he had never shown such reverence before a great scholar. Could it be that this enigmatic figure was of an even more exalted status than that of a great scholar? Chen Luo regarded Audley, asking, "Were all the results correct?" Audley nodded, responding, "Not a single flaw." "Then let us settle the payment." Chen Luo stated, "For the 23 rewarded problems, the total bounty amounts to 535 gold coins. As this is our first collaboration, I shall allow you to round down a bit. 530 coins will suffice." Audley's face displayed an expression of utter astonishment. These 23 challenging problems and 11 new theorems are invaluable treasures within the mathematical realm. Can they truly be quantified in gold coins? Is this great scholar's motivation for solving these problems merely the bounty? Upon hearing the mention of the bounty, Audley fell silent. Chen Luo, realizing he might have been overly hasty, added, "Do not misunderstand. I merely find these problems intriguing. Not for the sake of gold." Audley sighed in relief, saying, "Your contributions to mathematics are monumental. How could they be measured by a mere few hundred coins?" Chen Luo looked at him, asking, "Are you suggesting that the bounty for these problems has the potential to increase?" Audley fell silent once more, and after a moment, as if coming to a realization, he waved at Gao, instructing, "Go at once and ensure Lord Chen Luo receives his bounty. Not a single coin should be missing." Chapter 69. An unexpected encounter with the association. The Mathematics Association is indeed reputable. The bounty for the 23 rewarded problems totals 535 gold coins, all of which are placed in a black cloth bag before Chen Luo. Although Chen Luo did not count them, based on their weight and volume, the coins would be more than sufficient. Audley discreetly signaled Gao, eagerly suggesting, "Lord Chen Luo, would you like me to arrange for someone to deliver these coins to your residence?" To this request from Audley, Chen Luo resolutely declined. Given Blair's identity, he could not afford to expose it. The matter of irrational numbers had already stirred chaos within the mathematical community if another sensational incident were to arise. His days would be far from peaceful. Witnessing his unyielding refusal, Audley felt a twinge of anxiety. He understood that the individual before him was undoubtedly a titan of the mathematical world. If he were to let this opportunity slip by, he would become a pariah within the APOC City branch and even within the Lauren Kingdom's Mathematics Association. Yet, this great scholar evidently wished to keep his distance. In a moment of desperation, Audley mustered his courage and asked, "Esteemed scholar, I must inquire, is Chun Luo not your true name?" Chun Luo lifted the bag filled with coins, asking, "If it is not my true name, does that preclude me from receiving the bounty?" In principle, Chun Luo is indeed his true name. As for Blair, given Chun Luo's extraordinary mental acuity, it is likely that Blair has perished. No, of course not. Audley vigorously shook his head, declaring, "Regardless of your identity or whether you are an honorary scholar, this is rightfully yours." Chun Luo smiled at Audley, stating, "You need not test me. This honorary badge is genuine." Audley's spirits lifted at once. Promptly inquiring, "Please forgive Audley's rudeness. May I ask, from which nation do you hail, Lord Chun Luo?" Chun Luo, still grasping the bag, asked, "Is this truly significant?" Audley solemnly nodded, affirming, "It is of great importance to us." "Lauren Kingdom," Chun Luo replied succinctly. Hoisting the bag and striding out of the Mathematics Association, Gal swallowed hard, turning to Audley, stating, "My Lord Audley, I shall immediately look into the background of this Lord Chun Luo." "No need," Audley shook his head. Fully aware that Gal would uncover nothing, since the individual is unwilling to disclose his identity, it is evident that Chun Luo is not his true name. The Mathematics Association would have no means to ascertain it. The only information available is that he is a scholar from the Lauren Kingdom holding a junior honorary badge, but there are many junior honorary scholars within the Lauren Kingdom, even in APOC City, where dozens still live. His voice is deep and mature, suggesting he is not young. This narrows down the possibilities considerably. However, the issue remains that he may not necessarily be a scholar from APOC City, making it nearly impossible to uncover his true identity. Moreover, should the Mathematics Association insist on investigating, would that not provoke his ire? To Audrey, the identity of the mysterious individual held little significance. What truly mattered was that he hailed from the Kingdom of Lauren and was an esteemed scholar of that realm. In other words, the god of mathematics from the Divine Grace continent was present in Lauren. Contemplating this, he turned to Gal and said, "Have those problems retracted. I must depart for the royal capital at once." The bounty questions posted across various branches had all been solved by a single individual, and the introduction of 11 new theorems was a monumental event for the mathematical community. He felt compelled to personally report to the headquarters of the Mathematical Society in the royal capital. It was an ordinary weekend when some mathematical researchers in Yabo City arrived early at the Mathematical Society, where they could discuss problems while keeping abreast of new developments in mathematics. Vice President Lord Audrey had been standing at the counter for quite some time, clearly deep in thought. Although the others were inclined to greet him, none dared to interrupt. What transpired next was even more surprising. First, the distinguished Lord Audrey showed utmost reverence to a mysterious figure, and then that individual, having taken something from the Mathematical Society, prompted someone to violently tear down the bounty questions posted on the wall. What is happening? Why are they tearing them down? Has the Mathematical Society canceled the bounties? Gal, perched on a ladder, tore down the final sheet and declared, "These problems have been solved. You may disperse." Solved? When did this happen? Did someone actually solve all the problems? Does that mean he has claimed all the rewards? I see now. It was that mysterious person. It must be him. He solved every problem and took all the bounties. Is he a grand scholar? Even a grand scholar cannot achieve such a feat. The typically tranquil Mathematical Society began to buzz with excitement at that moment. Chun Luo, clutching a heavy black cloth bag, appeared at the entrance of the Magic Society. Over 500 gold coins represented a substantial fortune, albeit one that would soon belong to the Magic Society rather than him. The sum was too significant for Chun Luo to take back. If Brittney and Isabella were to discover it and inquire about its origin, he could only think of the embarrassing explanation of exchanging his charm for wealth to avoid decades of toil. The most prudent course of action was to utilize it within the Magic Society to acquire the resources he needed. Upon entering the Magic Society, Chen Luo scanned the counters, but did not see Jasmine. It then struck him that the young lady was now an assistant steward and no longer engaged in such reception duties. He also did not spot the freckled girl who had a tendency to scrutinize others. He was uncertain whether she was on leave or had resigned as he approached one of the counters. The young woman inside looked up, her face adorned with a professional smile, and asked, "Sir, how may I assist you today?" "Blair." Just as Chen Luo was about to respond, a familiar voice called from behind him. Instinctively, he turned around, realizing he was in trouble, for he was Chen Luo, not Blair. Not far ahead, a striking figure was striding toward him. Isabella, clad in her favored black lace dress and adorned with a lace-trimmed hat, approached him swiftly. Chen Luo wished to turn back, but it was too late. Isabella had merely called out instinctively, unsure if he was indeed Chen Luo. However, upon seeing him turn, her uncertainty transformed into certainty. Observing his magical robe-s hood lowered and the mask he wore, Chen Luo composed himself and lowered his head, speaking in a subdued tone. "My dear lady, you have mistaken me for someone else. My apologies." "My apologies." Isabella appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, then quickly began to apologize. Yet, as she attempted to leave, she suddenly seemed to realize something and looked back at Chen Luo, asking, "Could you please repeat what you just said?" Although the voice before her differed from Blair's, there was an inexplicable familiarity in the way he had addressed her as "my dear lady." As she spoke, Isabella leaned slightly forward, seemingly trying to discern the face beneath Chen Luo's hood. The mask obscured only half of his face. And while a stranger might not recognize him, Isabella had shared countless days and nights with Chen Luo, sleeping in the same bed. He was uncertain whether she would recognize him through the mask. Lowering his head further, he reiterated, "You have mistaken me for someone else." Isabella shook her head, insisting, "No, the previous sentence." Chen Luo cast her a glance but chose not to respond. At that moment, Isabella realized her request was peculiar and somewhat embarrassing. Just as she was about to leave, she hesitated again, stepping closer to Chen Luo and inhaling deeply. Witnessing this action, Chen Luo's heart began to race. Ever since Isabella had moved in with him, they often studied together at night, and she would sometimes snuggle into his blanket. Although he would awaken her to return to her own room, his bedding inevitably bore her scent, detecting her own fragrance emanating from Chen Luo. Isabella lifted her head, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "Blair, what are you up to? Don't think that just because you're dressed up and have your head covered, I won't recognize you." Just as she reached out to remove Chen Luo's hood, a figure approached from a distance, stepping in front of Isabella, smiling as they addressed Chen Luo. "Sir Chen Luo, this way, please." Jasmine looked at Chen Luo with a smile, saying, "Lord Elton instructed me to bring Sir Chen Luo to meet him." Chen Luo nodded, not sparing a glance at Isabella as he followed Jasmine toward the second floor of the Magic Society. "Chen Luo." Isabella stood frozen for a moment before softly muttering, "A man using lily-scented perfume." Chapter 70. A New Era. Ultimately, Isabella dismissed her suspicions. Although the figure's silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Blair, he never used perfume. His pleasant scent came from the time spent with her and Brittney. A young girl approached, observing Isabella with curiosity. "Sister Isabella, what are you doing here?" Isabella had come to accompany her cousin for magic apprentice certification, but had unexpectedly mistaken someone for Blair. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I simply mistook someone. Let us go." Pondering the earlier incident, Isabella felt an unease as she exited the Magic Society. She turned to the girl beside her and said, "You head back first. I suddenly have something to attend to and need to return to school." Inside the Magic Society, on the second floor, Chen Luo followed Jasmine up the stairs, finally exhaling in relief. The previous encounter had been perilously close. He had nearly been caught by Isabella. His true identity must remain concealed, and he could not allow Isabella or Brittney to discover it. While there were secrets he could share with Brittney, some were meant to remain buried in his heart forever. Upon reaching the top, Jasmine turned to him, blinking playfully as she inquired, "Was that beautiful lady mistaken about your identity?" Chen Luo nodded, replying, "That seems to be the case." Jasmine smiled. "I also know a Mr. Blair. You and he bear a striking resemblance. No wonder that lady was confused." Chen Luo chuckled. "Is that so?" Whether it was merely his impression or not, he sensed that Jasmine's smile seemed less professional than before. Her natural smile was lovely and comforting, yet it carried a meaning that Chen Luo could not decipher. Jasmine did not delve deeper into the topic, but asked, "May I inquire what brings Sir Chen Luo to the Magic Society today?" Chen Luo stated, "I wish to certify a few combination spells." Most of the hypotheses regarding combination spells had already been validated by Brittney. It was evident that combining different elemental magics yielded greater offensive and defensive capabilities than single-element spells. Since the principles behind the upgraded Water Sphere spell had been made public, combination magic was no longer a secret. Even without Chen Luo, other mages would easily conceive of such ideas, rather than waiting for others to profit from his concepts. He preferred to outline all possible combinations of magical elements and thoroughly present the concept of combination magic. In recent days, aside from solving the bounty questions for the Mathematical Society, he had also been refining the details of combination magic. With 4 magical elements, there were 6 combinations for dual-element spells, 4 for tri-element spells, and 1 for an all-element spell. The dual-elemental magic is inherently challenging. In comparison, the combination of 3 or 4 elemental magics is akin to a hellish ordeal. After all, individuals capable of multitasking are exceedingly rare, let alone those who can juggle 3 or 4 tasks simultaneously. However, such considerations are not the concern of Chen Luo. The theory of combination magic is indeed feasible. Whether his theoretical constructs can be substantiated through practice ultimately hinges upon the innate talent of the magician. In later times, those intricate and profound disciplines are not accessible to the average person. One must concede that in this world, certain fields are exclusively the domain of geniuses. The only complication lies in the fact that although teacher Brittney is seldom acquainted with matters of magic, the concept of combination magic is bound to stir considerable intrigue, and she will inevitably become aware of it. Chen Luo could fabricate an excuse, claiming that someone else conceived the idea before him. Yet he has no intention of doing so. Teacher Brittney is the individual Chen Luo trusts most. Aside from his origins and his extraordinary talents, there is little he cannot share with her. He just has yet to devise the right approach to broach the subject. The revelation of his identity as a member of the Magic Association before teacher Brittney, as well as that of the Mathematics Association, cannot be concealed. The fact that the scholar he admires is, in reality, a fellow student may leave teacher Brittney in an awkward position, prompting Chen Luo to contemplate how best to placate her. While he may not need to soothe Isabella, teacher Brittney is a treasure to Chen Luo. She embodies his hopes and must be handled delicately. Molly led him to a lounge, offering tea and pastries, saying, "My Lord Chen Luo, please wait here for a moment while I inform Vice President Elton." Soon, Elton entered with Molly and another person accompanying him. To be precise, it was Elton escorting another individual, Lord Angus. "This is Lord Chen Luo." Elton introduced Chen Luo to the middle-aged man before turning to Chen Luo with a smile, saying, "My Lord Chen Luo, this is President Angus." Hearing Elton's introduction, Chen Luo felt a surge of astonishment. Although the Yabo City Magic Association is merely a subordinate branch of the Lowland Kingdom's Magic Association, the president of a branch is invariably a Grand Magician. The imposing middle-aged man before him is the first Grand Magician Chen Luo has encountered. "You are indeed the remarkable magician," Angus exclaimed, observing Chen Luo's figure beneath his magical robe, and laughed heartily, adding, "This time, I must sincerely thank you." Chen Luo gazed at him, bemused. Angus offered no further explanation. After reciting a couple of incantations, a stone, the size of a fist, suddenly materialized in the void. Chen Luo recognized this as the Earth Elemental Supertier spell, Meteor Shower. With Angus's mastery, given sufficient time, he could unleash a large-scale assault, causing these meteors composed of Earth elements to plummet from great heights. Unless the opponent has an Ice or Earth Grand Magician to construct a highly fortified barrier, all enemies within a designated area would be reduced to mere pulp under this super-tier spell. However, contrary to Chen Luo's understanding of Meteor Shower, the stone summoned by Angus was enveloped in a thick layer of flames, its high temperature causing evident signs of melting on the surface. This was not the Meteor Shower, it was a combination of fire and earth magic, a new form of combination magic that Chen Luo termed Fire Meteor. This combination magic boasts even greater destructive power and significantly mitigates the vulnerability of the Meteor Shower to ice magic. Chen Luo lamented that magicians have never pioneered combination magic, not due to a lack of ability, but rather a lack of Chen Luo's insight. Once he opened the door to combination magic and liberated the magicians' minds, They would undoubtedly conceive far more ideas than he alone could. It was evident that President Angus possessed the rare talent for multitasking as well. Elton smiled as he looked at Chenluo, explaining, Lord Angus has comprehended an improved version of meteor shower through your combination magic. Just 2 days ago, he successfully eliminated a spy from an enemy nation, a grand magician specializing in ice magic, contributing immensely to the kingdom. Chenluo was not surprised by this outcome. Earth and ice magic represent a balance of offense and defense among the 4 elemental magics, in a confrontation between 2 magicians of the same rank. Their offensive and defensive capabilities would not differ significantly. The defensive prowess of ice super-tier magic is formidable enough to withstand the meteor shower, unless the individual hidden beneath the ice was unaware that the meteors descending upon him were not ordinary, but fire meteors. Fire and water are mutually exclusive. Even if the meteors augmented with fire elements cannot melt thick ice layers, they can still significantly weaken ice magic in a deadly duel between high-level magicians. Such a small oversight could lead to fatal consequences on multiple occasions. Such magic, beyond the comprehension of ordinary magicians, could decisively eliminate an equally ranked opponent if employed at the right moment. Angus regarded Chenluo, a hint of apprehension lingering on his face, and remarked, that enemy magician was even stronger than I. Had it not been for your inspiration, I might not be standing here conversing with you. Lord Chenluo, you have saved my life. Chenluo smiled and replied, I cannot claim to have bested a grand magician. It was you, Lord Angus, who saved yourself. I shall remember this favor, Lord Angus, Angus said, gazing at Chenluo with benevolence. I heard from Elton that you have new combination magic certifications. Chenluo produced the materials he had meticulously prepared from beneath his magical robe and handed them to Angus. It was an extensive document spanning several pages, detailing the principles of combination magic and all possible combinations of the 4 elemental magics, along with various applications and their variants, given Chenluo's current prowess. Some of these concepts remain untested, yet according to the theory of combination magic, they are undoubtedly feasible. Angus's gaze fell upon the first page before quickly returning to Chenluo, stating, So it was you who conceived the fire meteor long ago. Chenluo merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Elton and Molly stood quietly to the side. Equally taciturn, Elton's attention was entirely focused on Angus, while Molly occasionally glanced toward Chenluo before swiftly diverting her gaze. The room grew somewhat quiet, filled only with the sound of Angus slowly turning the pages. After an indeterminate span of time, Angus finally completed the last page. He set down the document, exhaled deeply, and looked at Chenluo with a complex expression, saying slowly, Lord Chenluo, you have ushered in a new era of magic. Chapter 71. Care since the gods imparted magic to the ancestors. Magic has undergone countless transformations. The most primitive forms of magic have been continually refined and improved by subsequent magicians, gradually establishing the current magical system. However, irrespective of how the great magicians have enhanced foundational magic, they have not transcended the realm of the 4 elemental magics. Today, Angus has glimpsed the nascent emergence of a 5th branch of magic within these few sheets of paper, following earth, fire, wind, and water. Magic has revealed a 5th division. While combination magic still relies on the 4 elemental magic elements as its foundation, its potency is significantly amplified, shattering the barriers between magician ranks and rendering the once impossible feat of overpowering or challenging higher-tier opponents attainable. Since the advent of magic on the continent of Shenin, there has never been such a monumental advancement. Angus, having personally experienced the power of combination magic, can readily perceive that magic is on the verge of a new epoch. The mysterious magician named Chenluo has, through these mere sheets of paper, opened the curtain on a new era. In this moment, he is no longer just a humble magic apprentice. He is the pioneer of combination magic, the mentor of a new age. Chenluo smiled at Angus, saying, It is not as grave as you suggest, Lord Angus. This remains merely an application of the 4 elemental magics, and it is quite limited. Most magicians will find it challenging to master. The new era you have forged, Lord Chenluo, belongs to the realm of geniuses. Angus looked at him, playfully inquiring, An era has never belonged to the majority, has it? The complete theory of combination magic is worth far more than the enhanced water ball technique Chenluo proposed last time. Under Angus's directive, the senior officials of the Magic Association, along with the two vice presidents, are currently engaged in certifying and evaluating his combination magic theories. Aside from President Angus, none of them possess the talent to wield dual-element magic. Even Angus, who specializes in earth magic and has some proficiency in fire magic, can only validate the combination of fire and earth magic. However, within the framework of combination magic, Chen Luo has introduced a novel concept. If a single magician cannot cast dual-element magic, what of two or three? Although a magician's mental energy is inherently exclusive, making it impossible to summon fire meteors simultaneously through cooperation, it is feasible for different magicians to cast fire and earth spells sequentially before merging them. While this method is more time-consuming and less potent, it suffices for validation. Combination magic is likely to establish a new magical system beyond the four elemental magics. Such a level of certification is beyond the jurisdiction of the Yabo City branch. After their preliminary assessment, they must forward it to the headquarters of the Magic Association in the royal capital for final certification. Should the Magic Association grant certification, Chen Luo will be heralded as the founder and cornerstone of the combination magic system. Such a contribution should suffice to elevate his membership rank significantly, granting him access to higher-level resources in the future. Due to the arrival of materials concerning the combinatorial magic system, the Magic Association has suddenly become bustling with activity. With President Angus being the busiest of all, he is tasked not only with overseeing all affairs of the Magic Association, but also with the practical certification of all combinatorial magics and their variants proposed by Chen Luo. After all, apart from Jasmine, he is the only one capable of simultaneously casting dual-system magic. That is, for Jasmine, being merely an apprentice skilled in casting fireballs and water orbs, she is certainly unable to validate those advanced magics. Thus, she accompanies Chen Luo back to the second floor of the library. Previously, Chen Luo, lacking funds, could only select the two most useful variant magics for himself. Today, however, having recently received a windfall from the Mathematics Association, he is now affluent enough to procure anything he had previously desired but could not afford. Approaching the row of bookshelves, he pointed and declared, "This one, this one, this one, and this." Jasmine glanced at him and cautiously inquired, "You don't want these?" "I want all of these," Chen Luo asserted with newfound confidence. Having lived two lives, this is the first time he experiences such a sudden surge of wealth. And no wonder so many are willing to forsake their principles for the sake of avoiding a decade of struggle. Jasmine was momentarily taken aback, then quietly remarked, These will require a great many gold coins." Chen Luo set down the heavy bag and replied, "No worries, I want all that I mentioned earlier, until I exhaust these gold coins." He had no intention of saving any of the coins obtained from the Mathematics Association. Bringing them home would require him to concoct an explanation to both teacher Brittney and Isabella. Blair's identity lacks any income source, and all his funds come from teacher Brittney and Isabella, and each time he purchases groceries, he keeps accounts. Isabella and teacher Brittney can check the accounts at any time, so they are fully aware of how much money he has left. In such a scenario, even possessing an extra gold coin would pose a dilemma for him. The staff of the Magic Association worked swiftly, and soon, Jasmine approached him with a small pouch, saying, "All that you requested, Sir Chen Luo, has been purchased, and there remain 15 gold coins for you." 15 gold coins, while significant for the former Chen Luo, now held little value. It wouldn't even suffice to acquire the cheapest items at the Magic Association, and instead would become an unaccounted source of funds he could not explain. Chen Luo waved his hand, saying, "Consider these as a commission for Miss Jasmine." Jasmine repeatedly shook her head, asserting, "These are merely my duties. I cannot accept your commission." After contemplating, Chen Luo realized he had been somewhat presumptuous. 15 gold coins equate to the reward for solving a problem. Yet for her, a humble assistant, it could represent half a year's salary. His extravagant generosity might lead the young lady to misconstrue his intentions. After a moment, he suggested, "Then let the remaining gold coins be entrusted to Miss Jasmine for safekeeping. Should anyone purchase improved magics, or if the Magic Association's bounties arrive, I would appreciate it if you could hold on to those coins for me, and I can offer a certain fee for the service." Regardless, he knew he could not bring money home. That a look of hesitation flickered across Jasmine's face. No magician had ever made such a request of her before. She could discern President Angus's regard for the combinatorial magic and knew the rewards from the Magic Association would be substantial, potentially more gold coins than she had ever seen in her life. If she failed to safeguard them and something went awry, it could end up costing her dearly. She gazed up at Chen Luo and asked, Sir Chen Luo, would it be inconvenient for you to keep them yourself? Chen Luo nodded, replying, not particularly convenient. Jasmine studied him, seemingly realizing something, then lowered her head, murmuring, all right, I will take good care of them for you. Chen Luo smiled and said, thank you, Miss Jasmine. This time, Chen Luo spent 500 gold coins at the Magic Association, acquiring over 10 varieties of variant magic, encompassing every elemental system. Though each merely possessed the potency of apprentice-level spells, each represented a novel challenge and experience for his mental fortitude, sufficient to propel him into the ranks of a junior mage. He could not take these materials out of the Magic Association, but they would be recorded, allowing him to access them at any time in the future. Angus, exceptionally busy that day, personally came to see Chen Luo off upon learning he was leaving. Your combinatorial magic has pioneered an entirely new branch, requiring recognition from the headquarters of the Magic Association. This may take some time, at least 2 months. You may leave your address, and I will ensure you are notified of any developments. Chen Luo shook his head, saying, I will be returning to the Magic Association during this time. Angus gazed at Chen Luo, as if wishing to glimpse the face beneath his mask. After a lengthy pause, he smiled and remarked, your kindness will not be forgotten. Sir Chen Luo, if you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Receiving a promise from a grand mage was Chen Luo's most unexpected gain of the day. He nodded, saying, thank you, President Angus. After a moment's thought, he added, I have a small favor to ask of you, President Angus. Angus regarded him and replied, please, Sir Chen Luo, go ahead. Chen Luo glanced back and said, Jasmine has been quite helpful. I hope you can look after her more in the future. Angus cast Chen Luo a knowing glance. Smiling, that is a trivial matter. Rest assured, Sir Chen Luo. After exchanging a few casual words with Angus, Chen Luo departed from the Magic Association. Having interacted several times, he held a favorable impression of Jasmine. The young lady had assisted him considerably, and improving her circumstances within the Magic Association was merely a matter of a few words for him. Jasmine stood at the entrance of the Magic Association, watching Chen Luo leave, and upon seeing Angus approach, she immediately exclaimed, President Angus. Angus glanced at her and inquired, you are Jasmine, correct? Now an assistant steward? Jasmine nodded, puzzled as to why President Angus would suddenly ask for her name. Angus turned to look in the direction Chen Luo had departed, and when he faced Jasmine again, he declared, from this moment forth, you are a junior steward. Go find Vice President Elton shortly to complete the necessary paperwork. The distinction between an assistant steward and a junior steward may seem minor, yet their statuses were vastly different. The former merely assists the latter with various tasks when overwhelmed, while the latter represents the true management tier of the Magic Association. Jasmine snapped back to reality and promptly said, thank you, President Angus. Angus waved his hand, saying, no need to thank me. Thank Sir Chen Luo instead. Chapter 72. Isabella's suspicion. After leaving the Magic Association, Chen Luo meandered through a couple of alleys, ensuring he was not being followed, before locating a secluded spot to change into his own clothes. Upon returning to the academy, he did not head directly to his residence, but instead placed the bag containing his magic robe in the classroom before leisurely making his way toward the dormitory building. Having set out early that day, even after spending considerable time at the Mathematics Association and the Magic Association, it was still not yet noon, making it an opportune time to prepare a meal. Teacher Brittney had just discovered topology and was currently refining her theories at her desk. Chen Luo greeted her briefly before entering the kitchen. Each time he encountered Teacher Brittney, he felt a pang of inadequacy. The most astonishing aspect about her was not her exceptional magical talent, but rather her ability to master all elemental magics without exerting much effort in her studies. This was the most disheartening element about her. Fortunately, he could compare himself to Isabella, which somewhat alleviated the weight of living in Brittney's shadow. Otherwise, it would severely undermine his confidence in learning magic. After finishing his meal, Chen Luo retreated to his room, as usual. Having garnered significant gains at the Magic Association today, he was eager to practice. However, just as he was about to close the door, Isabella entered from outside. Standing at the doorway, she looked at Chen Luo and feigned casualness as she asked, Blair, where did you go this morning? Chen Luo could easily detect Isabella's probing nature. He would never admit to visiting the Magic Association, Maintaining his composure under her gaze, he responded, I checked the old house to see if I had forgotten anything. Isabella pressed, You didn't go to the Magic Association? No. Luo shot her a sidelong glance, saying, Why would I go to the Magic Association? It's not on my way. Isabella regarded him with a hint of skepticism, pondering for a moment before suddenly stating, Say something. I want to hear. What should I say? This beautiful lady, you have mistaken me for someone else. Luo looked at Isabella and quipped, Isabella, I know you are beautiful. But you need not flaunt it so. Isabella frowned and retorted, Stop the nonsense. Just say it. Luo firmly shook his head. It's too embarrassing. I won't say it. Isabella shot him a glare. Then suddenly stepped closer, quickly inhaling through her nose, affirming, It smells just like this. Just as she was about to continue confirming, Luo skillfully took a step back, creating distance between them. Isabella stepped forward once more, while Luo continued to retreat. With each advance of Isabella, Luo found himself stepping back until he reached the edge of the bed, where retreat was no longer an option. Isabella surged forward, colliding with him directly in the chest, sending him sprawling onto the bed. In the ensuing chaos, Isabella lost her balance and fell atop Luo. The faint scent of lilies that usually accompanied her was replaced by a more potent masculine aroma, leaving Isabella momentarily taken aback. Just then, Brittney, who had just entered the room, stood frozen, taking in the scene before her. The next moment, she turned away and said, I'm sorry. I will certainly remember to knock in the future. The principle of the levitation spell is quite simple. One merely needs to summon the wind element to envelop the object intended for levitation. Isabella's mental strength has already reached an impressive level. In a moment, I shall teach you some techniques. Achieving this feat is not particularly difficult. Shortly after their meal, Brittney commenced her little magic class atop the faculty dormitory, seemingly eager to avoid the awkwardness of the previous incident where she had inadvertently stumbled upon the affair between Luo and Isabella. She refrained from mentioning it. Isabella's mental prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of an apprentice magician, specializing in wind magic. Once she mastered the levitation spell, she would be eligible to obtain certification as a novice wind mage from the Magic Association. When her mental strength became sufficient to enable her own levitation, the path to becoming an intermediate mage would be within reach. The levitation spell, being a fundamental wind magic, demanded considerable mental strength. Despite Luo's ability to conjure fireballs in one hand and water balls in the other, and even produce formidable blue fireballs when pressed, his current mental capacity was insufficient to lift a stone the size of a fist. Brittney imparted the techniques of the levitation spell to Isabella, encouraging her to practice while she approached Luo. How proficient have you become with Blair's fireball spell? Luo executed a fireball spell with simplicity and precision, conjuring 6 fireballs of equal size that floated in the air before him, steadily ablaze. You can summon 6 fireballs now, Brittney remarked, a hint of astonishment gracing her features. Blair, your rate of growth in mental strength is truly remarkable. Another one, Isabella observed from a distance, her heart racing as Brittney's gestures became increasingly intricate. She felt an urgent need to master the levitation spell and achieve her novice mage certification. If Blair surpassed her in attaining that status, she would be unable to face Brittney or herself. Your fireball spell is already quite adept. Focus on enhancing your mental strength, Brittney advised Luo. You must have realized that learning new magic significantly benefits the growth of mental strength. Since you have already mastered the apprentice spells of 4 elements, I shall teach you 2 variant spells. Brittney summoned a fireball that floated serenely in the air. She then explained, This spell is called the exploding fireball. As she spoke, the fireball suddenly detonated without warning, sending sparks flying and instantly covering a vast area, except for the space where Luo and Brittney stood. Luo gasped in astonishment. This was the true essence of enhancing spell power. In comparison to the exploding fireball, other spells like the firebird or chain fireball seemed utterly feeble. This spell transformed a single target fireball into a wide area damage spell, while individual fireballs could be evaded. The sudden explosion left no room for escape. Fire elements igniting on clothing heralded imminent peril. 1 Exploding fireball could effectively seal off all avenues of retreat for an enemy, should Luo's blue fireball be completely consumed and detonated by the fire elements. He would be preparing for his final moments. The exploding fireball was not something Luo had encountered at the Magic Association. and Brittney's lack of concern regarding any repercussions from the association suggested that this spell was likely of her own invention. With the ability to create such a variant magic, what reason did Qianluo have not to cling to her side? Brittney informed Qianluo on how to execute the exploding fireball, cautioning him, the attack range of the exploding fireball is vast, but it is also easy to injure oneself. When you cast it, be sure to maintain your distance. Qianluo nodded. He lacked Brittney's control over the elements and knew that casting the exploding fireball at close range would likely lead to his own demise before that of his adversary. You can begin practicing the exploding fireball once you are capable of summoning 9 fireballs, Brittney continued. I shall also teach you a spell called the whirlwind spell. A variant of the foundational wind magic. As your mental strength increases, the power of this spell will vary based on the mage's level. Before long, under Brittney's demonstration, Qianluo witnessed the creation of a small artificial tornado. He had only mastered the gentle breeze spell, which was primarily useful for sweeping dust in a specific direction. The whirlwind spell, as a variant, required significantly more skill to generate a self-rotating tornado. Brittney directed the tornado's movements effortlessly, while Qianluo struggled to achieve the same level of control. After several failed attempts, he was able to summon a whirlwind, but it seemed to possess a will of its own. Darting off in a particular direction, nearby, Isabella, holding down the flaring hem of her lace skirt, revealed a smooth leg and glared at Qianluo, exclaiming, "Blair, where do you think your wind is blowing?" Chapter 73. The goddess of Luo. Qianluo decided to set aside his practice of the whirlwind spell for the moment, planning to resume when he was alone. Currently, his mental strength was insufficient to control the whirlwind. Recklessly using wind magic could easily lead to accusations of being a rogue who lifted girls' skirts under the guise of practicing magic. At this point, Qianluo's mind was filled with nearly 20 variants and improved spells, but upon reflection, the most potent among them were undoubtedly the 2 Brittney had just taught him. Most variant spells from the Magic Association were rather lackluster compared to foundational spells. Their power was not significantly enhanced, and in some cases, even diminished. Their existence was merely to help mages break through mental barriers. However, the exploding fireball and whirlwind spell were different. The exploding fireball transformed a single target fireball into a wide-ranging attack spell. The explosion radius of a single fireball was already considerable. And when 10 or more fireballs detonated simultaneously, it became an unparalleled asset in group combat. Such large-scale damage spells were typically reserved for advanced mages. As for the whirlwind spell, it was not merely a variant of wind apprentice magic. Its power would increase as the mage's level rose, varying from one individual to another. While Qianluo's whirlwind spell was merely capable of lifting skirts, Brittney's could summon a formidable tornado capable of devastating a town, provided no wind mages intervened. What kind of magical talent possessed the ability to create such variant spells? This realization only strengthened Qianluo's resolve to cling tightly to Brittney. With these thoughts in mind, his gaze drifted toward Brittney, who was engaged in conversation with a female teacher. Brittney, standing over 1.7 meters tall, with long legs, radiated an undeniable beauty from afar. The female teacher, though not short herself and possessing a slender figure, appeared to have shorter legs when standing beside Brittney. This was simply a matter of body proportion. The gods were indeed unfair, bestowing some with stunning beauty, enviable figures, and golden ratios, alongside extraordinary magical and mathematical talents. These individuals were born as the darlings of the divine. Isabella quietly approached and inquired, "Is Brittney teacher beautiful?" "Indeed." Qianluo glanced at Isabella and replied, "Focus on practicing magic. I will return to prepare dinner." Isabella took Qianluo's place and glanced in a certain direction, inwardly cursing. That Blair fellow certainly knows how to choose his spots. From this angle, Brittney's perfect figure is unmistakably revealed. This weekend, Qianluo spent the first morning attending the Mathematics Association and the Magic Association, while the remainder of his time was spent at home. The new spells purchased from the Magic Association would keep him occupied for quite some time, not to mention the plethora of knowledge imparted by Brittney, rendering any further visits to the Magic Association unnecessary for at least a month. Isabella returned home briefly, but came back to school just before dinner. Since a while ago, Isabella had suddenly become diligent, abandoning her studies in mathematics to chase after Qianluo in magic and combat. Judging by her rapid progress in learning the levitation spell, her stagnation at the apprentice level was likely due to her previous penchant for play. Had she applied herself as diligently in the past, she would have surely become a novice mage by now. Although Chen Luo felt a tinge of envy, he remained unhurried. He had already discovered a path in magic that suited him. Becoming a novice mage was merely a matter of time. And even the prospect of becoming a grand mage or archmage was not beyond reach. As the new week commenced, Chen Luo rose early as usual to prepare breakfast. After their meal, he and Isabella made their way to the teaching building. Isabella had woken up late that day, resulting in Chen Luo waiting for her for a while, nearly being the last to arrive at the classroom. Upon entering, he found Toby and others gathered, animatedly discussing something. "Blair, you arrived quite late today." Toby greeted him, then turned his gaze back to Triss and inquired, "So, what happened next?" "As for what transpired afterward, I am unaware," Triss replied, shaking her head. "For the past few days, the mathematicians in Yabo City have been searching for this individual, yet none have succeeded. Triss' grandfather serves as a steward in the Mathematics Association, making her the most informed in the class regarding matters in the mathematical community." Chen Luo took his seat, and Toby looked at him, saying, "Blair, did you hear? The Mathematics Association is in quite a stir." Chen Luo shook his head, replying, "I do not know." Toby leaned closer and said, "I heard someone has managed to solve all the challenging problems that the Mathematics Association had put forth as a reward." Chen Luo's expression remained impassive as he asked, "Is that so?" Triss mentioned it, so it must be true. Toby stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Do you think he is a grand scholar?" Yet Triss remarked that none of the grand scholars could solve those problems. "Doesn't that imply that this person is far more formidable than the grand scholars?" Chen Luo casually remarked, "Grand scholars are not omniscient. There are numerous problems they cannot solve. Such comparisons are meaningless." A look of realization crossed Toby's face. No wonder. No wonder what? No wonder they call him God of Luo. They say that only a deity could accomplish such feats. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, saying he might just be slightly more capable than the grand scholars. Calling him a god is somewhat exaggerated. Toby nodded in agreement, stating, "I too believe he is no god, but rather a monster. His mind must surely be different from ours." Chen Luo regarded Toby and inquired, "Have you perfected the moves I taught you?" Toby shook his head, "Not yet." "Then practice diligently. If you fail to master them, you shall dine without supper tonight." It was evident that Chen Luo's assessment was accurate. In the world of academia, survival requires a pseudonym. He sought the substantial bounty offered by the Mathematics Association, deeming it unnecessary to place himself in peril. Given the fervor of those mathematical researchers, had this endeavor been attributed to Blair, the St. Donus Academy would have undoubtedly been besieged by mathematicians today. Moreover, should his true identity be revealed, it would certainly draw the attention of the grand scholars. Chen Luo understood the principle of the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. However, he pondered the moniker God of Luo, which sounded rather effeminate. Yet upon reflecting on his other title, Chen Luo soon found solace. After all, compared to devil, this new appellation was not as difficult to accept. The term God, while somewhat hyperbolic, held significance. If someone were to resolve all the long-standing conundrums in a particular field to the researchers within that domain, he would be indistinguishable from a deity. The actions he undertook under another identity did not create much of a stir within the class, aside from Triss, who treated it as exclusive gossip. Few were inclined to pay attention to the happenings in the mathematical world. They were far more interested in the latest gossip surrounding senior Isabella or Alice's measurements. And some even indirectly queried Chen Luo about a second matter. Those who posed such questions were quite absurd. While he was familiar with Isabella and teacher Brittney, having inadvertently glimpsed their measurements, he was not well acquainted with Alice. After school, Chen Luo, carrying the mathematics assignments collected that morning, entered the large office of the mathematics teachers across grades, only to find the atmosphere somewhat peculiar. The usually boisterous office was eerily quiet at that moment. Although school had ended, no one had yet departed, including teacher Brittney. Everyone was deeply engrossed in thought. As Chen Luo stepped inside, someone finally broke the silence. "So this problem requires such a solution. This method is utterly unprecedented." To prove this issue, he actually proposed and demonstrated 2 new theorems, each of which holds greater significance than the original problem. 23 problems, 23 problems. He actually solved them all by himself. Chen Luo. Could he truly be a deity? All the mathematics teachers bore expressions of bewilderment and shock. The news they had just received had unsettled them more than the emergence of irrational numbers. It even led them to question the existence of a deity. No one could accomplish such feats. No individual could, through sheer will, unravel the mysteries of mathematics accumulated over the years, not even the grand scholars. Except for a deity, the god of mathematics. Chun Luo silently placed the mathematics assignments on teacher Brittney's desk, refraining from disturbing her, and prepared to slip away quietly. Isabella stood at the door, clutching a stack of mathematics assignments, and exclaimed, "Chun Luo, that name seems familiar. Where have I heard it before?" "Ah, Blair, what are you doing?" Chun Luo pulled her outside and gestured for silence, saying, "Keep your voice down. Can't you see teacher Brittney is contemplating?" Chapter 74. The Mystery of Identity, realizing the peculiar atmosphere in the office. Isabella noticed teacher Brittney deep in thought while other teachers engaged in serious discussions, as if something significant had occurred. Cautiously, she placed her assignments on the desk and slipped out, looking at Chun Luo and asking, "What is going on?" Chun Luo shook his head, replying, "I do not know either." Listening to the discussions inside, Isabella's face once again reflected confusion as she murmured, "I have definitely heard the name Chun Luo somewhere. Where could it be?" At one moment, a look of realization crossed her face as she exclaimed, "I remember now. That day at the Magic Association, the person wearing a mask and a hat was named Chun Luo. I nearly mistook him for you." Chun Luo? Who knows Chun Luo? Where is Chun Luo? Isabella did not intentionally suppress her voice, and as her words fell, a cacophony of chairs and tables upturned erupted in the office. Chun Luo glanced over and noticed several mathematics teachers had risen to their feet. He decisively waved to Isabella, saying, "I'm off to prepare dinner. Farewell, Senior Isabella." As Isabella was surrounded by the crowd, Chun Luo seized the opportunity to make his escape. Over half an hour later, seated at the dining table, Isabella remained in a daze, holding her chopsticks as she glanced at Brittney, asking, "Teacher Brittney, is that Chun Luo truly that remarkable?" Brittney nodded, replying, "The challenging mathematics problems that even the grand scholars and countless researchers could not solve. How could anyone accomplish such a feat? Could he truly be the embodiment of the goddess of wisdom?" Cough, cough, cough. Brittney's gaze turned to Chun Luo, who had choked on his drink, and she comforted him. "Blair, you need not feel disheartened. That mysterious scholar has surpassed numerous grand scholars. Standing atop the pinnacle of mathematics, we need not compare ourselves to him." Chun Luo nodded, saying, "I understand. Mathematics remains a field studied by a select few, and the majority of people in Yabo City were oblivious to the fact that a mysterious scholar named Chun Luo had attained divine status in the hearts of the mathematicians there. Simultaneously, countless mages across the continent of divine grace were unaware that under the leadership of the Empire of Os, within a remote branch of the Magic Association belonging to a small principality, the fifth system of magic was beginning to take root. Angus sat behind his desk, laid down the materials in his hand, and exhaled softly, murmuring, "Could he really just be a magic apprentice?" The mysterious mage named Chun Luo had provided the Magic Association with a document regarding combinatorial magic, which had been verified extensively. Thus far, no errors had been discovered. The only unverified aspects stemmed from the fact that even he could not simultaneously cast 3 or 4 systems of magic. Rather than any faults in the other party's theory that it was hard to fathom that such a groundbreaking idea, capable of altering the magical landscape, could be proposed by a mere apprentice. This only served to highlight his greatness. Although he feigned a deep demeanor, Angus could still discern that he was relatively young to have such grand ideas while still an apprentice, and to eventually become a high-level mage, a grand mage, or even a magic tutor. This surpassed Angus's imagination. He temporarily set aside his astonishment. The proposal of combinatorial magic was a significant event in the magical world, and he must immediately set off to the capital's Magic Association headquarters to report the matter. As the president of the Yabo City branch, he had played a substantial role in this achievement. Additionally, inspired by Chun Luo, he had employed the surprising combinatorial magic to eliminate a spy from a rival nation, and he needed to return to the capital to receive accolades from the king. Angus smiled. He truly owed a great deal to this Lord Chun Luo. A figure approached Angus's door, knocked, and said, "Lord Angus, there is something I believe you would find intriguing." Angus regarded the mid-level steward standing at the door and asked, "Steward Baron, what matter do you refer to?" The steward, named Baron, entered, standing opposite Angus, and said, It concerns that Lord Chun Luo. Upon hearing Chun Luo's name, Angus perked up, asking, "Have you uncovered his identity?" Baron shook his head and said, "It's not just us. Many others in Yabo City are also searching for him. Yet to no avail. Chun Luo seems to be an alias, concealing his true identity from us." Angus was not surprised by this revelation. He nodded and remarked, "It's hardly astonishing that he wouldn't reveal his face. And that his name is a fabrication. What else do you have to share about him?" A couple of days ago, a mysterious scholar solved all the reward problems posed by the Mathematics Association, claiming a bounty amounting to several hundred gold coins. At this point, a flicker of disbelief crossed Baron's face as he continued, "This is simply incredible. The problems set by the Mathematics Association are beyond the reach of even seasoned scholars." Angus understood that Baron, as a steward of the Magic Association, had a keen interest in mathematics, yet he clearly would not bring up the Mathematics Association without reason as if struck by a sudden realization. He abruptly rose and looked at Baron, saying, "Are you implying that?" Baron nodded and replied, "On the same day, Mr. Chun Luo spent over 500 gold coins here to purchase more than a dozen variant spells. And the scholar who claimed the bounty from the Mathematics Association is also named Chun Luo, that I suspect they are one and the same." A look of surprise spread across Angus's face. He is also knowledgeable in mathematics? Not just knowledgeable. He holds a prestigious place among mathematical scholars. Baron's expression grew complex, revealing emotions difficult to articulate as he added, "You may not be aware, Your Excellency Angus, of the significance of his actions in the mathematical community." Angus chuckled lightly and casually remarked, "Is it more significant than the impact of combination magic on wizards?" Far beyond that. Baron took a deep breath before slowly stating, "Mathematics researchers refer to him as a god. In the divine grace continent, a deity is regarded as supreme. Wizards worship the gods of magic, while scholars revere the goddess of wisdom. The term god used to describe a human signifies that one has reached the pinnacle of a particular field. An insurmountable peak, a god." Angus's expression grew solemn as he uncertainly asked, "Do you believe this to be true?" Baron remained silent for a long while before sighing and admitting, "Though it is hard to accept, I must concede that the scholar's evaluation of Mr. Chun Luo is not exaggerated in any way." This. Angus opened his mouth but found no words to express himself. After a prolonged silence, he finally sat down again and said, "Fetch Steward Jasmine." Moments later, Jasmine knocked and entered, bowing her head as she softly spoke, "President." Angus gestured to the chair opposite him and said, "Please have a seat." Jasmine sat upright in the chair, and Angus looked at her, inquiring, "What do you know about Mr. Chun Luo?" Jasmine paused for a moment before slowly turning her gaze to Angus and tentatively asking, "Is there an issue with Mr. Chun Luo's certified magic?" "No, Mr. Chun Luo's insights regarding combination magic are exceptional." Angus smiled and replied, "I merely wish to learn more about him. Steward Jasmine seems quite familiar with him. He specifically asked me to take care of you the last time he departed, thus I wanted to inquire about him." "Take care of me." Jasmine hesitated, then fell into contemplation, gradually saying, "Mr. Chun Luo is unlike other wizards. He is very gentlemanly, polite, and, well, quite wealthy." Angus nodded and further inquired, "The name Chun Luo does not seem to be his true name. Do you happen to know anything about his real identity?" Jasmine gazed at Angus, her face registering confusion. "Ah, does Mr. Chun Luo have another identity?" It appears that Steward Jasmine is also unaware. Angus smiled slightly and said, "Very well. You may return to your duties. Should Mr. Chun Luo visit the Magic Association again, please ensure you personally attend to him. Additionally, if you encounter any issues within the association, feel free to seek out either myself or Vice President Elton." "Understood." Jasmine nodded and said, "Thank you, President." After Jasmine slowly exited, Angus rose once more, approaching the window, his face etched with profound puzzlement. "A god? Mr. Chun Luo, who exactly are you?" Chapter 75. Alice's invitation regarding being referred to as a god. Chun Luo felt unworthy of such a title. Although the development of mathematics in the Divine Grace continent was still in its nascent stages, a lack of advancement did not imply a deficiency in their ability to pose questions. Some mathematical conundrums proposed as far back as ancient Greece remained unresolved even in the 21st century. Chun Luo should count himself fortunate that they had yet to conceive of problems such as trisecting an angle, duplicating the cube, or squaring the circle. Otherwise, not even Euler or Gauss could have provided solutions that in fact, each of those 20-some problems was of considerable merit. The reason that no one, including esteemed scholars, could solve them was not due to a lack of capability, but rather because they were simply too young. Given a millennium or two, when the theorems and formulas discovered in more modern times emerged, even Isabella would be able to tackle those problems. Nevertheless, in a certain sense, Chen Luo had inadvertently advanced the progress of mathematics. Although his motives were not entirely pure, as his problem-solving was driven by the allure of bounty. The theorems and formulas he presented were indeed genuine. They could save scholars from countless detours, placing mathematical principles that might only be discovered centuries later directly before them. His actions were nothing short of miraculous for mathematical researchers who struggled painstakingly for years to achieve even the slightest progress. Of course, the repercussions of such actions were also grave. Teacher Brittney had never idolized anyone, yet she had mentioned more than once in front of Chen Luo and Isabella that, in mathematics, she would never surpass a scholar named Chen Luo. The mathematical scholars of Yabo City were fervently searching for him, with countless individuals gathering outside the Mathematics Association daily. Within the circles of mathematicians, the number of those donning magic robes and masks had suddenly increased, as wearing a mask and pulling the hood of a magic robe over one's head had swiftly become a trend. This was advantageous for Chen Luo, for when he next appeared in his true identity, he would not attract undue attention. People would merely assume he was an enthusiastic fan of a cosplay idol rather than the actual Chen Luo. Chen Luo's only concern lay with Isabella and Teacher Brittney. Last time at the Magic Association, he had nearly been exposed by Isabella. Although she had largely quelled her suspicions over these past few days, if a similar incident were to occur again, her doubts might intensify. Teacher Brittney would be even more challenging. She was aware of the matter concerning combination magic, though she typically did not pay much attention to the affairs of the Magic Association. Once she learned of it, it was hard to say she wouldn't connect the dots back to Chen Luo, that if she discovered that he was indeed Chen Luo, it would be impossible to keep the matters of the Mathematics Association concealed. Teacher Brittney was at least 100 times more astute than Isabella. Chen Luo had confidence in deceiving Isabella, but not in outsmarting her. Tell one lie necessitated countless others to cover it up. While he could be candid about the affairs of the Magic Association with Teacher Brittney, the matters concerning the Mathematics Association, if she were to learn that the deity she revered was, in fact, her own student, how would they ever maintain their relationship afterward? Chen Luo regretted not having established a new alias at the Mathematics Association. Had he done so, he would not have sowed such significant seeds of peril. Teacher Brittney was currently teaching them combat techniques when she noticed Chen Luo's distraction and asked, "Blair, what are you thinking about?" Chen Luo snapped back to reality, realizing that Teacher Brittney was looking at him. And he shifted the topic, saying, "Vice President Calvin has been gone for quite some time. I wonder how the Edwin Prize is progressing." Teacher Brittney smiled and replied, "Throughout the Lorland Kingdom, there are many outstanding mathematical scholars. Those nominated for the Edwin Prize are not limited to us. Everyone must pass through the rigorous screening of the judging committee. These matters are beyond our control, so focus your thoughts on magic and strive to advance to the rank of junior wizard as soon as possible." Chen Luo nodded and said, "I understand. The certification of modified magic by the Magic Association would take considerable time, allowing Chen Luo to temporarily set aside concerns about his identity being exposed. However, he needed to worry about the fact that, after exhausting the bounty from the Mathematics Association, he would soon find himself in need of gold coins once again. The variant spells he purchased for over 500 gold coins would enable him to swiftly ascend to the rank of junior wizard. Yet, the costs of advanced modifications and variant spells were significantly higher than those at the apprentice level, and Chen Luo had thoroughly drained the resources from the Mathematics Association by resolving all the problems in one fell swoop, effectively cutting off his own financial supply. Based on his assumptions, the revenue from the Magic Association would not be substantial either. After all, geniuses capable of multitasking were exceedingly rare. Perhaps initially, the allure of combination magic would attract some curious wizards. But once they realized that such magic was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, it was unlikely that anyone would be foolish enough to squander their gold. Aside from modified magic, there were indeed faster methods of earning money available at the Magic Association. The Magic Association maintains a close relationship with the kingdom's officials, frequently issuing tasks targeted at wizards. Upon completing these assignments, Wizards not only receive a monetary reward in the form of gold coins, but also earn points to elevate their honorary membership rank and gain greater privileges. Chunluo has perused the task listings of the Magic Association. Indeed, the bounties are enticing. However, such lucrative tasks typically involve the following: providing information on a mid-level wizard engaged in the trafficking of Magic Association resources rewards 50 gold coins and 50 points. Capturing a royal fugitive of high wizardry status offers 1,500 gold coins and 1,500 points, and eliminating a foreign spy of Grand Wizard caliber grants a staggering 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 points. Such undertakings are hardly feasible for an ordinary individual, although 10,000 gold coins are undeniably more tempting than the allure of senior Sister Alice. The risks involved render them beyond Chunluo's immediate consideration. Besides acquiring resources through contributions and gold coins, there exists another avenue. When a wizard from the Lauren Kingdom ascends to the rank of Holy Magus, all resources of the Lauren Kingdom's Magic Association will be made available to him at no cost. In other words, should Chunluo advance to the rank of Holy Magus, he could essentially exploit the Magic Associate. Isabella glared at him, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Blair, you traitor." From Isabella's perspective, Chunluo's actions were nothing short of betrayal. Just as Isabella had abandoned Chunluo to team up with Fiki, Chunluo must have felt a deep sense of displeasure. Clearly agitated, Isabella strode ahead alone while Brittney and Chunluo walked side by side. At a certain moment, unable to restrain herself any longer, she turned to Chunluo and inquired, "Blair, if you had to choose one girl as your wife, would you prefer Isabella or Alice?" This was a veiled attempt to ascertain his feelings towards Isabella and Alice. However, such choices are often the domain of children. Adults, on the other hand, tend to desire both, though they rarely have the option, for whether it be beautiful maidens or those with alluring figures. They are generally out of reach. Isabella, the daughter of the Lord, possessed a noble status, beauty, and wealth. Alice, hailing from a scholarly family, was widely connected and exuded grace and propriety. Isabella drew near to Chunluo in pursuit of a meal, while Alice sought his companionship. Only teacher Brittney offered her unwavering support without expecting anything in return. If given the choice, Chunluo would undoubtedly select her. Regrettably, teacher Brittney did not extend such an option to him. "I choose neither," Chunluo replied, shaking his head with resolute eyes. "Just as teacher Brittney dedicates herself to mathematics, I have long resolved to devote everything to magic." Brittney chuckled softly, replying, "But you will eventually have to marry." Chunluo countered, "Isn't it true that teacher Brittney has yet to marry?" To which Brittney responded, "I am not in a hurry." Chunluo replied, "Neither am I." Unbeknownst to them, Isabella, standing a short distance away, observed them with an expression that betrayed her understanding of the situation. Chapter 77. Under the spotlight, the people of the Divine Grace continent, while capable of employing some rudimentary magic, only begin to reveal the true power of magic upon reaching the level of advanced sorcerers. For the majority of magic apprentices, magic is not a viable means of combat. The lengthy incantations and gestures yield nothing more than a sluggish fireball, far less effective than a simple fist. To further cultivate the student's magical abilities and apply theoretical knowledge in practice, St. Donis established extracurricular practical courses. These practical sessions took place on a mountain located outside the city of Yabo. The academy had acquired this mountain from the kingdom, making every blade of grass and tree, every rabbit and wild chicken on it, the property of St. Donis. Private property is inviolable, a law recognized by the 4 great empires and various kingdoms of the Divine Grace continent. Although the academy did not prohibit others from entering the mountain, engaging in logging or hunting activities, there would be a violation of the law. St. Donis purchased this mountain specifically to serve as a venue for students' extracurricular practice, arranging for one class each from the 2nd and 3rd years to conduct such activities there monthly. Toby was absent today, having taken a leave of absence, while the other students arrived at school half a Divine Grace hour early. They were led by several teachers, leaving the school to arrive at a temporary camp at the foot of the mountain. The supervising teacher for Chunluo's class was their magic instructor, Anthony. After bringing the students here, he first explained the precautions for this extracurricular practice. Safety was paramount, with the enhancement of magical prowess as a secondary goal, a point he emphasized, for this was not the classroom. Although most dangers had been eliminated by the academy to ensure student safety, minor risks remained unavoidable. The academy could guarantee that students would not encounter fierce beasts such as tigers or wolves within the designated area. But injuries from tripping or colliding with trees were beyond their control. Furthermore, he elaborated on the rules of the extracurricular practice and the students' tasks. Observing the students' inattentiveness, Anthony frowned and asked, "Did you all hear me clearly?" "Yes, we did," the teenagers quickly replied, though their attention was evidently elsewhere. Compared to the monotony of sitting in class daily, the prospect of practical exercises was far more appealing to them than as a teacher. Anthony was well aware of their distraction. Apart from Blair, nearly all the students were preoccupied with other thoughts. Regarding Blair, Anthony felt a mix of admiration and trepidation. He admired Blair's exceptional talent. His scores in both theoretical and practical magic courses were the highest in the entire second year. A remarkable achievement for a Forsaken one that Anthony could only imagine the effort Blair exerted outside of class. Yet, he was also apprehensive because Blair often posed him curious questions. For instance, why did communicating with magical elements require incantations and gestures? And why couldn't humans communicate elemental impurities as effortlessly? Anthony had no answers. It had always been thus as Anthony spoke. Chinluo listened intently. He had always taken matters of magic seriously. The purpose of extracurricular practice was to enhance the students' practical magical skills. Not merely to enjoy a picnic. Students were required to collaborate on a specific task to pass this course. The task was to catch rabbits. While the task may seem peculiar, it presented a considerable challenge for magic apprentices. In the Divine Grace continent, magic is not a unique human gift. It is common to see humans conjuring fireballs, and rabbits capable of doing the same are not a rarity either. Not only rabbits, but many creatures in this world possess the ability to communicate with magical elements. Humans can interact with the four elemental forces, while animals, due to certain limitations, typically communicate with only one. From what Chinluo understood, members of the rabbit family seem to be attuned to the fire element, capable of emitting fireballs similarly to humans, albeit limited to that singular ability. The fireballs produced by rabbits are weak and slow-moving, easily dodged even by an ordinary person. If a magic apprentice's mental acuity is sufficiently refined, they can effortlessly seize control of the fire element from the rabbits, rendering them motionless and vulnerable. However, not all animals are as feeble as the rabbit family. Generally, an animal's magical capacity correlates with its size. Some large carnivores can rival advanced sorcerers in rage. The Academy's practical site lacked such ferocious beasts, featuring only the domesticated, low-attack rabbits, facilitating students' mental training. Chinluo had witnessed so many extraordinary phenomena here that fireball-spitting rabbits no longer shocked him. What perplexed him was why animals, including rabbits, could cast spells without incantations and gestures. Even humans, as highly intelligent beings, required incantations and gestures to communicate magic. In some respects, the most formidable sorcerers on the Divine Grace continent were less capable than a mere rabbit. What irked Chinluo the most was that, based on observation, humans and animals, he felt more akin to the latter. Approaching Anthony, he said, "Teacher Anthony, I have a question regarding magic." Upon hearing this, Anthony's heart skipped a beat, but as a teacher, he could not refuse. He glanced at Chinluo and, somewhat apprehensively, asked, "What is your question?" Teacher Anthony mentioned that humans are favored by the gods, possessing a higher magical aptitude and broader potential for advancement than animals. Yet, why must we use incantations and gestures to cast spells, while animals do not? Chinluo looked at Anthony, voicing the confusion that lingered in his mind. From this perspective, it seemed that animals were more favored by the gods. As Chinluo's words fell, the nearby students paused, their faces reflecting similar bewilderment. The question, though peculiar, held a semblance of logic upon reflection. They needed incantations and gestures to cast spells, yet rabbits could conjure fireballs without any such requirements. It made little sense that they were less capable than a rabbit. A few students approached, their gazes fixed on Anthony, awaiting his explanation. Anthony looked at Chinluo, wishing fervently to silence him. Was this even a question? Did rabbits possess hands to perform such gestures? As for why rabbits could cast spells without incantations and gestures, this was a question that piqued his own curiosity. Spotting a group of upperclassmen approaching from a distance, Anthony quickly pointed in that direction, saying, "Your seniors are arriving. Go and choose your companions." Although rabbits lacked combat prowess, the Academy aimed to maximize student safety by requiring them to form teams of at least 3. With at least one upperclassman, while several teachers would patrol the woods to respond to any emergencies. Chen Luo sighed. Teacher Anthony had not resolved his confusion. However, comparing humans to animals was inherently flawed. A dog's sense of smell far surpassed that of a human. Bats utilized echolocation, and snakes could remain hidden in the underbrush for an entire day. Certain abilities and attributes of animals were indeed beyond human reach. Meanwhile, upon the arrival of the third-year students, the earlier group of students had already lost interest in pondering why rabbits did not require incantations and gestures. Extracurricular practice necessitates pairing with third-year students, who have long set their sights on a few strikingly beautiful and well-proportioned senior sisters. In a bid not to be outpaced by others, as soon as Mr. Anthony's words fell, many hastened towards them. Even if they could not cultivate a deeper relationship, this was a rare opportunity for close contact with goddesses. Several confident young men had already extended invitations to the two esteemed ladies of the academy, Sister Alice, Sister Isabella. However, before they could complete their sentences, they abruptly fell silent. Isabella, without so much as a glance at her would-be suitors, strode purposefully in a specific direction. Alice offered an apologetic smile to those around her before following suit in the same direction as Isabella. Regardless of the venue, Alice and Isabella invariably captured the attention of the crowd. Nearly 100 pairs of eyes trailed after them. At this moment, Chen Luo found himself the center of attention. It's Blair. Both Sister Isabella and Sister Alice have chosen him. Damn it, this Blair. As if having Isabella wasn't enough, now he wants to snatch our Alice. Feeling the palpable hostility in some gazes, Chen Luo sought refuge behind Mr. Anthony, suddenly realizing that this weekend, compared to the prospect of catching rabbits with Isabella and Alice, staying home to chat with Miss Brittney and Cook seemed a far superior choice. Chapter 78. The rivalry of two women for extracurricular practice. Each team requires at least one upperclassman if second-year students have not arranged partners in advance. The teachers will assist in pairing them up. Naturally, the number of third-year students is roughly equivalent to that of the second years, resulting in some teams consisting of 2 or even 3 upperclassmen. Isabella and Alice had already approached him, compelling Chen Luo to emerge from his shell, forcing a smile as he greeted them. Isabella huffed, remaining silent, clearly still miffed at him. Alice had discerned upon her approach that their other companion was not the rotund second-year student, but rather Isabella. Nevertheless, she refrained from commenting further, merely smiling at Chen Luo as she remarked, "I thought our last companion would be that classmate Toby." Clearing his throat, Chen Luo replied, "Toby is ill and could not come today." Isabella shot Alice a sidelong glance, stating, "You still have time to regret your choice. There are plenty waiting for you over there." Alice, smiling back, countered, "There are also many waiting for Isabella in that direction." Their gazes clashed in the air, igniting an invisible spark. Chen Luo sighed inwardly. The two women were at odds from the moment they met, the tension palpable. Teaming up with them was nothing short of torment. Those oblivious fellows envied him. In contrast, Chen Luo would have preferred to team up with Toby. He had no desire to engage in the conflict between the two women, choosing instead to silently observe from the sidelines, after exchanging barbs. Isabella and Alice fell into a stony silence, yet the atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension. Vice Dean Urchill stood at the forefront, raising his voice. "Once everyone has found their partners, we may ascend the mountain. Please ensure safety, and teachers, take responsibility for your designated areas and protect your students." The Academy places significant emphasis on the safety of its students. Each extracurricular practice involves several teachers with at least intermediate magic proficiency, alongside a vice dean overseeing the proceedings. All 4 vice deans of St. Donis are powerful sorcerers. The dean whom Chen Luo had yet to encounter was rumored to have already attained the rank of archmage. After Urchill's announcement, Chen Luo proceeded towards the mountain. Though he had little interest in rabbit hunting, it represented a valuable opportunity, one to validate many of his musings. Groups of students ascended the mountain. Accompanied by several teachers, only Mr. Anthony remained behind, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Luo approached him and inquired, "Mr. Anthony, do you require anything further?" Mr. Anthony looked up and replied, "Dean Urchill, I have a magical question I wish to consult you about." As Mr. Anthony was merely an intermediate sorcerer, and Urchill had remained at that level for over a decade, he assumed the inquiry was of a magical nature and casually asked, "What question do you have?" "Mr. Anthony asked, "Dean, must one communicate with magical elements solely through spells and gestures?" Urchill regarded him with surprise. "Mr. Anthony, are you serious? Communicating with magical elements certainly requires spells and gestures. This is common knowledge among magic apprentices. Mr. Anthony gazed at him, pressing, "Then why do rabbits not require such methods?" Archil fell silent for a moment before saying, "Mr. Anthony, you ought to attend to the student's safety. But you have yet to answer my question." "Mr. Anthony insisted. Furious, Archil retorted, "What question? Is your inquiry more critical than the safety of the students? Do you wish to forfeit this month's bonus? Now go." Under the vice dean's reprimand, Mr. Anthony left in disarray, while Archil remained. A look of deepening confusion overtaking his features as he muttered, "Why is that?" The land acquired by St. Donis Academy encompassed a sizable mountain, with only a little over 100 students from 2 classes. Once they entered the mountain, with varying chosen paths, they inevitably became somewhat dispersed. In consideration of their safety, it was imperative to prevent them from wandering aimlessly. Hence, the school delineated their activity zones and divided the area into multiple sectors, each patrolled by a teacher to manage unforeseen circumstances. Generally, no unexpected incidents occur during extracurricular practices. The academy had long eradicated potential threats from beasts surrounding the area, with the most formidable creature in the mountain likely being a fire-breathing rabbit. It wouldn't pose harm to those who had encountered magic. Even an ordinary person would find it impossible to catch them, but would not suffer injury. For superior students like Alice and Isabella, who were only a thin veil away from becoming intermediate sorcerers, the extracurricular practice held little significance. However, for those whose mental fortitude was insufficient to master even the fireball spell, this was indeed a rare opportunity. Chen Luo, of course, did not require this method to strengthen his mental concentration. His daily rigorous practice of various spells had already fortified his mental prowess. His primary aim in participating in this extracurricular practice was to validate some of his hypotheses, those he could not conveniently test on Toby. He walked alone along the narrow mountain path, with Isabella and Alice trailing not far behind. At a T1 moment, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the grass on his left. Shortly, a white, fluffy creature emerged from the undergrowth. Spotting someone ahead, the rabbit appeared startled and immediately expelled a fireball in Chen Luo's direction in a defensive maneuver. Rabbit species are notoriously skittish, occupying the lower tiers of the food chain. In self-defense, they instinctively unleash fireballs when frightened or confronted by threats. Although they can quickly condense magic, their power is minimal, and the speed of the fireball's assault is slow enough for a sorcerer to communicate with the fire element. Stripping it of control, with his back to Isabella and Alice, Chen Luo symbolically performed a few gestures, effortlessly seizing control of the small fireball. The rabbit, petrified at having its own fireball commandeered, froze in place. After dissipating the fireball, Chen Luo finally understood why the academy opted for rabbit hunting as their extracurricular activity. High-level sorcerers can usurp elemental control from lower-level sorcerers, but there exists no sorcerer beneath the apprentice level. Their inherently weak mental prowess renders them capable only of bullying lower organisms like rabbits for amusement. Chen Luo did not capture the rabbit. Upon dispelling the fireball, the creature turned tail to flee. Chen Luo swiftly positioned himself in its path. Bang! As anticipated, the startled rabbit unleashed another fireball. This time, Chen Luo refrained from controlling it and instead conjured a wall of nitrogen before himself. He opted for nitrogen over carbon dioxide, as nitrogen is far more abundant in the atmosphere. Although it possesses a lower average density than air, Chen Luo, using his mental power, could counteract nitrogen's tendency to rise, making it an expedient extinguishing agent. Chen Luo's gaze remained fixed on the fireball, witnessing it silently extinguish upon contact with the nitrogen wall. The fire element's reliance on oxygen was even more profound than he had imagined. Their combustion ceases instantaneously in the absence of oxygen. The success of this experiment confirmed that he had discovered a more efficient means to counter fire-based magic. Currently, Chen Luo could only influence the composition of air in extremely close proximity. But as his mental prowess grew stronger, the range of his control would expand. Facing fire mages, he could easily create extensive fire-resistant barriers. The area enveloped by his mental power would become a no-fly zone for fire elements. At that time, he would truly become a nemesis to fire magic. Following the successful extinguishing experiment, Chen Luo continued to test his next hypothesis. He lifted the rabbit, which had been rendered motionless by fear, and with his mental prowess, extracted the oxygen from the air surrounding it in a matter of moments. The rabbit's breathing became rapid and then gradually weakened, its struggles shifting from frantic to slow, until it lay utterly still. Only after Chenluo had amassed a significant amount of oxygen around it did the rabbit begin to recover, yet it lacked the strength to resist, even when placed on the ground. It did not flee immediately. If the subject had been a human, the effects would likely have been similar. Under the prevailing ignorance of the populace regarding oxygen, Chenluo was able to execute this feat with stealth and precision. Through this rabbit, Chenluo conducted the experiment he found inconvenient to perform on Toby. Although combinatory magic was referred to by Angus as the fifth branch of magic, it remained rooted in the four elemental magics. In contrast, what Chenluo was employing was the true fifth form of magic, uniquely his OW. As he contemplated these thoughts, he was suddenly interrupted by a quarrel behind him. "It's mine. Clearly, it's mine. It's obviously yours is smaller. Yours is the smaller one." Turning around, Chenluo beheld Isabella and Alice, each cradling a rabbit, engaged in a dispute over whose rabbit was larger. The poor creature trembled under the mental pressure exerted by the two women, who were on the brink of becoming junior mages, unable to conjure even a fireball. Isabella and Alice had been rivals for years, competing in appearance, physique, magical talent, academic performance, and now even the size of their rabbits. Chenluo averted his gaze. He wished to remain uninvolved in their altercation, yet Isabella and Alice were clearly unwilling to let him escape so easily. "Blair," Isabella called, clutching her rabbit as she approached briskly. "You tell us. Whose rabbit is bigger, mine or Alice's?" Chapter 79. In peril, Chenluo glanced at Isabella's rabbit, then at Alice's, and it was evident that regardless of her claims, Alice's rabbit was indeed slightly larger. While it was a fact that Alice's rabbit was larger, admitting it would offend Isabella. If he sided with Alice, Isabella might refuse to speak to him for several days, although this might bring some peace. It would also mean no one would keep him warm at night. Chenluo shook his head and, despite his conscience, replied, "They're about the same. I can't tell which one is bigger." Fortunately, amidst the heated rivalry, the two women did not pressure him to choose between them. Instead of comparing the sizes of their rabbits, they could compete over who could catch more. Each area of the mountain had designated spots marked by the academy, where students could deliver the rabbits after completing their practical tasks. After Isabella and Alice deposited their rabbits at the specified location, they resumed their competition. The rabbits here, while capable of spitting fireballs and swift in their movements, were adorably clumsy, making them not too difficult to catch. For Chenluo, the competition between Isabella and Alice was advantageous, allowing him to continue his experiments undisturbed. The rabbit, after being subjected to Chenluo's manipulations, lay helplessly on the grass, still recovering. Seizing the opportunity, Chenluo gathered a small amount of hydrogen. The concentration of hydrogen in the air was low, making it more challenging to collect the nitrogen or oxygen. His mental energy served to condense the hydrogen and oxygen, acting as a closed container. Once the hydrogen reached a certain concentration, it could result in a violent explosion. Carefully, he mixed the hydrogen and nitrogen in a specific ratio, then concealed himself behind a large tree before summoning a spark to ignite the gas. Boom! From behind the tree, Chenluo distinctly heard the resounding blast before stepping out from his cover. For the sake of his safety, he had only condensed a small gas bubble. However, even this minuscule amount exceeded his expectations in terms of power. A charred indentation marred the ground, surrounded by scattered soil, creating a scene of devastation for the rabbit that had endured his experiments. It had finally found release. This was all while Chenluo had intentionally controlled the explosion's force. Had he unleashed his full power, even hiding behind the tree would not have spared him from a fate similar to that of the rabbit. With a sigh, Chenluo picked up the rabbit and retrieved a seasoning packet from his pocket. He had prepared this the day before. During the extracurricular practice, many students inadvertently killed their rabbits, which the school would then bury on site. Chenluo found this wasteful, and with lunch approaching, he decided to utilize the resources at hand. Rabbit meat was a delicacy often enjoyed by nobles, though their methods of preparation were abysmal at Chenluo's hands. Whether grilled or stir-fried, it would become a delectable dish. The extracurricular practice lasted the entire day, and students were expected to bring their own bread. Knowing their task involved catching rabbits, Chenluo had not brought any food. Magic made things convenient. With a small knife he had prepared earlier, he skillfully processed the rabbit, cleansing it with water magic until it was spotless. Before seasoning it and letting it marinate briefly, he then positioned himself behind a large rock, where he set up a makeshift grill. The fat dripped from the meat onto the wood, sizzling as it cooked, while Luo turned the skewer in his hands. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Blair, what are you doing here? Luo turned to see Isabella and Alice perched on the rock, curiously watching him. Isabella jumped down, glanced around, and asked, Blair, where's your rabbit? Luo pointed to the cooking meat and replied, Right here. Blair, you killed it. Isabella exclaimed, startled. How could you kill such a cute rabbit? In an unusual turn of events. Alice sided with Isabella, looking at Luo in disbelief. Blair, how could you be so cruel? Luo shook his head and explained, I was experimenting with magic on it and accidentally killed it. It would be a waste not to eat it. Isabella pointed at the seasoning packet on the ground and inquired, And how do you explain this? Luo met her gaze and countered, Is it strange for a chef to carry a seasoning packet? Isabella huffed in frustration, But you shouldn't eat it. In truth, rabbits are not as adorable as you think, Luo said solemnly, looking at Isabella and Alice. You see, long ago, rabbits were symbols of evil. Hearing his nonsensical reasoning, Isabella retorted, I think you are the true symbol of evil. Luo, uninterested in engaging in further debate, waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourselves if you don't want to eat. With that, he returned to focusing on his cooking. Isabella, fuming, sat across from him and pulled out a loaf of bread from her bag. Alice, maintaining her distance from Isabella, also retrieved her own bread. Luo tore off a rabbit leg, took a bite, and his face lit up with satisfaction. Although he hadn't cooked in a while, his grilling skills remained intact. In his school days, he often went on picnics with friends, honing his barbecue skills, which far surpassed his cooking abilities. Isabella, tempted by the aroma of the roasted meat, absent-mindedly nibbled on her bread. From the look on the guy across whoosh, a white figure darted swiftly into the woods ahead. All under the watchful gaze of the three, Isabella exclaimed, Mine. Alice shot her a glance and retorted, I saw it first. As the words left their lips, both raced towards the depths of the forest. Women. Luo shook his head in exasperation at these two competitive ladies and stepped in after them. Although Isabella and Alice specialized in wind magic, their low levels rendered them incapable of using wind spells to enhance their speed. Once they penetrated the woods, it wasn't long before the rabbit vanished from sight. This area lay beyond the Academy's designated activity zone. Venturing further could lead to unknown dangers. The two exchanged glances, ready to turn back when suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the thicket ahead. Excitement flickered in Isabella and Alice's eyes as they prepared to use levitation spells to capture the rabbit. But their expressions froze the next moment. Emerging from the dense forest was not a rabbit, but a man. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his tattered clothing smeared with grime, had it not been for the magical robe he wore. The two might have mistaken him for a wild man living in the mountains. This man was clearly no savage, for a wild man could not don a magical robe, which bore 3 wavy silver lines across its chest. He was a high-level magician. The man, evidently surprised to encounter 2 lovely young ladies here, glanced at their school uniforms and inquired, students of St. Donis Academy? Isabella and Alice were baffled as to why such a high-level magician would be in this secluded mountain area. But they knew they could not remain. Isabella grasped Alice's arm and said, The teachers are just ahead. Let us head back. Alice cast a wary look at the man, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes, and nodded, Yes, let us go. However, just as they turned to leave, a wall of fire suddenly appeared before them. The moment the wall materialized, it rapidly spread in all directions, ultimately forming a circle that enclosed them and the high-level magician within. The man looked at Alice, a smile creeping onto his face, and said, Beautiful lady, now that you've recognized me, do you still wish to depart so easily? Chapter 80. A dilemma. The wall of fire blazed fiercely, the temperature soaring around them, causing beads of sweat to form on Alice and Isabella's foreheads. Alice, her complexion pale, gazed at the man across from her and trembled as she spoke. Sir, I don't know you. Please let us go. Our teachers and the headmaster are not far away. The headmasters of St. Donis. The man chuckled softly. Do you think I fear those old fellows? Alice bit her lip. Lord Bayard. Please let us go. We want to disclose your whereabouts. Isabella held Alice's hand tightly. Upon hearing the name Bayard, her face drained. She grasped Isabella's arm, weeping as she said, We must split up and seek out Dean Urchill. This is our only chance. Perhaps one of us might survive. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Isabella, her expression resolute, retorted, I refuse. Alice tightened her grip on her shoulder, exclaiming, "Do you wish for Blair's sacrifice to be in vain?" Isabella trembled violently, gazing at Luo, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. How could a mere magic apprentice withstand a high-level sorcerer? Blair had bought them a fleeting moment, and if she and Alice fled separately, perhaps one might have a chance to live. But he was undoubtedly doomed. Blair's death had secured their slim hope of survival. Luo urged them, "Hurry." With their faces already streaked with tears, Isabella and Alice exchanged a final glance with him. Circumventing Bayard, and with every ounce of strength, they sprinted back in the direction they had come from. Undoubtedly, Blair could not hold him back. Bayard would soon be upon them. They might be caught and slain. Or perhaps one of them would meet their end, or both might not escape. But regardless, they clung to a glimmer of hope, one that Blair had purchased with his life. Bayard, with an air of nonchalance, turned to Luo and asked, "Before you meet your demise, do you have any final words?" He was unconcerned that the two beautiful ladies could escape, for he needed but a moment to eliminate the magic apprentice before him. In that fleeting instant, how far could they run? He even had time to inquire if he had any last words. "I have but one question," Luo replied, gazing distantly at Bayard. "Are you truly worth 1,500 gold coins?" Chapter 81. The first battle. Bayard furrowed his brow as he regarded the magic apprentice opposite him. He was bewildered as to why this humble magic apprentice displayed no hint of fear in the face of a high-level sorcerer. Was it a lack of fear of death, or did he possess confidence in his ability to elude capture? Stalling for time, Bayard, a seasoned combatant, swiftly deduced his intention. Without further ado, he began to chant a spell. The individual before him resorted to the most rudimentary of delaying tactics. Having discerned his goal, Bayard had no intention of engaging him further. He unleashed a torrential rain of fire, a deluge of fireballs erupting from the void and hurtling toward the front. In their last encounter, he had managed to escape. This time, his demise was assured. Bayard did not even bother to check the outcome before preparing to cast a flight spell, intent on pursuing the taller girl. The speed of a magic apprentice could not hope to rival his own. Today, all three who had discovered his whereabouts would meet their end. However, just as his feet lifted off the ground, a voice rang out behind him. "Don't be so hasty. You haven't answered my question." Bayard's expression changed dramatically as he turned to see the magic apprentice standing his ground, calm and unhurried. The ground beneath him lay charred and desolate, yet the youth remained unscathed, even his garments untouched by a single ember. "This is impossible," Bayard gasped in shock. "How did you evade it?" Luo regarded Bayard, fire igniting in his eyes as if flames were kindling within. This fervor was not solely due to the 1,500 gold coins. It also stemmed from the fact that his opponent was a genuine high-level fire sorcerer. Luo possessed ample theoretical knowledge, yet he was woefully lacking in practical experience. It was not that he could not find opponents, but rather that certain abilities of his were ill-suited for public display. His trump cards were reserved for moments of life and death. The fire sorcerer before him was indeed his first true adversary since arriving in the Divine Grace continent. This was his inaugural battle that he longed to ascertain the extent of his current prowess. Thus, he urged Isabella and Alice to depart hastily. Only once they were gone could he give his all. The magic apprentice opposite him exhibited an unsettling quality, and the situation began to spiral beyond Bayard's control. A flicker of anxiety crossed his face. Should those two students escape and alert a figure of esteemed caliber from the St. Donis Academy, even if he harbored no fear of them, his whereabouts would be compromised, and he would soon find himself besieged by numerous high-level sorcerers from the Magic Association, potentially even attracting the attention of a grand sorcerer. At that juncture, his demise would be inevitable. He had to resolve this matter quickly. A fierce look emerged on Bayard's face as a thick pillar of fire, as robust as an adult's body, coalesced in the void, hurtling toward Luo. Bayard coldly remarked, "May you find eternal life in the flames." Yet, in the next moment, the sight before him utterly terrified him. The massive fire pillar, just as it was about to collide with the magic apprentice, began to dissipate, vanishing bit by bit as it reached a certain void. It was as if an invisible black hole existed in that space, and his fire pillar had plunged into its depths. Luo maintained the nitrogen layer with his mental strength, gingerly touching his slightly heated face, mentally assessing his capabilities in direct confrontation with a high-level fire sorcerer. While he could not create a vast fire elemental exclusion zone, he was able to form a protective barrier around himself. The high-level fire magic could not breach his defenses. The fire element's reliance on oxygen was within his expectations, as long as he could create an oxygen-free air barrier. Even high-level fire magic would falter out of course. This method was only effective against fire sorcerers. He would face considerable challenges against water and earth types, yet there remained a possibility of escape against wind types. However, the chances of fleeing were slim to none. Bayard's complexion turned pale as he stared at Qin, exclaiming, "What have you done?" The fire rain spell had failed, the fire dragon spell ineffective, having unleashed 3 high-level spells. His mental energy was waning. What terrified him more was that a mere magic apprentice could cause his high-level fire magic to dissipate. Even a grand sorcerer of a higher tier could not accomplish such a feat. Unless he were a magic tutor. No, this cannot be. In that moment, Bayard forgot about the 2 girls, his gaze filled with unmitigated terror as he shouted, "What on earth are you?" The scene he beheld today was utterly unfathomable. Fear etched across Bayard's face. Yet he was a high-level sorcerer, having encountered countless crises throughout his life and always managing to turn peril into safety. He quickly regained his composure and growled, "No matter what you are, you shall die." He rapidly altered his gestures, attempting to cast another spell, but Qin denied him that opportunity. At the very moment Bayard's composure faltered due to fear, Qin had already closed the distance. Bayard had never anticipated that this magic apprentice would possess knowledge of martial arts. His spell casting was interrupted, and he was forced to counter with his own martial prowess. However, to his horror, Bayard soon found himself at a disadvantage. His martial skills paled in comparison to those of the magic apprentice before him. After a few exchanges, he was clearly on the back foot. Qin was surprised to discover that not all high-level sorcerers possessed martial skills as formidable as those of Professor Blair. This high-level sorcerer, Bayard, proved to be utterly inept in combat. That made sense. Sorcerers were already overwhelmed with the study of magic, and most learned only a few combat moves for self-defense. How could every sorcerer afford the time to delve deeply into martial arts? In such close quarters, the battle became Qin domain. The level of the sorcerer no longer held weight. No matter if he faced a high-level sorcerer or even a grand sorcerer, Qin could readily send them to meet the gods of magic, for in a combat scenario, sorcerers could not cast spells. Yet Qin remained unfettered. The instantaneous blue fireballs could catch even grand sorcerers off guard at such proximity. Nevertheless, he refrained from doing so. A high-level sorcerer was not an opponent one encountered lightly, and he did not wish to squander this opportunity. He sought to discover what other tricks this fire sorcerer might possess. Thus, Qin distanced himself from Bayard once more, standing 5 meters away. He observed as Bayard began to chant, conjuring another nitrogen shield. However, in the next moment, he froze in place. He watched as Bayard cast a spell, and his body began to levitate, hovering in the air. To Qin astonishment, Bayard was not casting a high-level fire spell, but rather a levitation spell. Levitation was a basic wind magic, yet to achieve the feat Bayard was executing, one would need the prowess of a mid-level wind sorcerer. A high-level wind sorcerer, like Professor Blair, could even lift their enemies. Clearly, Bayard lacked such capability. Qin had not anticipated that Bayard would resort to this, an esteemed high-level sorcerer, facing a mere magic apprentice. Was floating in the air. Was he not merely mocking the fact that Qin could not cast levitation? Qin pointed at him, declaring, "Come down." Seeing that the peculiar magic apprentice remained stationary, evidently unfamiliar with the levitation spell, Bayard felt a sense of relief wash over him. Looking down upon Qin, he said, "You come up." This magic apprentice was indeed bizarre. He could devour fire magic and possessed formidable martial skills, countering Bayard at every turn. Despite Bayard's immense power, he found himself at a standstill. Fortunately, he was merely a magic apprentice, lacking the knowledge of levitation. Otherwise, it would be anyone's guess who would meet their end today. In a place of safety, Bayard let out a sigh of relief as he gazed at Qin, ominously stating, "Kid, I remember you. I will annihilate your family, including those 2 beautiful ladies." Qin looked up at Bayard and inquired, "Are you really not coming down?" Bayard sneered, "If you have the guts, then come up." With Bayard refusing to descend and Qin unable to ascend, he glared at Bayard and chanted, "Elemental spirits of water, heed my call and descend upon this place. Water sphere technique." Bayard looked down from his elevated position and mocked, "What do you intend to do with your water sphere technique?" "Wash my face." At that moment, He was employing levitation and could not use magic, but the water sphere technique was an apprentice-level water spell, and even if it were to strike him, it would inflict no harm. Observing the apprentice's gestures, Bayard realized he was indeed casting the water sphere technique. A mocking expression appeared on Bayard's face. Although the methods of that peculiar apprentice were somewhat strange, he was merely a fool. However, in the next instant, the derisive look vanished, replaced by confusion and bewilderment. For what was hurtling towards him, summoned by the apprentice's water sphere gestures and incantations, was not a water sphere at all, but rather a fireball. A blue fireball. Chapter 82. The death of Bayard. Staring at the blue fireball, Bayard stood frozen in midair, momentarily lost in thought. He could not fathom how that bizarre magic apprentice could chant the incantation for the water sphere technique while unleashing a fireball. This defied all logic. Moreover, why was the fireball blue? The bizarre azure fireball emanated an overwhelming sense of danger from a distance, and before it even reached him, a wave of intense heat washed over him. Instinctively, Bayard attempted to evade, but the fireball's speed was too swift for him to dodge. He sought to control the fireball, yet he was already engaged in levitation, rendering him incapable of manipulating the fire element. Thus, the blue fireball struck him squarely in the face. Chen Luo stood below, witnessing Bayard transform from a beggar into a beggar engulfed in blue flames. He plummeted from the sky, unable to emit even a scream. And in an instant, a charred silhouette was imprinted on the ground. Had he not employed levitation, there might have been a slim chance of survival at this distance. Yet, he had forsaken the advantages of being a senior fire mage. Bullying Chen Luo for not knowing levitation, soaring into the sky, and effectively making himself a target, Chen Luo stared blankly at the figure of Bayard on the ground, his emotions swirling in complexity. In 2 lifetimes. This was his first experience of taking a life, watching a living person turn to a handful of ashes before his eyes. This moment, Chen Luo's feelings were intricate, yet devoid of any sense of guilt. Had Bayard lived, it would have been Chen Luo and Isabella who perished, perhaps even Alice as well. The Divine Grace continent was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where strength reigned supreme. And a senior mage possessed formidable destructive power. If the strong do not restrain their power, it becomes a calamity for the weak. Chen Luo still harbored dreams, and he had a long journey ahead to realize them. His life would not end here. He unleashed a whirlwind spell upon Bayard's ashes, and moments later, all that remained of the charred ground was a vast expanse of blackened earth. The act of scattering ashes may sound cruel. Yet Bayard himself was no paragon of virtue. He had met his just fate in his quest for self-preservation. Chen Luo also rid the world of a menace. He picked up a scorched iron plate from the ground, inscribed with Bayard's name and the emblem of the Magic Association, along with a series of numbers in the lower right corner on the reverse side. This was proof of Bayard's identity. A certificate for Chen Luo to claim the reward of 1,500 gold coins. Stowing the iron plate away, Chen Luo dusted off his clothes and began to walk back in the direction he had come from. After a considerable distance, a voice filled with urgency called out from above, "Blair, Blair." Chen Luo looked up and replied loudly, "Director Akil, I'm here." As Akil descended from the sky and spotted Chen Luo, he exhaled in relief and asked, "Blair, are you unharmed?" The significance of Blair to St. Donis was indisputable. Calvin had informed him before leaving that this year's Edwin Award rightfully belonged to him and Professor Brittney. This was not only their honor, but also that of St. Donis. If anything happened to the Edwin Award winner, it would be an irreparable loss for the Academy. Moreover, he had a fiercely protective teacher. If anything were to befall Blair, Akil would undoubtedly bear the brunt of Professor Brittney's wrath, although both of them were of equal magical prowess. A senior mage specializing in wind magic was a nightmare for practitioners of other disciplines. Chen Luo smiled and said, "I'm fine. Isabella and Alice mentioned that you encountered danger." Akil warily surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is Bayard?" Chen Luo had already prepared his response, stating, "Just as he attempted to kill me, a mysterious mage suddenly appeared, and upon seeing that mage, Bayard turned and fled. The mysterious mage pursued him." A mysterious mage? Akil paused momentarily, then realized that it must have been a powerful figure from the Magic Association hunting Bayard down. Had it not been for him, Blair would likely have perished at Bayard's hands. This brutal mage was notorious for his horrific methods. After burning innocent lives with fire magic, he would scatter their ashes, embodying a demonic presence. Even Akil himself held no assurance of defeating Bayard, He looked at Luo and said, "Blair, let us return. This extracurricular practice has concluded prematurely." This time, the extracurricular practice ended ahead of schedule due to unforeseen circumstances. All the students were gathered by their teachers and swiftly escorted down the mountain. One teacher, having accounted for the students, turned to Anthony and asked, "Mr. Anthony, I count no missing students, but are all of yours present?" Anthony's face was ashen as he replied, "Only Blair is unaccounted for." The teacher glanced at him and ultimately sighed. It seemed that the fate of Blair was grim. The ruthless and brutal nature of Bayard was known even among the children of Yabo City. How could a mere apprentice mage survive under his hand? However, the sacrifice of Blair was not without significance. He had traded his life to save Isabella and Alice, an act of selflessness worthy of admiration. At this moment, all the students at the foot of the mountain hung their heads in silence. They had learned from their teachers about Blair's fate. In the face of such a brutal criminal as Bayard, he had sacrificed his life to provide Isabella and Alice a chance to escape. Now, it was highly likely that Blair had perished at Bayard's hands. Previously, they had not held Blair in high regard. He had risen from being a magical failure to the Academy's most outstanding genius in a short span, stirring envy among those who had never acknowledged him before. Their envy only deepened when, within merely 2 months, Blair not only transformed from a failure into a genius, gaining the favor of Professor Brittney, but also caught the attention of Isabella and Alice. Isabella and Alice were the 2 goddesses of St. Donis Academy, and their closeness to Blair turned admiration into jealousy among the others. They envied Blair's talent, his fortune, and the affection bestowed upon him by the 2 goddesses. They could not comprehend what qualities Blair possessed aside from his good looks and academic prowess. Now they understood. Any one of them would not have been willing to sacrifice their life to allow Isabella and Alice to escape danger, even if they harbored feelings for them. They valued their own lives far more. At this moment, although they still held disdain for Blair, it did not diminish their respect for him. Such a person was worthy of reverence. At the forefront of the crowd, Isabella and Alice tightly clasped each other's hands, their faces equally pale. The tear stains on Isabella's cheeks were fresh, her eyes unfocused as she hoarsely said, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on chasing that rabbit, Blair wouldn't." Alice, too, wore a vacant expression, murmuring, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't always compared myself to you, I caused Blair's demise." Suddenly, Isabella sprang to her feet, declaring, "I must go find him." Yet, after taking a few swift steps, her feet abruptly halted. Though she yearned to find him, she feared confronting reality, terrified of discovering Blair's corpse, or worse, that there would be nothing left at all. Alice wiped her tears and gritted her teeth, saying, "Director Akil has already gone. Junior Blair will be fine." He must be fine. However, by the time Director Akil arrived, a considerable amount of time had passed. How could a mere apprentice mage possibly endure for long against a senior mage? Alice found it hard to accept the truth, unwilling to believe it, and instead chose to deceive herself. All those at the foot of the mountain believed that Blair was undoubtedly doomed, and the atmosphere was exceptionally bleak at a certain moment. A second-year student inadvertently glanced up towards the mountain and suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Director Akil is back." The eyes of the crowd turned towards the front, and after a brief silence, it erupted into a cacophony. "Who is that person beside Director Akil?" "It's Blair. Blair is alive. How could this be possible? Bayard is so ruthless. He is a high-level magician." Amidst the uproar of the crowd, 2 figures had already dashed forward. Sister Isabella, Sister Alice, as Luo had just greeted Isabella and Alice. They pounced on him, embracing him tightly. "Woo-woo, Blair, you're not dead. Blair, you're safe. That's wonderful, truly wonderful." Isabella and Alice wept bitterly, oblivious to the gazes of the onlookers, clinging to Luo as if he would vanish the moment they let go. In the distance, the boys from 2 classes watched this scene with complicated expressions. That moment, no one envied Blair, for this was his due. The sudden embrace caught Luo off guard. The warmth and softness of Isabella and Alice's embrace were intoxicating. Yet he had no time to relish it, hurriedly saying, "Sister Isabella, please don't wipe your snot on me. I just changed this shirt this morning. Sister Alice, be gentle. I can hardly breathe." Chapter 83. The Hero Who Rescues Beauty. The situation was just as I described. Bayard initially intended to kill me, but he was frightened off by a mysterious magician who suddenly appeared, allowing me to return on my own. Luo explained to Isabella and Alice with the same words he had used with Urchil. Fortunately, They harbored no doubts, for aside from this possibility, he had no reason to stand before them unscathed. Given such an incident, extracurricular activities could no longer proceed. Vice Dean Urchill, concerned that Bayard might return, terminated the practical course early, ordering the teachers to escort the students back to the school. Only Chen Luo knew that Bayard would not come back, that villain had already perished at his hands, and he had even scattered his ashes. Blair, you truly terrified us. Kleist was crying in fright just now. Blair, you are so brave. You were willing to sacrifice your life to save Sister Isabella and Sister Alice. Blair, you are a true man. Since Chen Luo's return, the clamor in his group had not ceased. The boys looked at him with a gaze that, while still filled with envy, now carried an indescribable flavor that Chen Luo could not quite articulate. The girls surrounded him, many with reddened eyes. And Linda and Kleist, among others, were in tears. This evoked a sense of reflection within Chen Luo. Mere months ago, Blair had been detested in class, yet now he had finally integrated completely into this community. Ahead, in the third-year group, Isabella walked with her head down, silent. To her, Blair had never possessed any gentlemanly grace, or perhaps all his gentlemanly demeanor had been reserved for Professor Brittney. However, today's events had sown seeds of doubt in her assessment of him. He could lack decorum to the extent of covering her mouth while she cast spells, yet he could also unhesitatingly forsake his life to provide her and Alice an escape when their lives were threatened. Isabella was acutely aware that the boys in the academy who admired her would have fled faster than anyone else when faced with today's circumstances. Blair, who did not hold affection for her, was willing to sacrifice himself for her sake. She had thought she understood Blair well, only to realize today that she had never truly seen through him. Alice walked alongside Isabella, her eyes reflecting deep confusion. She was even more aware than Isabella that none of the gentlemen in the academy who admired them would make the same choice as Blair in such a scenario. Acting on her family's directive, she had approached Blair and cultivated a friendship with him. During this time, Alice's South's intention to get close to him had been heavily influenced by her family's wishes, yet at this moment, in addition to being captivated by his intelligence, her heart began to harbor a different sentiment. Originally, today was a weekend, and the teachers safely escorted the students to the school gate before dispersing. Dean Urchill, believing that Chen Luo had suffered significant shock from Bayard, granted him, Isabella, and Alice a few days off to heal their emotional wounds. Chen Luo did not refuse, for although it should have been Bayard who was terrified, the days away from classes would afford him more time to study magic. Alice approached Chen Luo, her eyes still slightly red, saying, Blair, thank you for saving me. You're welcome. Chen Luo smiled and replied, Sister Alice is my companion. Alice looked up at him, even if they were merely temporary companions. How many friends, no matter how close, would be willing to sacrifice themselves for others when facing life and death crises? The matter has passed. Chen Luo waved at Alice, saying, I'll head back to school now. Goodbye, Sister Alice. Seeing Alice's moved expression, Chen Luo genuinely worried she might offer herself in gratitude. Although he had saved Isabella and Alice, he had not truly risked his life. In fact, it was Bayard who had been in danger while pursuing them. Isabella followed Chen Luo, and at one moment, could no longer contain her curiosity, asking, Blair, why? Chen Luo turned back, inquiring, What do you mean, why? Isabella gazed at him, incredulous. After such a monumental event, he still seemed so indifferent. Did he truly fear nothing? She shook her head, stammering, Why? Did you save us? Chen Luo glanced at her, retorting, If I hadn't saved you, would I have run away alone? Isabella shot back in anger. But you could have died. Chen Luo countered, Am I not alive? Blair, you fool, absolute fool. Isabella stamped her foot and then dashed away. Upon returning home, Brittney looked at him quizzically, asking, Blair, what happened with Isabella? She came back crying. Did you bully her? By the way, weren't you supposed to be at extracurricular practice? Why are you back so early? Just as Brittney finished speaking, Vice Dean Urchill appeared at the door, looking somewhat awkward as he addressed Brittney. Professor Brittney, there was a slight incident during today's practical session. Moments later, Brittney's face turned pale as she demanded, A slight incident. Blair almost. In an instant, her figure was at Chen Luo's side, gripping his wrist, asking, Blair, are you all right? Chen Luo shook his head, reassuring her. Professor Brittney, don't worry, I'm unhurt. When Bayard attempted to attack me, that mysterious magician happened to appear. Brittney wore an expression of guilt, saying, It's my fault. I should have accompanied you. Chenluo had not encountered many high-level magicians, but Bayard was one, and so was Professor Brittney. After facing Bayard, Chenluo realized that the disparity among high-level magicians was significant. A fire element high-level magician like Bayard would likely be swiftly defeated by Professor Brittney, who was not only proficient in all forms of magic but also possessed exceptional combat skills. Had Chenluo possessed Professor Brittney's combat prowess, Bayard would not have been burned to death, but rather defeated outright. Isabella emerged from her room, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "It's all my fault. I didn't listen to Blair." Fearing the scene would descend into further chaos, Chenluo quickly interjected, "I'm fine. The matter has passed, so let us not dwell on it." After thoroughly checking to confirm Chenluo was uninjured, Brittney finally relaxed. She looked at Chenluo, saying, "Blair, you're too reckless." Chenluo smiled, replying, "I think if Professor Brittney were in my position, she would have done the same." Brittney's lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately she said nothing. She could not claim Chenluo was wrong, for his spirit was something even she found deeply admirable. She felt proud to have such a student. Although the extracurricular practice had stirred quite a commotion, fortunately, it did not result in overly severe consequences. The Academy informed the Magic Association of Bayard's demise on the same day. In response, the Yabo City branch dispatched several high-level magicians to capture Bayard, yet after searching extensively, they found no trace of him at the St. Donis Academy. The tale of Chenluo rescuing the two most outstanding students from the clutches of the nefarious high-level magician spread throughout all 15 classes across 3 grades on the first day of the new week. After a prolonged period of low profile, Chenluo regained his fame. Following his emergence as a hero who rescues beauty, his popularity within the academy surged dramatically, particularly among the female student body. According to Professor Brittney, each day, countless girls visited his classroom, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Fortunately, Chenluo had not attended classes lately. He had seized the rare opportunity of a few days off to dedicate his spare time to learning new magic. Chapter 84. The reward for the hero. Although Chenluo had not exerted much effort to deal with Bayard, he had employed clever tactics that in terms of true strength, he was several magnitudes inferior to Bayard. In such circumstances, encountering a high-ranking sorcerer would be manageable. However, should one face a grand sorcerer, they could easily encircle Chenluo with a wall of fire, effectively roasting him alive. Moreover, grand sorcerers possess formidable mental fortitude and typically delve into supplementary magical disciplines. It is not uncommon for a fire element grand sorcerer to unleash ice spikes or wind blades. While taking shortcuts may enable Chenluo to challenge opponents of higher ranks, the essence of the magical path ultimately relies on genuine strength. He has devoted himself tirelessly to the study of magic. Under his nearly frenzied practice, he finally succeeded in casting 7 fireballs simultaneously last night. At this astonishing pace, it is conceivable that Chenluo might surpass Isabella and attain the rank of junior sorcerer even sooner. Just a couple of days prior, Isabella had brought him numerous gifts from her family, along with their heartfelt gratitude to Alice's family, in appreciation for Chenluo's efforts, also sent her with generous offerings. Furthermore, the city lord, whom Chenluo had never encountered, along with Alice's family, intended to host a banquet in his honor, which he graciously declined. Gifts and feasts held little appeal for him. What he truly needed was gold, an abundance of gold. The bounty from the Mathematics Association had already been exhausted, and the various transformation spells he acquired scarcely sufficed for his advancement to junior sorcerer. The identity badge from Bayard would allow him to exchange for 1,500 gold coins at the Magic Association. While this sum appears substantial, it would likely prove insufficient to support his transition from junior to intermediate sorcerer. The proposal of combinatorial magic could soon yield a significant financial reward from the Magic Association, which, when combined with those 1,500 gold coins, would alleviate his monetary concerns prior to advancing to intermediate sorcerer. However, the situation would change post-advancement. Chenluo's mental acuity grows at a rate exponentially superior to that of ordinary sorcerers. Yet this progress is largely facilitated by the wealth he has invested to sustain this path in the long term. A continuous influx of gold is essential. Chenluo believes he may be the first individual since the establishment of the Magic Association to tread this course. After all, in the realm of divine grace, no one has ever learned so much magic in such a brief span. Furthermore, no one has been willing to expend such vast sums on seemingly trivial transformation spells. With all his challenges surmounted, it seems the Mathematics Association's gold would soon be hard to come by. Luo had initially hoped for various awards, but upon learning from Calvin that the Edwin Prize offered not a single gold coin in reward, he ceased to harbor expectations. The Mathematics Association has evidently fallen short in its prize allocation. Compared to sorcerers, scholars are often impoverished, with some struggling to afford basic sustenance, making it exceedingly difficult to pursue academic endeavors. A generous prize not only serves as motivation, but also provides essential support for their livelihoods. When he gains influence within the mathematical community, he is determined to rectify their stingy habits. Speaking of the Edwin Prize, its selection appears to be imminent, and according to Calvin, he and Professor Brittney should face no difficulties this time. Yet, the absence of a monetary award makes this grand prize less appealing to Luo than Isabella. In the capital of the Lauren Kingdom, the heart of its political, cultural, and economic life, is also a hub of academia. Not only are the kingdom's 5 prestigious universities situated here, but countless scholars congregate as well. The headquarters of the kingdom's Magic Association, Mathematics Association, Science Association, Medical Association, and Astrology Association are all located here. These associations operate independently, bound by the kingdom's laws yet free from its governance. Even His Majesty the King lacks the authority to interfere in their internal matters. The headquarters of the Mathematics Association in the Lauren Kingdom lies along the most bustling street of the capital. The Mathematics Association holds a somewhat elevated status among the various associations. For alchemy, astrology, and scientific research all hinge upon mathematics, resulting in scholars from other associations treating mathematical scholars with utmost respect. Recently, the Mathematics Association has endured its most significant crisis in many years. Only yesterday, following the intervention of 3 esteemed scholars who alleviated the scholars' panic, did the situation begin to stabilize. Several days prior, the headquarters welcomed Calvin, the vice president of the Apollon City branch, alongside the Devil's Number. Calvin presented a figure that could not be expressed as a ratio of integers and provided a rigorous proof demonstrating its impossibility. This alarming revelation contradicted common knowledge and deeply unsettled all mathematical scholars, instigating widespread panic within the Mathematics Association. Subsequently, the 3 esteemed scholars summoned Calvin and, after deliberating with the association's elders for an entire night, announced a significant message to all scholars that a new type of number exists that cannot be expressed as integers or ratios of integers. Henceforth, mathematical scholars must amend their understanding of numbers and abandon erroneous concepts and assertions regarding the number school. Though this event delivered a severe blow to the number school, under the reassurance of the 3 esteemed scholars, the remaining mathematical scholars gradually accepted the reality of this new number's existence. This class of numbers was discovered by an honor scholar named Blair, who meticulously proved in his paper that such numbers cannot be represented as ratios of integers, coining the term irrational number to describe this new type of number. After discussion, the esteemed scholars acknowledged his definition of this class of numbers and resolved to name them irrational numbers. Simultaneously, to honor this scholar's contribution, the term Blair number was also adopted. The Mathematics Association of the Lauren Kingdom intends to disseminate this discovery throughout the mathematical community of the Divine Grace continent. It is a consensus among various mathematical associations that the discoverer of a theorem or problem possesses the right to name it. Consequently, from this point onward, regardless of whether in the Lauren Kingdom, other realms, the 4 empires, or the Divine Grace continent, this class of numbers shall be referred to as irrational numbers or Blair numbers. Naturally, there are also scholars whose faith has nearly crumbled, who privately refer to this number as the Devil's Number. When mentioning irrational numbers, Blair numbers, or the Devil's Number, scholars understand that these terms denote the same class of numbers, which has gradually become a shared understanding. Some have even conducted simple derivations using mathematical methods. It is straightforward to deduce that irrational numbers equal Blair numbers equal the Devil's Number. Blair equals the devil. Indeed, in the eyes of many whose faith has been shattered, he embodies a deviled this moment. Within a particularly spacious conference room at the Mathematics Association headquarters, dozens of prominent scholars from the mathematical community are engaged in the selection process for this year's Edwin Prize. In previous years, branches across various regions would recommend at least 2 candidates, and after rigorous scrutiny by the judging committee, only 5 would remain for the final evaluation. The Edwin Prize is not only an honor for the candidates, but also impacts the allocation of resources from the Mathematics Association headquarters to the scholars' respective branches for the coming year. Thus, each year's Edwin Prize selection sees intense competition among the associations, with conflicts not being uncommon. However, this year's selection is characterized by an unusually harmonious atmosphere, the resolver of the Reyes conundrum, the solver of the nine bridges problem, the discoverer of irrational numbers. Each of these accomplishments, even when considered individually, could contend for the Edwin Prize, let alone the combination of all three, making it nearly impossible for other candidates to compete. The significance of merely the irrational number far exceeds that of the Edwin Prize. It would be inappropriate for this year's award not to be bestowed upon him, a sentiment echoed even by their competitors. Even with 2 nominations from the Apollon City branch, which breaks the long-standing tradition of the Edwin Prize, no objections were raised. This year's Edwin Prize concluded amidst an atmosphere of unity. Brittney and Blair. This master-student duo achieved an unprecedented unanimous selection for the Edwin Prize. Chapter 85. The name of Chun Luo, the discoverer of irrational numbers, is a scholar from the Apollon City Mathematics branch. The recipients of the Edwin Prize have also joined the Apollon City branch. Undoubtedly, the Apollon City branch has made a monumental contribution to the association and the mathematical community this year. As Calvin exited the conference room, he felt as though he were in a dream. In all his years of Edwin Prize selections, he had never before witnessed a candidate receive a unanimous vote. In previous years, he had wasted countless words and engaged in lengthy debates without managing to secure an Edwin Prize for the Apollon City branch. Yet this year, he did not utter a single word. And everyone, including the president and the upper echelons of the other candidates' branches, cast their votes for them. Calvin was not surprised by this outcome. If this year's Edwin Prize had not been awarded to that master-student duo, then the prize would have lost its significance. Winning the Edwin Prize is not merely Blair's glory. It is the glory of the Edwin Prize itself. Of course, the Apollon City Mathematics branch will also share in some of the honor, gaining a preferential allocation of resources from the Mathematics Association in the coming year. Calvin sighed in relief, and, when he looked up ahead, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "Audrey, are you not in Apollon City? How did you end up here?" Due to the monumental significance of the discovery of irrational numbers, Calvin and another vice president personally brought the paper to the Capitol, while the last vice president, Audrey, remained at the Apollon City branch. Calvin never anticipated encountering Audrey in the Capitol. After a moment of astonishment, a smile broke across his face as he said, "Are you worried about the Edwin Prize?" "Haha, you needn't be concerned at all. The selection for the Edwin Prize has just concluded, and both Lord Blair and Lady Brittney have been elected unanimously." However, Audley made no mention of the Edwin Prize. Instead, with a serious expression, he handed a stack of manuscripts to Calvin, saying, "Take a look at this first." Audley's peculiar reaction dulled Calvin's joy, and a look of confusion crossed his face as he accepted the stack of papers. The first page of the manuscript bore a title Calvin remembered distinctly. It was a reward problem he had personally handled not long ago, concerning the search for the optimal route. This problem had stumped numerous scholars. Although many had proposed their answers, they could not provide rigorous proofs, and thus the association had not adopted their solutions. However, the method he was now observing took a novel approach, cleverly employing symmetry to simplify the problem. Both the axiom stating that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line and the theorem that the sum of the lengths of any 2 sides of a triangle exceeds the length of the third side could be used to prove that his answer was indeed correct. Calvin looked at Audley, intrigued, and inquired, "This is quite an unconventional approach. Who solved this problem?" Audley shook his head, not answering, and urged, "Continue reading." As Calvin turned the page, his expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. Another one. This particular problem was a conjecture proposed by a senior honorary scholar of the association not long ago, which had remained unproven even after a year of research by mathematicians. Yet today, right here, on this very paper, Calvin beheld a rigorous and flawless proof of that conjecture to substantiate this conjecture. The author had even proposed and proven a new theorem. After perusing the 2 problems, Calvin seemed to have an epiphany. His gaze suddenly fixed on the manuscript in his hands, and he began flipping through the pages. His expression transitioned from slight surprise to utter shock, then to extreme astonishment, culminating in sheer terror. Prior to his departure, there had been 25 reward problems at the Mathematics Association, and within a matter of days, an astonishing 23 had been resolved. What an unfathomable occurrence! With a look of grave concern on his face, Audley took a deep breath and said, "After you left, Miss Brittney utilized a method similar to the 9 bridges problem to solve 2 of the reward problems. A few days later, a mysterious scholar proposed and proved 11 new theorems, and a single individual resolved all the remaining 23 challenging problems. One person." Calvin's face turned pale with disbelief, his body trembling involuntarily, causing the papers in his hands to scatter to the floor at that moment. The meeting regarding the Edwin Prize selection had just concluded, and numerous judges were exiting the assembly hall. One individual noticed the scattered papers on the ground, kindly bent down to assist Calvin in picking them up, and remarked, "Calvin, congratulations to you all, the Yabo City branch this time. Wait, what is this?" As his gaze casually swept over the papers he held, his expression turned to one of shock, exclaiming, "Isn't this one of the association's reward problems? It has already been solved?" As he spoke, several others began to gather the remaining papers from the floor. This is Lord Shiza's conjecture, and it has been proven. Just last month, Lord Shiza himself gave up on it. What? How can there be another one? A new theorem? Who proved this problem to resolve this issue? They even proposed and proved a new theorem. I've already discovered 3 new theorems. What on earth is happening? How could all these reward problems be? As the scattered manuscripts were gradually collected by scholars, disbelief etched itself onto every face as they comprehended the contents before them. Though no one had managed to solve even a single one of these reward problems, all the answers lay before them now. Calvin looked at Audley and asked with great difficulty, "Are you certain that all of this was accomplished by one person?" Audley nodded, replying, "I witnessed it with my own eyes." "What? All these reward problems were solved by one person? That is impossible. Unthinkable. Even if they were a great scholar, it could not be done. These problems span multiple fields." The surrounding scholars, upon hearing the dialogue between Audley and Calvin, immediately erupted into a clamor. The idea of all the long-standing reward problems of the Mathematics Association being solved simultaneously by one individual was, in itself, a preposterous notion. The implication that a single person had achieved this was even more inconceivable. No senior honorary scholar could accomplish such a feat. No great scholar could do it. And even the combined efforts of all the scholars in the Mathematics Association would fall short. What on earth is happening? Amidst the uproar, an aged voice resonated from behind the crowd, turning to see the robed elder. Everyone, including Calvin, bowed respectfully and said, "Honorable President." In the Mathematics Association's conference hall, the selection for the Edwin Prize had just concluded. Within a brief period, dozens of judges returned to the venue. An elder sat at the forefront, his expression composed as he slowly sifted through the numerous manuscripts before him. This elder was the president of the Mathematics Association of the Loren Kingdom and one of the 3 great scholars of the realm. He had made significant contributions to geometry, proposing several renowned theorems. However, his greatest achievement lay in personally nurturing numerous honorary scholars, effectively elevating the once backward mathematics community of Loren Kingdom to the pinnacle of the divine favor continent standards. Below, Calvin and Audley found themselves encircled by dozens of individuals, somewhat fatigued from the barrage of inquiries. "Calvin, are you certain this was accomplished by one person?" "Audley, what is the name of that scholar? Is he from your Yabo City branch? You two, speak up." Faced with the multitude of scholars' questions, Calvin wore a look of helplessness. Not only did he lack answers, but even Audley knew little about the enigmatic scholar. The only certainty was that his name was Chun Luo, a citizen of the Loren Kingdom. The Edwin Prize selection had just concluded, and discussions should have revolved around the discoverer of irrational numbers. The devil of the mathematics world, the recipient of the Edwin Prize, the rising star Blair. Yet, when Audley brought forth this news, all the glory that should have belonged to Blair was usurped by Chun Luo. Chapter 86. The Divine and Loren in the Mathematics Association's conference hall. The argument continued to rage on. After a considerable amount of time had passed, the elder at the front finally set down the last manuscript and turned to Audley, asking, "Did one person truly complete all of this?" Audley stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Honorable President, I cannot be certain whether these difficult problems were solved by one individual, but it is indeed the case that they were all submitted to me by that gentleman. This cannot possibly be the work of a single individual behind him. There must be at least a team, or even an entire school. There is absolutely no way one person could achieve this. These problems span numerous fields, and even great scholars do not possess such vast knowledge. It cannot have been a school. If such a school existed, their strength must be formidable indeed, hiding so deeply without leaving any trace. Are you suggesting it was accomplished by one person? Do you truly believe that is something a human can achieve? Humans certainly cannot. But what of a deity? The elder's question plunged the gathered crowd into a heated debate. Initially, some speculated that a school stood behind this phenomenon. But that theory was quickly dismissed. If such a school existed, capable of solving all the mathematics association's problems accumulated over the years, their strength would be terrifyingly immense. Undoubtedly, they would be the most accomplished mathematical school on the divine favor continent. If this school were real, they would have long since made their name known across the continent, leaving no trace of their existence. However, if these difficult problems were indeed solved by one person, then that individual was no longer human. Regardless of how brilliant a mathematical genius might be, as long as they were human, accomplishing such feats was impossible. Silence. The elder's words gradually quieted the once boisterous hall. He turned again to Audley, asking, "Did that scholar say anything else?" Audley shook his head. The elder fell into contemplation, muttering, "Then what could his motive be?" Calvin pondered for a moment and suggested, "Could it be simply for the dissemination of knowledge?" After careful consideration, the crowd found merit in Calvin's assertion. A hidden mathematical deity who had not revealed his presence for years suddenly solved all the mathematics association's reward problems and imparted over 10 new theorems to the mathematicians, if not for the purpose of spreading knowledge. Could it merely be for a few hundred gold coins? The elder remained silent for a long while before turning to Audley once more, asking, "Where does this great scholar hail from?" Audley replied, "That gentleman stated he is from Warren." As his words fell, the room erupted into fervent chatter. The endless curiosity of the crowd transformed into a commotion that even the elder could not contain. Mathematics knows no borders, yet mathematicians possess nationalities. If those challenging problems spanning multiple fields were indeed resolved by one person, then the mathematics community of the divine favor continent would have a deity among them, in the realm of Lorand. The scholars responsible for selecting the Awind Award have departed, taking with them the astonishing yet exhilarating news. A scholar standing at the pinnacle of mathematics hails from the kingdom of Lorand, a source of immense pride for both the kingdom and its people. In the conference room, the elder resumed his examination of the manuscripts. Calvin remained rooted in place, still somewhat dazed. The resolution of all the long-standing problems posed by the Mathematical Society reverberated with an influence that could eclipse even the discovery of irrational numbers. Its significance for the Apabor branch far surpassed that of the Awind Award. He turned to the elder and inquired, "Esteemed President, is it conceivable that this achievement could be attributed to a single individual?" The elder fell silent for a moment before responding, "I cannot ascertain whether this is the work of one person. But if it is, he shall be regarded as a deity within the realm of mathematics." He then regarded Calvin and Audrey, stating, "He is a treasure of the kingdom of Lorand, a treasure for all humanity. We must, by all means, cultivate a relationship with him. If he has any requests, we shall endeavor to fulfill them." Calvin and Audrey nodded solemnly, fully aware of the significance that Lord Chen Luo held for the kingdom. Such a scholar had ascended to the zenith of his discipline. Beyond the constraints of national borders in any country, he would be revered by scholars and citizens alike. Every nation yearns for his affiliation. As long as he exists, the kingdom of Lorand shall become the epicenter of mathematics in the divine grace continent, and their mathematical society will attract a multitude of scholars from other nations. Conversely, should such an individual choose to ally himself with another country, even if not coerced, Calvin and Audrey would be deemed traitors to their own kingdom. The capital, usually a bastion of tranquility, found itself engulfed in a massive whirlpool of activity as scholars flocked to the Mathematical Society upon hearing the news. The recent monumental events in the mathematical community had thus far remained confined to the circles of mathematicians, with the majority unaware of their implications. The headquarters of the Mathematical Society in the capital buzzed with unprecedented liveliness. While not far away, the headquarters of the Magic Society, too, had recently been jolted from its long-standing calm. "I never expected your Magic Society would stoop to such a level. 100 gold coins are trivial. Yet you dared to deceive us with counterfeit magic. Do you not regard the laws of the kingdom? Stealing our money is one thing, but to claim our talents are insufficient." Alan became a junior mage at 16 and advanced to an intermediate mage by 20. Are you suggesting his talent is lacking? Refund us. Yes. Refund us immediately. In the Grand Hall of the Magic Society, over a dozen young individuals stood vehemently berating several stewards of the society. The Magic Society had always maintained an exalted status, with few daring to act so brazenly within its confines. However, today, facing the onslaught of insults, the stewards refrained from offering a single retort. These individuals were the progeny of nobility from the capital, with several even related to His Majesty the King, and under normal circumstances, the Magic Society would be reluctant to provoke them. Moreover, in this instance, the society was indeed at fault, compelling them to swallow their pride. Within the hall, the young men and women regarded the representatives of the Magic Society with contempt. Whenever the society introduced a new variant of magic, the magical families of the capital would evaluate it, if deemed useful. They would often purchase it to broaden their descendants' horizons. Although the prices of these modified spells were not insignificant, they were not beyond the family's means. The recently unveiled Class 1 enhancement spell for water magic had garnered immense attention. The current magical system was already well established, and augmenting the power of basic spells even slightly posed a considerable challenge, let alone significantly. Within a day, over a dozen magical families had acquired this enhancement spell. Despite the peculiar stipulation that this type of modified magic required a specific level of talent from the mage, the very oddity of it only spurred more purchases. Every family had at least one prodigy, and none wished to admit a lack of magical aptitude. Yet the stark reality was that none among them could master this form of magic. The so-called enhancement spell required simultaneous casting of both water and fire magic. Was such a feat attainable by mere mortals? The prowess of the Magic Society was undeniable. Even the nobility of the capital would hesitate to provoke it. Were it not for their profound indignation, no one would wish to stir up trouble within the Magic Society. Yet the society not only sold them ineffective magic, but also attributed their failure to a lack of talent, effectively selling them counterfeit goods while mocking them. It is not our magic that is flawed, but your abilities. How pathetic you are. Each individual present hailed from magical families, each a reputed talent, having been lauded since childhood. How could they endure being swindled and insulted thus, confronted by the onslaught of noble youths? A steward of the Magic Society wore a pained expression and stated, "Esteemed guests, the modified magic of the Magic Society has been certified. It cannot be false. The documentation clearly states that this type of magic necessitates certain talent." A young man retorted angrily, "Are you implying that we are all worthless and incapable of learning your magic?" The steward hastily waved his hands, insisting, "That is not our intent." The young man coldly demanded, "Then refund our gold coins." Several stewards shook their heads, asserting, "This type of magic has indeed been successfully verified by others." The certification process of the Magic Society was notoriously stringent. While the headquarters had yet to witness its success, the Appledore branch had already confirmed it. Among the two mages who validated it, one was merely a lowly steward, while the other was none other than Lord Angus, the esteemed president of the Appledore branch. An esteemed mage of considerable power currently engaged in discussions at the headquarters, rendering him unavailable. Yet the young nobles were unconvinced, one of them furiously challenging the stewards. "If you can produce even one person capable of casting that magic today, I will concede that I lack magical talent and am indeed worthless. If not, you must not only refund our gold, but also publicly apologize." What has transpired? No sooner had he finished speaking than several figures entered from outside. Leading the procession was a tall young woman. Both the group of young nobles and the stewards of the Magic Society immediately straightened, bowing respectfully and greeting, "Your Highness." The young woman surveyed the scene before her, ultimately fixing her gaze upon one of the young men, asking, "Alan, what brings you here?" "Your Highness, your timing is impeccable." The young man pointed at the stewards, exclaiming, "The Magic Society has violated the laws of the kingdom by selling us ineffective magic at exorbitant prices, yet refuses to refund our gold or apologize." Upon hearing his account, the young woman turned to one of the stewards, inquiring, "Surely the Magic Society would not engage in such conduct. Could there be some misunderstanding?" The steward offered a wry smile, explaining, "Your Highness, that magic indeed has exceedingly high requirements for a mage's talent. Not every mage can wield it. You dare say that? This is merely your excuse for fraud. And that accursed Shenluo, colluding with the Magic Society to deceive us." The young nobles erupted in fury, ready to press their case further against the stewards when the young woman raised her hand to halt them. Directing her attention back to the steward, "What kind of magic are they referring to? If what they claim is true, then the Magic Society must provide an explanation. If they are at fault, I shall ensure they apologize and return the gold. The stewards of the Magic Society, confident that the individual before that they are unable to achieve it because, as stated in the supplementary notes of the improved magic, their innate talent is insufficient. In their own words, they regard themselves as worthless, mere refuse. I apologize, it was our mistake. The instructions for that improved magic were quite clear. If no one could cast such magic, it would imply that the Magic Association is merely a fraud seeking to profit. However, if even one person can successfully wield it, the blame cannot be laid at the feet of the Magic Association. After all, they had previously elucidated that this type of magic necessitates special requirements regarding a mage's inherent abilities, which ordinary individuals cannot acquire. Clearly, they are all ordinary, lacking any semblance of uniqueness. The noble scions arrived with great bravado, only to depart with their heads hung low. The woman had long since dissipated the flames in water, and a rare flicker of astonishment graced her usually tranquil features as she softly remarked, "So, mages can indeed simultaneously unleash dual-element magic. If water and fire can coexist, then water with wind, and earth as well, should also be possible." The attendant's face displayed admiration as he responded, "Your Highness's insight is truly remarkable. What you just mentioned is indeed the combination magic that the association is currently deliberating upon. Several presidents seem inclined to regard it as a fifth branch beyond the 4 elemental magics." Combination magic. The woman regarded him and inquired, "Has anyone proposed it already?" The attendant nodded and said, "It was Mr. Chenluo who suggested the enhanced water magic." Chenluo. The woman softly repeated this somewhat unusual name, asking, "Is there such a formidable mage in the royal capital?" "Mr. Chenluo does not hail from the royal capital," the attendant replied with a smile, choosing not to delve further into the matter. He then asked, "Did your Highness visit the Magic Association today for a specific purpose?" It was then that the woman recalled her true intent for visiting the Magic Association and, setting aside thoughts of Chenluo, stated, "I wish to undergo the certification for high-level mage." Her declaration momentarily silenced the crowd that had been observing since the beginning, only to erupt into a cacophony of astonishment. "What? A high-level mage? If memory serves, your Highness is only 21 years old this year." A 21-year-old high-level mage. She truly is favored by the gods. Yet, that member of the Stern family became a high-level mage at the age of 20. And I've heard she specializes in more than one element. While your Highness's talent is commendable, it pales in comparison to hers. No matter how remarkable others' talents may be, it bears no relevance to us. Rather, what is this combination magic they spoke of? I have never heard of it before. And who exactly is Chenluo? After a brief moment of divine favor, as the young woman exited the Magic Association, she wore a blue robe adorned with a new wave insignia upon her chest. Many gazes filled with shock and envy were directed at her. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on successfully advancing to high-level mage," one of her female companions remarked. "Your magical talent is truly enviable. Even the president could not help but praise you." The young woman shook her head and murmured, "But still, I am not her." She steadied her emotions, dismissing such thoughts, and pondered. Chenluo, the 5th branch of magic. Who exactly is he, that he could conceive such an application of magic? Her companion's face also reflected curiosity as she remarked, "Indeed, I have never heard that name before. Chenluo, to propose such a theory, he must at least be a magic tutor." Just as her words fell, a group passing by suddenly halted, followed by a flurry of anxious excitement. "Chenluo, where is the god of Luo? Does anyone recognize the god of Luo?" Observing their attire and the badges adorning their chests, it was clear they were scholars of the Mathematics Association. Witnessing her companion, flustered and besieged by the agitated mathematicians, the young woman stood rooted in place, her face reflecting profound bewilderment as she murmured, "Chenluo." Chapter 88. Confession. Far away in the city of Apoc, Chenluo remained unaware of the turmoil he had stirred among the Mathematics Association and the Magic Association in the distant royal capital. Nor did he know that just days prior, the Edwin Award had been claimed by him and Professor Brittney. His battle with Bayard had unveiled his greatest shortcomings. Fortunately, he was a fire mage. Had Bayard been of the water element, the initial barrage of fire rain might have transformed into a relentless storm of ice spikes, leaving him no opportunity to meet Isabella and Alice. Elevating his mental prowess was paramount. During these classes, aside from practicing magic, Luo also focused more intently on combat, frequently seeking guidance from Professor Brittney. After having faced a genuine high-level mage in battle, Luo grew increasingly aware of just how formidable Professor Brittney truly was. Even as a high-level mage, Brittney would be swiftly defeated beneath her prowess. She scarcely needed to employ magic. Her exceptional combat skills could compensate for any deficiencies in mental strength. Unleashing tremendous power in close quarters, he diligently practiced. Luo grappled with uncertainty and conflict within himself. He hesitated over whether to disclose his identity as Luo, along with the activities he undertook under that name, to Professor Brittney. Initially, he intended to keep this matter concealed for a time, but his thoughts had gradually shifted in recent days. The Magic Association would inevitably announce the existence of the fifth branch of magic, given Professor Brittney's intellect. It was inconceivable that she would not connect this development to Luo. In other words, his identity would eventually be exposed. The significance of confessing voluntarily contrasted starkly with the implications of being discovered and subsequently having to explain. Professor Brittney's kindness towards him was unreserved, a sentiment Luo deeply appreciated, whether in daily life or in her instruction of magic. Upon learning that Luo had faced peril and nearly lost his life, she was the most anxious among them, nearly coming to blows with Vice Dean Akil over it. This only amplified the guilt Luo felt within. He could keep secrets from Isabella and Alice, but he could never deceive Professor Brittney. As he gazed at her engrossed in reading at her desk, he fell into contemplation once more. The doorway, Isabella observed Luo sitting on the sofa, his gaze affectionately directed at Professor Brittney. For reasons unknown, a pang of sourness suddenly welled up within her heart. Ever since that extracurricular practice, Blair had been inexplicably appearing in her dreams. Isabella had repeatedly dreamt of facing the ruthless high-level mage Brittney, with Blair calmly standing in front of them, sacrificing his life for their chance to escape. Upon waking from those dreams, her pillow was often dampened with tears. Professor Brittney believed she had been frightened and specifically suggested she take a few days off to rest. Yet, only Isabella knew that her distress stemmed not from fear, but from the thought of Blair potentially perishing at Brittney's hands, which clenched her heart as if gripped tightly by another. This feeling of being protected by someone's life was something she had never experienced before. Sitting on the sofa, Luo contemplated for a long time before finally deciding to confide in Professor Brittney without delay. If he waited until she discovered the truth, his explanations would bear a different significance altogether. With this resolution in mind, Luo approached the desk. Professor Brittney set down her quill and turned to him, asking, "Blair, what is it? Do you have a question?" Luo replied, "I have something very important I wish to tell Professor Brittney." Professor Brittney rose and said, "What is it? Speak freely." Luo shook his head, saying, "This is not the right place." Watching the two of them exit the house, Isabella recalled how Luo seemed to have struggled for quite some time before mustering the courage to speak with Professor Brittney, and incredulously thought, could it be that he intends to confess to Professor Brittney? People often say that after confronting death, one comes to understand many things. Could it be that this is what Blair has come to realize? Luo was unaware that Isabella, due to their deliberate avoidance, had begun a tumultuous mental whirlwind. After much hesitation, he resolved to be forthright with Professor Brittney on the rooftop of the classroom dormitory. Professor Brittney looked at Luo with curiosity and asked, "Blair, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Luo paused for a moment and said, "Regarding that day's extracurricular practice, there was, in fact, no mysterious mage." "What?" Professor Brittney's expression shifted at his words, inquiring, "Are you saying that Brittney was not frightened away by a mysterious mage?" Luo replied, "Not at all." Professor Brittney gazed at him, asking, "Did Brittney let you go?" "Neither." Luo shook his head and explained, "Brittney intended to kill me first, then pursue senior sister Isabella and senior sister Alice." "Then why?" Professor Brittney's mind was filled with questions. If Blair was standing here unharmed, it indicated that Brittney had failed, but how had he escaped the clutches of a high-level mage? Luo looked at her and clarified, "Brittney originally sought to kill me, but instead, I killed him." Professor Brittney froze for a moment, staring blankly at Luo as she murmured, "Blair, are you saying you killed a high-level mage?" Luo produced a tarnished metal insignia and handed it to Professor Brittney. No amount of explanation could rival the impact of her witnessing Brittney's identification insignia with her own eyes. Brittney glanced at the nameplate, her gaze ultimately settling on Chen Luo, incredulity lacing her voice. Blair, Bayard is a high-ranking mage. How? How did you accomplish this? Chen Luo took a few steps back, positioning himself a short distance away from Brittney, and replied, Teacher Brittney, please attempt to attack me with a fireball spell. Regarding the matter of elemental impurities, Chen Luo could no longer conceal the truth from Teacher Brittney. Otherwise, he would be unable to explain how he had slain Bayard. Although Brittney was uncertain of Chen Luo's intentions, she refrained from probing further, swiftly conjuring a fireball that floated slowly towards him as the fireball approached. Chen Luo neither dodged nor flinched. Brittney intended to disperse the fire elements. But before she could react, the fireball vanished right before her eyes, as if something in the void before Chen Luo had consumed it. Brittney, a high-ranking mage, should not have had her elemental control usurped by a mere apprentice. Yet the scene before her was utterly inexplicable. Chen Luo looked at her and said, Teacher Brittney, you may try the fire dragon spell next. Brittney regarded Chen Luo with a look of bewilderment, summoning a fire dragon that glided slowly towards him. The fire dragon was essentially a robust pillar of flame. To avoid harming Chen Luo, Brittney carefully regulated the dragon's speed. However, when the pillar reached the same position as the previous fireball, a similar phenomenon occurred. It was as if an invisible void had completely devoured the fire pillar upon entering that area. Brittney stared at him in a daze. Blair, Teacher Brittney, do you remember when I spoke to you about elemental impurities? Before she could inquire further, Chen Luo proactively explained, I inadvertently discovered that the combustion of fire elements necessitates the involvement of an elemental impurity. Without this impurity, fire magic cannot be wielded. Brittney, in disbelief, exclaimed, Are you suggesting that you can control elemental impurities? Chen Luo nodded, stating, I just expelled the elemental impurity ahead. Without it, fire magic becomes ineffective. While Brittney remained momentarily stunned, Chen Luo unleashed a blue fireball, continuing, Similarly, if one were to gather enough of these elemental impurities, the combustion of fire elements would intensify, thereby significantly enhancing the potency of the fireball spell. Bayard perished beneath such a blue fireball. The notion that someone could manipulate elemental impurities as adeptly as controlling magical elements was, even to Brittney, astonishing. Gazing at the blue fireball before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from a mere apprentice's spell. In that moment, Brittney finally comprehended how a seemingly insignificant apprentice could have slain a high-ranking mage. This ostensibly ordinary blue fireball contained enough energy to threaten even a high-ranking mage. Chapter 89. Teacher, Senior, Brittney stared at Chen Luo, her perception of magic irrevocably transformed by everything she had witnessed that day. Even upon learning of the combination of spells, she had never felt such shock. Magical elements are easily manipulated through incantations and gestures, a stark contrast to elemental impurities. Even Brittney, at her utmost effort, could only control minuscule amounts of elemental impurities. Since humanity's initial understanding of elemental impurities, it has been presumed that humans lack the ability to wield them. For centuries on the Divine Grace continent, countless mages have endeavored in this regard, yet none have ever been reported to control elemental impurities. If only a select few can accomplish something, they may be deemed geniuses. If only one person can achieve it, they are considered an anomaly. Society's treatment of anomalies is often cruel. Brittney's expression gradually turned solemn as she grasped Chen Luo's shoulders, saying, Blair, who else knows about your ability to control elemental impurities? Chen Luo met her gaze and replied, I have only confided in Teacher Brittney. Brittney let out a small sigh of relief, but her expression quickly grew more serious as she lowered her voice. Blair, promise me you will not disclose this to anyone else, not even Isabella or Alice, unless they become your wives in the future. Chen Luo nodded, assuring her, Rest assured, Teacher Brittney, I will not divulge this to anyone but you. Brittney looked deeply into Chen Luo's eyes, extending her hand. I need you to swear. Chen Luo had never seen Teacher Brittney so earnest. Yet he said nothing further, simply extending his right hand to intertwine with hers, stating, I swear. After Chen Luo made his vow, Brittney took a deep breath, still apprehensive, admonishing him, Blair, remember my words. Do not reveal this matter. It concerns your life. You should not even disclose it to me. Chen Luo replied, I trust Teacher Brittney. She was his beacon of hope, and his expectations of her surpassed even those he held for himself if he could not trust her. then there would be no one left to trust. Brittney gazed at Luo, her lips moving as if she were unsure of what to say. Blair's trust in her was, to her own surprise, astonishing. This was not merely the trust between a student and teacher, nor that of friends. Did Blair truly? Brittney recalled the rumors she had inadvertently overheard and immediately shook her head, dismissing such bizarre thoughts. These rumors were baseless. How could Blair possibly harbor such feelings for her? After the initial shock, all that remained in Brittney's heart was confusion, since magic users began to harness magical elements for spellcasting. They have gained an understanding of elemental impurities. Countless mages have sought to control elemental impurities as they do magical elements, yet they have all failed. Although manipulating elemental impurities does not require incantations or gestures, they can only manage minute quantities, lacking the fluidity associated with magical elements. After countless failures, ancestral mages gradually came to realize that the divine had not bestowed upon them the ability to freely control elemental impurities, apart from the divine. No mage could achieve such a feat, yet just moments ago, she had witnessed something that shattered her understanding. Brittney remained silent for a long while, then turned to Luo, asking, "Blair, are you a god?" Luo shook his head, replying, "No, I also do not know why I am different from other mages." Brittney pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Blair, you are unlike any of us. You should not have shared this with me. Your ability to control elemental impurities should remain a secret. If others discover it, they will undoubtedly seek to annihilate you. They will not permit someone like you to exist." Luo met her gaze, stating, "I have said, Teacher Brittney is not others." Brittney looked at him, puzzled. "Blair, why do you trust me so?" "Intuition." Luo smiled, saying, "My intuition tells me that Teacher Brittney would not harm me. Would she?" Brittney locked eyes with him, then nodded. "You are my student. I will protect you as long as I am here. No one shall harm you." Time would prove that Luo's choice was indeed the right one. Had he completely latched on to Teacher Brittney's benevolent support. With this foundation, he could share even more with her. Compared to his unique abilities, the matters concerning the magic association and his identity would not evoke as strong a reaction. Luo regarded her, saying, "Actually, there are still some things I have yet to disclose to Teacher Brittney." Brittney looked at him, incredulous. "What other extraordinary talents do you possess?" The revelation of his ability to manipulate elemental impurities had already left a profound impact on her. It was hard to believe he had more secrets. "This is not the same kind of matter." Noticing the change in Brittney's expression, Luo hastily waved his hands, saying, "I merely shared the theory of combination magic with the Magic Association in exchange for a wealth of variant spells to enhance my mental capacity." Brittney scrutinized him, saying, "Blair, you do realize that mastering variant spells requires considerable time and effort." As she spoke, she seemed to grasp something, her gaze fixed intently on Luo, asking, "Blair, you are not suggesting that your study of those variant spells is also?" Luo nodded. "Studying them does not consume much of my time." Brittney stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally exclaimed, "Blair, I truly wonder if you are the reincarnation of a deity." Luo couldn't help but retort, "In fact, I find myself wondering the same about you, Teacher Brittney. Who else could achieve the rank of high-ranking mage by the age of 20, particularly in 4 elemental disciplines? If Luo were the reincarnation of a deity, she would be the goddess of magic herself." Brittney opened her mouth, realizing she seemed unable to counter that statement. Throughout her life, she had always been perceived as an extraordinary existence in the eyes of others. She cleared her throat lightly and said, "This matter should have been discussed with me. Your current abilities are still too weak. Engaging with the Magic Association at this stage could lead to complications. After all, you are merely a student," Luo replied. "Rest assured, Teacher Brittney, I am using the name Luo within the Magic Association. They are unaware of my true identity." "That is good to hear," Brittney nodded, as if recalling something, and suddenly asked, "What did you say, Luo?" Luo nodded. "The Chin from the Mathematics Association, that is also me." Brittney fell silent for a moment, murmuring, "Did you solve all those problems by yourself?" Luo answered honestly, "The variant magic from the Magic Association is prohibitively expensive, and I have no other means of earning money." This reasoning hardly qualified as justification. Merely due to a lack of funds, he had resolved the long-standing difficult problems of the mathematics community in the Lorland Kingdom. In exchange for hundreds of gold coins, The crux of the matter was not those few hundred gold coins. It lay in the 23 bounty problems, the 11 new theorems, and the mysterious scholar revered as a god by mathematicians. Now, someone was telling her that the mathematics deity she held in such high regard was, in fact, her student, the very student she interacted with daily and entrusted with her hopes. Brittney remained silent for a long time before looking at Luo and saying, "Blair, whether in mathematics or magic, I can no longer be your teacher." Luo exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Brittney." Brittney shook her head and said, "It is I who no longer qualify to be your teacher." She gazed at Luo and continued, "My teacher is one of the eminent scholars in the mathematics community of the Lorland Kingdom. I believe that even she cannot teach you much about mathematics, but in terms of magic, she can offer you the utmost assistance." Luo was taken aback. "Teacher Brittney's teacher?" Brittney looked at him and said, "I will request her to accept you as a student, in addition to being a renowned scholar. She is also a Grand Magus." The prospect of learning magic under a Grand Magus was something Luo would not refuse. Yet, this meant that Teacher Brittney would effectively become his senior. Chapter 90. A Confession. For reasons unknown, the idea of his teacher becoming his senior felt somewhat peculiar to Luo. Yet there was a faint thrill within him that then dawned on him that something seemed amiss. Teacher Brittney's mentor was a Grand Magus. In the land of Xingma, where Grand Magi were mere legends, a Grand Magus represented the pinnacle of power across the continent. Some smaller principalities did not possess even a single Grand Magus. As far as Luo knew, the president of the Magic Association in the Lorland Kingdom was merely a Magus. If Teacher Brittney was a student of a Grand Magus, why did she humble herself to teach mathematics at St. Donis? Seemingly perceiving Luo's confusion, Brittney shook her head and said, "I will share my story with Blair later." This indicated her unwillingness to discuss it now, and Luo did not press further. Just as he was about to speak, Brittney waved her hand and said, "Blair, whatever it is, we shall discuss it another time. I am feeling a bit weary and need to rest." With that, she promptly turned and almost fled the scene. Luo had intended to discuss the matter of elemental impurities with her, to see how her advanced magic would change when combined with oxygen. But that would have to wait. The revelation he had just shared had evidently shaken Teacher Brittney profoundly, and it would likely take her a considerable time to accept this reality if elemental impurities were such a concern. He could only imagine her reaction to the fact that he could cast spells without incantations or gestures. From Brittney's demeanor, Luo decided to keep this secret to himself. He let out a long breath after revealing this matter. A great weight had been lifted from his heart that he no longer needed to worry about Teacher Brittney being upset with him for concealing his identity as Luo. He was no longer alone in bearing this secret. Feeling unburdened, he followed Teacher Brittney back. In the dormitory, Isabella gazed at a closed bedroom door, her face reflecting intense curiosity. After Brittney had stepped out with Blair, she seemed somewhat lost in thought upon her return. Even when Isabella greeted her, she did not respond. Now back, she had locked herself in her room. Isabella had never seen Teacher Brittney like this, which only fueled her desire to learn what Blair had said to her. Could it be that, as she suspected, Blair had confessed his feelings? Just as Luo approached the door, Isabella seized his wrist and pulled him into his room. Luo shook off her grip, rubbed his wrist, and asked, "What is it?" Isabella looked at him, her expression filled with intrigue, and asked, "Blair, what did you just say to Teacher Brittney?" Luo shook his head and replied, "Nothing much." Teacher Brittney had instructed him not to disclose this matter to anyone, unless it was his wife. Upon reflection, that statement felt somewhat odd. Still trying to deceive me. Isabella regarded Luo with a knowing look and said, "Did you not see how Teacher Brittney acted just now? She must have learned something unbelievable. Blair, did you confess your feelings to Teacher Brittney?" "Shoo." Luo quickly covered her mouth. Teacher Brittney was in the next room. If she overheard and suspected that his intentions for approaching her were not purely for the sake of mathematics or magic, but rather for her, he would be in deep trouble. Isabella's eyes widened in sudden realization, seeing the humiliation and anger reflected in her gaze. Luo quickly released his grip and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." In his moment of panic, he had forgotten that touching a girl's mouth in this context was akin to a lewd act, much like deliberately dropping chopsticks in ancient times to then touch a girl's foot. After being silenced a second time, Isabella felt both embarrassed and furious. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and scoffed. "Fine. It's not like it's the first time." Luo braced himself for an impending eruption. Yet he was taken aback by how lightly Isabella seemed to brush off the offense. Not only Chen Luo, but Isabella herself felt a twinge of confusion when he had first offended her. She had been ready to incinerate him with a fireball, yet now, while still somewhat upset, she seemed less perturbed. Isabella bit her lip, silently resolving. It must be because he saved me. That is certainly it. I apologize, Senior Isabella, for my earlier rashness. Chen Luo bowed sincerely and continued. However, I would appreciate it if you refrained from making such jokes as before. If Teacher Brittney hears, I want to be able to explain myself. Isabella regarded him and asked, Then what exactly did you say to Teacher Brittney? To satisfy Isabella's curiosity and prevent her from dwelling on this matter, the best solution was to pull her into the situation as well. After a moment's thought, Chen Luo said, Teacher Brittney once asked me whether I preferred Senior Isabella or Senior Alice, you know. Given that incident, she assumed I had feelings for one of you. Isabella was skeptical. Is that really all? Chen Luo shrugged. You could always ask Teacher Brittney yourself. Of course, Isabella had no intention of personally verifying this with Teacher Brittney. She shot Chen Luo a glance and inquired, What did you say? Chen Luo replied, I told Teacher Brittney that I was prepared to dedicate everything to magic. Isabella crossed her arms and said, Blair, you never mentioned that before. You said you had someone you liked. Chen Luo replied, I no longer feel that way. Isabella scoffed. All men are the same. The thoughts of a girl are notoriously elusive. And Isabella herself was unsure why she felt upset. She exited in silence, leaving Chen Luo momentarily relieved. Following that extracurricular practice, he had taken an extended break, and tomorrow would mark the end of his leave. After such a long absence from campus, Chen Luo felt the weight of many gazes upon him as he walked through the grounds once more. Numerous students were whispering among themselves while casting glances in his direction. Look, that's Blair. During the last extracurricular practice, he saved Isabella and Senior Alice from a high-level magician. That was a high-level magician. For a mere magic apprentice to do such a thing is incredibly courageous. Upon entering his classroom, Chen Luo naturally became the focus of his classmates' attention, a spotlight that intensified when Alice arrived. Toby had yet to show up, and Alice sat beside Chen Luo, apologetically saying, Blair, I have 2 problems I can't solve. I need to trouble you again. Seeing Alice again, Chen Luo sensed a marked difference in her demeanor. Previously, her approach had exuded a strong sense of ulterior motives, making it difficult for him to bridge the gap between them despite their growing familiarity. For some inexplicable reason, the discomfort that Chen Luo once felt in Alice's presence had vanished. After explaining the 2 problems to her, Alice left a small cake on his desk, saying, Thank you, Junior Blair. This cake is for you. Chen Luo did not refuse. Alice did not afford him the opportunity to decline. After placing the cake down, she gave him a slight smile before turning to leave. It seemed that Alice's family was even wealthier than Isabella's. She indulged in exquisite cakes crafted from fine flour, honey, and cream, topped with 2 grapes, rather than mere white bread. The flavor was delightful. As Alice exited the classroom, she encountered another individual. Following the recent events, the relationship between Isabella and Alice had not progressed to the level of friendship, but they were no longer at odds within the academy. With a half-smile, Alice looked at her and inquired, Isabella, are you seeking Blair again? Isabella cast a sidelong glance at her and retorted, Aren't you? Alice turned back and suddenly asked, Isabella, do you fancy Junior Blair? Taken aback. Isabella stared at her, flustered. Alice, what nonsense are you spouting? Who fancies Blair? I do. Alice replied with a smile, gazing into her eyes. Since Isabella does not fancy Junior Blair, you certainly won't try to compete with me. Will you? Chapter 91. All must be. Isabella stood frozen, her gaze locked onto Alice in disbelief. You like Blair? Alice nodded, saying, I have indeed developed feelings for Junior Blair. Yes, that's so wrong. The revelation was utterly unexpected and shocking for Isabella. She moved her lips, unsure of how to respond. I won't compete with you anymore, Alice stated, looking at her. If Isabella does not like him, please refrain from contesting with me. Isabella's lips trembled as she replied, Even if I don't compete with you, you still stand no chance. Alice queried, Why not? Isabella answered, Because Blair already has someone he likes. I can compete with her fairly. Alice dismissed the notion entirely, not even bothering to ask Isabella who Blair liked. She was confident that as long as it was not Isabella, she had a significant chance. Isabella shook her head. You cannot outdo her. Blair's affections lay with Professor Brittney. Alice possessed everything Brittney had, and Brittney had attributes Alice lacked. How could she compete with Brittney? Isabella's assertion bore no hint of jest. After a moment of silence, Alice asked, "Who is it, Linda or Triss?" "Neither." Isabella shook her head. "In any case, don't waste your efforts. You cannot surpass her." Alice scrutinized her for a long while before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Isabella, even if you wish to compete with me for Junior Blair, you need not resort to such tactics. I will not give up. At worst, we can compete fairly, and I may not necessarily lose to you." As Alice made this declaration, she deliberately puffed out her chest, further incensing Isabella, who responded indignantly, "Who wants to compete with you? If you wish to like him, then go ahead. It has nothing to do with me." Chenluo noticed that Isabella was acting oddly today, ever since she sat beside him. She had not uttered a single word and appeared somewhat irate. Reflecting on his interactions, he could not recall having provoked her in any manner, nor did he understand whom she was sulking over. "What do you mean? You may not necessarily lose to me? Are you really that confident?" Isabella muttered under her breath before suddenly turning to Chenluo, asking, "Blair, may I pose a question to you?" Chenluo set down his pen and replied, "What is it?" Isabella, locking eyes with him, asked, "The question Professor Brittney posed to you. If you had to choose between me and Alice, whom would you select?" The abruptness of Isabella's inquiry compelled Chenluo to suspect some ulterior motive was afoot. He gazed at her, questioning, "Why must I choose between you two?" Isabella, growing impatient, insisted, "Just choose. There needn't be so many whys." Chenluo shook his head, stating, "I choose magic." "No, that's not an option," Isabella frowned. "You can only choose me or Alice." Chenluo pondered for a moment and asked, "Can I add another option?" "Who do you wish to add?" Isabella squinted at him, saying, "Should I include Professor Brittney as well?" "That," Chenluo hesitated, "that would be disrespectful to Professor Brittney." "Then hurry up and answer." After a brief silence, Chenluo asked, "Can I choose both?" Isabella shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Of course not. If I choose you, will you lend me some gold coins?" Isabella gritted her teeth. "Blair, be serious." Chenluo contemplated and looked intently at Isabella. "You must be asking me to choose one of you or Alice as a wife, correct?" Isabella shot him a sidelong glance, replying, "You could interpret it that way." Chenluo remarked, "But even if I choose, neither of you would actually become my wife." Isabella shook her head. "That's not your concern. Just tell me whom you choose." Chenluo began to grasp Isabella's reasoning behind her question. Her competitive spirit was strong, particularly when contrasted with Alice. The inquiry stemmed from a simple woman's desire for affirmation. Whether asked of Chenluo or Toby was inconsequential to her. All she sought was a definitive answer, no matter the comparison or the rivalry. Choosing her was all that mattered. Without much thought, Chenluo replied, "I choose you." This was not an attempt to flatter Isabella. He genuinely appreciated her character. While some men might prefer meticulous women, all men cherished innocence and simplicity. Of course, if a woman could embody both purity and delicacy like Professor Brittney, that would be ideal. But alas, Isabella did not present him with that option. Chenluo's decisive response left Isabella momentarily speechless, prompting her to ask, "Why? Is a reason necessary?" Chenluo countered, "Aside from being more mature, more gentle, and having a larger chest, what qualities does Alice possess that surpass yours?" Isabella, in a daze, departed, though she was elated that Chenluo had chosen her. Something felt amiss, yet she could not pinpoint what it was. Regardless, during this critical moment, to have stood steadfastly beside her, unwavering against the allure of Alice, the cunning little vixen, was evidence that Blair was indeed a considerate junior. She resolved to treat him even better in the future. Chenluo glanced back to find Isabella's figure had vanished from the classroom. This was one of the significant reasons he chose Isabella, compared to Alice. She was far easier to deceive. A few kind words could send her into a whirlwind of joy. What man could resist such a naive and easily swayed girl? "Blair, you've arrived." Chenluo reopened his textbook, greeted by Toby's cheerful voice. Since their extracurricular practice, this was the first time he had seen Toby. Toby jogged over from the classroom door, scrutinizing Chenluo with concern. "Blair, are you all right? I heard from Linda and Triss that you really saved Isabella and Senior Alice from a high-level wizard." Chenluo shook his head. "I'm fine." Toby, taking his seat, regarded Chenluo with admiration. "Blair, you are incredibly courageous. A high-level wizard could end your life with a mere flick of a finger. What were you thinking at that moment?" "I wasn't thinking much. If I couldn't win, It was either three of us dying together, or just one. What would you choose? Toby shook his head. I certainly don't possess your bravery. If a high-level wizard were after me, I'd be too frightened to even run. Chen Luo regarded him, shaking his head. With that attitude, it's challenging to become a formidable warrior. Let's not discuss my matters. Toby waved his hand. What about you? Have you decided between Senior Isabella and Senior Alice? Chen Luo looked at him and asked, why choose between them? Of course. One should choose someone to pursue. Toby gazed at him as if he were a fool and remarked, Blair, you truly do not comprehend the intricacies of a woman's heart. You selflessly risked your life to save Senior Sister Isabella and Senior Sister Alice. They must be profoundly touched. At this juncture, should you endeavor to woo them, your chances of success are quite promising. As Toby continued speaking, his voice gradually lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. Blair, as a friend, I must caution you that your chances with Teacher Brittney are rather slim. It would be wiser to choose between Senior Sister Isabella and Senior Sister Alice instead. Do not speak of such things again. Chen Luo responded, shaking his head. I will not choose either Isabella or Alice. Why? Is it that Senior Sister Isabella is not beautiful enough, or that Senior Sister Alice is not desirable enough? You. Toby scrutinized Chen Luo for a long moment, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he continued. I see now. Blair, you do not wish to select either because you desire both, do you? At St. Donna's, students are not restricted from pursuing romantic relationships, and it is widely believed that the pursuit of love is a personal freedom and right for all. Toby's thoughts often struck Chen Luo as unexpectedly lewd. His refusal to choose did not stem from a desire for both, but rather from a heart temporarily consumed by the pursuit of magic. The path to becoming a holy mage is arduous and lengthy. At present, he is merely a fledgling apprentice, wishing for days to stretch to 48 hours to practice magic. When would he find the time for romance? What right did he have to entertain such notions? For him, if anything were to eclipse the importance of honing his magical skills and enhancing his mental fortitude, it would undoubtedly pertain to matters involving Teacher Brittney. He was not obstinate. When it came to the aspiration of becoming a holy mage, Chen Luo believed that Teacher Brittney was far more reliable than he, even though his rate of mental fortitude enhancement was astonishingly rapid. Chen Luo would not forget that while he toiled to master various magical disciplines, Teacher Brittney was engrossed in the study of topology during his arduous meditations, striving to break through the barriers of mental fortitude. She was solving geometric problems. He had never witnessed Teacher Brittney meditating, apart from demonstrating lessons for him and Isabella, or tending to the fire and washing dishes. She hardly practiced magic at all. Chen Luo had once gleaned indirectly from Isabella that Teacher Brittney went straight to bed after her evening routines, which meant she did not meditate at night either. Whenever thoughts of Teacher Brittney crossed his mind, he would feel a pang of discouragement. Thus, in comparison to Teacher Brittney, his thoughts of Isabella had become more frequent in recent days. Chapter 92. Claiming the bounty following his battle with the advanced fire mage. Baird, Chen Luo's mental fortitude had improved once more, and he could now consistently unleash 7 fireballs at this rate. He might very well ascend to the rank of junior mage before Isabella, which finally instilled a measure of confidence in him. By that time, to sustain the rapid growth of his mental fortitude, he would require substantial gold coins to procure various transformation spells. Therefore, he resolved to first collect the bounty for Baird, before heading to the Magic Association. Chen Luo informed Teacher Brittney of his intentions. After confessing his plans to her, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Had he known she would not hold it against him, he would have chosen to be forthright much sooner. Although you have triumphed over the advanced fire mage Baird, do not let it inflate your ego, Brittney admonished, her expression serious as she regarded Chen Luo. Do not underestimate any advanced mage. Had Baird been a wind, water, or earth mage, you might not have been standing here today. In the future, do not act so recklessly in the face of danger. Chen Luo nodded solemnly, replying, I understand, without needing Teacher Brittney's warning. He cherished his own life. Had he not been left with no other recourse, he would never have dared provoke an advanced mage. After imparting her serious counsel, Brittney's demeanor softened as she added, since you possess an exceptional affinity for magical elements and can easily learn new spells, it would be advantageous for you to acquire as many transformation spells as possible. This is a shortcut to rapidly enhancing your mental fortitude. The decision regarding transformation spells is yours to make. Upon returning to his room, Chen Luo retrieved Baird's identity plaque and took out a black robe, placing it in his backpack. Always feeling curious about donning a mask when going out, he had commissioned a special long robe from a tailor. This robe featured a broad hood that could completely obscure his head when pulled down. Additionally, he had ordered a mask with distinct oriental characteristics that revealed only his eyes, though dining might prove somewhat troublesome. He found the overall appearance far more pleasing when he gazed into a mirror. Should he encounter Isabella again, unless she were to strip him of his garments, she would not be able to recognize him. This ensemble did not draw undue attention as he walked the streets. Recently, a trend of cosplay had swept through Yabo City, and the number of individuals clad in black robes and masks had surged. Thus, when he strolled through the streets, passers-by would merely assume he was one of the many followers of the goddess of Luo, rather than the individual known as Chun Luo. After all, following the events of the last Mathematics Association meeting, Chun Luo had completely vanished from public view. People were even unaware of his presence in Yabo City. In a manner of speaking, the previous spectacle had provided Chun Luo with excellent cover. He donned his new attire and made his way to the Magic Association, encountering a few others in similar garb along the way. Yet none paid him much mind. Upon arriving at the reception desk of the Magic Association, he addressed the young receptionist. "I am here to see Steward Jasmine." Upon noticing the honorary membership insignia of the Magic Association on his chest, the young woman immediately replied, "Please hold on a moment. I will fetch Steward Jasmine for you." Mages bearing the honorary membership insignia of the Magic Association are those who have made significant contributions to the organization and warrant no delay whatsoever. Shortly thereafter, Jasmine hurried down from the second floor, guided by the young woman. Having encountered numerous masked mages in black robes in recent days, Jasmine was unsurprised. Her face bore a professional smile as she inquired, "Esteemed mage, may I ask?" "It is I," Chun Luo interjected. Upon hearing the voice beneath the hood, Jasmine paused for a moment before her smile returned, this time less rigid and professional, infused with a touch of vivacity. She gestured for Chun Luo to follow her, stating, "Lord Chun Luo, please come with me." The last time Chun Luo had seen Jasmine, her work uniform had been different, indicating that she had clearly received a promotion. It seemed that President Angus had indeed taken his words to heart. Chun Luo regarded Jasmine with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, Steward Jasmine." Jasmine's face flushed with bashfulness as she replied, "Lord Angus has informed me. It is Jasmine who should be thanking you." "Lord Chun Luo." Chun Luo chuckled softly, saying, "No need for thanks. Let us not forget that you are my financial officer, and I certainly want President Angus to treat you well." At the mention of financial officer, Jasmine recalled something and remarked, "Lord Chun Luo, we have just received the income from your improved water magic from last month, totaling 800 gold coins. Would you like to collect it today?" Chun Luo's face registered surprise. He had not anticipated that his initial foray into the Magic Association with the improved water sphere spell would yield such a substantial sum. It appeared that there were indeed many wealthy individuals in the royal capital. Unfortunately, such profits could only be earned once they realized they could not master that particular combination magic. No further fools would be willing to pay. Furthermore, the complete set of combination magic he later proposed posed no technical challenges, and he estimated that all the profits would amount to a one-time bonus from the Magic Association. Those lacking the talent to learn combination magic would be unable to grasp his spells, while those possessing such talent could easily combine spells themselves, rendering a visit to the Magic Association for such expenses unnecessary. Chun Luo felt a pang of regret as he looked at Jasmine and replied, "No need to bother. You may keep those gold coins for now." He currently had no immediate use for the funds. Although teacher Brittney was aware of their origins, Isabella was not, and explaining the matter would be cumbersome in any case. The money would ultimately be spent within the Magic Association, so it was most convenient to store it here. Jasmine nodded and then inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to the Magic Association this time, Lord Chun Luo?" "I am here to claim a bounty," Chun Luo declared, producing Baird's identity plaque. "The advanced mage Baird, who was wanted by the Magic Association, has been slain by my hand, and this plaque serves as proof of his identity." "Baird," Jasmine exclaimed, astonished. "Are you referring to the criminal Baird, who is being pursued by both the Magic Association and the Kingdom?" As an employee of the Magic Association, Jasmine could hardly be unfamiliar with the name. However, Baird was an advanced fire mage. Mr. Blair, Chun Luo's apprentice certification had only recently passed through her hands. How could a newly certified mage possibly kill an advanced mage? "It is indeed him," Luo affirmed. Nodding. I recall his bounty was 1,500 gold coins. However, I prefer not to carry that amount, so I would like to store it with you. Jasmine hesitated for a moment before snapping back to reality, stating, this matter requires the personal verification of President Angus. He is currently in the royal capital, so I will go to summon Vice President Elton. Jasmine led Luo to the VIP lounge before hastily departing. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Elton swiftly entered, his voice urgent as he inquired, My Lord Luo, have you slain Bayard? Without offering an explanation, Luo directly handed over Bayard's identification insignia to Elton. This insignia, issued by the Magical Association, bore not only Bayard's name, but also a unique identification number, through which the association could undoubtedly verify its ownership. In the realm of Shinin, commoners typically possess only a given name, while surnames are reserved for nobles, scholars, and high-ranking mages. Even Blair's father, a baron, bore no surname. Among those familiar to Luo, only Isabella and Alice held surnames. Toby did not, and like Luo, their teacher Brittney's published works only featured her given name. Even if there existed a high mage with the same name as Bayard, the identification number on this insignia would remain singular. Elton meticulously examined the insignia, and based on the inscribed name and number, it was indeed Bayard's. High mages were exceedingly rare, and any who had been certified by the Magical Association would receive such an insignia, which served as proof of their status, granting them numerous privileges within the kingdom. Bayard's bounty was personally issued by him, and Elton distinctly remembered the insignia's number. Days prior, the St. Donis Academy had provided them with information regarding Bayard. Hence, Elton had personally led several high attendants to pursue him. Yet they had found no trace. The last they heard, Bayard had intended to harm several students from St. Donis Academy, but was subsequently pursued by a mysterious mage and vanished. The charred insignia served as conclusive evidence of Bayard's demise, and it was clear he had perished by fire. No one would dare deceive the Magical Association in such matters, especially not Luo, venerated by the Mathematical Association as a deity and the innovator of the fifth branch of magic. Although Elton's prowess surpassed Bayard's, should Bayard have been solely intent on fleeing, he could have been elusive. The kingdom and the Magical Association's wanted man, Bayard, was dead, slain by the very fire magic he wielded. The individual capable of such a feat must be at least a master of fire magic. Elton gazed at Luo, incredulous. Are you truly that enigmatic mage? Luo did not deny it, stating, I chanced upon him attempting to harm several students of St. Donis and swiftly dealt with him. After all, a bounty of 1,500 gold coins is not an insignificant sum. The ability to effortlessly eliminate Bayard also implied the capacity to dispose of Elton himself. Elton swallowed hard as he regarded Luo, cautiously questioning, My Lord Luo, are you genuinely an apprentice mage? Chapter 93. Elton's speculation. A mage's robe does not inherently signify their magical rank. Some reclusive mages refrain from certification by the Magical Association, and the kingdom's laws do not prohibit grand mages from donning apprentice attire. Although Elton had seen him in the garb of an apprentice, this alone did not substantiate his claim. Luo looked at Elton, inquiring with a smile, What? Does Lord Elton doubt my words? Elton felt a surge of exasperation. How could he possibly trust such a formidable apprentice? If what he had accomplished were within the realm of an apprentice, then what significance remained in the classification of magical ranks? What sort of apprentice could wield fire magic to effortlessly slay a high mage? Such prowess would necessitate at least that of a grand mage. He had long suspected that Lord Luo was concealing his true capabilities, and it appeared his suspicions were indeed valid. The discovery of combinatory magic, a revelation that could reshape the magical realm, could not have been proposed by an apprentice. Could an apprentice truly eliminate a high mage like Bayard? Those capable of such feats were at the very least grand mages, if not stronger. He should have anticipated this. Clearly, this esteemed individual was unwilling to disclose his actual rank, and Elton felt compelled to play along, forcing a smile as he replied, Indeed, how could we not trust Lord Luo? Then regarding Bayard's bounty, Mori, please escort Lord Luo to claim his reward. The Magical Association was known for its efficiency, and Luo obtained the 1,500 gold coins merely by presenting Bayard's insignia. This bounty was funded by the kingdom, exempt from taxation. The notion that one insignia could yield such a sum seemed hasty, Yet it was not due to a lack of rigor on the part of the magical association. No one dared deceive them, lest they forfeit their lives. With this bounty, alongside the gains from combinatory magic, Chen Luo's wealth now exceeded 2,000 gold coins. Furthermore, he received a substantial amount of points, elevating his membership status within the magical association, granting him access to additional resources. This advancement bore greater significance for Chen Luo than the coins themselves. He believed that once the certification for combinatory magic was completed, his status within the association would rise even further. Though such advancements would become increasingly challenging in the future, prompting him to consider alternative avenues. Once again, it was evident that Isabella was not only his treasure, but also his benefactor. Encountering individuals like Bayard, who were akin to living gold, was something Chen Luo wished to experience more frequently. However, he found it impractical to carry such a sum alone and had no intention of doing so. Turning to Mori, he remarked, "I cannot conveniently take these coins. Please keep them for the time being." Standing beside Chen Luo, Elton interjected, "If Lord Chen Luo trusts the magical association, you may deposit these coins here. The association will ensure the management of your assets." This was one of the services provided to high-ranking members. Although Chen Luo had not yet reached that level, in Elton's eyes, he was no longer merely an apprentice. Once the headquarters of the Magical Association completed the certification of his combinatory magic, his standing would only rise. Thus, it was permissible for him to make this small exception within the bounds of established regulations. Chen Luo nodded, expressing his gratitude. "I am most grateful, Lord Elton." Elton responded with a smile. "It is our duty." As Chen Luo exited the Magical Association, he waved farewell, saying, "Thank you for your assistance today. Farewell, Vice President Elton. Farewell, Steward Mori. Goodbye, Lord Chen Luo. Safe travels, Lord Chen Luo." Even after Chen Luo's figure had vanished from sight, Elton remained lost in thought for a considerable time. Bayard, a mere high mage, had met his end. For the Magical Association, this was but a trifling matter, and even the 1,500 gold coins were the kingdom's responsibility. What truly weighed on his mind was that the proponent of combinatory magic, the individual revered as a deity within the mathematical community. Lord Chen Luo had long concealed his strength. Mages, when not actively revealing their mental prowess, are difficult to gauge by others. A high mage can easily mask their true capabilities by merely exhibiting lower-tier mental energy. The ability to slay Bayard with fire magic suggested that he possessed at least the power of a grand mage. The formidable and refined mental energy of a grand mage can unleash transcendent spells, marking them as a formidable presence among mages and a powerful figure within the association. Most critically, during his interactions with Lord Chen Luo, Elton sensed an unmistakable youthfulness. He might even be younger than President Angus. Angus was 40 years old and had attained the rank of Grand Mage at 38. A prodigious feat. A Grand Mage younger than him would undoubtedly possess an exceptionally bright future. After a considerable time, Elton's emotions finally stabilized. He turned to Mori, saying, "Let Steward Mori personally oversee Lord Chen Luo's assets." Throughout his life, Elton might only attain the rank of Grand Mage and manage a local branch. Yet, Chen Luo's name was destined to resonate throughout Lauren. Although Lord Chen Luo had not explicitly stated it, Elton understood his intent. He seemed to hold a particular regard for Steward Mori, a sentiment that President Angus had also mentioned before departing, advising him to treat this newly appointed steward with kindness. Mori nodded respectfully, affirming, "Understood." As Elton watched the demure young lady retreat, he gazed once more in the direction Chen Luo had vanished. Summoning another high attendant to caution, "Inform your subordinates to treat Steward Mori with utmost care. Should anyone dare to trouble her, they would be troubling both me and Lord Angus." Upon leaving the Magical Association, Chen Luo sought a secluded spot to change his attire before returning to the academy. Time was of the essence, as he still needed to prepare dinner for teacher Brittney. Today was the weekend. Isabella typically boarded at the school during the week, returning home on Friday afternoons and coming back Sunday evenings. This implied that for these 2 nights, no one would warm Chen Luo's as the weather grew increasingly chill. Although Chen Luo excelled in fire magic, he could not afford to play with fire while in days of yore. Each evening, teacher Brittney would labor in the living room, while Isabella, feeling solitary, would often venture into Chen Luo's chamber. She invariably delighted in lounging upon the bed, whether in meditation or engaging in conversation with him. By the time she returned to her slumber, Chen Luo's cocoon had become warm and fragrant. This night, accustomed as he was to the comforting embrace of a sweet-smelling bed, Chen Luo felt an unprecedented longing for Isabella as he encountered the chilling cold of his bedding. Habit can be a formidable thing. He had grown so accustomed to drifting into sleep enveloped in the fragrance of Isabella that he found himself sleepless this night. Ugh! At dawn, a biting chill upon his face jolted the drowsy Chen Luo awake. He opened his eyes abruptly to find Isabella pressing her icy hand against his cheek. "I in a fit of anger," he exclaimed. "What are you doing?" Reluctantly, Isabella withdrew her hand, shaking his shoulder and saying, "Blair, wake up quickly. You know, Bayard is dead." Having experienced a touch of insomnia the previous night, Chen Luo had intended to catch up on sleep in the morning, only to have his peaceful dreams shattered by Isabella's intrusion. He sat up in bed and inquired, "Isabella, why are you here so early?" Standing at the bedside, Isabella paused momentarily, then swiftly covered her eyes, exclaiming, "Blair, hurry and put on your clothes." Chen Luo, who was not in the habit of sleeping in his attire, picked up his shirt and replied, "I'll get dressed. You should step outside first." The previous night, with only him and teacher Brittney at home, Chen Luo had neglected to lock the door. Unlike Isabella, who would always knock before entering, gaining his consent, Brittney respected such boundaries. However, Isabella did not exit the room. Instead, she turned her back and urged, "Hurry." As she spoke, she covertly cast a sidelong glance, realizing for the first time that Blair possessed a rather admirable physique, while his clothing concealed his strength once disrobed. The contours of his musculature were quite evident. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Isabella had previously found Blair rather unappealing, yet after spending more time with him, she began to perceive a hint of handsomeness in his distinct black hair and dark eyes. Chapter 94. Farewell to Calvin. Since the incident concerning Bayard during the last extracurricular practical lesson, the dynamic between Chen Luo, Isabella, and Alice had undergone a qualitative transformation. When Alice sought his counsel, she frequently brought him delightful little cakes or snacks. To make matters more complicated, she seized the opportunity to create moments of physical contact, leading Chen Luo to question whether Alice harbored romantic intentions. Yet, aside from these small gifts and ambiguous touches, she had not pursued anything further, leaving Chen Luo to remain vigilant without voicing his suspicions. Moreover, the previously cautious demeanor between Isabella and him seemed to dissipate. She even stood beside him while he changed clothes, albeit with her back turned. It still felt improper to him. After all, even if she were merely a senior, such proximity would be inappropriate, and one would avoid suspicion in such circumstances. Nevertheless, insisting she leave now seemed to cast him in a sinister light. Once he had donned his clothing, Chen Luo descended from the bed, stating, "I'm ready." Isabella turned around, her eagerness palpable as she asked, "Blair, do you remember Bayard?" "Of course," Chen Luo nodded. "The wizard beggar we encountered during the last practical lesson. What of him? Has he died?" "He was killed." Isabella's tone held an element of disbelief as she continued. "The Magic Association announced the news yesterday. The one who killed him is named Chen Luo. I once saw him at the Magic Association. He is a middle-aged wizard who enjoys lily-scented perfume. At that time, I thought he was merely a magical apprentice. I never imagined he could be powerful enough to slay a high-ranking wizard." Chen Luo acknowledged, indicating his understanding. Isabella's gaze bore into him as she said, "Blair, he is our savior. Don't you wish to say something?" Chen Luo's expression reflected gratitude as he replied, "I am thankful for his life-saving intervention." Such a lack of sincerity. Isabella shot him a bemused glance, propping her chin on her hand and muttering to herself, "Do you think this Chen Luo is the same as the one from the Mathematics Association? If he could kill Bayard, could he possibly be a grand wizard?" Still not fully awake, Chen Luo yawned and murmured, "Perhaps thank goodness for him. Otherwise, we would have perished that day." Isabella patted her chest, still feeling a tremor of fear. "Father has already sent someone to look for him. We ought to express our gratitude in person. However, the Magic Association claims they do not know where this Chen Luo is." Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. "Perhaps he prefers to remain low-key and does not wish for us to find him. Otherwise, the scholars from the Mathematics Association would have located him by now." "That makes sense," Isabella nodded. "Those formidable wizards often possess peculiar temperaments. Thus, our survival this time was purely fortunate." Chen Luo cast her a glance, saying, "From now on, obey and do not take unnecessary risks over trivial matters. Is it truly important to compete with Alice over whose rabbit is larger?" That would be self-deprecating. Before Chinluo could finish, Isabella lowered her head and murmured, "Blair, I know I was wrong." The change in her tone sent a shiver down Chinluo's spine. It must be said, few could resist when Isabella acted in such a manner. Since their last encounter with danger, Isabella had transformed significantly, at least showing a willingness to soften her demeanor towards Chinluo, a commendable improvement. The topic of Chinluo was one best avoided in deeper discussions with Isabella. Summoning a water sphere, Chinluo washed his face and redirected the conversation. "What brings you here so early today? Is there something on your mind?" Upon hearing this, Isabella's face lit up with excitement as she replied, "My family's servant caught 2 rabbits yesterday. Blair, let us have rabbit for dinner today." Some matters can only be experienced once or countless times. After devouring a roasted rabbit leg, Isabella no longer viewed rabbits as adorable creatures, but rather as symbols of malevolence. However, Chinluo had no intention of preparing roasted rabbit today. A few days prior, while shopping with Isabella and teacher Brittney, he had inadvertently discovered chili peppers. Strangely, in this realm, chili peppers were not regarded as food or seasoning, but rather as ornamental plants, explaining why he had failed to find them in the market previously. Uncertain of the exact location of the Divine Grace continent in this parallel world or whether there existed other continents beyond it, Chinluo had scoured the history of the continent without uncovering much information. The inhabitants of the Divine Grace continent seemed blissfully unaware of affairs beyond their borders. Today, Chinluo intended to prepare spicy rabbit meat. Although he had never been particularly fond of spicy food, he missed the sensation, especially considering that the cuisine of the Divine Grace continent leaned heavily towards the sweet. Water. Isabella grabbed a cup and, lacking any semblance of ladylike decorum, drained it in one gulp. Then looked at Chinluo, asking, "Blair, what did you put in this dish? It's absolutely delicious." Chinluo had anticipated that Isabella and teacher Brittney might struggle with the spiciness, hence he prepared a milder version for them. To his surprise, although Isabella's face turned crimson from the heat, her chopsticks did not pause. Over time, her proficiency with chopsticks had noticeably improved. Chinluo lifted his cup and turned to Brittney, saying, "Teacher Brittney, could you please turn this cup of water into ice?" Such a task was exceedingly simple for Brittney, and soon Chinluo received a cup of ice water to temper the heat. Isabella watched Chinluo's actions closely. Though she was unaware of the reasons behind certain things, she knew that following Chinluo would never lead her astray. She rushed to Brittney's side and exclaimed, "Teacher Brittney, I want a cup of ice water too." Chinluo shot her a glance and replied, "You cannot have ice water for the next few days." "Why not?" Isabella protested, eyeing him defiantly and questioning. "You can drink it." Chinluo shook his head, choosing not to argue further. It felt somewhat unfair, as this would likely be her last transgression after the initial experience. After taking a sip of the ice water, Isabella finally understood why Chinluo made such a request of teacher Brittney. The sip of hot water intensified the dish. The Edwin Award has been bestowed upon Chinluo and teacher Brittney, signifying not merely their personal accolades but also promising substantial benefits for the Mathematics Society of Yabo City. "Congratulations to both of you," Calvin remarked, gazing at Chinluo and Brittney. "In all my years of witnessing the selection of the Edwin Award, this is the first time I have seen such unanimous agreement among the judges regarding the final recipients, rendering our efforts for advocacy unnecessary." Audrey mused, "The accomplishments of Lord Blair are truly remarkable. Even the president has expressed his admiration." Standing beside Brittney, Chinluo appeared somewhat disinterested. Aside from gold coins and magic, few things could pique his interest. Awards devoid of monetary rewards seemed less meaningful than merely pleasing Isabella. After all, her happiness might prompt her to generously contribute her monthly allowance to enhance their dining experience. Chapter 95. I will protect you. Calvin lounged on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation with Brittney, when he suddenly seemed to recall something. Inquiring, "I have heard, Lady Brittney, that you have recently been exploring a new branch of mathematics known as topology?" Brittney glanced at Chinluo before nodding in acknowledgement. "I have reviewed the 2 challenging problems that Lady Brittney solved using this method," Calvin remarked, his gaze fixed upon her in admiration. "The thought process behind it is akin to that of Lord Blair in resolving the 9 bridges problem, remarkably intricate that I believe if Miss Brittney can thoroughly refine it, it may well establish your position as a scholar of great repute." Chinluo cast a sidelong glance at Calvin. As the vice president, Calvin's perceptiveness was commendable. Topology is a significant branch of modern mathematics. Often referred to as the queen of 20th century mathematics, it would be implausible for teacher Brittney to perfect it single-handedly. Yet her contributions hold extraordinary significance and far surpass the achievements of many esteemed scholars. After all, even the three scholars of the Lauren Kingdom are not particularly illustrious in the grand tapestry of mathematical history. The implications of the topological branch may indeed outweigh the cumulative significance of all the mathematical endeavors pursued by the scholars of the Lauren Kingdom. What Brittney lacked were merely further accomplishments and recognition. Brittney smiled at Chen Luo, saying, "This concept was initially proposed by Blair. He is the true founder of this mathematical branch." Calvin observed them with a smile, stating, "I hope that in the future, Yabo City will witness the emergence of two more scholars, thereby enabling the Yabo City society to surpass all others." Audrey appeared to ponder something, murmuring, If Sir Chen Luo were a native of Yabo City, then this place would become the center of mathematics in the world." Cough. Chen Luo, who was sipping water, was momentarily choked. Brittney glanced at him, gently saying, "Blair, take your time drinking." Indeed, upon hearing Audrey's words, admiration flickered across Calvin's face as he remarked, "If there exists a god of mathematics in this world, it must be Sir Chen Luo. Upon our return to Yabo City, we heard that he vanquished a high-ranking magical criminal. It is astonishing that he is not only a great scholar, but also a formidable magician. He has always been in Yabo City. Perhaps he truly hails from here." In fact, during their time in the capital, they had already sifted through the records of all honorary scholars of the Lauren Kingdom. After a thorough investigation, they remained without any leads. He concealed his identity far too well, unwilling to divulge even the slightest detail about himself to avoid provoking his displeasure. The president had specifically instructed them prior to their departure that unless Sir Chen Luo voluntarily disclosed his identity, they were forbidden from further inquiries. Chen Luo wiped his mouth, then rose, stating, "If there are no further matters, I shall return to my room." "One more thing," Calvin said, retrieving a medal from his pocket. "This is an honorary medal awarded exceptionally by the president. I kindly ask that Lord Blair present it to Miss Isabella." Chen Luo nodded, accepting the medal without surprise. The authorship of papers could accommodate two names, and in order to ensure that the benefits did not flow to outsiders, after teacher Brittney declined to co-author, Chen Luo had filled in Isabella's name. Although the irrational number is not designated as the Blair-Isabella number, the Nine Bridges problem is co-named after him and Isabella. Future scholars wishing to study topology will inevitably encounter Isabella's name. In a sense, she is indeed deserving of this honorary medal. However, it appears that this medal has arrived a tad late. At present, Isabella has lost interest in mathematics, following the incident with Bayard. She has devoted all her energy to studying magic. It must be said that the diligent Isabella has even garnered Chen Luo's admiration. Chen Luo and Calvin waved goodbye, turning to enter their respective rooms. Inside the room, Isabella curled up in a ball beneath the blankets, her face contorted in pain as she gritted her teeth, saying, "Blair, my stomach hurts terribly." Chen Luo quietly stepped out, preparing a cup of hot ginger tea for her. Earlier, while boiling water, he had thoughtfully added a few slices of ginger to the pot. Approaching the bedside with the cup in hand, he said, "Drink this. It's so sweet and delicious," Isabella exclaimed after finishing the cup, handing it back to Chen Luo, saying, "I want more." Chen Luo prepared another cup of ginger tea, advising, "In the future, refrain from drinking cold water, or else you will end up in this predicament again." Isabella retorted, "But you drank it too. I am not the same as you. But I didn't have a stomachache when I drank it a few days ago. Are you the same now as you were a few days ago?" Isabella suddenly realized that indeed, she was not the same as she had been a few days prior. But how did Blair know that? Although she was unaware of how Blair knew that drinking cold water would cause her stomach pain, the sweet tea was undeniably delicious. She climbed out of the blankets, sitting up in bed, wrapping herself in the quilt, and sipping the warm ginger tea in small gulps. Chen Luo observed her and asked, "Do you feel better now? It seems to hurt less." Isabella replied, looking at Chen Luo with curiosity, asking, "Blair, are you a doctor?" "Not at all." "Then how can you treat a stomachache?" "I read it in a book." After suffering from one bout of discomfort, Isabella would likely avoid repeating the mistake. Chen Luo sat at his desk, contemplating his magical pursuits in the near term. Given the rapid growth of his mental strength, he would soon be able to cast his 8th fireball. Chen Luo had previously attempted to learn elementary magic, but ultimately failed. A magical apprentice must be able to control 10 standard fireballs simultaneously before they can learn elementary magic and qualify as an elementary magician. Mastering 10 standard fireballs is the baseline for learning elementary magic. A conclusion drawn from the experiences of countless generations of magicians, and there is certainly wisdom behind it. Be why the latest before the winter break, Chen Luo would be able to advance to the rank of elementary magician. Initially, he had intended to major in fire magic while minoring in the other three elements, but following his battle with Elder, he changed his mind. His offensive capabilities were already sufficiently formidable, able to pose a threat to grand magicians at close range. But his defenses were lacking. When facing fire mages, he fared well, but against water or wind mages, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Earth magic, while not as potent in offense as fire or wind, uniquely offers significant defensive benefits early in one's magical studies. From this perspective, earth magic stands out as the only branch that can effectively balance offense and defense in the early stages. Compared to the other three branches, earth magic's most significant drawback is the unattractiveness of its magical robes. Perhaps, in the coming period, Chen Luo should dedicate more energy to defense, for his pursuit of magic is not solely for combat. This was also one of the reasons teacher Brittney had initially suggested that Isabella specialize in earth magic. Chen Luo felt she was correct. For a young man, especially, the foremost priority is to ensure one's own safety. The defensive capabilities of earth magic are nothing short of extraordinary. Often, unless one is 2 ranks higher than an earth magician, breaching their defenses is nearly impossible. While Chen Luo was deep in thought, Isabella's gaze remained fixed upon him. The image of him standing in front of them, facing the high-ranking magician Bayard alone, allowing them to escape, resurfaced vividly in her mind. As Blair Sr., her magical prowess surpassed his. In critical moments, it should have been her protecting him, not the other way around. She waved her hand in front of Chen Luo, asking, "Blair, what are you thinking about?" Chen Luo replied, "I was contemplating which branch of magic to focus on after becoming an elementary magician." "Weren't you telling teacher Brittney that you wished to be a fire magician?" "I've changed my mind. I want to study water magic," Chen Luo stated. Water magicians not only possess strong offensive capabilities later on, but also have commendable defense. In the early stages, water magicians are the weakest in terms of offense, while wind magicians can levitate themselves. The primary function of water magicians at the outset is to extinguish fires. Chen Luo's choice of water magic stems from its tendency to be overlooked by others in the early stages. Wearing the robes of a water magician naturally invites disdain, enabling him to recite the incantation for waterball magic and unleash blue fireballs. Isabella pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Blair, I've made up my mind. I want to study fire magic." Chen Luo looked at her in surprise, asking, "Weren't you always practicing levitation magic with the intention of majoring in wind magic? What prompted this change of heart?" Isabella gently patted his shoulder and remarked, "This way, I can protect you before you become a high-level mage." Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. The specialization in magic is a lifelong commitment for a mage, and he could hardly fathom that the reason for Isabella's shift in magical focus was this. When he gazed at Isabella, he noticed her expression was exceedingly serious. The subtle hue flickered in Chen Luo's eyes, and he smiled softly, replying, "You should focus on protecting yourself first." Isabella stood tall, frowning as she retorted, "Blair, are you doubting my abilities?" Chen Luo did not respond, tossing her the honor medal before striding towards the door. Instinctively, Isabella caught it, and, upon inspecting it, inquired, "Blair, what do you want me to do with your honor medal?" "Flaunt it." As Chen Luo reached the doorway, he turned to glance at her, stating, "It is your medal." Chapter 96. Winter break. Ultimately, Isabella resolved to specialize in fire magic. Regarding her change in specialization, Professor Brittney did not dissuade her. Instead, she expressed her support. Fire magic is one of the 4 elemental magics that possesses a certain level of offensive capability right from the apprentice stage. Due to this characteristic, nearly 80% of mages opt for fire magic, at least in the Lauren Kingdom. After all, most individuals possess rather average magical talents, potentially never breaking through the barrier to become high-level mages. The power of wind and water magic only manifests after reaching high-level status, making their study unnecessary for most. Mages specializing in these 2 elements either do so out of special necessity or possess an unwavering confidence in their own talents. By choosing fire magic, Isabella would be equipped with a certain degree of self-defense when faced with danger. As for Chun Luo's choice of water magic, it took Brittney by surprise. However, she understood that, like her, he had the capability to study all elemental magic simultaneously, making his overt choice of specialization inconsequential. Opting for water magic to certify as a junior mage was a carefully considered decision by Chun Luo. Before becoming a high-level mage, there was no elemental magic more discreet than water, which would further facilitate his concealment. Although he appeared to be a water mage, in a dire situation, if his enemies truly believed he was merely a water mage, then the fate that befell Balder would await them as well. In the following month, apart from his regular classes, Chun Luo continued his meditative practices, but unlike before, the typically languid Isabella began to diligently practice magic. She ceased her studies in mathematics with Professor Brittney, channeling all her energy into mastering magic. Upon learning of Chun Luo's other identity, Brittney transitioned from a state of initial discomfort to acceptance of the reality over the course of half a month. Subsequently, she completely relinquished her role as a teacher and, when encountering difficult problems, did not hesitate to seek Chun Luo's counsel. Although Chun Luo still referred to her as Professor Brittney, their relationship no longer resembled that of a teacher and student. Chun Luo's school life took on a slightly different hue. The most notable change was that Alice's visits to him had markedly increased, occurring at least twice a day, while each interaction revolved around her seeking help with mathematical problems. Chun Luo sensed that Alice harbored ulterior motives. Alice's popularity within the academy rivaled that of Isabella, drawing countless gazes at all times. Her peculiar behavior sparked rumors within the academy about her and Chun Luo. During this period, nearly everyone was aware that Alice was pursuing him, and she did not deny these claims. She acted as if she had never heard such gossip, continuing her interactions with Chun Luo as usual. Should she have openly confessed her feelings, Chun Luo could have refused under the pretense of her being too mature, yet she had never made any explicit declarations, leaving him in a position where he could not take the initiative either. This situation became a source of considerable vexation for Chun Luo, but fortunately, this annoyance soon dissipated as winter break had arrived. This marked Chun Luo's first winter since arriving in this world. Over the past month, St. Donis Academy and the city of Yabo experienced some unusual occurrences. Firstly, after many years, the Yabo City Mathematics Society was awarded the Edwin Prize once again, leading to grand celebrations. Even more extravagant were the celebrations at St. Donis Academy, where Principal Urchel had banners hung at the school entrance, eager for the entire city to be informed of this achievement. Although Chun Luo was indifferent to the Edwin Prize, this event held significant importance for both the Yabo Mathematics Society and St. Donis Academy. For the Mathematics Society, it represented a long-awaited resurgence, while the two award recipients from St. Donis could attract more students to the academy. Subsequently, the Yabo City Magic Society celebrated the demise of the notorious criminal Balder, with everyone rejoicing. The origin of combination magic also began with the Yabo City Magic Society, an Edwin Prize recipient. Blair's name quickly became well known within days, but it was the enigmatic scholar and mage named Chun Luo who emerged as the focal point of Yabo City over the past month. The god of mathematics, the grand mage, the proponent of combination magic, who personally vanquished the high-level mage Balder. After making waves throughout the continent of Shinin, he mysteriously vanished, as if he had never existed. Some claimed he had left Yabo City, while others speculated he had merely concealed himself once more. Yet, regardless of the truth, as the discussions surrounding Chun Luo faded over time, he was seldom mentioned on the first day of winter break after finishing breakfast. Chun Luo was to accompany Isabella to the Magic Society. Just yesterday, Alice had successfully completed her certification as a junior mage, becoming the first student of St. Donis Academy to achieve this rank. Today, he was to accompany Isabella for her own certification as a junior mage. While these two women might not be competing in the same arena, they were nonetheless engaged in a fierce rivalry in other respects. If one disregarded Professor Brittney as a standard, Isabella's magical talent was quite impressive. With a bit more diligence, she could easily advance to a mid-level mage before turning 20, even if she did not become a high-level mage. Isabella stood at the door, stating, "It's so cold outside. Blair, you should stay home that I can go on my own." Chun Luo donned his coat and replied, "It's fine. I also plan to certify as a junior mage." "You?" Isabella stared at him in astonishment, asking, "Your mental strength, can you really unleash junior magic now?" Chen Luo effortlessly conjured a curtain of water. He had mastered all 4 types of junior magic days prior, in Chen Luo's view. The process of certifying one's magical level was optional. After all, a mage's strength is not dictated by whether or not they undergo certification at the Magic Society that a mage capable of casting junior magic is. By definition, a junior mage, the society certification merely serves as a formal identity, bestowing certain status and conveniences. Chen Luo's purpose for seeking junior mage certification was to obtain a water mage robe as proof of his specialization. Last night, Yabo City had experienced a snowfall, and this morning, the snowflakes continued to drift down. As Chen Luo and Isabella exited the school, they made their way toward the Magic Society. Generally, people were reluctant to venture out in such snowy weather, resulting in sparse foot traffic on the streets. Walking side by side, snowflakes would instinctively part as they approached Isabella, who, having attained junior mage status, could easily employ wind magic to achieve this effect. Chen Luo, however, did not make any deliberate effort to blow the snowflakes aside. Having been born in the north, he felt a natural affinity for snow, eagerly anticipating the first snowfall each winter. Isabella turned to him and asked, "Blair, why has your mental strength grown so rapidly?" At the beginning of this semester, she could simultaneously unleash 9 fireballs, whereas Blair had not been able to summon even a single fireball at that time. Now, after just 1 semester, he was certifying as a junior mage alongside her, leading Isabella to a profound sense of self-doubt. This indicated that after advancing to junior mage status, she would be significantly outpaced by Blair in her magical studies. "Perhaps it's due to my inherent talent," Chen Luo mused before adding, "Don't worry. Before I become a high-level mage, you protect me, and once I attain that status, I will protect you." "Humph. Who says you need to protect me? Perhaps I will become a high-level mage first," Isabella retorted playfully. Her footsteps becoming lighter. Chapter 97. Advancement. Chen Luo was certifying as a junior water mage, while Isabella was pursuing her certification in fire magic. The locations for these 2 certifications were separate. Upon arriving at the Magic Society, Chen Luo and Isabella temporarily parted ways. Isabella was seeking the mid-level fire mage steward, Andre, while Chen Luo was looking for the water mage, Brady. Jasmine was already a steward. And this time, a somewhat unfamiliar young lady at the front desk was responsible for attending to Chen Luo. She led him to the 2nd floor, knocked on a certain door, and announced, "Lord Brady. This gentleman wishes to certify as a junior mage." "Come in," Brady replied from behind his desk, engrossed in a book, without lifting his gaze. "Please demonstrate any junior water magic at your fastest speed." Chen Luo conjured a curtain of water and remarked, "All set." "So soon?" Brady raised his head in astonishment. Generally speaking, it is quite challenging for a novice mage with barely adequate mental acuity to unleash a basic spell, let alone accomplish it so swiftly. He looked ahead and saw that a shimmering curtain of water had already formed before Chen Luo. "Impressive. Your mental energy is remarkably concentrated. It appears that during your apprenticeship, you deliberately refined your mental prowess," Brady said, a look of admiration gracing his features as he regarded Chen Luo, but a flicker of doubt suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, "You seem somewhat familiar. Have we crossed paths before?" Chen Luo had encountered Brady on numerous occasions, although he had only met him once in the guise of Blair. During his certification as a magic apprentice at that time, he had assisted in extinguishing the flames engulfing Andre. Chen Luo looked at him, nodded, and replied, "I met you when I was certified as a magic apprentice." "Lord Brady. Ah, it strikes me now." Brady's face lit up with realization. "You are the lad who singed Andre's clothing last time. What brings you to our water element?" Before he could finish, he grasped something, his expression shifting to one of sheer disbelief as he abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "In just 3 months, you've advanced again." The astonishing leap from magic apprentice to novice mage in a mere 3 months left Brady, a seasoned steward of the Magic Association for over a decade, utterly flabbergasted. Yet, he had witnessed it with his own eyes. 3 months prior, he and Andre had beheld this young man being certified as a magic apprentice. Brady vividly recalled that occasion when Andre, a mid-level fire mage, had nearly been bested by someone who had only just met the certification requirements. He had mocked Andre for an entire month over that incident. Little did he expect that merely 3 months later, this same individual would return to seek certification as a novice mage. The transition from magic apprentice to novice mage requires not only the mastery of apprentice-level spells, but also the acquisition of at least one basic spell. Did he not require time to learn magic? Even a prodigy must have their limits. Brady wore an expression of disbelief, while the young woman at the front desk of the Magic Association stood frozen in astonishment. Chen Luo regarded Brady and inquired, "Lord Brady, may I ask if my certification has been approved?" "Approved, indeed," Brady responded, glancing at the young woman. "Please assist Mr. Blair in processing his novice mage credentials in the water element." The young woman hurriedly exited, and Brady turned to Chen Luo, saying, "Mr. Blair, please wait here for a moment." Having said that, he too stepped outside. With nothing to occupy his time, Chen Luo approached the wall, admiring an expansive painting that adorned it. The artwork was lengthy, nearly consuming the entire wall, that a cursory glance revealed it to be a narrative epic. The initial segment depicted a vast, primordial jungle, where countless humans clad in animal skins knelt before an empty altar. Shadows of indistinct forms projected above them, their features obscured. In the subsequent depiction, those ethereal figures had vanished, and Chen Luo observed the primitive humans performing various gestures, their mouths agape, as if shouting something. This gesturing was familiar to Chen Luo, as it mirrored the motions used by mages to commune with magical elements. The following scenes revealed even more information. Those individuals utilized magic for hunting, procuring sustenance, and warding off ferocious beasts. Throughout this process, some perished while others ascended to leadership. Those endowed with formidable magical prowess led their followers from all directions, emerging from the jungle to establish tribes. Gradually, resource scarcity led to conflicts between these tribes. This was a war of magic against magic, where some tribes were subsumed while others thrived. Evolving into nations, they began constructing homes and cities, creating order. Internation wars occasionally erupted, with 4 nations emerging as the most powerful, known as empires, while the smaller states became vassals to these 4 great empires. The 4 empires were the Os Empire, devoted to the element of earth; the Foul Empire, devoted to the element of fire; the Wind Empire, devoted to the element of air; and the Water Empire, devoted to the element of water. When all nations on the continent had been absorbed by these 4 empires, the large-scale warfare finally ceased. As these kingdoms became vassals of the empires, their conflicts became the wars of the empires, and such colossal entities seldom engaged in warfare. Subsequently, a prolonged peace ensued. This peace ushered in a renaissance of magic and the rise of scholarship. Up to the present day, this mural narrates the history of humanity's development on the continent of divine grace. The initial image depicts the gods imparting magic and wisdom to the ancestors. The floating, ethereal forms are likely the deities of divine grace. Legend speaks of 4 gods of magic who bestowed upon the ancestors the 4 elemental magics, along with the goddess of wisdom, who disseminated knowledge among humanity, becoming the object of devotion for countless scholars. Chen Luo had always harbored doubts regarding the existence of these gods, not entirely dismissive, for his very soul had ventured into another universe imbued with magical elements. To maintain a staunch atheism would indeed seem rather naive. What truly led him to question the gods of magic was an extracurricular practice session. If magic were a divine gift to humanity, then why could rabbits and other beasts wield it, doing so without incantations or gestures? If the gods conferred magic upon all living beings, then surely they favored animals over humans. This contradicted the mythos of divine grace, which posits that humanity is the favored child of the gods. There is no reason for their treatment to be inferior to that of a mere rabbit. Such reasoning eludes comprehension. While Chen Luo was lost in thought, footsteps echoed from outside. Brady and Angus entered, with Brady gesturing towards Chen Luo, stating, "Esteemed President, this is Mr. Blair." Then, Brady introduced Chen Luo to Angus. "Mr. Blair, this is our president, Lord Angus." Chen Luo offered a slight bow, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, President Angus." "Blair?" Angus regarded Chen Luo, a flicker of puzzlement crossing his face as he inquired, "Have we met somewhere before?" Chapter 98. Identity revealed. Chen Luo maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he replied, "I have seen President Angus from a distance on a few occasions at the Magic Association." Angus studied Chen Luo. Although it was their first meeting, the young man exuded an uncanny familiarity. Yet, despite his efforts to recall, he could not place where he had encountered him. After a moment of fruitless contemplation, Angus shook his head, dismissing the thought. He then looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Might Mr. Blair be interested in joining our magic association as a member? Brady smiled and added, Mr. Blair, as a member of the Magic Association, you will have free access to a wealth of resources, which will significantly aid your advancement to mid-level mage in the future. Upon discovering Chun Luo's astounding talent, Brady had promptly reported the matter to Angus. TO progress from magic apprentice to novice mage in just 3 months is a rarity the Magic Association would strive to embrace. Chun Luo cast a glance at Brady and asked, free access to resources? Are you certain? If membership in the Magic Association guarantees free resources, would Chun Luo be so eager to accumulate wealth? During his tenure as a librarian, he earned merely 2 silver coins a month, yet he had already expended several hundred coins at the Magic Association. Was this truly free? Brady paused, sensing the undercurrent of resentment in Chun Luo's words. As if the Magic Association had swindled him out of a considerable sum, he offered an awkward smile, saying, for members, most resources of the association are indeed complimentary, save for some variant or modified spells that other mages have entrusted here, which the association cannot provide for free. At this moment, Angus interjected once more, Lord Blair, you should give this matter serious consideration. As an honorary member of the Magic Association, you bear no obligations, yet you can enjoy most of the association's resources, which would be to your benefit. As the branch president and a formidable archmage, Angus typically would not engage for the sake of a novice mage. However, based on Brady's account, this young man had achieved the remarkable feat of advancing from magic apprentice to novice mage in just 3 months. Such magical talent was truly extraordinary. Thus, it was only fitting that he personally extended an invitation for Chun Luo to join the Magic Association. Chun Luo regarded Angus, contemplated briefly, and smiled. I accept. Though his alternate identity was already a member of the Magic Association. As Angus aptly noted, joining the association would bring him numerous advantages without any drawbacks. It would be rather unusual for anyone to outright refuse such an offer. Thus, his prompt acceptance seemed entirely rational. A smile spread across Angus's face as he said, Brady, please handle the formalities for Mr. Blair's membership. Yes, President. Brady nodded, quickly departing. Welcome, Lord Blair, to the Magic Association. Angus gazed at Chun Luo, and after a brief moment, a look of confusion reappeared on his face as he remarked, I feel as though I've truly seen you somewhere before. As the president of the branch, Angus had numerous matters demanding his attention, and he departed without recalling where he had encountered Chun Luo. The perceptive nature of a grand magician was indeed extraordinary. Chun Luo silently resolved to minimize his interactions with him in the future. Once Angus had left, Chun Luo found himself alone once more. The fire mages were the most numerous, and it would take some time to queue up at Isabella's end. The certification process would not conclude swiftly. Chun Luo's gaze returned to the mural on the wall, contemplating the indistinct figures depicted, and murmured, the gods of magic, do they truly exist? As his words faded, footsteps echoed from outside the door, this time. The steps were light and nimble, unlike those of Angus or Brady. Lord Brady, here are the documents you requested. A young girl knocked on the door and entered the room. Upon seeing Chun Luo, she paused for a moment, then a smile blossomed on her face as she instinctively exclaimed, Mr. Chun Luo, you're here too. Miss Jasmine. Chun Luo looked at her and suddenly inquired, Miss Jasmine, what did you just call me? With a clatter, Jasmine finally grasped the situation, the documents in her hands scattering across the floor, her face paling instantly. She stood frozen, flustered, forgetting to retrieve the fallen papers, and stammered, Mr. Blair, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. Chun Luo stepped forward to assist her in gathering the items strewn about, puzzled as he asked, Miss Jasmine, how did you recognize me? Jasmine was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling. It's all right. Chun Luo reassured her, handing the documents back. This isn't something to be ashamed of. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, which is why I concealed my identity as Chun Luo. There's no need to be frightened. I won't harm you. Really? Jasmine wiped her eyes, her voice still quivering. Indeed, Chun Luo affirmed with a smile. As long as you keep this matter to yourself. I won't. Jasmine quickly shook her head, declaring, I won't tell anyone. I swear it to the gods. No need for that. Chun Luo waved his hand dismissively and then looked at her curiously. How did you figure it out? Jasmine lowered her head and softly replied, Mr. Blair and Lord Chenluo are the only magicians who have ever said thank you to me. Chenluo was taken aback. Was this truly the reason his identity had been revealed to Jasmine simply because he had been polite? Upon reflection, it did seem to be a flaw. The status of a magician was immensely high. Becoming one, even as an apprentice, elevated one's standing significantly. For someone like Jasmine, a receptionist at the Magic Association, they were often viewed as lowly by the aristocrats and magicians, who held themselves in high regard and would scarcely deign to express gratitude to those they deemed beneath them. The root of the issue lay in Chenluo's excessive politeness. He shook his head and explained, "As you know, if my identity as Chenluo were to be exposed, the mathematical scholars would come looking for me, and many magicians would seek me out as well, leading to considerable trouble for me. Therefore, I kindly ask you, Miss Jasmine, to keep this secret." Jasmine nodded solemnly, saying, "Mr. Blair is Mr. Blair, and Lord Chenluo is Lord Chenluo. I have discovered nothing, nor do I know anything." Seeing her expression improve, Chenluo shifted the topic. "By the way, has my combination magic passed the verification?" "Yes, because Lord Chenluo did not appear, the association was unable to notify you," Jasmine replied. "The contribution of your combination magic to the association is immense. Your membership level has been elevated to level 4, granting you access to the 4th floor of the library, where advanced resources for magicians can be obtained. Additionally, as a reward for your contributions to the art of magic, the association has granted you 10,000 gold coins." The resources garnered from a single combination spell were well within Chenluo's expectations. First, the elevation in membership level. Over a month ago, after defeating Baelite, his membership had risen to level 2. And now it had ascended 2 levels, meaning Chenluo could now unlock advanced magical resources to AS for the 10,000 gold coins. It would suffice until he advanced to intermediate magician status. Though just barely, the disparity in prices between basic and apprentice magic was significant. While some wealthier magicians could afford 1 or 2 spells to break through their long-standing bottlenecks, Chenluo could purchase as many as he desired. The more variations and enhancements he had, the faster his mental strength would grow. Basic magic was only the beginning. Intermediate, advanced, and even transcendent magic required astronomical sums. It was likely that no one had ever traversed this path. Not due to an inability to learn a spell in 3 days as Chenluo did, but because even if they could instantly learn new spells, they lacked the funds to do so. Chenluo turned to Jasmine and said, "Please keep those gold coins with you. I will return to the Magic Association in a few days." Noticing the remnants of tears on Jasmine's face, he felt a pang of guilt and apologized. "I'm sorry for having frightened you." Jasmine shook her head repeatedly, saying, "No, it was all my fault." Chenluo was about to offer further comfort when an angry voice suddenly erupted from the doorway. "Blair, what are you doing?" Chenluo turned to see Isabella standing at the entrance, glaring at him. Chapter 99. Reality and Choices. Chenluo received another honorary member badge and his novice magician robe from Brittney. Unlike the robe of a magic apprentice, Chenluo discovered a metal nameplate engraved with his name sewn into the pleats of the right collar. At first glance, it might be mistaken for a mere trademark, in a sense. It was indeed the symbol of the Magic Association, serving as identification for magicians to prevent apprentices from masquerading as grand magicians. Following her advancement to novice magician, Isabella had naturally also become a member of the Magic Association. Due to both her noble status and her exceptional talent, which was considered high even among ordinary individuals, with a little effort, reaching the rank of advanced magician would not be the end of her magical journey. The association was eager to recruit such talents. After completing all the necessary formalities, Chenluo and Isabella returned to the school together. On the 2nd floor of the Magic Association, Angus stood on the balcony, watching the 2 figures gradually disappear into the wind and snow, murmuring, "Where have I seen them before?" He turned to Brittney and Jasmine, asking, "Do you not feel that this Mr. Blair seems somewhat familiar?" Brittney pondered for a moment before nodding. "Now that you mention it, apart from the last time we certified a magic apprentice, I feel as though I've seen him somewhere else." Jasmine wore a perplexed expression and shook her head. "No, I haven't." As Isabella and Chenluo walked back from the Magic Association, Isabella was still sulking and refused to speak to him. She had formed a slight misunderstanding regarding the earlier scene. Believing that Chenluo had acted inappropriately towards the association's young attendant and had even reduced her to tears, Chenluo would not accept the label of a rogue. He proactively clarified, "Miss Jasmine has already explained. It was all a misunderstanding." Isabella was unconvinced. Then why was she crying? Perhaps she recalled something sorrowful. Chen Luo offered an explanation, then countered. If I were that kind of person, why have I never been disrespectful to you or Senior Alice? Do you think you are less beautiful than Miss Jasmine? You touched my lips, Isabella retorted angrily, adding, twice. Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words, so he decided to refrain from further explanation. Compared to such matters, how to navigate through the long winter break was of greater concern to him. 3 months to advance from magic apprentice to novice magician was already an astonishing pace in the eyes of others, yet Chen Luo remained unsatisfied. The progression through the ranks of magicians became increasingly difficult, not only in terms of the complexity of learning spells, but also in the growth of mental strength. If the increase in mental strength from apprentice to novice magician was from 1 to 10, then from novice to intermediate, it would be 10 to 100, and from intermediate to advanced, it would be 100 to 1000, and so on. Even though the rate of mental strength growth for novice magicians was faster than that of apprentices, it still fell far short of tenfold, indicating that each advancement for a magician became more arduous than the last. Many individuals with poor talent would remain stuck as magic apprentices for life. Those of average talent would find their journey ending at novice magician status. Only those with some talent could hope to reach advanced magician status before the age of 50, but further advancement would be unlikely. Chen Luo's magical talent was difficult to gauge. After all, he had certain advantages, but his ability to progress from magic apprentice to novice magician in 3 months did not suggest he could attain intermediate magician status within the same time frame. As for becoming a holy magic tutor, that remained a distant prospect at that moment. Chen Luo suddenly felt that perhaps it would be best to settle down here, marry, and have children. The greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. Setting aside whether he could truly become a saint mage, even if he did achieve that status, could he necessarily return? Moreover, even if a saint mage possessed the ability to traverse parallel timelines, how could he ascertain from which timeline he originated? To take it a step further, even if he knew how to return to his original Earth, how many years had already elapsed there? Were his parents still alive? Did his friends still remember him? All along, Chen Luo had seldom contemplated these matters, not out of a lack of desire, but from fear. He worried that delving too deeply into these thoughts would cause him to lose the last vestiges of hope. Thus, he resorted to self-deception. After advancing to the rank of junior mage, Chen Luo became increasingly aware of how distant his goal truly was, compelling him to confront reality. The stark truth was that even if he became a saint mage, the prospect of returning was exceedingly bleak, almost negligible. Yet, he still yearned to return, even if by then he would be aged and frail. Even if his loved ones and friends were no longer present, he wished to return. Even if just for a fleeting glance. Lost in thought, Chen Luo found himself at the school. Noticing his sudden despondency, Isabella glanced at him and softly said, You needn't worry. I won't tell Teacher Brittney about this. However, you should pay attention to your behavior in the future and refrain from attracting other girls. Isabella's words interrupted Chen Luo's contemplation, pulling him back from his melancholic reverie. He realized he had made a mistake. One cannot always dwell in the past. Regardless of his circumstances or location, he must look forward. Whether it was Isabella, Teacher Brittney, or Senior Alice, they were all real, vibrant individuals in Chen Luo's life. Yet he had been blinded by ethereal dreams. His ultimate aspiration remained to become a saint mage, but he could not perpetually fixate on intangible ideals. He must also consider practical matters. For instance, should he attempt to lead a normal life in this world? This reminded him of Teacher Brittney's earlier question. If he had to choose between Isabella and Alice as his wife, whom would he select? It was impossible to choose them both, not only in the kingdom of Lorlan, but throughout the entire continent of Shenin. Polygamy was strictly forbidden, and none of them could follow him without a formal title. His foremost inclination was towards Teacher Brittney, yet the 5-year age gap between them loomed like an insurmountable chasm, and he understood that she would never entertain any romantic notions with her student. Thus, he was left with only Isabella and Alice as viable options. Alice, being more mature and gentle, understood the heart of a man. Chen Luo noticed the shift in her demeanor following their recent extracurricular activities. If he were to take the initiative, Alice would undoubtedly reciprocate that as for Isabella. Although she was of a similar age as Alice, her disposition remained quite juvenile. She might not even recognize what it meant to like someone. Yet, this was precisely what made Isabella so uniquely precious. She was like a blank canvas, and anyone who beheld her would not seek to mar her purity, but rather protect her from any blemishes. Undoubtedly, if teacher Brittney were excluded from consideration, whether he chose Alice or Isabella, both would be excellent choices. Qianluo pondered Alice for a moment before glancing at Isabella, finally realizing why so many people desired to have it all when faced with such choices. It was truly a longing for completeness. Isabella, sensing the difference in Qianluo's gaze, suddenly crossed her arms protectively over her chest and warily asked, "Blair, why are you looking at me like that?" Qianluo, fixing his gaze ahead, inquired, "Isabella, you don't have feelings for me, do you?" "Of course," Isabella retorted, pouting. "Do you think I'm Alice?" Qianluo nodded and replied, "If that's the case, I choose Senior Alice." "What?" Isabella halted abruptly, her voice rising several octaves. "Blair, what do you mean?" Qianluo brushed the snowflakes off his shoulders and stated, "Senior Alice is beautiful, gentle, and caring. I believe choosing her seems like a splendid option. But you said you would choose me. I've changed my mind." Thud. As Qianluo walked ahead, a snowball came flying from behind and struck him on the head. Flushed with both embarrassment and anger, Isabella exclaimed, "Blair, how could you be like this? Am I not allowed to change my mind?" "Absolutely not." Another snowball sailed through the air, and Qianluo deftly fashioned a snowball of his own to retaliate. Isabella raised her hands defensively, while teacher Brittney stood on the balcony above, smiling as she observed the playful chase between the two below, surrounded by a flurry of snowflakes. Chapter 100, A New Source of Income in the Bathroom. A cloud of steaming water gathered above Qianluo's head, and under his mental control, the heated water elements cascaded down like gentle rain. Earlier, during the snowball fight with Isabella, plenty of snow had slipped down his neck, soaking his inner garments. Isabella had already finished her bath, and now it was Qianluo's turn. For him, the greatest utility of magic lay in the convenience it provided for daily life. The combination of water and fire magic made bathing exceedingly effortless. His previous banter with Isabella had merely been playful jest at his current age. He was not yet 17, and discussing matters of romance felt rather premature, even if he were to consider marrying and starting a family here. That was still years away. In the bedroom, having completed her bath, Isabella wrapped herself in a blanket, her mind swirling with tangled thoughts. She was merely Blair's senior, not his wife. Who Blair chose to date was of no concern to her. Yet when Blair had mentioned choosing Alice, an uncontrollable discomfort surged within her, akin to betrayal. Acknowledging that such feelings were irrational, she found herself unable to rein in her thoughts. The musings of a young girl began to spiral into a tumultuous abyss. When Qianluo emerged from the bath, teacher Brittney informed him that Isabella had already gone home. The long winter break commenced today. No student wished to remain at school during the holidays. In the final month before the new year, people preferred to be with their families. Qianluo had no family left and no place to call home. The late barren father of Blair had been the sole heir, and while there were distant relatives, they had severed ties with Blair following his death. Even if they shared some blood relation, to Qianluo, they felt no different than strangers. Brittney stepped out of her room and asked, "Blair, will you stay at school during the winter break?" Qianluo nodded, saying, "I have nowhere else to go. Won't you be going home, teacher Brittney?" Sitting across from him, Brittney replied, "It seems that for the entire winter break, it will just be the two of us in this building." Qianluo had no home to return to, while teacher Brittney evidently had family that asked for her reasons for staying. Qianluo did not inquire. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly a joy for him that teacher Brittney chose to remain with him. Throughout his memories, he had always spent New Year's with family, in this unfamiliar world. Qianluo had come to regard teacher Brittney as family. For an entire week following, Isabella did not attend school, and the atmosphere around Qianluo became much quieter. Without Isabella, no one interrupted his life with teacher Brittney. The only regret was that without Isabella, he faced the cold, empty bed alone each night. During this time, aside from cooking with teacher Brittney, he practiced magic. Their student-teacher relationship had become less pronounced. Qianluo sought her guidance on magical queries, while she asked him about mathematics. They had maintained this dynamic for quite some time. Beyond academic exchanges, scenarios like this, where they ventured out together to buy groceries, occurred almost daily. Fresh produce was best bought the same day. And with no classes or pressing matters, Qianluo decided to alter his previous grocery shopping habits. At the entrance of the Mathematics Society, teacher Brittney entered to submit her latest paper, while Qianluo waited outside with a basket. He overheard a few mathematics enthusiasts engaged in hushed discussions. He vaguely caught the mention of gold coins, and a glimmer sparked in his eyes as he moved closer to their conversation. That it was not greed that drove him. Rather, the immense number of gold coins required to fill the seemingly bottomless pit of the Magic Association had consumed his thoughts. He needed to discover a new source of income. Just a few days prior, Chen Luo had visited the Magic Association again, exchanging over 12,000 gold coins for basic transmutation magic. Advancing to junior mage required a substantial increase in mental energy, and the consumption of new magic was anticipated. He had exhausted all his gold coins, yet it seemed insufficient to sustain the rapid growth of his mental energy before advancing to intermediate mage, conservatively estimating to maintain the accelerated growth of his mental energy. The Magic Association would require an additional 5,000 gold coins. This predicament was entirely of Chen Luo's own making. After all, if one were to liken the Magic Association to a shop, other mages might only purchase a trinket or two from this establishment. Yet Chen Luo aspired to acquire the entire store. The gold coins he would expend naturally amounting to 100-fold or even 1,000-fold of theirs. He moved closer to the group and listened intently to their conversation. Ever since the last time the goddess of Luo solved all the bounty problems, it has been quite a challenge to find a new bounty, only for it to be resolved by someone else. That problem had its bounty increased to 100 gold coins. I just found a solution today, but alas, what a pity. What do you lament? I already proved it, just a step too late, a single step, my 100 gold coins. For mathematical researchers, when faced with an insurmountable problem, they would post it as a bounty within the Mathematical Association. This is akin to how people in later times seek help online when encountering issues, albeit with a monetary reward. The vast majority of these problems are resolved shortly after being posted, while those left unsolved for an extended period accumulate on the wall. If someone finds interest in a bounty problem, they might even increase the reward. A few days ago, a problem with a 10 gold coin bounty was raised to 100 coins and was solved by a scholar this very morning. Listening to the lively discussions around him, Chen Luo's eyes gradually brightened. While 100 gold coins was not a significant sum for him at present, every little bit adds up, and living requires careful budgeting. With no challenging problems for him to solve, he could issue a bounty himself. Just think, if he posted a problem with a 10-coin bounty and someone raised it to 100, wouldn't he be profiting by 90? If they raised it to 200, he would net 190. If others increased the bounty even more, then as long as he had enough problems to post, he could fill the 5,000 gold coin gap of the Magic Association. What pained Chen Luo the most was that the 23 difficult problems he had already solved originally boasted high bounties, but due to their prolonged unsolved status, they had exceeded their bounty deadlines. And the owners of those increased bounties had reclaimed their coins. After all, even Chen Luo himself would not invest such a considerable sum into a problem that might not have an answer. Without further ado, upon returning home, the very next day Chen Luo anonymously posted a problem with a 10-coin bounty at the Mathematical Association. The problem he posted was to prove a geometric theorem. The butterfly theorem, proposed by W.G. Horner in the early 19th century, presents a figure resembling a butterfly, exuding a certain aesthetic appeal, which the mathematical researchers here are particularly fond of studying. To select an appropriate problem. Chen Luo devoted considerable effort. Mathematicians have a penchant for geometry, so he chose a captivating geometric theorem for them to prove. Based on past experiences, such problems are the most likely to attract additional bounties. It is said that there once existed an exceedingly wealthy mathematical researcher who raised a particular problem's bounty to 10,000 gold coins, although that problem was ultimately proven to lack the necessary conditions for resolution. It at least demonstrated that there are indeed individuals among mathematicians who are both foolish and wealthy. Chen Luo eagerly anticipated a similar affluent enthusiast would raise the bounty on his problem, until teacher Brittney handed him 10 gold coins. I just passed by the Mathematical Association and saw a new 10-coin bounty on the wall, so I solved it on a whim. Brittney placed the 10 coins in Chen Luo's hand, saying, "You should keep this money for buying groceries at home." Despite his precautions against other scholars, he failed to guard against teacher Brittney. Indeed, a proof requiring only 7 auxiliary lines was not too difficult for her. Consequently, he presented her with a more challenging problem. This proof concerning the orthocenter group was significantly more difficult than the butterfly theorem. After completing all the auxiliary lines, several triangles and circles intertwined, with countless dashed and solid lines intermingling, making it dizzying even for the average mathematician to glance at. Nevertheless, to ensure nothing went awry, Chen Luo took the initiative in recent days to run errands for Brittney regarding the mathematical association, so as not to disrupt his plans out of concern for the grocery money at home. Fortunately, this problem did not disappoint Chen Luo, as he orchestrated the process, anonymously raising the bounty to 50 coins. The problem had garnered sufficient attention from scholars and was eventually raised to 200 coins by a mathematician from a prominent family in Ibwa City. Although Chen Luo had spent 50 coins, he still netted a profit of 150, which was not a loss. However, when he eagerly arrived at the mathematical association with several pages of the solution process, he was dismayed to find the wall utterly barren. Chen Luo stared blankly at the empty wall, exclaiming, "What on earth happened to my problem?" Chapter 101. Borrowing money. Gal, come here for a moment. The young attendant at the front desk of the mathematical association, upon hearing Chen Luo's call, immediately dashed over, eager to assist. "Sir Blair, how may I help you?" Chen Luo pointed to the wall where the bounty problems were posted and inquired, "What happened to the bounty problem that was on the wall a few days ago?" Gal turned to look and asked, "Are you referring to the 200 coin bounty problem, Sir Blair?" Chen Luo nodded. "Yes, that one. That problem has already been solved," Gal replied with a smile. "It was just proved yesterday afternoon that I don't even know who submitted it. The figure was so complex it made my head spin." Through gritted teeth, Chen Luo asked, "Who solved it?" Gal replied, "It was Lord Ebel. Ebel Howard. Yes, that's him." Chen Luo's heart sank. He realized he had underestimated the talents of the world, although modern mathematics in the continent of Shinan had yet to take root. Geometry is the oldest branch of mathematics, having been studied by ancient scholars thousands of years ago. The problem he selected, while exceptionally tedious to prove, reaching the level of high school Olympiad problems in later times, was certainly not insurmountable for everyone. Mathematics is a fascinating discipline where no one can claim mastery over all its branches. Some obscure and intricate problems may stump the world's top mathematicians, yet be solved by outstanding high school students. Of course, this is not always a boon. Overzealous exploration of such niche and narrow paths could lead one astray and limit their future prospects. Chen Luo was concerned that there might be hidden talents in Ibwa City who would pluck the fruits he had personally nurtured. Thus he hurried to claim the bounty, only to find himself too late. That of the 200 gold coins, 50 belonged to him. This was all his wealth. Although just days prior, Chen Luo had been a wealthy individual with over 10,000 gold coins. Every coin earned from the Magic Association had been reinvested into it, leaving him with not a single coin to spare. Had it not been for Jasmine's frugality, leveraging Chen Luo's bulk purchases to negotiate a 95% discount with the Magic Association, even that modest sum would have been insufficient. These 50 gold coins were the grocery money gifted to him by teacher Brittney and Isabella, all of which had been invested in the Mathematical Association over the past few days. He admitted there was an element of gambling involved, yet he never anticipated losing. Months ago, one of his problems had plunged the Howard family from grace, and the faction they relied upon had diminished to a shadow of its former self within mere months. Now, Ebel Howard had claimed the coins that rightfully belonged to him. Could this be considered poetic justice? The sudden turn of events left Chen Luo penniless. He didn't even have enough money to buy groceries for a while. Chen Luo was at a loss for how to explain this to teacher Brittney. Seeing Chen Luo's troubled demeanor, Gal, standing beside him, wisely took a step back. "Sir Blair," Chen Luo intended to return and think of a solution. But suddenly a familiar voice called out from behind him. He collected himself and turned to see Alice appearing at the entrance of the Mathematical Association, forcing a smile as he greeted, "Good morning. Senior Alice, what brings you to the Mathematical Association?" "I came to deliver a paper for Aunt Kishia." Seeing Chen Luo here brightened Alice's mood, and she inquired, "What brings you here so early, Junior Blair?" Chen Luo offered a strained smile, replying, "Oh, just taking a stroll." Aside from Isabella, Alice was one of Chen Luo's closest friends at the academy. After she finished submitting her paper, they planned to head back together. Just as he was about to settle down in the lounge for a moment, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Chen Luo turned to see over 10 individuals leisurely entering the Mathematical Association. He regarded them with surprise, unsure of their identities, especially since they were accompanied by both Vice Presidents Calvin and Audrey. Sir Blair, Calvin, rarely seeing Chen Luo at the Mathematical Association, expressed surprise upon encountering him. "Is there something you need, Sir Blair?" Chen Luo smiled and replied, "I'm merely waiting for a friend. Please do not mind me." President Calvin, No sooner had Chun Luo spoken than the group of newcomers erupted in chatter. Blair, the devil Blair. He discovered irrational numbers. Is he the recipient of this year's Edwin Award from Lorelon? Calvin glanced at the empty bounty wall, anxiety flickering across his face, yet he patiently introduced Chun Luo to the guests. These are visiting scholars from the kingdom of Gaia that I will take them upstairs. Sir Blair, if you require anything, feel free to find me later. Chun Luo nodded slightly and proceeded towards the rest area, lost in his thoughts. Renowned scholars often do not linger in one place for long. After all, the transmission of information in this world is not particularly convenient. While the realm of mathematics in the Lauren kingdom develops at a languid pace, other nations may have already made groundbreaking advancements. Remaining in one location indefinitely risks becoming a frog in a well. To broaden their horizons, many scholars choose to leave their homeland and travel to various countries, gaining insights and bringing back the latest developments in their fields. Several esteemed scholars from the Lauren kingdom had dedicated a significant portion of their youth to such travels. The name of the Gaia kingdom felt somewhat familiar to Chun Luo. It seemed to be a neighboring country to Lauren. He recalled that this nation, while not particularly powerful, boasted a remarkably high level of mathematical prowess, seemingly surpassing that of the Lauren kingdom, and was home to numerous mathematical luminaries. When a nation's expertise in a particular discipline reaches a certain level, it often becomes the epicenter of that field on the continent of Shenin. The Gaia kingdom stands as the mathematical heart of Shenin. Once a kingdom is recognized as a global center of a discipline, it transforms into a sacred ground for scholars of that field, gradually attracting academics from other nations to visit or even settle there, further enhancing their overall strength. Chun Luo quickly retrieved this information from his mind. Yet he felt no particular interest in the visiting scholars from Gaia. He had yet to recover from the blow of losing 200 gold coins that in stark contrast to his indifference. The mathematicians from Gaia focused a considerable amount of their attention on him. Although the mathematical strength of the Lauren kingdom was not insignificant, Gaia, as the mathematical center of Shenin, hardly regarded Lauren's scholars with any esteem. They were indifferent to the recipients of the Edwin Award from Lauren, but could not overlook the discoverer of irrational numbers. This was arguably the most significant discovery during their travels across various nations. It was almost unbelievable that the individual responsible for such a momentous event in the annals of mathematical history was so young. Ignoring the gazes directed at him, Chun Luo waited in the rest area until he saw Alice descending from the upper floor. The two of them were heading in the same direction, and as they walked side by side, Chun Luo was somewhat distracted, engaging in conversation with her in a half-hearted manner. My home is just ahead, Alice remarked at a particular intersection, looking at Chun Luo with curiosity. Blair, is there something you wish to say to me? She had noticed his distracted demeanor during their walk, and the several times he seemed on the verge of speaking, only to hesitate. Chun Luo shook his head and replied, No. Alice smiled gently and said, Blair, please feel free to say whatever is on your mind. There's no need for such formality between us. Feeling a bit awkward, Chun Luo replied, Well, since we're on the topic, I hope Alice won't be upset. Even if you disagree, we can still remain friends. Alice paused, contemplating his words, and her face gradually flushed with a hint of color. Had she been waiting all this time for him to finally say those words? Although the moment was not quite as she had envisioned, the outcome mattered more than the process. She lowered her gaze, unable to look Chun Luo in the eye, and softly said, Blair, please speak. I won't be angry. Taking a deep breath, Chun Luo said, Alice, could you lend me 20 gold coins? Alice eagerly exclaimed, I would love to. That's wonderful. A smile broke out on Chun Luo's face. Indeed, Alice was a person of gratitude, and all his efforts to help her with her studies were not in vain. He felt a bit shy about borrowing money, as he was reluctant to ask friends for financial assistance, considering it could strain their relationship. For him, asking Alice for money felt more challenging than confessing his feelings. However, after Alice's enthusiastic response, she suddenly realized something was amiss and looked at him incredulously. Blair, what did you just say? Chun Luo understood that although he and Alice had a good relationship, asking for 20 gold coins outright might have been a bit abrupt. He thought for a moment and said, 10 gold coins would also suffice. I promise to repay you promptly. Alice. Alice looked at him in disbelief. Was that really what you wanted to say? Chun Luo nodded and replied, If it makes you uncomfortable, just disregard what I said. Chapter 102. The crisis in Lauren. Alice had not brought many gold coins with her today. She gave Chenluo all 6 coins she had on her before heading home. Chenluo noted that Alice seemed somewhat displeased as she left. Discussing finances truly was a delicate matter, and he intended to repay her swiftly. However, earning money for the Mathematics Association was proving to be quite challenging. Due to various restrictions surrounding combinatorial magic, it would be difficult for him to make more money from the Magic Association. Chenluo felt a pang of regret. He should have heeded Jasmine's advice and not spent all his gold coins. Missing out on learning one spell was inconsequential, but losing several hundred gold coins left him in a precarious situation. With the scant gold he had left, he ventured to the market to buy groceries. If Isabella did not arrive soon, his funds would be depleted within days, and he needed to devise a way to earn more money quickly. Although Isabella lacked the gentleness of Alice and was not as grand, she was notably more generous. She never frowned when handing him gold coins, proving he had made the right choice in selecting her. Of course, Chenluo remained grateful to Alice. It would be quite ungracious to complain about her lack of generosity when borrowing money. He disliked being in debt and intended to repay her as soon as he could. If only Isabella were around, he could borrow from her. After all, she was his senior, and owing her money felt better than being in debt to Alice. The thought of making money brought a slight sigh from Chenluo. Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he felt such a strong desire to earn. As his magical abilities improved, the demands of the Magic Association would inevitably grow larger. This hit-or-miss method of making money was not a sustainable solution. He needed to find a more stable and less energy-draining way to earn. However, finding a venture that required minimal investment yet yielded substantial returns was no simple task. Chenluo had been contemplating this for 2 days. At the dinner table, Brittney noticed Chenluo, who had been absent-mindedly holding his chopsticks and seemingly lost in thought for the umpteenth time. Concerned, she asked, "Blair, what's wrong?" Chenluo snapped back to reality, setting his chopsticks down. "Nothing. I'm fine." Brittney regarded him thoughtfully. "You seem a bit off these past few days. Is something bothering you, Blair? Would you like me to call a doctor to check on you?" Chenluo shook his head. "Brittney, I'm all right. I just miss my family a little." Brittney pondered for a moment and said, "There's an important meeting at the Mathematics Association today that I know you're not particularly interested in such matters. But would you accompany me?" Chenluo understood that Brittney wished to take him out to clear his mind. Although he had no desire to attend any meetings, it would be rude to refuse her kind offer. He nodded. "All right, I'll go change my clothes." The past year in the mathematics community of the Lauren Kingdom belonged to the mathematics branch of Yabo City. The discovery of irrational numbers, the receipt of the Edwin Award, and the resolution of long-standing challenging problems within the association were all tied to the Yabo City branch. The mathematicians of Yabo City took great pride in this. However, in recent days, the atmosphere within the Mathematics Association had turned somber, overshadowed by a sense of honor lost. Their sorrow and indignation stemmed from a group of visiting scholars from the Gaia Kingdom. Upon entering the Lauren Kingdom, these visiting mathematicians paid visits to every city's mathematics association, solving the respective branches' bounty problems as they went in their wake. Not a single city in the entire Lauren Kingdom, including the capital, could withstand their advance. All the bounty problems posed by Lauren scholars fell easily to these visiting scholars, who claimed the rewards for themselves. While the monetary aspect was insignificant, the loss of honor was profound. This was a disgrace for the mathematics community of the Lauren Kingdom, as well as for the kingdom itself. In previous times, even if the overall mathematical level of the Gaia Kingdom's scholars exceeded that of Lauren, they could never have accomplished such feats. The issue lay in the fact that the most challenging and notorious bounty problems, accumulated over years by the Lauren Mathematics Association, had recently been solved. Although new bounty problems had been proposed in various regions over the past few days, their difficulty paled in comparison to those 23 formidable problems. This disparity allowed the visiting scholars from Gaia to traverse the Lauren Kingdom with ease, sweeping through its mathematics associations and nearly dragging the reputation of Lauren's mathematics community through the mud. Yabo City was their final destination, and the mathematics branch of Yabo City was the last bastion of honor for the Mathematics Association of the Lauren Kingdom. The success or failure of the Yabo City branch would not only affect the honor of the Lauren Kingdom, but also that of the Ashan Empire to which Lauren belonged. The Gaia Kingdom was not a vassal of the Ashan Empire. They were backed by the Foul Empire, one of the 4 great empires. The weight of royal and imperial honor rested heavily upon the Yabo City mathematics branch. As the vice president of the Mathematics Society of Yabo City, The heavy responsibility of upholding the honor of Lorland now rests squarely on Calvin's shoulders during the president's travels abroad. In recent days, Calvin has been under immense pressure. His appearance has grown considerably haggard over the course of just a few days, since that distinguished individual solved the 23 challenging problems. Although there have been sporadic reward questions proposed in Yabo City, they are swiftly resolved, leaving almost no bounty problems to be presented at this point. Were it not for an algebraic problem provided by the Hermann family, which slightly hindered the progress of the visiting scholars from the Kingdom of Gaia, Yabo City would have been left utterly exposed. Faced with the most distinguished group of scholars from Gaia, Calvin experienced an unprecedented sense of helplessness that emanated from the depths of his soul. Common problems were utterly incapable of obstructing the strides of those visiting scholars, yet he could not propose questions that were devoid of meaning and clearly unsolvable, as that would render the Mathematics Society of Lorland a laughingstock. However, meaningful mathematical challenges are not so easily conjured. Calvin felt a twinge of regret. Had Lord Blair not posed the question on irrational numbers months ago, perhaps the situation today would have been different. That deceptively simple question, which encapsulated the existence of irrational numbers, transformed the entire mathematical community. This was indeed a question of profound significance. Had it been posed today, the advance of the scholars from Gaia would have been halted, allowing Yabo City not only to reclaim Lorland's glory but also to alter the course of history within the mathematical realm. With this thought in mind, Calvin's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the corner of the conference room. In response to the impending crisis from the Gaian scholars, he urgently convened all the esteemed scholars of Yabo City, including 2 Edwin Prize laureates. Originally, Blair was meant to occupy the seat to his lower left. Having earned the distinction of being this year's most unexpected talent in the mathematical world, that esteemed position rightfully belonged to him. However, he had declined Calvin's arrangement and opted instead to sit in the corner of the conference room. That corner was occupied by the honorary scholar of the Howard family, whose rightful place should have been at the forefront. But following the incident regarding irrational numbers, the numerical faction had nearly been obliterated, and the Howard family's standing had been usurped by other families. Abel Howard sat in the corner, sensing an inquisitive gaze directed at him from across the room. He glanced over, puzzled, and inquired, "Lord Blair, is there something on my face?" The young scholar had been observing him with an unfriendly demeanor since earlier. Chen Luo, his expression inscrutable, replied, "No." Abel continued, "Then why do you keep staring at me?" Chen Luo averted his gaze. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. Although Abel had deprived him of 50 gold coins through their competition, he had done so through genuine skill, leaving Chen Luo with little to contest. That it was merely a matter of lingering discontent. Once Chen Luo ceased his scrutiny, Abel tucked away his curiosity, only to feel the weight of that unfriendly gaze once more. Moments later, he turned back to Chen Luo and stated, "Lord Blair, I apologize once more for the incident involving Fiki. The numerical faction and the Howard family have already borne the consequences of his actions. Are you still unsatisfied?" Chen Luo regarded Abel and remarked, "Actually, it is your face that has something on it." Abel reached up to touch his face but found nothing amiss. Just as he was about to ask again, he noticed that Chen Luo had begun to close his eyes in meditation. He parted his lips, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. After a prolonged silence at the front, Calvin resumed, "Do any of you have worthwhile suggestions?" Another lengthy silence ensued. He slowly rose, his back bent with reluctance, lamenting, "What a disgrace, what a disgrace! Is the gap between Lorland and the scholars of Gaia truly this vast?" At that moment, a steward entered and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing, Calvin shook his head and said, "What does it matter if His Majesty the King offers a reward of 5,000 gold coins? They are set to leave the day after tomorrow. No one in Yabo City can halt their progress. This meeting is adjourned. Everyone may disperse." Wait. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, a voice suddenly rang out from the corner of the conference room. Simultaneously, Chen Luo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. Chapter 103. The triple threat of Chen Luo. After Calvin announced the adjournment, several scholars had already risen to leave. The utterance of "wait" halted everyone's movements, and all eyes turned toward the corner. Accustomed to being the center of attention, Chen Luo stood up slowly under the scrutinizing gazes of the esteemed scholars. Blair. Up front, Brittney looked at him, a hint of surprise crossing her face. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Calvin's body jolted, and a flicker of hope surged within him. Although Blair was often dubbed the devil of the mathematical world, he had always been a figure capable of miracles. If anyone in Yabo City could obstruct the progress of those Gaian scholars, aside from the long-absent goddess of mathematics, it was the devil himself, Blair. Though divine intervention was elusive, the devil was right at their side. Calvin hurried to the corner, his eyes ablaze with anticipation as he inquired, "Lord Blair, do you have a solution?" Having lived in this land for so long, Chen Luo still harbored some affection for the kingdom of Lorlan. As an honorary scholar of Lorlan, the affront to the mathematical prestige of the kingdom by the Gaian scholars was a personal affront to him as well. Moreover, the matter had originated with him. Thus, it was only right that he should assist in its resolution. Initially, he had intended to discreetly propose an anonymous reward for a problem to help Yabo City and Lorlan salvage some dignity. But upon hearing Calvin mention the royal reward of 5,000 gold coins, Chen Luo realized he could no longer remain low-key, as long as the reward was substantial enough. Even a great scholar would learn a lesson. Chen Luo did not respond directly to Calvin's question, instead asking, "Is the royal reward of 5,000 gold coins contingent upon successfully halting the Gaian scholars?" He then added, "Of course, whether it is gold coins or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I hail from the kingdom of Lorlan. It is my unequivocal duty to protect Lorlan and uphold its honor. If you can impede their progress, you shall receive the 5,000 gold coins offered by His Majesty the King." Calvin replied without hesitation. "This news has just arrived from the kingdom. His Majesty is keenly interested in the situation in Yabo City. If they leave without resolution, the mathematical community of Lorlan will become a laughingstock. The notion of an entire nation's mathematical community being bested by a foreign delegation that solved all its reward problems and claimed all its bounties would be utterly humiliating for the kingdom of Lorlan." Calvin pondered briefly before adding, "Lord Blair, if Lorlan is to win, we must do so with dignity. We cannot maliciously inconvenience the visiting scholars from Gaia." "Understood." Chen Luo nodded. If he truly wished to trouble them, it would not be difficult. He could simply require them to construct a regular 10,000 gon within half a divine grace. However, such an approach would still result in a loss of Lorlan's dignity, and they would be seen as unable to accept defeat by other nations. The questions posed must carry scholarly significance, be theoretically solvable, and be recognized as valuable by the entire scholarly community. Ideally, they should be the kind of classic problems that appear simple at first glance, yet cause one to question their very existence when attempted. Chen Luo could easily compile a book on such problems. Looking at Calvin, he stated, "It is not a challenge to halt the advance of the Gaian scholars." Calvin responded with excitement, "Really? But I have one condition." Calvin quickly replied, "Please, Lord Blair, state your condition." At this moment, he would agree to any conditions, even 10 or 100, as long as they could resolve this urgent crisis. Chen Luo turned to face Ebel and declared, "I require 50 gold coins from Ebel Howard." Calvin was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of the intent behind this request, if Chen Luo could indeed help Yabo City's faction overcome its predicament, even if he demanded 5,000 gold coins, the scholars of Lorlan would surely find a way to gather the sum. Yet he only asked for 50, specifically from Ebel Howard. This Lord Blair, bearing the moniker of a devil, certainly acted in ways that defied expectations. Ebel, having heard Chen Luo's request, was surprised for a moment before laughing. "If Lord Blair can restore the honor of the Lorlan mathematics community, I would gladly offer you 500 gold coins." Chen Luo shook his head, replying, "I only require 50. He maintained his principles. Those 50 gold coins belonged to him. Even if he secured the 5,000 gold coins from the kingdom, he would still have lost those 50. They would forever be beyond his reach. What Chen Luo sought was not merely gold coins, but the affirmation of his worth. Ebel regarded him and nodded, "I agree." Chen Luo then turned to Calvin and said, "Bring me some paper." A steward promptly presented the prepared paper and writing instruments. Chen Luo swiftly penned a few lines, handing the paper to Calvin. Calvin and the scholars surrounding him eagerly leaned in to read, only to be met with expressions of bewilderment moments later. It was not that these problems were too difficult to decipher. Rather, they were astonishingly simple, so simple, in fact, that it was hard to believe they had been posed by an Edwin Prize recipient. The paper contained 3 problems, each pertaining to classical constructions with a ruler and compass. The so-called ruler and compass refer to a straight edge without markings and a compass. Centuries ago, the pioneers of mathematics discovered that by using these unmarked tools, One could construct various geometric figures that met specific criteria. Subsequently, the practice of ruler and compass construction became a prevalent custom within the mathematical community. Scholars immersed themselves in the limited use of the compass and unmarked straightedge, venerating it as the method of ruler and compass construction. The three tasks presented for ruler and compass construction are each encapsulated in a single sentence. Divide any given angle into 3 equal parts. Construct a square whose area is equivalent to that of a given circle, and determine the edge length of a cube such that its volume is twice that of a known cube. On the surface, these 3 problems appear exceedingly simple. Based on their experience and intuition, they seem to be the most straightforward ruler and compass construction challenges. Calvin was apprehensive that Chen-Luo might propose exceedingly complex and time-consuming problems to perplex the scholars of Gaia, potentially turning the kingdom of Lauren into a laughingstock. Little did he anticipate that the questions posed would be so deceptively simple. He gazed at Chen-Luo, uncertainty clouding his expression, and inquired, "My Lord Blair, are you truly serious?" Chen-Luo chuckled softly and replied, "You may try them first. The division of an angle into thirds, the transformation of a circle into a square, and the doubling of a cube's volume are renowned classical problems of ancient Greece. Their brilliance lies in their apparent simplicity. They can be succinctly described in a single sentence, yet when one endeavors to solve them, the challenges become daunting. These 3 classical problems were articulated in ancient Greece over 2 millennia ago. And since their inception, mathematicians from every era have sought to provide perfect solutions. It was not until over 2,200 years later that mathematicians proved these seemingly straightforward problems are, in fact, insurmountable using only a ruler and compass. They are collectively referred to as the problems of ruler and compass construction. For over 2,000 years, generations of mathematicians have tirelessly grappled with these 3 formidable challenges, while some have questioned their significance. In reality, methods exist to solve the problems of angle trisection, cube doubling, and circle to square transformation without resorting to ruler and compass techniques. Why must mathematicians persist in this seemingly obstinate pursuit? What they fail to grasp is that this is, in essence, the romance of classical mathematics. Mathematical research does not necessarily need to be practical. Mathematicians strive to elucidate every unknown enigma. This tenacious spirit embodies the essence of science. Furthermore, countless mathematicians, in their quest to achieve the impossible, have experienced numerous breakthroughs, discovering new mathematical concepts and methods, which have enriched both ancient Greek mathematics and modern mathematical thought. Each breakthrough represents a triumph of human intellect, introducing fresh ideas and methodologies to the world. This is the true value of these 3 problems. When Calvin requested that he provide seemingly simple, yet challenging problems for the scholars of Gaia, Chen-Luo had no choice but to present these conundrums as for other renowned challenges. Either they were evidently unsolvable in a short time frame, intended to perplex others, or they were too modern, laden with mathematical concepts that had yet to be introduced, rendering them incomprehensible to the scholars present and thus unsuitable for discussion. The mathematical society naturally could not do without tools such as the ruler and compass, and the esteemed scholars promptly returned to their seats to tackle these 3 problems that in their estimation, with so many distinguished scholars present, such simple problems should yield results swiftly. However, after sitting for over 10 divine hours, it was already midnight, and not a single scholar had risen from the meeting room. As the night deepened, Chen-Luo stifled a yawn and stepped outside, approaching Brandy to present the cream cake he had just purchased, saying, "Teacher Brandy, have a bite." While the scholars grappled with the 3 classical problems, he certainly would not wait idly. He had long since gone to the Magic Society to read, and even chatted with Jasmine over afternoon tea. Along the way, he had also brought lunch and dinner for Teacher Brandy, and now the small cake served as a midnight snack. Calvin raked his fingers through his hair. The contemplation of the problems over 10 divine hours had nearly driven him to madness. He had believed he would swiftly resolve these 3 problems, yet each time he thought he had found a solution, he quickly discovered his method was flawed. This sensation of almost grasping the truth, only to find himself further from it upon attempting to complete that final step, was enough to drive one to insanity. In that moment, he profoundly understood the terror of the demon Blair. He would present you with hope, yet as you advanced along the path you believed led to hope, you would find its terminus to be the abyss of despair. Chapter 104. The name of the demon within the conference room. The esteemed scholars of Yabo City, including the 2 vice presidents, grappled with their hair and gnawed on the tips of their pens. After a considerable amount of time, they finally realized something. These three seemingly simple ruler and compass problems were not as easily solvable as they had initially presumed. Chen-Luo quietly observed the esteemed scholars as they scratched their heads and did not intend to intervene. Unless they personally experienced the dread induced by these three classical challenges, they would likely remain skeptical of their own capabilities. Naturally, Teacher Brandy was different. He could not bear to subject her to such torment. Standing beside Brandy, Chen-Luo softly remarked, "Teacher Brandy, it is getting late. Shall we head home?" Brandy rubbed her temples and nodded slightly. Just moments prior, she had discerned the peculiarities of these three problems and suspected that even if she were to sit until tomorrow, she would not be able to solve a single one. Waiting here served no purpose. It would be better to return home and discuss with Blair. "President Calvin, President Audrey, you may take your time. We shall take our leave." Chen-Luo bid farewell to the two and departed with Teacher Brandy. Calvin raised his head and offered a slight nod to Chen-Luo before plunging back into contemplation. He had conceived a new idea and felt he was nearing the answer to a problem. "My Lord Blair, wait." As Chen-Luo reached the doorway, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Abel Howard hurriedly caught up, gazing at Chen-Luo with a question. "My Lord Blair, regarding these three problems, do they appear simple, but are, in fact, unsolvable?" Chen-Luo smiled faintly and replied, "What do you think?" Upon exiting the Mathematical Society, a brisk wind greeted them, invigorating Brandy. She turned to Chen-Luo and asked, "Blair, what about those three problems? There is no solution." Chen-Luo chuckled and said, "Though these three problems seem simple, they are, in fact, unsolvable. Whether it be President Calvin or the scholars of Gaia, they are still 20,000 years away from solving them." Regarding mathematics, Brandy held unwavering faith in Chen-Luo, and if he stated that these three problems were unsolvable, they truly were. In the realm of mathematics, he was a deity, an authority. On their way back to school, Chen-Luo briefly explained the three classical problems to Brandy, but they had expended too much mental energy on these issues today. Once home, Brandy completed her evening routine and retired for the night. It was now deep into the night, and Chen-Luo had no intention of meditating further. He returned to his room in darkness, removed his shoes and clothes, and then climbed into bed. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he felt the warmth of the bedding was particularly comforting that night. Instinctively, he shifted towards the warmer spot until he encountered a warm body. In her sleep, Isabella turned over and tightly embraced the only source of warmth in the bed besides herself, her furrowed brow finally relaxing as she murmured, "Blair, you bad person, always bullying me. I am your senior. You are not allowed to choose Alice." Chen-Luo inhaled sharply, suddenly wide awake that a flurry of questions erupted in his mind. Hadn't Isabella returned home? How could she possibly be in his bed? At that moment, however, the reason no longer mattered. Gently, Chen-Luo attempted to extricate Isabella's arms from around him, preparing to get out of bed. Yet in the next instant, a pair of eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. Almost immediately, a shrill scream from Isabella pierced the air. Chen-Luo froze in bed, still processing the situation, when the door to his room was violently burst open, and Brandy, clad in her nightgown, stormed into the room. A glaring fireball suspended in midair illuminated the room as brightly as day. Brandy quickly assessed the scene within the room. Isabella, in her nightgown, huddled in the corner of the bed, her arms protectively crossed over her chest. Chen-Luo sat bewildered on the bed, clad only in his underwear. Brandy stared at them in disbelief, exclaiming, "Blair, Isabella, ew." At that moment, Chen-Luo was at a loss for how to explain. Silently, he donned his clothes and exited his room. "I came to school this morning, but neither Blair nor Teacher Brandy were here. So I waited in the room. I waited and waited, but after a long time, neither of you returned, and I accidentally fell asleep." Isabella, donning her nightgown, sat on the sofa with her head bowed, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Brandy looked at her and couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, "Today, Blair and I attended a meeting at the Mathematical Society, and we encountered some matters that delayed our return." Isabella murmured, "It was all my fault. It has nothing to do with Blair." Just then, her stomach let out a loud grumble. Having clarified the situation, Chen-Luo, who initially intended to retire to his room for rest, paused in his steps and turned back towards the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with a steaming bowl of noodles topped with a fried egg, placing it on the table as he said, "Teacher Brittney, I'm heading to bed now. You all should rest early as well." Upon returning to his room, Chen Luo gazed at the violently damaged lock, letting out a soft sigh. Although he often shared a bed with Isabella, there was an established order. Typically, Isabella would warm the bed for him before retreating to her own room, allowing Chen Luo to climb in afterward. Who could have foreseen that she would secretly slip into his covers while he was away, resulting in the scene of being caught in bed by teacher Brittney? In the living room, Isabella, who had scarcely eaten all day, quickly devoured the noodles that Chen Luo had prepared for her, leaving not even a drop of soup behind. She had been hungry for quite some time and had harbored worries for just as long. With the winter break devoid of activities, Blair and teacher Brittney had been absent the entire day, leading her to think they might have eloped. Brittney looked at her with mild amusement and asked, "Are you full now?" Isabella, feeling a bit bashful, rubbed her belly and nodded. "Then it's best to rest early," Brittney said as she cleared the dishes. By the time she returned to the bedroom, Isabella had already made the bed. After settling in, she glanced at Isabella and inquired, "Why did you sleep in Blair's room today?" Isabella, unsure of the reason herself, stammered, I had a few math problems I wanted to ask him." "You could have asked me instead," Brittney replied. Isabella froze for a moment, stuttering. I. After pondering, Brittney asked, "Sasha, do you perhaps have feelings for Blair?" Isabella shot up from her bed, shaking her head vigorously. "I don't. How could that be? I'm Blair's senior. How could I possibly like him?" "If that's the case, then no need to worry," Brittney chuckled, adding, "I believe Alice has a crush on Blair, so you won't have to compete with her. There are many boys in the academy who like Alice. I just wonder if Blair will end up with her." Isabella lay back down, murmuring softly, "No, he chose me." Isabella had not slept well the previous night, and when she rose in the morning, dark circles adorned her eyes. Chen Luo prepared 2 boiled eggs, peeled them, and instructed her to roll them on her eyes to promote blood circulation. Just as he finished peeling the eggs and brought them to Isabella, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Calvin, Audrey, and others standing outside, their hair disheveled, faces haggard, and eyes bloodshot, bearing the marks of extreme fatigue from a sleepless night. Calvin, upon seeing him, eagerly inquired, "My lord, please tell me honestly about those 3 problems." Chen Luo replied, "They're unsolvable." Though the 5,000 gold coins had yet to be received, given His Majesty the King's reputation, it was unlikely he would renege on his word. "Thank you, my lord. Once this matter concludes, I will personally go to the royal capital to commend you," Calvin expressed. After receiving this response, Calvin deeply bowed to Chen Luo, not even pausing to sit before hastily departing. As they exited St. Donis Academy, a steward from the Math Society could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Calvin, "President, are we really going to use those 3 problems? What if those Gaia scholars solve them?" "There's no chance of that," Calvin replied. His complexion now flushed. He glanced at the scholar and asked, "Do you think the title Devil Blair came about without reason?" He took a deep breath, gazing towards the Math Society's direction, standing amidst the swirling snow, and murmured, "Arrogant fools, let them truly experience the terror of the devil." Chapter 105. The Hope of Lorland. From a distance, Calvin spotted the Gaia scholars emerging from the association's doors and strode forward, asking, "Friends from Gaia, where are you headed?" The lead young man smiled and responded, "We've completed the problem and have overstayed our welcome. We plan to return home today." The final problem provided by the Herman family had also been solved. Should these Gaia scholars return home without issue, news of their triumph over the Lorland Math Society would soon spread across the entire continent. This would be a devastating blow to the Lorland Kingdom, which had only recently begun to see progress in mathematics. Yet, at this moment, Calvin felt no concern whatsoever. He smiled and said, "It's hardly a disturbance. You all have resolved many difficult problems for Lorland along your journey, and we are grateful." The young man chuckled lightly, saying, "It's merely a matter of earning some reward money for our travel expenses." Calvin scoffed internally. The Gaia scholars had come with ill intentions. Their objective was to undermine Lorland, for under the leadership of their esteemed president, the mathematics of Lorland had been advancing rapidly, seemingly closing the gap with Gaia. These Gaia scholars had pursued every bounty offered by the sub-associations with a singular purpose: to showcase Gaia's mathematical prowess and to suppress Lorland's mathematical community. While Lorland scholars expressed gratitude to them, they also cursed their ancestors in silence. Calvin maintained a facade of friendliness while inwardly mocking them, saying, "What a coincidence! Just now, another ABO scholar submitted several bounty problems with substantial rewards. Would you mind earning a bit more for your return journey? The young man looked at him, smiling. That would be splendid. On the surface, they exchanged pleasantries, but beneath it, a fierce battle of wits had already commenced. Calvin understood the Gaia scholar's intentions, and they, in turn, were aware of his thoughts. Calvin would not allow them to leave unchallenged, nor could the Gaia scholars simply depart. Abo City would be their final stand in the Lorland Kingdom. If they were to conquer Abo City, their mission would be complete, and henceforth, the mathematics of Lorland would forever be subservient to Gaia. They were also acutely aware that the scholars of Lorland would spare no effort to thwart their advance. But could they succeed? For this plan, Gaia had dispatched nearly all of their top scholars, all young and at the peak of their intellectual capabilities. Even if 3 of Lorland's top scholars were to join forces, they would struggle to impede their plans. The only one they truly feared in the entire Lorland Kingdom was not a person, but a deity, Chen Luo, the devil of mathematics. He was the one who single-handedly resolved every bounty problem in the Lorland Kingdom, accomplishing what their entire scholarly group could not. Had it not been for him, their visit to Lorland would not have proceeded so smoothly. Moments later, beneath the bounty wall of the Abo City Math Sub-Association, the visiting scholars from Gaia gazed at the 3 bounty difficulties with incredulity. The young scholar turned to Calvin and inquired, "My lord, are you serious about this?" Facing the mockery and disdain in the Gaia scholar's eyes, Calvin merely smiled in silence. Until yesterday, he had held no hope of obstructing the Gaia scholars. Yet now, hope had arisen in Abo City, the hope of the Lorland Kingdom, brought forth by the devil. Tang Yin, the leader of the Gaia visiting scholars and one of the vice presidents of the Gaia Kingdom Math Society, was not a top scholar himself, but he was merely a step away from that status. This was not to imply that his mathematical abilities were inferior. Rather, he was still too young and lacked the necessary credentials, with age creating a gap in his accumulated achievements. Over the years, while Gaia remained the mathematical center of the Divine Grace continent, the rapid rise of Lorland's mathematics could not be overlooked. Numerous outstanding scholars had emerged from the Lorland Kingdom in recent years, beginning to make names for themselves in the mathematical community of the Divine Grace continent. This development posed a threat to Gaia. If Lorland continued to advance at this pace, it wouldn't be long before their mathematical prowess surpassed that of Gaia. Shifting the world's mathematical center to Lorland, the scholars of Gaia could not allow this to transpire. Their sole purpose for this visit to Lorland was to deliver a crushing blow to the Lorland Math Society, to dismantle the honor and pride of Lorland's mathematicians, thereby stifling the development of mathematics in the Lorland Kingdom. Once the confidence of these scholars was shattered and their glory stripped away, Lorland would no longer remain a threat to Gaia. This was also Tang Yin's primary mission. Should he succeed in suppressing Lorland, he would become the greatest contributor, a feat significant enough to elevate him to the status of a top scholar. At that point, he would be the youngest top scholar in Gaia, and indeed, the youngest top scholar in the entire Divine Grace continent. Currently, he was only a step away from that goal. Undoubtedly, the scholars of Abo City had already given up the struggle. For otherwise, they would not have presented these 3 exceedingly simple constructions as their offerings. For these 3 problems, Tang Yin had not even needed to lift a finger. There was nothing in Abo City that warranted his attention. Save for Chen Luo. Although Tang Yin had yet to meet him, the mere thought of this individual instilled in him a sense of invincibility. He had reviewed the solutions to the bounty problems provided by this person. The typical approach to problem solving among scholars is as follows. They exhaust every conceivable method, leveraging established theorems within the mathematical realm to tackle or prove the challenging dilemmas at hand. Chen Luo's process of problem solving unfolds in a similar vein. Should an existing theorem suffice to address the issue, he employs it accordingly. If not, he proposes a new theorem, proving it first before utilizing it to solve the problem. Among the challenges presented by the Lorland Mathematical Society, there exists a particular problem for which he, during the course of its proof, proposed 3 distinct theorems in succession to prove the problem. It was imperative to first utilize Theorem 1. In turn, to establish Theorem 1, Theorem 2 had to be proven first. The proof of Theorem 2, again, relied on Theorem 3 as a prerequisite. Thus, he ultimately proposed and proved 3 theorems that are universally applicable. Transcending the confines of that singular problem, they could be regarded as new theorems in geometry, applicable under any conditions. This method of problem solving, while seemingly brute force, is imbued with an aesthetic beauty previously unseen. He did not personally resolve those 3 challenging problems. Instead, he turned to Calvin, inquiring, "Your Excellency Calvin, before taking my leave, I have a small wish that I hope your esteemed society can fulfill." Despite the guests being less than honorable, the fade of etiquette still needed to be upheld. Calvin smiled, asking, "Might I ask what your Excellency's wish is?" To which Don replied, "I wish to make the acquaintance of Lord Chen Luo. And I hope your Excellency Calvin can facilitate an introduction." Calvin regarded him with a glance, remaining silent. If he could locate that esteemed individual, would they have been permitted such liberties in Yabo City over the past few days? Don looked back at him and asked, "Is there some inconvenience?" Calvin shook his head, responding, "It's not a matter of inconvenience. It's merely that the whereabouts of that esteemed individual are shrouded in secrecy, and we are unaware of his location. In truth, your Excellency is not alone in this desire. I too wish to meet that esteemed individual." Don sighed, saying, "That is indeed a great pity." Although everything had proceeded smoothly during this expedition to Loran, not meeting Chen Luo remained his greatest regret. Don slightly shook his head, turning to the assembly of scholars from Gaia beside him, asking, "Have you made any progress?" One scholar smiled and replied, "Please wait a moment. Captain, I have already formulated a strategy for the problem of trisecting an angle, and I will resolve it shortly." Don observed them, urging, "Please expedite your efforts. Do not delay today as scheduled." Calvin turned to Don, asking, "Your Excellency Don, are you truly leaving today?" Don nodded, stating, "Having resolved those mathematical problems, there is nothing here that warrants our lingering. By the way, would you kindly assist us in canceling our hotel reservations?" President Calvin. With that, he moved aside to rest, considering the 3 simple problems beneath him unworthy of his direct involvement. Gal approached Calvin, inquiring, "President, shall we go cancel their hotel?" Calvin smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, let us extend their stay for another month." Chapter 106. The price of victory in the lobby of the Yabo City Mathematical Branch. As time elapsed, the faint smile that had adorned Don's face gradually faded. An entire divine hour had passed, and despite the scholars making considerable progress on the 3 simple problems involving straightedge and compass constructions, not a single one had been solved. The leader of the visiting scholars. He began to sense something amiss. Calvin was no fool. On the contrary, he had exuded a keen acumen these past few days, and it was illogical for such a cunning individual to hold them back with 3 ostensibly simple problems. Yet, these 3 problems truly appeared deceptively simple. Bisecting a given angle with a straightedge and compass could be accomplished in a matter of moments by the scholars. How much more difficult could it be to trisect an angle? If Calvin had requested they divide an angle into 10,000 parts, that would be an impossibility for the kingdom of Loran to bear, rendering them a laughingstock across the continent. But to simply trisect an angle was a reasonable request. Don observed the group scribbling and drawing on paper. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he took up the straightedge and compass. Once he did, he found himself unable to put them down. 3 days passed without any advancement from the Gaia scholars. 10 days elapsed, and they claimed to have developed new strategies. Half a month went by, yet still, not a single problem had been resolved. The gaze of all Loran was fixed upon Yabo City. Watching the movements of the Gaia scholars, an entire month slipped by unnoticed. During this month, Yabo City had emerged as the epicenter of mathematical inquiry in Loran, drawing countless mathematicians from the capital and other cities, filling every available lodging to capacity. Even those not affiliated with the mathematical community, both scholars and common folk alike, were aware that in the distant Yabo City, the mathematicians of the kingdom of Loran were engaged in a battle for honor against the scholars of Gaia. This war, devoid of gunpowder, was one of great consequence for Loran's prestige. The visiting scholars from Gaia, intent on undermining the Loran mathematical community, swept through various city branches, leaving the Loran scholars in disgrace. Should they succeed in defeating the scholars of Yabo City, it would spell the end of Lawrence's mathematical reputation for decades to come. Yet, at this critical juncture, when Lawrence's long-held glory hung in the balance, one individual stepped forth, the discoverer of irrational numbers. Recipient of the Edwin Prize, and known as the Devil, Lord Blair stood as a bulwark against the onslaught of Gaia scholars during this crisis. His 3 seemingly simple problems had stymied the Gaia scholars for an entire month. Rumor had it that throughout this month, they had made no progress whatsoever. Lord Blair was undoubtedly a hero of Loran. Within the Yabo City mathematical branch, Calvin once more declined a senior scholar's request to visit Lord Blair. Having already turned away hundreds over the past month, having known each other for so long, he had come to understand the character of that individual well that it was best not to trouble him with matters unrelated to gold coins. Otherwise, seeking his assistance in the future would prove much more challenging to this moment. Calvin radiated vitality, his demeanor bright and lively, a stark contrast to the weary appearance he had worn a month prior. In contrast, Don, the head of the Gaia visiting scholars, appeared disheveled, his face unshaven, and emitting a discernible odor from lack of proper hygiene. His hands clutched a straight edge and compass, yet his gaze lacked focus. These three problems, which appeared so simple, had confounded them for an entire month. Throughout this time, the youngest and most agile-minded mathematicians among Gaia's visiting scholars had failed to solve even a single problem. At this moment, Don and his companions deeply comprehended just how formidable the individual labeled as the devil by the Loran mathematical community truly was. The sensation of having made no progress for an entire month left him nearly in despair. Yet having come this far, they could neither afford to give up nor surrender. To abandon their efforts here would be to squander all they had previously achieved. Every ounce of labor would be rendered futile. Even if their opponent truly was a devil, they must confront him head-on. The best way to vanquish a devil was to face him directly. Gritting his teeth, Don turned to his companions, saying, "These three problems are not trivial. Let us abandon conventional thinking and explore alternative methods." In recent days within Yabo City, the mathematicians of Loran were finally able to hold their heads high. What of the world's mathematical center? In Loran, the divine Chen Luo could single-handedly resolve over 20 challenging problems. And the devil Blair had managed to confound all Gaia visiting scholars with just 3 statements. Audley stood beside Calvin, exhaling deeply, proclaiming, "The honor of the mathematical society, the honor of Loran, has been preserved." Calvin sighed heavily, asking, "Do you truly believe that?" Audley replied in surprise, "Is it not so?" Calvin shook his head, stating, "Even if the Gaia scholars encountered setbacks in Yabo City prior to this, the entire Loran mathematical community had been swept aside by them. The triumph in Yabo City, rather than safeguarding Lawrence's honor, is more akin to preserving its facade. Lawrence's honor was lost when these Gaia scholars swept through." Audley lowered his head, remaining silent for a long while before speaking. "Yet this is the best outcome. Gaia's mathematical prowess has always exceeded that of Loran. Had it not been for Lord Blair, Loran would have lost even the last shred of dignity." Calvin sighed once more, saying, "The Gaia school possesses numerous scholars. In recent years, many new theorems and formulas have been proposed by Gaia scholars. If it were not for Lord Blair and Lord Chen Luo this year, Loran would have stood no chance against Gaia. President has long desired for Loran to become the world's mathematical center. Who knows how long that will take?" Audley lifted his head, asserting, "I believe that if Lord Chen Luo is willing, Loran can undoubtedly surpass Gaia and become the new mathematical center of the continent." Calvin helplessly shook his head, for the devil resided in Yabo City. But where were they to seek the divine? The Gaia scholars had lingered in Yabo City for over a month, attempting to tackle the 3 problems, while Lawrence scholars had also been engaged in their efforts. After countless scholars' endeavors, the 3 problems remained unresolved. This outcome invigorated the Loran scholars, for if they could not solve them, neither could the Gaia scholars, thus preserving Lawrence's honor. However, in the eyes of more profoundly contemplative scholars, the fact that the Gaia visiting scholars halted their progress in Yabo City signifies little. The previous sweep through the region has already demonstrated the disparity between the scholars of Lorland and Gaia. Yabo City merely allowed Lorland to preserve a semblance of dignity. And nothing more to ensnare Gaia scholars with a few challenging problems does not constitute glory. Rather, it is the Lorland scholars who formed a visiting delegation that swept through the major mathematical associations of Gaia, shattering the confidence of Gaia scholars, overturning their ideological foundations, and dismantling the very roots of their beliefs that can truly be hailed as Lorland's triumph. That, of course, such an outcome is utterly implausible. For His Excellency Blair to maintain even a shred of Lorland's dignity is sufficient to render him a hero in the eyes of Elorland at this moment, within the hallowed halls of St. Donis Academy. Lorland's hero is donned in an apron, humming a tune while deftly preparing a meal, his expression one of utmost contentment. Half a month prior, Eber Howard had delivered the 50 gold coins, and upon receiving the funds, Luo promptly invited Alice out to return the borrowed coins and treat her to cake as a gesture of gratitude. The promised 5,000 gold coins from the kingdom have yet to arrive. But Luo remains unperturbed. The polymorphic magic he exchanged from the Magic Association is sufficient for him to study for quite some time. The affairs of the Mathematical Association were of no concern to him. Should the Gaia scholars manage to solve those 3 problems, he would personally consume their compass and straightedge. After dining with teacher Brittney, Luo intended to venture out to practice the rudimentary magic he had just learned, but Calvin's unexpected visit disrupted his plans. Calvin approached the sofa but refrained from sitting, instead bowing deeply before Luo, saying, "Your Excellency Blair, I, Calvin, represent all the mathematical scholars of Lorland and the people of Lorland to express our gratitude for your contributions to Lorland." Luo waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Let us not forget, I am also a citizen of Lorland. By the way, may I inquire when the 5,000 gold coins will arrive?" Calvin responded, "The king's reward has indeed been dispatched. It shall be conferred upon your Excellency Blair as soon as the Gaia scholars depart from Yabo City. Those Gaia scholars are remarkably persistent. Luo worries that if they become entrenched in their obstinacy, refusing to leave until they solve the problems, they may linger in Yabo City for a decade or more, rendering the 5,000 gold coins meaningless to him." Luo rubbed his fingers together, gazing out the window, realizing he must devise a plan to encourage their prompt departure. At that moment, Calvin, filled with a sense of lamentation, sighed. "In truth, we Lorland have lost this time. Unless we can sweep through the major mathematical associations of Gaia or undermine their foundational doctrines, only then can we claim a true victory." While sweeping through Gaia's mathematical associations is not within Luo's purview, undermining their ideological foundations, Luo pondered, then said, "Actually, it is not entirely out of the question." Calvin looked momentarily bewildered, asking, "What does your Excellency Blair mean?" Luo replied, "I mean, shaking their foundational doctrines is not unfeasible. Rather, the Gaia scholars came to Lorland with the intention of dismantling the confidence of Lorland's mathematical community, should they fail to achieve this. Instead, finding their own foundational beliefs shaken and departing Lorland in disgrace, that would be the greatest jest. At that point, who would remember their prior sweeping victories in Lorland?" Calvin gazed at Luo with excitement, asking, "What do you imply?" Luo smiled and said, "It requires additional funds." Chapter 107. Blair's tortoise Luo has never considered himself a hero, despite the moniker bestowed upon him by outsiders. His assistance in guiding Lorland through its tribulations was merely a transaction. The king expended a substantial 5,000 gold coins for this purpose, and thus Luo endeavored to execute the task with finesse, compelling the Gaia scholars, who sought to flee after boasting, to remain here for an entire month, thereby draining their initial fervor. However, this 5,000 gold coins merely serves as compensation to retain their presence. Further undermining the foundational doctrines of Gaia was not stipulated within the original agreement. To dismantle their foundational beliefs is akin to striking a blow to the face, a lethal confrontation that Luo typically avoids, unless, of course, additional compensation is offered. Children are often naive. Only adults with a rudimentary understanding of physics comprehend that love cannot generate electricity. But gold can. Luo would not jeopardize the ethereal glory of the Kingdom of Lorland to expose the weaknesses of the Gaia school and engage in a relentless conflict with the Gaia scholars. Yet, he would do so for the sake of his dreams. His aspiration is to become the most formidable sorcerer, a grand ambition that necessitates financial support. Calvin was not taken aback by Luo's remark. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Your Excellency Blair has saved Yabo City and preserved Lorland's honor. On behalf of the Lorland Mathematical Association, I shall bestow an additional 2,000 gold coins upon you." Agreed. As Luo exited St. Donis Academy, he observed Calvin's expression still somewhat dazed. This was not due to the loss of gold. 2,000 coins, while not insignificant for the Yabo City branch, would be trivial if it could turn the tide for Lorland. What truly left him in a state of confusion and dread was Luo's inquiry. This question, seemingly a mathematical conundrum, transcended mere mathematics. It delved into philosophy, into the essence of science, and even into the nature of time and space. Calvin foresaw that the emergence of this question would reverberate far more profoundly through the mathematical community than the advent of irrational numbers. Irrational numbers had always existed, merely overlooked by scholars until now. This question, however, would plunge countless mathematical scholars into a chasm of dread, with Gaia, the epicenter of mathematical knowledge, bearing the brunt of the impact. Should Calvin take a bold step forward, the dynamics between Gaia and Lorelin would radically shift. The Gaia scholars' visit to Lorelin would become the greatest farce. Yet, Calvin hesitated. He could not foresee the ramifications of this event. For this question would not only shake the beliefs of Gaia scholars, but also those of Lorelin scholars and even the scholars across the entire Divine Grace continent. The term scholars encompasses not only mathematicians, but also philosophers and scientists. Calvin returned to the Mathematical Association in a daze, where Audrey handed him a letter with a furrowed brow. The letter, sent from the capital, stated that although the Gaia scholars were thwarted in Yabo City, the Gaia Kingdom was already propagating tales of their visiting scholars' sweeping victories over the Lorelin Kingdom's mathematical community. After all, compared to the minor setback in Yabo City, their achievements in Lorelin were extensive and overwhelmingly victorious. Ignoring this trivial blemish, Gaia had essentially accomplished its objectives. The setback in Yabo City would not tarnish Gaia's overall triumph, barring unforeseen circumstances. Lorelin scholars would struggle to hold their heads high in the presence of Gaia scholars for a considerable time to come. Audrey sighed deeply, expressing profound regret. If only these three problems had arisen a bit earlier. When Gaia first arrived in Lorelin, we could have stopped them. Alas, it is all too late. No, it is not too late. A glint of determination crossed Calvin's face as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Since Gaia initiated this conflict, let us all descend into the abyss together." After a month of grappling with those three problems, the devil of Lorelin's mathematical community made yet another move. Following the trio of conundrums, a new question emerged on the Yabo City Mathematical Association's bounty board. This question, though seemingly absurd, contained profound implications that left many pondering and even trembling with fear. How long would it take for Achilles, the foremost powerhouse of the Gaia Kingdom and a master of wind magic, to catch up to a tortoise? This was the devil Blair's fourth question. Achilles was a renowned figure in Gaia, a grand sorcerer whose name resonated throughout the Divine Grace continent. Lord Blair's query was framed as follows. If a tortoise has a head start on the grand sorcerer Achilles, how long would it take for Achilles to catch up? This was a question so simple that any mathematician could provide the correct answer with the given speed of the tortoise, the speed of the grand sorcerer Achilles, and the distance between them. However, the devil Blair presented them with a different answer. Regardless of how swift the grand sorcerer Achilles may be, he would never catch up to the tortoise. For when Achilles reaches the tortoise's starting position, the tortoise has already advanced a certain distance. By the time Achilles traverses that distance, the tortoise has moved forward again, and so on ad infinitum. To catch the tortoise, Achilles must reach its starting point. But in that fleeting moment, the tortoise has already crawled a small distance ahead. The conclusion is that the wind magic master Achilles, famed for his speed, can never catch a sluggish tortoise. This conclusion appears utterly ludicrous. After all, not only the wind magic master Achilles, but even a 3-year-old child could easily catch up to the tortoise and stand triumphantly upon its shell. Yet, they all pondered, how could the recipient of the Edwin Prize be unaware of this fact? Upon careful reflection, they recognized the terrifying implications of this problem. The logic of this inquiry is self-consistent. They are capable of calculating the time it takes for Achilles to catch up with the tortoise, but this is predicated on the assumption that they already know Achilles can indeed overtake the tortoise. The crux of the matter lies in their inability to elucidate how Achilles catches up with the tortoise. Blair dissected the process of Achilles pursuing the tortoise into an infinite number of segments, leading to a point where the distance between Achilles and the tortoise becomes infinitesimally small, and the time required to traverse this distance becomes infinitely brief. Yet, even if this interval is exceedingly brief, it remains divisible. If time and space can perpetually be subdivided in this manner, then Achilles could never truly overtake the tortoise. The notion that space-time can be infinitely divided is a central tenet of the Gaia school of thought. The Gaia school posits that both time and space are infinitely divisible, a significant assertion that is shared by the mathematical and scientific communities, as well as the denizens of the Divine Grace continent. To refute Blair's conclusion, one must first dismantle the premise that space-time is infinitely divisible and, consequently, discredit the Gaia school's assertions, thereby reconstructing a new worldview for Gaia, for Lorelin, and for all scholars of the Divine Grace continent. The continuity of time and space is a collective consensus among humanity. One must ponder. If even this is erroneous, then what is truly real? The emergence of this question has caused the numerous visiting scholars from Gaia to abandon their three inquiries. The dilemma of Achilles and the tortoise striking at the very heart of their beliefs, plunging their schools into unprecedented turmoil. That it is evident that the esteemed Achilles can certainly overtake that wretched tortoise. The devilish conclusion posited by Blair must be mistaken. Yet, do they dare claim Blair is in error? They do not. That if Blair is wrong, then the myriad claims of the Gaia schools must also be flawed. This is a paradox. Dunn gazed at the conundrum before him, his lips trembling, his complexion paling, as he stammered, "The devil, he is truly a devil." Chapter 108. A hasty retreat. Calvin, upon departing from St. Donis, stumbled thrice over a considerable distance. Chen Luo, preparing to venture out for groceries, observed this spectacle without the slightest surprise. One need not look further than Calvin. Even in modern times, a student well-versed in contemporary mathematics would be compelled to question their very existence upon first encountering Zeno's paradox. Throughout the annals of physics, there have existed four grand beasts: Zeno's tortoise, the Laplacian beast, Maxwell's demon, and Schrodinger's cat. Each of these mythical entities corresponds to critical concepts in calculus, classical mechanics, the second law of thermodynamics, and quantum mechanics, respectively. Among them, Zeno's tortoise, with its mastery over space-time, can traverse distances with astonishing brevity, while the Laplacian beast perceives the grand design and deduces the essence of all things. Maxwell's demon manipulates the forces of nature, and Schrodinger's cat transcends the boundaries of life and death. These four legendary creatures embody both virtue and vice, confounding scientists while simultaneously illuminating the path of scientific inquiry for humanity. Today, Chen Luo has unleashed Zeno's tortoise. It can be deemed a mathematical conundrum, a physical quandary, or even a philosophical dilemma. Philosophically, some attempt to explain it through the essence of motion. Physically, others invoke quantum mechanics. Yet to resolve Zeno's tortoise through mathematical means, one must first address the issue of limits. However, for 2 millennia, even the likes of great mathematicians such as Euler and Gauss have failed to unravel the mysteries of limits. Thus, this seemingly nonsensical tortoise has resided within the realm of physics for 2 millennia. In the guise of a divine beast, it was not until Leibniz and Newton invented calculus that the issue of limits was finally resolved. Nevertheless, despite this advancement, the mathematical, philosophical, and physical communities continue to bicker over this tortoise. In time, a plethora of interpretations regarding Zeno's paradox have emerged, with individuals steadfastly adhering to their beliefs, each unable to convince the other. Regardless of the outcome, Zeno's paradox has profoundly influenced the advancement of mathematics, philosophy, and physics. This, however, does not concern Chen Luo. What truly preoccupies him is whether the scholars from Gaia will hastily purchase tickets to return to their homeland after unleashing this tortoise. Once they depart, his 5,000 gold coins, nay, 7,000 gold coins, will be promptly secured. Although 2,000 gold coins may seem somewhat lacking, given that this should represent Calvin's limit, Chen Luo is willing to make concessions out of respect for an old friend. This method of acquiring funds proves expedient. Chen Luo even anticipates the arrival of additional scholar delegations from Lorland. Once mathematics is settled, disciplines such as physics, chemistry, and biology could also be explored. In recent days, the three formidable challenges that have perplexed the scholars of Gaia have momentarily faded from public attention. The scholars of Yabo City are engrossed in the study of Blair's tortoise. Even ordinary citizens are captivated by this issue. How could the great archmage fail to catch a mere tortoise? Just how swiftly does this tortoise crawl, if even the wind elemental archmage cannot keep pace? Of course, the common folk lack understanding. Yet the scholars of Yabo City are acutely aware that the root of the problem does not lie in whether the archmage can catch the tortoise, but rather in how he accomplishes this feat. It is universally acknowledged that the great archmage, Lord Achilles, is certainly capable of overtaking the tortoise, yet the question remains, how does he do so? If time and distance are infinitely divisible, how does he complete this infinite process? This inquiry appears to transcend their comprehension. Some have begun to doubt the original tenets of the Gaia school, which posits that time and space are indeed not infinitely divisible, yet this notion proves even more perplexing. If time and space cannot be infinitely divided, does there exist a minimal unit of time and space? The scope of this discussion far exceeds that of irrational numbers, reaching a point where nearly the entire populace of Yabo City engages in debate. Daily, numerous citizens gather at the entrance of the Mathematics Association, eagerly inquiring of scholars regarding the matter of the Archmage and the tortoise. Scholars passing by, if unhurried, generally take the time to elucidate. At a rotund pet shop owner halts a scholar, inquiring curiously, if even the wind elemental Archmage cannot catch it. How fast can that tortoise possibly be moving? The scholar shakes his head, patiently explaining, this is not a matter of how fast the tortoise runs. It concerns whether time and space can be infinitely divided. The pet shop owner waves his hand dismissively, stating, I don't care about the divisibility of time. I simply want to know how that tortoise moves so swiftly. What does it eat to grow so fast? The scholar, exasperated, replies, the crux of the matter is not that. Do you think Lord Blair is unaware of whether the Archmage can catch the tortoise? The pet shop owner furrows his brow, replying, I'm not concerned with that. Just tell me why that tortoise crawls so quickly. Can it fly? The scholar, growing impatient, retorts, I've already said, the Archmage can undoubtedly catch the tortoise. Then what have you all been studying these past 2 days? The pet shop owner shoots back, why don't you tell me where this Blair fellow is? I'll ask him what that tortoise eats to crawl so fast. Unable to contain himself, the scholar kicks at him in anger, shouting, get lost. Within the Mathematics Association, Calvin stands before a table, upon which rests a slowly moving tortoise. 2 days have passed, yet he remains unable to comprehend the conundrum posed by this tortoise. Mathematics can determine the time it takes for Achilles to overtake the tortoise, yet it cannot elucidate how he accomplishes this feat. This is fundamentally a question that defies mathematical explanation. Calvin is perplexed by the tortoise's riddle. But he is even more curious about the peculiar thoughts swirling within the youthful mind of Lord Blair. Each inquiry seems to incite a seismic shift. Could he truly be the devil sent by the gods to disrupt the mathematical realm? Garl rushes in, forgetting to knock, panting heavily as he leans against the wall, exclaiming, President, the Gaia Scholar Delegation. They, Calvin regards him questioningly. What of them? Garl shouts, they fled. The visiting scholars from Gaia quietly departed Yabo City last night, without so much as a farewell. Calvin is not surprised by this development. It had been anticipated. Since Lord Blair unleashed that fearsome tortoise, the scholars of Gaia found themselves without an avenue for retreat. Remaining here would subject them to the scrutiny of numerous scholars, and they are utterly incapable of resolving this issue. Calvin surmises that perhaps only Lord Blair and that esteemed Chen Luo can provide an explanation for this conundrum. At this moment, not only the scholars from Gaia, but even Calvin himself feels a twinge of anxiety. He realizes the tortoise's impact is far greater than he had anticipated. Now, not just mathematicians, but individuals from various fields are seeking his insight. Once this issue gains traction, the capital will undoubtedly demand an explanation from him. But how can he possibly explain it? In a fit of agitation, Calvin suddenly rises, declaring, take the gold and head to the St. Donis Academy. The credibility of the Mathematics Association and Calvin is well established. The day after the departure of the Gaia scholars, Chen Luo finds himself confronted with a chest brimming with glimmering gold coins. Having learned from past experiences, this time Chen Luo exercises caution. Adding another variant spell is merely a bonus. He cannot invest all these coins into the Magic Association, at the very least. He should retain a portion to sustain his livelihood. Teacher Brittney's salary is modest, and he can manage her expenses. Isabella, due to her extravagant spending, has had her allowance curtailed by her Lord Father. The kindness received, however small, should be repaid with great gratitude. In light of Isabella's previous support, Chen Luo could also afford to take care of her for a time. The treasure of gold coins before them was ample enough to sustain a life of utmost luxury for the three of them. Naturally, given that teacher Brittney lived frugally, and that Chen Luo himself was not one to squander, in this circumstance, the wealth could indeed provide for them for a lifetime. Calvin hesitated for a long while before turning to Chen Luo, cautiously inquiring, My Lord Blair, what exactly is the matter with that turtle? This query, however, Chen Luo found himself unable to elucidate. Strictly speaking, Zeno's paradox is not merely a mathematical conundrum, or rather, it is not entirely confined to the realm of mathematics. While a mathematical answer may exist, the essence of the question eludes explanation. The mathematical understanding on the continent of divine grace is woefully insufficient. Introducing them to the concept of limits at this juncture would be premature. Chen Luo had no intention of providing a physical explanation either. Although quantum mechanics could elucidate Zeno's paradox, even the validity of quantum mechanics itself has its skeptics. Moreover, without even a foundation in classical mechanics established here, proposing the notion of quantum mechanics would undoubtedly drive most to madness. Many a scientist in history has succumbed to despair over such matters. His refusal to answer Calvin stemmed not only from his inability to do so, but also from a desire to protect them. Thus, Chen Luo glanced at Calvin, shrugged his shoulders in resignation, and said, "I do not know either." Calvin stared at him, momentarily stunned. What was this? Presenting a question without offering an answer. Was a devil merely one who digs holes and leaves them unfilled? Chapter 109. Alice's decision. Calvin stood in silence for a moment before looking at Chen Luo again and stating, "My Lord Blair, we could offer more gold." Although Chen Luo felt a twinge of interest, the issue at hand was not one of finances. Given the scholars of divine grace, no matter from which angle he explained Zeno's turtle, it would lead to disaster. Even in modern times, debates surrounding this turtle have never ceased. Chen Luo shook his head and replied, "This is not a matter of money." With a heavy heart, Calvin departed, leaving Chen Luo gazing at the mountain of gold coins with a sigh. It was not that he lacked the ability to earn such wealth. Rather, he could not, even while disseminating knowledge among the scholars of divine grace. Imposing advanced concepts upon them without regard for their comprehension would be catastrophic. Brittney entered Chen Luo's room with a piece of paper in hand. She glanced at him and said, "Blair, I have an idea regarding the turtle. If the number of divisions approaches infinity, the final term should be a very small number. Could we not consider it to be 0? It was only at this moment that Chen Luo realized that since he had introduced Zeno's turtle, certain matters would continue to be pondered by others, even if he himself chose not to engage. Teacher Brittney was already contemplating the notion of infinitesimals, which, by all accounts, belonged to the realm of modern mathematics. Without his intervention, the mathematical development on the continent of divine grace would have progressed gradually, akin to another world, albeit not necessarily in the same direction as Earth's evolution. The concepts of infinitesimals and limits were certainly not matters for scholars still mired in the rudimentary stages of geometric construction. This mathematical evolution seemed to be veering into strange territory. The complexities intertwined with limits were too numerous and convoluted to unpack, and prior to this, he needed to first introduce some foundational concepts to Teacher Brittney. This was not a matter easily conveyed in a few sentences. Just as Chen Luo pondered how to respond to Teacher Brittney, Isabella unexpectedly walked in, her eyes widening at the sight of the overflowing treasure chest. "Blair, have you stolen the dragon's hoard?" Chen Luo deftly shifted the topic, looking at them and saying, "Shall we go shopping? Today, all expenses for Teacher Brittney and Senior Isabella will be on me." The scholars of Gaia fled from Yabo City, becoming the greatest jest in the mathematical community of recent times. Their intention was to undermine the confidence of the scholars from Lorland, yet they inadvertently destabilized the very foundation of their own academic beliefs. Returning to their homeland in disgrace, that singular question had shaken the convictions of many factions within Gaia, plunging the scholars of Lorland into deep self-doubt. That a fortnight passed, and the issue remained unresolved. Within the Mathematical Society, Blair's turtle had become an absolute taboo for discussion. Delving deeper into this topic would severely undermine the foundations of mathematical understanding, prompting the elder scholars to make this unfortunate decision in a bid to stabilize the faith of their mathematical scholars. They could not resolve this issue. Avoiding it was their only recourse. Following this incident, Blair's title as the mathematical devil was firmly established. However, here, the term devil bore no pejorative connotation. He was both a devil and a hero of Lorland. He had restored the kingdom's glory, crushing the arrogance of the Gaia scholars, leading to a complete sellout of turtles in Yabo City, with prices skyrocketing more than tenfold compared to a month prior. The Mathematical Society's handling of Zeno's paradox unfolded as Chen Luo had anticipated. Faced with a problem they could not currently solve, the most prudent course of action was to circumvent it. Trusting that as mathematics advanced to a certain level, an explanation for the issue would naturally emerge. In recent days, aside from foundational topology, Teacher Brittney had also begun to intentionally explore the study of limits. Chen Luo refrained from intervening, worried that his involvement might plunge the mathematical community into uncontrollable chaos. Throughout the winter break, Chen Luo dedicated himself to learning new magic, striving to enhance his mental prowess and achieve a higher rank. However, the challenges of elementary magic proved far greater than those of apprentice-level spells, requiring considerable time even for him to master. Certainly, compared to those magicians who took years or even decades to learn a single spell. His pace was significantly swifter. This winter break, Yabo City endured considerable turmoil at the hands of the Gaia scholars, while Chunluo's own experience was relatively tranquil. Soon, the day for the new semester's commencement approached. For Chunluo, the new term held no particular significance, but for Isabella, a crucial matter loomed. In just a few months, she would graduate from St. Donis, and before that, she needed to contemplate her further education. For students of St. Donis, gaining admission to one of the 5 prestigious academies in the capital was undoubtedly the optimal choice. However, St. Donis did not hold the qualifications for direct admission to the capital's 5 academies. In truth, this was also the case for academies in other cities. The 5 academies in the capital have always operated on a self-recruitment basis, requiring students to apply and take entrance examinations. Those who pass would then be admitted as students of the 5 academies. While the 5 academies impose no special requirements regarding a student's background, they do have age restrictions, in addition to assessments of capability. Isabella needed to select one of the 5 renowned schools for her advancement. The 5 academies of the capital are the Royal Academy of Magic, the Royal Knight Academy, the Royal Academy of Sciences, the Royal Medical Academy, and the Royal Academy of Literature. While each academy offers a diverse array of courses, they each have their own focus. The Royal Academy of Magic naturally emphasizes magic. The Knight Academy trains future warriors of the kingdom. The Academy of Sciences centers on scientific studies. The Medical Academy cultivates physicians, and the subjects offered by the Academy of Literature are quite varied, with many distinguished graduates becoming officials of the kingdom. Chunluo was uncertain why Isabella found herself so conflicted. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would undoubtedly choose the Academy of Magic, as her abilities would allow her to gain admission to any of the academies. Yet perhaps she harbored other thoughts and concerns, which she did not disclose, and Chunluo chose not to pry further. Although the third-year teachers would compile this information shortly after the new semester commenced, they would also afford her a few days to contemplate her decision. At the entrance of the second year, Class 5 classroom, Alice held a registration form in her hand, contemplating for a long time before stepping inside. "Good morning, Senior Alice." Chunluo greeted her as was his custom, assuming she had an inquiry. Alice took a seat beside Chunluo, but did not pose a mathematical question. Instead, after much deliberation, she turned to him and asked, "Junior Blair, which of the 5 prestigious academies do you intend to apply to after graduating from St. Donis?" Following the incident with the Gaia scholars, her family elders had spoken with her numerous times, hoping she would grow closer to Blair. This desire was mutual for Alice. Ever since he had stood in front of her, facing Bayard alone during that extracurricular practice, he had occupied a significant place in her heart. Unfortunately, in the subsequent 2 months, despite Alice's numerous hints and gestures, he had remained unresponsive. She was uncertain whether he was feigning ignorance or truly oblivious to her feelings. The former Alice could afford to wait, to probe slowly, but now, time was of the essence. Her academic performance was exemplary, and she was already a junior magician, eligible to graduate from St. Donis a semester early. After completing her applications, she would head to the capital and would not return to Yabo City for a considerable time. Before her departure, she intended to confess her feelings to him, solidifying their relationship. Thus, she needed to inquire which academy he intended to apply to, for the place he wished to attend would also be her chosen path. She would wait for him there for a year, provided they could establish their relationship now. Chapter 110. Departure. As for where he intended to go after graduation, Isabella had inquired about this long ago. Chunluo casually inquired, "Which institution is Senior Alice applying to?" "The Royal Capital Magic Academy," Alice replied, gazing at him with anticipation. "Will Junior Blair also apply to the Royal Capital Magic Academy in the future?" "No." Chunluo shook his head and stated, "I intend to remain at St. Donis." Alice was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What do you plan to do at St. Donis?" "To be a teaching assistant," Chunluo explained. "I've already discussed it with Dean Angus after graduation. I will serve as a teaching assistant at the academy." Alice looked at him in disbelief. She had considered 5 possible paths for him, but never imagined he would choose a 6th. With his abilities and reputation, he could easily select any of the 5 prestigious schools, paving the way for a brighter future. Why would he choose to stay at St. Donis? A rational person would make such a choice. If he opted for the Royal Capital Academy of Sciences, he would likely become a great scholar. If he chose the Royal Capital Magic Academy, his talents would undoubtedly lead him to become a formidable magician. However, if he chose to remain at St. Donis as a teaching assistant, he would likely spend his life as merely a teacher at that institution, losing any chance to become a great scholar or a powerful magician. Alice's lips moved as she struggled to articulate. "Junior Blair, have you truly considered this? Only by going to the capital can you?" Shenluo shook his head and smiled. "I've thought it through clearly. I prefer Yabo City over the capital." In truth, it was not that he favored Yabo City, but rather that he would follow Teacher Brittney wherever she went. If Teacher Brittney were to go to the capital, Shenluo would undoubtedly accompany her. He observed Alice, who seemed frozen in place, grappling with a difficult decision, and asked, "Senior Alice, do you have any further questions?" After a long moment, Alice regained her composure, forced a smile, and shook her head, saying, No, Junior Blair. I will return to the classroom." She stood up and, with a dazed expression, walked towards the door. As she reached the classroom entrance, her steps faltered once more. One more step forward, and she could exit the classroom. Yet, Alice understood that this step, whether to retreat or advance, was not merely her immediate choice but a decision that would shape her entire life. She looked back in a certain direction. Shenluo raised his head, seeing Alice still lingering at the door, and offered her a gentle smile while subtly waving his hand. Alice slowly raised her hand and waved back before turning and stepping out of the classroom, never looking back again. "Alice, which academy are you planning to apply to?" "Will Alice be applying to the Magic Academy?" "Let's go together." "Alice, apply to the Academy of Sciences with me." In Class 3, Alice smiled subtly at a few friends and declared, "I plan to apply to the Royal Capital Magic Academy." The choice of the goddess Alice significantly influenced the decisions of her classmates. That a few boys, upon hearing her words, quietly changed their application choices to the Royal Capital Magic Academy. Alice noticed their actions, but remained indifferent. She approached a spot by the window and asked, "Isabella, where are you planning to apply?" Isabella glanced at her and replied, "Anywhere, but where you will." Alice was taken aback and asked, "You aren't applying to the Royal Capital Magic Academy?" Isabella looked at her and teasingly asked, "Aren't you happy that we have to see each other often?" Although Alice felt a sense of relief, she did not show it, replying, "I hope you achieve your desired admission." Isabella waved her off dismissively, saying, "You too." Alice refrained from asking further, but her curiosity about Isabella's chosen institution lingered. Thus, when the student responsible for collecting application forms was about to hand them to the teacher, she intercepted him in the hallway. The student, a boy, was more than willing to accommodate Alice's request to confirm her application details. However, instead of searching for her own form, Alice sought Isabella's. When she finally located Isabella's name, she discovered that the form was entirely blank. This meant that she had not selected any of the 5 major academies in the capital. Instead, she had chosen something else, what Alice had ultimately decided against. After school, Isabella encountered Alice once more at the classroom door. Alice regarded her with a complex expression and said, "You have won." Isabella shot her a perplexed glance and asked, "What are you talking about?" "Congratulations," Alice said softly before turning to leave. "How baffling," Isabella murmured, casting a final glance at Alice's departing figure before eagerly heading towards the teacher's dormitory. Blair had mentioned they would be having rabbit for dinner, a mere few days into the new semester. Alice departed from the academy. Prior to the winter break, she had already passed the certification for a junior magician with excellent grades across all subjects, according to the customs of St. Donis Academy. She was eligible for early graduation. Logically, Isabella could have done the same. However, she chose to graduate at the regular time. Isabella claimed it was because she couldn't bear to part with Teacher Brittney, but Shenluo believed it was because she couldn't bear to part with his roasted rabbit. Truth be told, if Isabella were to